Good morning, everyone. This is LadyDragon speaking. It is 6:54 a.m. It is Monday, February 21st. Now, I think this thing's gonna pass. The way I've heard them talk yesterday, I think that's because they want to wake up the people. Before I start, I'm gonna show you something. Okay, look at this. 159 Liberal, 190 Conservateur. Le Québécois, NDP, Independent, Green Party. That is the number of MPs we've got. Okay? Voyez là, 159, 119, 32, 25, 2, 1. Un des Green Party, c'est pour les libéraux. Les libéraux sont 159. Celui, je sais pas. L'autre Green Party, je sais pas. Mais toutes les NPD, j'ai entendu parler hier. Tous les libéraux, ils voulaient voter pour. C'est juste les conservateurs, puis les blocs québécois qui parlaient contre. Donc, ça va passer. À soir. Je sais pas à quelle heure c'est le vote, mais on va le savoir. OK? Fait que ça va passer. Puis moi, je dis que c'est pour réveiller encore plus de monde. Parce que le monde va être en état de choc parce qu'il va passer. Sinon, qu'est-ce que tu fais là? Hey! Ça là! Arrête là! Sinon, il joue avec les écureuils. Donc, qu'est-ce que je disais là? Ça va passer. Fait que, là, mettez-vous ça dans la tête, là, ça va passer. Puis qu'est-ce qui va arriver pas, je sais pas. Moi, je dis que c'est pour réveiller le monde. Bon, là, je vais réarranger mes windows. Là. J'ai hâte que ça finisse, en tout cas. Allez, ça, je vais finir d'arranger mes affaires. Là. Ça. Ah. C'est supposé commencer dans quelques minutes. It's supposed to start in a few minutes. Ouais. Quite tired of all this. Bon, fait que si on va avec la calculation que j'ai faite. Good morning, everybody. Bonjour. Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everybody. Qu'on fasse attention à ce qu'on dit, hein, Yann. On parle pas des rumeurs, puis on fait attention à ce qu'on dit, là, OK? Voilà, Rudy. Rien. Ouais. On parle pas de Donald ici, OK? Puis là, de rien. Il faut focuser sur qu'est-ce qui est important. Donc, moi, je te dis, c'est pour réveiller le monde. Fait que, ça va donner ça. Bon. OK, on tient le chat au minimum, tout le monde. On fait attention à ce qu'on dit dans le chat, OK? Et on reste on topic. Be careful what you say in the chat, please. Stay on topic. Keep the chat to the minimum, OK? Be careful what you say. Je suis pas triste, je suis juste fatiguée, mais Martine. Yann. Yann, je l'ai dit que tu restes on topic, là. C'est quoi l'affaire, là? C'est la dernière fois que je t'ai averti, Yann. OK? Ouais, 7h03, là, ça va être à de commencer, là. Oh, here we go.
Statutory order, resuming consideration of a motion for confirmation.
Here we go.
See.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to begin actually by acknowledging and thanking all of the staff of the House of Commons and the interpreters for joining us this morning, bright and early, 7 in the morning. You know, today in this province is Family Day, and they're here spending the day with us, and I'm grateful, and I want to thank them and acknowledge them, as well as everyone here with us today. We thank them for their time and for everything that we're doing as we discuss a matter that I think is very impactful for our families and really our family of Canada. I also want to take the occasion as well to wish Her Majesty the very best and a speedy recovery. I had the honor of meeting Her Majesty and an audience with her the year of Canada's sesquicentennial. And as one of her medalists, it's been the honor of my life to have had that opportunity, and I wish her a speedy recovery. Continuing where I left off last evening, Madam Speaker, Flags matter. Symbols matter. And just like how our Canadian flag is a beacon of hope for so many people here at home and abroad, Madam Speaker, I was distraught as a person who has proudly worn our flag and the uniform of our country to see people wrap themselves in our flag, to use it as a shield for their behavior that sometimes was anything but honorable. And Madam Speaker, what I've commented upon thus far, beginning last evening and this morning, unfortunately describes in detail what I believe has lied at the heart of some of those who came to Ottawa. Because they didn't come here to register valid concerns. They certainly didn't need 3 weeks to pretend to try to do so. And the rhetoric that they spewed from their leaders didn't signal a desire for dialogue. No, Madam Speaker, they were trying to impose their views on the nation. They were fed up with mandates and vaccines and not being able to do whatever it is that they wanted. They wanted to dictate. Some even wanted to govern. Forget about the will of the people. It was the protesters' own will that they wanted to impose. And that's not expressing freedom, Madam Speaker. It's also a grossly uneducated view of Canadian democracy, and it was an extremely poor attempt at fomenting a coup. Our rights to freedom of expression and assembly should not, must not, include the oppression of another's. I wonder, Madam Speaker, were the protesters equally fed up with the 35,000 Canadians who died as a direct result of COVID-19 and its variants? Did those who are no longer with us die because of the common cold? Did they lose their lives because of the actions of draconian governments to stop the spread of the virus? It's disrespectful and nonsense. This is what happens when some people are glued to Fox News and attend the University of Social Media. And in fact, it was a Fox News commentator who went so far as to share disinformation. They shared disinformation about a protester getting hurt of dying, only later deleting the erroneous post. But by then, the damage was done. In fact, Madam Speaker, I'd like to commend the Toronto Police Service's mounted unit for their professionalism, for their work, and for the exemplary manner in which they conducted themselves. I commend all of the police services who came to Ottawa to assist in the restoration of peace and order. Madam Speaker, much will be said of the last 3 weeks and of the targeted use of a portion of the Emergencies Act to peacefully end the occupation of our capital and to protect Canada's foreign trade link to our largest and strongest trading partner. People should remember that our country can't live on just beautiful scenery alone. We need good jobs, and we need to protect the health of our people and the viability of our economy and our healthcare system. Moreover, with every passing day, it was sending a signal globally that rule of law in Canada was weak. Because it's not often that Canada makes the podcast on The Economist, never mind be the main topic of discussion, but we did. And instead of it being about our world-class art and culture, our leading tech and innovation, and the many things that make our Canada, our country great, it was about the protest. And it was destroying our global reputation. Madam Speaker, I would like now to focus my comments on what lies at the basis of what is being debated in this House, that being the rule of law. And unfortunately, I know a little bit of what it's like to be denied the rule of law. I also know what it's like to be judged by the court of public opinion, where facts are often cast aside as pesky annoyances. To this issue at hand, Madam Speaker, does a limited implementation of certain provisions of the Emergencies Act deny Canada and Canadians the rule of law? Does the Act remove one's charter rights? Are the police and the military going to start searching people's homes and arresting anyone who they don't like? Will Canadians have all of their civil liberties stripped away at a moment's notice by a nefarious federal government? Of course not. Seriously. Listening to some of my colleagues, it would seem that the federal government is on the verge of a military dictatorship. Madam Speaker, I've heard the stories from my parents and others who have actually escaped oppression. I've spent hours in Yad Vashem reading, listening, and learning about the systemic horrors that were endured during the Holocaust. And here in Ottawa, though, I saw and heard protesters try to draw parallels between their experience and the occupation and what different oppressed communities have endured, and some sadly still do. And I implore people who continue to try to do that to please stop, because you're cheapening the suffering of those who have endured oppression and much worse. Madam Speaker, the rule of law is just that. The law rules. It rules insofar as that the same laws apply to everyone, regardless of their personal circumstances, regardless of their race, regardless of their orientation or anything else. The definition of the rule of law employed by the United Nations is quite lengthy. The term refers to, and I quote, a principle in which all persons, institutions, and entities, public and private, including the state itself, are accountable to laws that are publicly promulgated, equally enforced, and independently adjudicated, and which are consistent with international human rights norms and standards. Interestingly, Madam Speaker, the UN definition goes on to state that the rule of law requires as well, and I quote, measures to ensure adherence to the principles of supremacy of law, equality before the law, accountability to the law, fairness in the application of the law, separation of powers, participation in decision-making legal certainty, avoidance of arbitrariness and procedural and legal transparency, end quote. Madam Speaker, the government's decision to implement certain targeted aspects of the Emergencies Act within a duration of just 30 days is certainly transparent, and it ensures adherence to the principles of the supremacy of the law. At no point does the implementation of the areas of the Act remove the rights and freedoms guaranteed under the Charter. At no point does the Act usurp the powers of Parliament. At no point does the Act impose some unconstitutional period of martial law. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, what is being done with the temporary, targeted use of certain provisions of the Emergencies Act is to restore peace, order, and good government through legitimate and constitutional measures to ensure that the people of Ottawa and the economy and people of Canada are able to function without further unlawful interference and interruption. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peterborough-Quanta.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for his passionate speech. I can feel a lot of stress and a lot of tension as we build up to this. My question for the honourable member is, do you respect the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, which I assume you do? I'm assuming every...
Through. Maybe she wants to use the word he as opposed to you.
Apologize. I would ask through you, Madam Speaker, if my colleague respects this association, which I assume all of us do in this House, how, through you, Madam Speaker, he would respond to their quote, "The use of the Emergencies Act is unnecessary, unjustifiable, and unconstitutional. The high threshold to invoke the Act has not been met. It is in light of these violations of civil liberties that we will be taking the government to court." I'm curious what my honourable member has to say about that.
The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. You know, I think the real issue, and one of the things that I want to tell you, yesterday I was in Ottawa and I wanted to patron a local restaurant, as I would hope anyone would if my city, my community of Toronto had gone through the same thing that Ottawa has. And I can tell you it took me 20 minutes of walking before I could find a local restaurant that I could support here in Ottawa. And when even a fast casual dining restaurant will have a minimum complement of staff of 7 to 10, imagine how many hundreds of workers were out of work. Because I imagine that's something that my Conservative colleague and I would share, the importance of supporting local business. How many jobs and livelihoods were impacted? How many millions of business revenue were lost? Revenues to the Treasury that support the important services that make our country what it is. This has been a black eye on our country, and I think it's so vital that we move forward.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The honourable member from Manicouagan. I would like to thank my honourable colleague of Spadina Fort York for his speech. I was a little disoriented during his speech because, of course, I represent my riding and those who live in it, but several times he spoke of lack of education. He said these people have only been to the University of Social Media. To me, that's a bit of a mix-up, but of course he might correct me, but I think it's slightly speaking down to us, a bit of contempt, especially given that the Prime Minister is sitting in an ivory tower, not even coming down to talk to anyone. So I'd like to know what he thinks of the lack of action by the Prime Minister and whether this shows contempt to the people who protested or occupied.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her comments and her question. I think, again, you know, one of the real issues that I've seen, that I've observed, is walking through the streets of Ottawa, the people that have been impacted. The National Arts Centre, for example, has been closed. And to give you a sense, I'm going to bring a fact and a statistic from my riding, right? Ms. Kendra Batur of Mervish Productions comes from my riding. Our country's largest theatre production company. Every dollar that was spent generated $10 in the local economy. How many millions was lost as a result of the disruption of the occupation? It is so vital that we move forward so that we can support Ottawa's businesses and their livelihoods.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my honourable colleague from Spadina, Fort York. I'd like to begin by adding my thanks to yours for the people who are here supporting us today.
I remind members that they're to address questions to the House, so instead of using you or yours, you might want to say he or his. The honourable member.
I will do that. I'd like to begin by thanking the honourable member from Spadina, Fort York as well, and to thank all of the people who are here supporting us this morning and the men and women in uniform who have been working all weekend tirelessly to apply the law that we have invoked. And in particular, I'd like to thank the York Region Police Force who is here, who serves my riding of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. And in particular, I'd like to ask the member, he discussed the definition of the rule of law that was as defined by the United Nations, and I thought that was very clarifying. And I was wondering, is there anything in the law, the Emergencies Act, that has been invoked that you feel in any way impedes that definition of the rule of law?
Yes. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. Actually, just last evening, as we were closing down the chamber, I had the opportunity to personally thank members of the York Regional Police myself, who are here, just like how they're members from Toronto Police and police services across the country. I think, as I said during my comments, it is constitutional and measured, and is a targeted use of but a portion of the Emergencies Act that gives me confidence. It's also the fact that it is only for just 30 days, and we can end it sooner. What's vital is that the occupation was concluded, ended, so that we can move forward as a country, so that this city, but more importantly, what it means for the rest of this country, because if we don't end what happened here, it could just as easily have happened in even more municipalities and communities across this country.
And comments, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And right now, the Ottawa businesses are allowed to reopen. Conservatives and Bloc members have been saying that the situation in Windsor is fine with the Ambassador Bridge in the quarter, but I can assure members that even last night as I drove in this morning along the quarter, the Jersey barricades and barricades that we have are now still blocking businesses. So I'd like the honourable member to reflect on the fact that he couldn't find a place to eat last night, but still Ironically, Windsor businesses, healthcare services, and other types of emergency vehicles are actually, excuse me, Madam Speaker, are actually still continuing to be blocked because of the actions and the consequences.
The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments and his question. And if anything, I think that's where him and I clearly share the importance of taking action to ensure that trade can resume, that trade can move unabated. He would know better than many how vital that connection is. And just as important as that connection is to our strongest and largest trade partner, so too is our reputation and the stain that this protest has had on it. And it's so vital for foreign investments, for jobs, that we were able to move forward. And that's why the targeted use of a certain portion of the Emergencies Act is something that I support.
Commentant, the honourable official opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The state of the current emergency, I know the member in his speech talked about the temporary nature of it, and that it's going to last for 30 days. If all of the circumstances surrounding this seem to have leveled off and we're in a state where we can get back to some normalcy, would he support the revocation of the Act?
The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
Madam Speaker, as I emphasized during my comments, I think what was very vital was action was taken so that not just our neighbors and community here in Ottawa, but frankly that our country could move forward in the certainty and the confidence that communities that have already been impacted, like the previous colleague was referring in Windsor, but also others, because people's livelihoods are at stake, people's businesses. And I can tell you as a former entrepreneur, as a business owner, I cannot imagine what that experience has been for those whose livelihoods, whose dreams have been impacted. And again, that's why I support the targeted, measured, limited time use of the Emergencies Act.
Brief question, Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our colleague seems to feel that this legislation is essential. So I would like to know how police services were able to clear Ambassador Bridge without calling on the Emergencies Act.
Spadina-Fort York.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his comments and his question. I think what is essential are people's livelihoods. What is essential is people's ability to be able to afford rent, to put food on the table, to take care of their family. And for 3 weeks, there were people who did not feel safe going home. For 3 weeks, there were businesses that were closed and disrupted, people's livelihoods. That is what is essential, and that is why I believe that it is essential that the Emergencies Act was implemented in a measured, limited, targeted use.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster. Sorry, it's early.
It is very early. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First off the hop, I just want to acknowledge that it is Family Day here in Saskatchewan, and I just hope that the residents of Battleford's Lloydminster, despite the cold weather, are able to go out and enjoy some activities since Saskatchewan has lifted almost all of their restrictions. So, Madam Speaker, we know that the invocation of the Emergencies Act is not only unprecedented, but it is also extreme. And while the Prime Minister has declared a public order emergency throughout Canada to justify this, there is no evidence that there is a public emergency to necessitate these broad sweeping powers. And I've listened closely to the comments from the Prime Minister and his government in this House and what they have told Canadians. And I have yet to hear really a legitimate justification for the implementation of this act. The reality, Madam Speaker, is that our country is hurting right now, and it is disheartening. The current state of affairs in this country is a direct consequence of the Prime Minister's failed leadership. At a time when we need leadership to bring Canadians together, the Prime Minister is acting like the Liberal Party leader and not the Prime Minister of Canada. Madam Speaker, at the very onset, before the Freedom Convoy even rolled into Ottawa, the Prime Minister publicly insulted Canadians and dismissed the genuine concerns being raised, doubling down on the division that his government's rhetoric and policies have sown into this country throughout the pandemic. Whether it be hubris or stubbornness, the Prime Minister has refused to make even the smallest of efforts to demonstrate to Canadians that he has listened, heard, and understood their concerns. And as we know, this past week, Conservatives presented the Liberal government with an extremely reasonable opportunity to do just that. This House, Madam Speaker, as you know, voted on a Conservative motion that would have compelled the government, compelled them to table in Parliament by the end of the month a plan, just a plan, to bring an end to the federal mandates and restrictions. This was a very reasonable motion and at the very least would have helped to bring some resolve to the growing frustrations. It would have also given all Canadians some clarity that, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, they are owed. And shamefully, we know that the Liberals rejected the motion. What has even been more troubling is that the Prime Minister, his Liberal government, refused to even tell Canadians what metrics are being used to justify the continued enforcement of federal mandates and restrictions. Madam Speaker, is it vaccination rates? Is it case counts? Is it hospital capacity? Or is it simply just Liberal ideology? Canadians don't know. Provinces across the country have presented plans to lift restrictions under their jurisdiction. And countries around the world with lower vaccination rates than Canada have lifted their restrictions. Canadians cannot be expected to live with federal mandates and restrictions indefinitely. We know, and I know we know because I have heard from my constituents, and I know every single member has heard from their constituents in this House, that Canadians have sacrificed so much over the past 2 years. And they deserve answers from this Liberal government. But instead of answers or plans, the Prime Minister's invoked the Emergencies Act. And this is to what? Crack down on protesters and those who supported protests? To be clear, Madam Speaker, the rule of law is a fundamental principle to our Canadian democracy. Law enforcement agencies have a responsibility to enforce the law, and we expect them to do so. But we know that they do not need the Emergencies Act to enforce the law. This extreme suspension of civil liberties is not about public safety or restoring order or upholding the rule of law. The Emergencies Act is clear in its definition of a national emergency that would give grounds for its implementation. The Act defines a national emergency as an urgent and critical situation that cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law in Canada. And there is no such situation. Even in his own words, the Prime Minister has said that the Emergencies Act should not be the first or the second resort. Well, Madam Speaker, the clearing or start of the clearing of illegal blockades at our borders, whether it be the Ambassador Bridge or at Coote's Alberta Crossing, perfectly demonstrates that the law enforcement agencies already have the necessary tools at their disposal to enforce the law. So with that said, this really becomes about the Prime Minister granting law enforcement and financial institutions extraordinary powers to punish Canadians who support a cause that does not have his approval. Through this proclamation of national emergency, the government has given itself the right to freeze the personal and business bank accounts and assets of Canadians. There are so many unanswered questions around this draconian measure and how this government intends to apply it. And this is a very dangerous precedent. And at every turn, the Prime Minister and his ministers have failed to give any straight answers. I have not seen justification for this overreach. And this is not how the government should operate in a free and democratic society. It is also evident that there is no consensus among the premiers to support this Liberal government's extreme response. Madam Speaker, we know that there's a duty to consult built into this act, and we know that with this Liberal government, that is rarely, if ever, a collaborative process, let alone a transparent process. The Prime Minister certainly does not have the support of Saskatchewan's Premier. Premier Scott Moe has clearly stated that Saskatchewan does not support this Liberal government's invocation of the Emergencies Act. He's gone on to say that the Prime Minister has gone too far with the use of this act and has called on all parliamentarians to stop this abuse of power. Premier Scott Moe has been very vocal in his opposition to the use of this act, but he is not alone. The premiers of Alberta, Quebec, Manitoba, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and PI have all expressed their opposition to the Premier's actions. So in addition to encroaching on civil liberties without clear justification, the implementation of the Emergencies Act is also encroaching on provincial jurisdiction without their expressed consensus, which I mean seems to be a trend for this government as well. They don't seem to care about what jurisdiction they're encroaching on. So again, Madam Speaker, this debate is not to be taken lightly. This is a matter of principle with the very high stakes of safeguarding our fundamental freedoms. And it's also worth noting that it is clear that the world is watching Canada in this moment. In considering the validity of this government's actions, members of this House must decide whether the high threshold set out in the Emergencies Act to justify its use has been met. If this House gives the Prime Minister these unprecedented and extreme powers without the legal and the moral justification to do so, Canada loses credibility on the world stage to criticize abuses of power. And Madam Speaker, I want each and every member of this House to think which side of history that they want to be on. Because the actions of this place have long-lasting consequences. Either the threshold needed to be implemented, the Emergencies Act has been met, or it has not. Any doubt in that threshold should be enough to warrant opposition to it, because the personal cost to Canadians and to our fundamental freedoms is too high to get it wrong. I will not be supporting this motion. I do not believe that the necessary threshold has been met to justify the use of the Emergencies Act. This government has not provided sufficient evidence that we are in a national emergency. There is no proof that law enforcement agencies need additional and far-reaching powers to enforce the law. And Canadians should not face harmful financial penalties for opposing government policy. We cannot sidestep the simple fact that this really is a crisis of failed leadership. There's been no effort made by the Prime Minister to bring a peaceful resolve to this impasse. In fact, quite the opposite. The Prime Minister has been purposeful in his words to divide, to stigmatize, to insult Canadians with whom he does not agree. Madam Speaker, it's time to reject the Prime Minister's divisive politics and the abuse of power. The Emergencies Act must be revoked, and we need to do the...
The honourable member will be able to continue during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The letter that the Alberta government sent to the federal government seeking assistance with the blockade in Coutes could undermine the Alberta government's upcoming challenge to the Emergencies Act in court.
The honourable member for Battlefords Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the colleague for that question. I think this, in my opinion, is a predictable, and actually is an example of what I said in my speech, that the Prime Minister doesn't listen to the premiers. If the Prime Minister would have sat down and spoken and heard what these Canadians had to say and how these restrictions are affecting their livelihoods and their opportunity to make a living, I believe we wouldn't have even been in this position. And the question that I have for the government is, what's next? Sure, the streets on Wellington may be clear, but what's next? There's been no conversation with any of the Canadians that have concerns about these restrictions.
Séance de commentaires, l'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I would like to thank my colleague for what she has said, and she has really touched me, and you'll see later on in my own speech. But my question is the following. Given that the Ambassador Bridge protest was taken down before this decree was in effect, what does she think happened in the parliamentary precinct, where the authorities managed, with the rules in place, whether it's the criminal code or the highway code, do you think the federal government are capitalizing on this situation, even if we haven't officially voted on this yet today?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Again, this comes down to failed leadership. We know that law enforcement has the ability, and we've seen this, like I gave the examples, the Ambassador Bridge and also Coutts. This comes down to the Prime Minister failing to acknowledge actual concerns that Canadians have and how it has affected their families and their livelihoods for the past 2 years. And the fact that the Liberal government, including the NDP, voted against the Conservative motion for the government to table a plan just shows the arrogance, and that the Prime Minister does not care about these concerns that these Canadians have.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada has become a very toxic petri dish of disinformation. We see online now this is somehow some kind of plot of the World Economic Forum. There's this crazy theory going around that the UN flew a secret plane into North Bay and they fired rubber bullets on people in Ottawa. We are hit and inundated with anti-vax disinformation, and it's also being perpetuated by Conservative MPs. In Washington, Congress is looking into whether Facebook was allowing bot accounts from foreign sources to push the convoy, particularly Russian disinformation. So my question is Parliament ready to step up and look at the disinformation campaign? If Congress is investigating what happened with the convoy, why is there not anything happening here in Parliament?
The honourable member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. You know what, I do agree. There's lots of disinformation on any side of any issue, but I think this comes down to having communication. If leaders are not willing to communicate with their constituents, or in this case, the Prime Minister with Canadians, because they might think differently than him, that's a problem. But I also want to challenge the member. Is he just going to vote along with the government, or is he going to stand up on principle on our vote today on this?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This House of Commons, has been called upon many times to pronounce its judgment, to vote on legislation, to vote on amendments, to vote on estimates, to vote on motions. In the parlance of parliamentary procedure, when the House of Commons votes, it divides. When a recorded vote is requested and we are asked to stand and be counted, it is called a recorded division. There are times in this House when votes are decided on division without a roll call. At Westminster, recorded divisions are conducted through division lobbies. This House dividing is not new. The House has been dividing on subjects great and small since the first session of the first Parliament on November 6th, 1867. We have been dividing for nearly 155 years. This is what we do. This is what we are sent here to do, to serve on behalf of our constituents and on behalf of the people of Canada. We make decisions on behalf of the people we serve. We vote yay or we vote nay. There is no gray zone in between. There are no asterisks appended to our votes. There are few explanations as to why or how or for what reasons we came to decisions on any particular matter. At 7:30 p.m. this evening, the division bells will ring and the House of Commons will be called upon at 8:00 p.m. to divide on the matter of whether to confirm the government's declaration of a public order emergency pursuant to the Emergencies Act. Forever in Hansard and in the journals, our names will be listed as having divided one way or the other on this very motion before us today. Divisions in this House are normal. Divisions in opinions and thoughts and ideas are normal. Different views represented in this place and elsewhere are normal and are signs of a healthy democracy. But what is not healthy are the divisions in our country and the divisions in our communities. In recent weeks and months, I have never seen such division in our country, such anger, such frustration. We are one country, but we are a country that has sadly grown more divided. Now, each of us can play a role in reducing this division, but it requires work. It requires us to refrain from throwing more fuel on the proverbial fire and listening to one another rather than talking past each other. Now, let me be clear. I will be voting against the use of the Emergencies Act. But my vote is far more than a simple nay. It is more than a monosyllabic answer, and it requires more than a 140-character tweet of an explanation. It is possible to add some gray to a black and white explanation. Madam Speaker, in Canada, it is possible to disagree with, to condemn, and to call for the removal of illegal blockades, while also suggesting that the government use measures short of the Emergencies Act to achieve that. As Canadians, we can call for and reinforce the need to be a country of law and order, while also arguing that the tools of the Emergencies Act are an overreach. We can and we must call out and condemn those who would use anti-democratic and nonsensical MOUs which call for the overthrow of a democratic government, while at the same time listening to the concerns of individual Canadians, business owners, truck drivers, and entrepreneurs who are concerned about how rules have impacted their businesses, their livelihoods, and their families. Madam Speaker, we can and we must call for the peaceful resolution of situations while at the same time disagreeing with efforts to debank or freeze the assets of Canadian citizens. The question that confronts us today is whether this Act and the provisions included in the Order in Council are appropriate at this time and in these circumstances. On October 16th, 1970, the House of Commons convened to debate the declaration of the War Measures Act by Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau. Of the speeches given that day, none was as clear as the clarion call of the gentleman from Prince Albert, the Right Honourable John Diefenbaker. In this House, at that time, he said, "Mr. Speaker, this is one of those occasions when Parliament has the opportunity of dealing with the question of freedom, which, above everything else, is the mandate of Parliament and the reason that Parliament exists." Today, 52 years later, Parliament is called upon once again to deal with this question of freedom. When the government places limits on the rights, freedoms, and privileges of Canadians, it is the government and the government alone that must justify it. It is the government that must show to Canadians that the limitations are reasonable. Indeed, the Emergencies Act itself requires it. The Honourable Perrin Beatty served as Minister of National Defence in 1987 when he introduced Bill C-77, an act to authorize the taking of special temporary measures to ensure safety and security during national emergencies and to amend other acts in consequence thereof, the short title being the Emergencies Act. Mr. Beattie, I might add, was actually the Member of Parliament for parts of Wellington County, which are now within my riding of Perth-Wellington. In an interview last week with the Wellington Advertiser, Mr. Beattie said that when he was asked about the Act being used appropriately, he replied, "Without being privy to government intelligence," he said flatly, "I don't have enough information. All of us are inclined to give the government the benefit of the doubt," he added, saying the onus falls on the government to prove its case. Beattie did, however, point out blockades afflicting Canada's trade routes were resolved without reliance on the Act, which was intended to be used when everything else had failed. And Madam Speaker, that's a good point to emphasize. The blockades at the Ambassador Bridge and the Coutts border crossing were all resolved with police enforcement rather than relying on the Emergencies Act. Now, Madam Speaker, I know there have been arguments that enforcement have used different measures that were granted to them through the Emergencies Act. But that's not the question that faces us. The question that faces us is whether other measures were available short of the Emergencies Act. In an interview on Sunday with CTV's Question Period, no less an authority than the former Commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police confirmed that he saw no need for the Emergencies Act to undertake the actions that were taken in downtown Ottawa. He said this: "It was a lack of bodies, a lack of officers to do what we saw done yesterday. This could have happened on day 2 or 3 if they could have amassed the number of officers they had." In fact, Madam Speaker, Section 21 of the Comprehensive Ontario Police Services Act already provides for the provision of emergency police services from any province or from the federal government. So when the government says the Emergencies Act wasn't the first or the second step, the question hangs in the air of why this act wasn't used before the sledgehammer of the Emergencies Act. Others have suggested that this act was needed for tow trucks, to compel tow trucks to assist in removing of trucks in downtown Ottawa. But again, there are other provisions that could have achieved this. Section 129B of the Criminal Code gives police the option to require anyone with reasonable excuse to assist a public officer or peace officer in the execution of his duty in arresting a person or preserving the peace. Frankly, Madam Speaker, it would appear that the only tools employed by the government that were not previously affordable to them was the financial powers. And these are the powers that have concerned so many people. Being debanked, even for a period of 30 days, could have serious impacts on an individual, not just for 30 days, but for 30 years to come. And the government actually considering making some of these tools permanent is even more concerning for all Canadians. When temporary powers become permanent powers, the concern for all Canadians is great. Madam Speaker, I conclude my comments with the words of former Prime Minister John Diefenbaker. Parliament is more than procedure, it is the custodian of the nation's freedom. Madam Speaker, may we all live up to that duty today. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Your Honour, Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to start off with my question to the Honourable Member from Perth-Wellington. First off, I would like to say thank you to all the police forces that were involved in over the weekend in executing a very diligent, very professional, judicious police matter. And a special thank you to the members of the York Regional Police that came in from my area and assisted. I would like to ask the member from Perth-Wellington, the invoking of the Emergency Act is obviously a very time-limited, a very proportionate measure, obviously done with much consideration, and obviously, in my view, justifiable under the fact that what went on at the border crossings, the over 3-week occupation of our nation's capital by the protesters. And when I think of what has transpired, time-limited and proportionate, wouldn't the Honourable Member agree that this is a useful measure, a tool that has been used in a limited manner, and it is getting the job done, and we are getting to a point where the capital is opening up? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Perth-Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Vaughan Woodridge for his question. He talks about this being a useful tool, being a useful measure. But I go back to my rural roots, and as a farm kid growing up, yes, it'd be nice to have that John Deere S-Series combine to get the job done. But we've spent a lot of years using the old John Deere 4400 combine, and it combined a lot of corn and soybeans, and it got the job done. The fact is, in this matter, there are a lot of tools that were available to the government that they simply didn't employ. The fact of the matter is that they went to the sledgehammer approach. They used the Emergencies Act when they could have used so many other acts and tools that were available short of the sledgehammer of the Emergencies Act.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the colleague from Port Wellington for his speech. He talked about, in the beginning of his speech, about the division that he sees within our society. I see the same thing in the fact that this couldn't be expressed with a tweet. I think he sees the same problem that we all have. We're trying to respond to everybody on social media and explain in a few lines. It's very complex. There is division, and that's what I want to hear him on, division. Does he not believe that the government's negligence in having let the situation fester and doing, as he said, taking no action before they come forward with a sledgehammer, that is the Emergencies Act, and let people occupy the city for more than 20 days. We see the articles this morning from demonstrators who say they're coming back. I'd like to hear the member talk on that.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Yes, in fact, the government could have done much more before it used its recourse to the Emergencies Act. The government could have cooperated with the provinces and police forces across the country to use those forces before using or invoking the Emergencies Act. It is incredible that the government let this occupation and demonstrations continue before it went to the measures that they did use. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
The intervention from my honourable colleague, it was balanced and it was calm and it was fair, something that hasn't necessarily happened here in the last few days all the time. So I appreciate that. One of the things that he was talking about, of course, was the fact that the government doesn't have to use this legislation. However, it was the Ottawa interim police chief himself who said it wasn't until he had the ability from the invocation of the Emergencies Act that he could actually do the job that he needed to do, that he could use all of those pieces of legislation available to him at all the different levels of government to do what he needed to do. Could he explain why the police chief in that specific position would actually say that if that wasn't the case? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from London Fanshawe for her question and for her comments. I would say this, is that yes, different police forces have been able to use the Emergencies Act, but that doesn't mean that that was the only tool that was available to them. There are many measures that the government and the police forces could have used short of using the Emergencies Act, and I think that's the issue that we're facing here today, using the sledgehammer of the Emergencies Act when other tools, other pieces of legislation were available. They may have been more cumbersome, but when we're dealing with the rights and freedoms of Canadians, sometimes that extra cumbersome process is needed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As you know, there's a common practice here in Parliament to thank our constituents when one of us rises to speak for the first time after an election. There's obviously a good reason for doing it beyond having good manners. It acknowledges one of the most important truths about this place. The people who live in our ridings are the reason why we are here, whether they voted for us or for someone else, or even if they didn't vote at all. This is the House of Commons, and it belongs to the people. So I would still like to once again thank the constituents of Cypress Hills Grasslands for sending me here as their representative. With the great privilege of standing here today on their behalf, I must speak for them and for their families. I will always try my best to do so. It always takes time and effort to hear from different people, reach out to them, and figure out what they're thinking, feeling, and experiencing. Sometimes we agree, and sometimes we disagree, and that's okay. But this task is absolutely worth it, no matter what. If I disagree with constituents, that should not prevent me from honoring them with the courtesy, dignity, and respect as people and as fellow Canadians. In fact, it's when we are challenged with competing thoughts and ideologies that we often make the best decisions for our constituents and our country. As a song from my youth says, "Not a diamond without the pressure." That is what it means to be a member of Parliament. Everyone has a role in the democratic process, but elected representatives have a duty to make an extra effort. A beautiful part of our parliamentary system is that the same people who serve as the Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers are also just members of Parliament. For example, the current Prime Minister was elected as a member for Papineau, and the Leader of the official opposition was elected as the member for Portage-Lisgar. On either side of the House, they have to work in both roles at the same time. It remains true that before assuming public office in government, someone was first elected by the people of their riding to be their voice in Ottawa. That is their primary role. As ministers, they have simply added another responsibility to serve the entire nation, regardless of representation. But it should never change the fact that they are working here to represent the people of Canada to the government and not the other way around. If they ever forget it and become disconnected, they have completely lost their way. And I do believe that recent events so far show that we are losing our way as a nation. This point should be front of mind as we debate and vote on this government's emergency order. We have a perfect opportunity to remind a minority government that they should not be playing around with power. They should not be using the Emergencies Act to forsake their public responsibility. The Liberals need to come back down to earth. On Friday, with police action expected to begin here in Ottawa, the scheduled debate for the House of Commons was cancelled with short notice. I decided to go for a walk and look around the scene outside of Parliament for myself to get a sense of the situation at hand. As I did, I met a man who is proudly wearing military medals on his coat. He's a veteran who served our country overseas in Afghanistan. He told me that he made the long journey across Canada to be here because he's worried about the country that he loves, the country that he served, and he wants to stand for freedom. I thanked him for his service. I also talked to a school teacher that lives downtown, and she didn't feel threatened at all as she walked down near the front of the protests. She talked about how she used to be a big supporter of the Prime Minister, but can no longer support him because of his arrogance and lack of respect for other Canadians. What I saw and heard from these individuals was far from what the Prime Minister infamously called a small, fringe minority with unacceptable views. The disconnect was more obvious than ever, and it brought us some of the disturbing scenes in our nation's capital over the weekend after the Liberals invoked the Emergencies Act. The government's show of force has wounded our society, and this is likely to be the longest-lasting result of it. It's an outrage to see our Prime Minister invoke hateful rhetoric against those concerned for their freedoms, calling them a fringe minority and choosing to label them as racist and misogynist. Especially in difficult times, we need a Prime Minister who will put partisan politics aside for the common good. After all, the Prime Minister represents every Canadian. Every Canadian is one of his constituents. So for name-calling to be the first and only action taken by the government before using the Emergency Measures Act, it further shows the lack of respect he has for people who don't agree with him. There are many Canadians, vaccinated and unvaccinated alike, who recognize that Canadians should have the right to make medical decisions for themselves. After all, it is a change in the government's position on a vaccine exemption for truckers that has triggered all of this. Canadians should not have to face the question of taking a vaccine or losing their job. They should not be sent home from stores because they have not been vaccinated. They should not have to face a financial penalty simply because they're not vaccinated. Children should not be banned from playing sports because they are not vaccinated. No Canadian should have to face such dehumanizing treatment for simply choosing to not get vaccinated. That is not the Canada I grew up in, and that is not the Canada our children should grow up in either. Madam Speaker, you may recall that this past December, I rose in the House on behalf of all of those who lost their jobs and their livelihoods as a result of vaccine mandates. Following that statement, I received hundreds of emails from Canadians all across the country, sharing their personal stories, many of them devastating. I've heard from those who have lost their home because they no longer have a job or an income to pay the mortgage. I've heard from others who had to explain to their children that they could no longer join their friends at the hockey tournament. I've heard from students who are kicked out of their university programs. And more devastatingly, I've heard from parents who have lost a child to suicide and attribute the cause to lockdowns, to mandates, and to bullying. These people live in Liberal ridings as much as they live in mine, but does the government bother listening to them? It isn't enough for the Prime Minister to simply say, "We heard you," as an empty statement while clearing the streets. Vaccine mandates are wrong. They are morally wrong, and it's increasingly clear that they are a public policy failure. They are ruining livelihoods, clogging supply chains, stifling our economy, eroding medical privacy, and dividing society, all the while not living up to the earlier promises of defeating COVID. Why continue to act like they are a magic bullet out of the pandemic? Why continue to trample on protesters and Canadians' rights with little to show for it? When will the government finally take responsibility for their divisive policies, walk back their vaccine mandates, and actually consider a comprehensive plan to combat COVID-19, including access to therapeutics and increasing funding to provinces so they can ramp up ICU capacity? I'll also add that I believe an apology is due. An apology for treating those who are unwilling to get vaccinated or peaceful protesters as second-class citizens. They are not second-class citizens. They are as Canadian as you and I, and they are worthy of respect, dignity, and a listening ear. I also want to encourage NDP members to vote against the motion. Each time the War Measures Act was used as the previous version of this legislation, it left behind wounds in our society after enabling real or perceived abuses of power. This is already turning out the same way. I don't expect to quote Tommy Douglas all the time, but I believe his precedent is worth considering. He described then Prime Minister Trudeau's use of the War Measures Act in Quebec as using a sledgehammer to crack a peanut. He stood on principle by voting against the grain at the time. There have been some misgivings in the NDP caucus about opening Pandora's box, but they say they want to fix it somehow with an inquiry after the fact. One of their former caucus colleagues, who served as a member for Regina Louvain, even used the same quote from Tommy Douglas to challenge the current NDP's stated intention to support Liberal overreach. I hope they'll listen to their own people, even if they're from my province. Over the many hours of debate that I have sat in on, I've only heard a handful of Liberals even try to outline a reason for invoking the Act, and it is a stretch at best. Some tried to use the blockades around the country as the reason. Unfortunately for the Liberals, they were all mostly cleared prior to invoking the Act. Another tried to say they needed it to compel tow truck companies to move some of the semis and vehicles. Once again, they are found to be wrong, as my colleagues from Haldimand, Norfolk, and from Perth, Wellington have already pointed to existing laws that provided that ability. The last reason they gave was to stop the foreign funding of the Freedom Convoy. This does not constitute a national emergency. Unfortunately for the Liberals, yet again, a couple $1 million donated to a crowdfunding campaign were halted without the use of the Emergency Measures Act. We have witnessed over $1 billion in foreign funding come into Canada over the last number of years to intimidate workers in the energy sector, lead misinformation campaigns, and stop pipeline projects and resource developments, and not a word of concern from the federal government or the NDP for that matter. The effects of this reached a new level this past week when an axe-wielding protesters injured an officer and destroyed heavy machinery and buildings on site in BC, and still not a word of concern. Is it because they support that protest? Or is it because they know that if all this foreign money were to be investigated, that their friends and supporters might be implicated by it? If they're going to use this flimsy narrative of foreign funding, then they better be consistent in their approach to it. If nothing else, after all that has been happening in Ottawa, I hope that we can learn the correct lessons. Let's listen better to Canadians, and let's keep this Liberal government in check. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kails. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kails.
Yes, sorry, Madam Speaker. I was attempting to get this microphone connected here properly. The honourable member talks about freedom. And I'm wondering which freedoms he's trying to preserve. The freedom to overthrow the government, the freedom to terrorize people in Ottawa, the freedom to choke off billions of dollars in trade, the freedom to flout the law after everybody was very, very clear on what the people in Ottawa, at Coutts, at the Ambassador Bridge wanted. Are those the freedoms that he's trying to protect?
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I want to thank the member for his question. You know, let's be clear. There's nobody in this House that supports the unlawful overthrow of the government. We live in a democracy, after all. But at the end of the day, the issues that we're hearing are people who feel like they're not being heard by the government. They're feeling abandoned by the government. And so they came to Ottawa to protest. We've seen protests pop up across the country. And, unfortunately, we've seen blockades of critical infrastructure that have led to the loss of millions of dollars to the economy, and that's definitely unfortunate. But thankfully, the RCMP, without the use of the Emergency Measures Act, were able to step in and get the job done and open the borders and open the crossings back up and restore our commerce.
The
Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech and put the following question to him. He has mentioned respecting his constituents. I think that is the very basis of the work that we all carry out. And I dare think it's also the basis of the work that the Prime Minister is called on to carry out. Now, I would like to know, given that this crisis is due to the failures of the Prime Minister, I'd like to know what he could have done better.
Merci beaucoup pour la question.
Thank you very much for this question.
I really think that, opening that dialogue, not going from 0 to 100 would have been a great first step. We saw the mayor of Ottawa, even though he clearly did not agree with the protesters, what they were doing, the mayor of Ottawa actually went out and tried to talk to you and to meet with the organizers. And he was able to talk to them and make some arrangements to kind of free up some of the side streets to get people to move around and to get some of the people to go home. The Prime Minister has a job to be a statesman, to be willing to stand and to be able to talk to people and really hear what their concerns are. So without that happening, that's got to be the first step that happens. And then we can kind of build from there. Then we can start looking at some of the other laws that we already have in place. We already heard members talk about laws that would have allowed for the clearing of parked vehicles. We didn't see any of the bylaw enforcement on vehicles that were in the middle of the street for longer than the bylaws allowed them to be there for. So there are some very simple measures that could have been done. But, again, we need some leadership. We need to listen to Canadians.
Question, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for his intervention. His party and the Bloc continue to talk about the Ambassador Bridge and the corridor being safe, but now the Jersey barricades are moved amongst the community. And he talked about listening to constituents, and I don't understand why they continue to propagate the fact that things are okay. In fact, right now, we're dealing with a bomb threat to the mayor and his house. A person has been arrested. So I'd like him to respond to that, because since this has been going on, the mayor has to take leadership down here. And since the situation has escalated so much, he has now actually received a bomb threat to his house and to his family, and a person has been arrested. Would he speak specifically to that? Because that has actually been happening right now.
For Cypress Hills Grasslands has 1 minute to respond.
I want to thank the member for his question, and through you, Madam Chair, obviously nobody ever deserves to have a bomb threat on their house for simply trying to stand up and do their job. The mayor is doing what he can to best serve his constituents. And, I think the part of the question is that things are not okay. And he's right, things are not okay. People all across this country have felt disrespected for far too long, have felt like they've been vilified and divided, and done so on purpose for only political gain. So I think the constructive dialogue needs to happen. The Prime Minister had a role to play, and if the Prime Minister would have done his job, I feel that the tensions would not be where they are at down in Windsor West and in surrounding ridings, where things have gotten to the point where somebody has done something so unfathomable, unthinkable, as to offer up a bomb threat. That's ridiculous.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join this debate with a great sadness and disappointment in my heart this morning. Please make no mistake, it is always an honour to be the voice of the residents, the citizens of Chatham-Kent Leamington in this chamber. But I'm sad because of the toil that the current situation continues to have on Canadians, and the fact that so much of this is unnecessary and avoidable. The fundamental question that the government has put before us today is this: do we believe that the Public Emergency Act is the right tool for right now? Has the rightfully high threshold for a public order been met? If the question is, how do we remove the protest, the blockade, the occupation that was encamped outside these doors, then shouldn't the question be, what enforcement tools does current legislation lack to address the illegal activities outside this House? And yes, let me be clear, illegally parking a semi excessively blowing horns, harassment. Those all contravene bylaws, but these violations are subject to fines, to towing, injunctions, an existing remedy under existing laws, provincially, municipally, and under existing law enforcement, and they can be reinforced with help from federal police forces without invoking this act. After all, is that not what cleared the illegal blockades in Surrey, in Windsor, Emerson, and Coutts? And I'm very thankful for law enforcement intersecting with truly dangerous elements caught with illegal guns and ammunition near Coutts. So thank you to our undefunded police forces. If the question is, does a basic interpretation of the Emergency Act determine that its threshold for invocation has been met? Or are we more concerned that we are being asked to give this Prime Minister great powers, given his history of deception and his disrespect for the law? This Prime Minister asks us to trust him, to give him unlimited authority to implement, and I quote here, other temporary measures authorized under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act that are not yet known. This, the only Prime Minister convicted for ethics violations, not once, not twice, and he avoided a third conviction not due to lack of evidence, not lack of intent. This, the only Prime Minister ever to sue, Madam Speaker, your office to keep this very House, from this very House, documents ordered released by Parliament with respect to the Winnipeg Virology Lab. Trust me, he asks of us. Trust me with power never before invoked or confirmed by this House under this Act. It seems that when faced with difficult situations, this Prime Minister's go-to response is to grab as much power as he can. Just think back to immediately after the declaration of the pandemic in March of 2020. This Prime Minister responded by attempting to give this government unlimited, unfettered taxing and spending powers without parliamentary oversight. His instinct was not to come to this House and enter into dialogue to determine the path forward. Yes, Her Majesty's loyal opposition does sit on this side of the chamber and might not have immediately agreed to every point put forward. But he was forced to enter into dialogue and debate with us. And he demonstrated through our following actions that we would support emergency measures when properly engaged. Similarly, this Prime Minister did not engage with dialogue with Canadians involved with this protest. He does not have to agree with them, but he does, or he should, have to listen. This very process of listening, of engaging, de-escalates any situation. It is the hallmark characteristic of a leadership. Name-calling, dividing, stigmatizing, traumatizing, and grabbing for power, that escalates any situation. It is a hallmark characteristic of, well, you fill in the blank. Through you, Madam Speaker. If the question is, how does the Prime Minister try to cover up his record of governing mistakes, then will this attempt to redirect public attention work? Clearly, the answer is no. Inflation will not be reduced. Our debt will not be addressed. Interest rate rises won't be blunted. Immigration backlogs won't be addressed. Labor shortages will not be alleviated. Housing prices will not drop, and budgets will not balance themselves. If the question is, how does invoking this Emergency Act fit into the government's plan, their overall plan to get us from a pandemic to an endemic situation? Well, again, for this question, Madam, there's a very clear answer. No, it doesn't do that because there continues to be no plan. Mr. Speaker, history will show that we got into this crisis, into this situation in our nation's capital, because this government did not have a plan to transition from pandemic to an endemic situation. This government's lack of a plan by which businesses in Chatham-Kent-Leamington, or anywhere in the country actually, could predictably manage their staff, their business and investment decisions, this continues to cause unnecessary hardship and failure. But the failures are not theirs, Madam Speaker. It is this government's problem, this government's failure to plan, this government's lunging from problem to problem with no coherent plan that could better multiply our effectiveness through our collective capacity. Farmers and greenhouse operators, small businesses in my riding and again across Canada continue to live with the uncertainty of labour supply, of border access, of supply chains, These supply chains, Madam Speaker, they want to see a plan. Our healthcare system wants to see a plan for surge capacity. It's not the bricks and mortar that's missing. It's the human resources, the people, for which this government did not plan to resource. This government's lack of a plan is evident by the fact that we are so late in acquiring sufficient rapid tests. We are so late in developing domestic vaccine manufacturing capacity. And we are so late in coordinating coherent, integrated, science-based messaging from our healthcare leaders to our political leaders. Madam Speaker, it's been more than 2 years since the pandemic came to Canada, and we still have no plan for living in an endemic state. Canadians did what was asked of them. They got vaccinated, they stayed home, they safely distanced, they forewent family gatherings, travel, and basic but essential human contact, all to do their part. And what has been the reward for the citizens of Chatham-Kent-Leamington, or for any Canadians, for what they did? More divisiveness, greater stress, more lost jobs, out of control inflation, economic uncertainty, and still no plan. Like all of us here, I have friends on both sides of the challenge before us. Something has happened in our country that may never be replaced. The capacity for kindness that Canadians are known for has been strained by our nation's leader, who has used the politics of division rather than cooperation and understanding. There's a sadness that comes when Canadians are pitted against Canadians. Madam Speaker, there's more than enough to blame to go around. Was the City of Ottawa woefully unprepared and made serious mistakes at the beginning of this situation, despite the many days of notice that a convoy was coming? Many people would say yes. Was the province slow to table resources? Again, many people would say yes. But here, in the centerpiece of our nation's capital, the question before us today is twofold. First, where's the plan forward? Even when this crisis outside these walls is resolved, we will simply return to this question and the need for an endemic plan to return to normalcy. The second question is, of course, the legislation before us today. Madam Speaker, simple common sense tells us that if we take the total of what the Prime Minister expects the Emergency Act to bring and subtract it from what is already covered under the existing laws and resources, then I respectfully submit that the difference with what we are left with pales in comparison to the constitutional precedent that we are asking this House to confirm. Madam Speaker, I must vote against these measures. The Emergency Act is not a substitute for leadership, but rather a consequence of the lack of it. The Prime Minister loves telling Canadians he has our backs. Well, he uses the approach of trying to hide behind us while pointing at those with whom he believes are to blame. You can't lead from behind. You lead by engaging conversation, even with those with whom you disagree. The only good thing that may come from enacting this act is that there will be an inquiry, an accountability review that will no doubt expose and document for history that when Canada was at one of its greatest challenges, the response from this government was a grab for power through the tactics of division and the lack of any plan forward. Let us get on with responsible endemic living. Canadians have done their job. Now let us do ours. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Prime Minister, Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it interesting that the member, and this is so typical of Conservatives, is already willing to provide this House with the outcome of a public inquiry that will happen afterwards. You know, that underscores the Conservative game in here. It doesn't matter. This member doesn't care about the public inquiry that will happen. He's already determined the outcome. He just informed this House what it would be. You know, and that's, you know, the unfortunate reality of this. Would this member not rather like to actually have a public inquiry that looks into the matter and comes to its own decisions? Or would he rather just tell us what the outcome is going to be right now?
Honourable Member Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And despite the delivery, I want to thank my honourable colleague across the way for the question. And I am thankful to the forebears of this legislation that they incorporated the process of an inquiry into it. And I am open to be wrong in my prediction of what that inquiry will state. But given the history that we, as Canadians, have experienced from this government, I'll stand respectfully, Madam Speaker, behind my prediction.
The commentaire, l'honorable député de Laurentides.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was heard just recently that Ambassador Bridge, well, there's still many things going on there. So I have a question for my colleague. Much as I said earlier, Ambassador Bridge was cleared before this act was invoked. That said, though, the statute at issue now, I would like to know whether my colleague thinks it really will be needed to finish the work in order to continue to offer the people safety and peace.
Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable Bloc colleague for the question. As she stated, the blockade, the occupation at the Ambassador Bridge was cleared prior to the invocation of this act. Was it cleared with the cooperation of our various police forces there? Ongoing situations there, I condemn them. But they are able to be cleared with existing forces. It's the draconian imposition of this act and all that entails, all the precedent, as I mentioned in my remarks, that I think is of great concern to this side of the House. We support law and order here. We condemn the illegal occupation, the illegal blockades. But as so many of my colleagues have pointed out, resources exist to address them, without resorting to resources that are not required to address issues.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a very simple question for my honourable colleague. Has he heard anything from the Liberal government to date that would, A, justify the invocation in the first place, but more importantly, now that these illegal blockades have been dealt with, that requires the Act to still be in existence? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
No. I could expand, but quite frankly, no. The implied or directly addressed in that Act are ongoing powers that are not required. And the one, I think one of the ones that concerns us the most here are the ongoing financial powers dealt with now through the banks with the possibility of freezing accounts and things like that. Again, if there are crimes being committed, existing legislation empowers a government to go after those breaking the law through large donations, through proper existing sources, not a $20 donation for a T-shirt to support a cause that is symptomatic of so much unrest in this country. It is a sad time that we've come to this point in our country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by saying I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Nickel Belt. So, I rise today to speak on this important motion. The decision to invoke the Emergencies Act is being taken with much consideration. This debate is crucial and necessary. For weeks now, the unlawful occupation and illegal blockades have disrupted the lives of Canadians, harmed our economy, and endangered public safety. We've witnessed intimidation in our communities and at our borders. The Emergencies Act has been invoked to supplement federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal authorities to address and resolve these issues. The impact of these blockades are significant. For 3 weeks, they've caused serious harm to our economy, our livelihoods, and our way of life. They've threatened our democracy and marred Canada's international reputation. These measures are being implemented in part to halt the illegal actions of those whose intention is to overthrow our democratically elected government, to stand up to those who wish to extort change by intimidation and attempt to overthrow our democracy. The measures implemented in the Emergencies Act are not broad and overreaching. They are specific and targeted. They are not permanent. They are temporary, set for 30 days or less. And they are not heavy-handed. They are proportionate. And the level of proportionate response is dictated by cooperating levels of law enforcement, not the government. These short-term measures have allowed law enforcement at all levels of government to work in ways they could not have previously. The Emergencies Act spells out a clear process that must be followed once the Act is invoked. The specific measures of the Act are subject to numerous checks and safeguards, including the oversight of a parliamentary committee. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is enshrined in this Act. By invoking the Act, a public review will automatically be triggered. The review ensures transparency and oversight. I've heard from some whose concerns that our invoking this Act will set a precedent. I'm confident that the criteria to invoke the Act have been met. The precedent I will not stand for is to give in to lawless occupations and blockades who demand that governments negotiate with them or be undemocratically replaced. All actions under the Act will comply with our Charter. That requirement is built in to the legislation. Canadians expect us to act within the bounds of the Charter, and we will live up to these expectations. Despite the misguided efforts of a few, our democracy remains strong. However, we cannot be lulled into a sense of complacency. Attempted blockades have persisted. Because of the Act, additional attempts have been thwarted. New powers were used as recently as a few days ago to prevent a resurrection of a border blockade. This problem is clearly national, and it's still a threat. The unfortunate radical populism that fuels people to block supply chains and disrupt daily lives has not gone away. The pattern of rhetoric that can be linked to far-right extremism is well documented. We must not minimize the reality of this threat. What has emerged is an entrenched, organized movement that is being motivated by toxic ideology, groups that don't believe in the legitimacy of government. They knew where it hit Canadians, our borders, supply chains, and our communities. The Emergencies Act will leverage tools to end these disruptions and prevent future ones. The Act has allowed law enforcement to restrict access to Ottawa's downtown core. By creating a secure zone, authorities were able to stop an influx of more people and vehicles, preventing them from becoming entrenched in the capital. It's important not to confuse illegal blockades and occupations with legal protest. Canadians can continue to teach their children about democratic right to assemble peacefully and legally. It's an important part of sharing our values. But this is different. Make no mistake, bouncy castles, toboggans, and hot chocolate do not make an illegal protest a safe place for children. This was a dangerous situation, yet parents continued to bring their kids to the front line of these unsafe scenes. This Act seeks to protect children, like those who have been used right outside these doors, as human shields for the adults who are supposed to keep them out of harm's way. The Emergencies Act prohibits parents from bringing children under the age of 18 to an illegal occupation. It does not prohibit children from attending peaceful and legal protests with their families. Recent events here in Ottawa and at multiple border crossings demonstrated that the ordinary mechanisms in place at multiple levels of jurisdiction were not sufficient. The subsequent inquiry that is mandated will help uncover the reasons other measures were not effective. These measures were enacted, are already working, and we're already seeing results. We're restoring the rights and freedoms of those who have been deeply affected, the rights of citizens to safely walk their streets, the rights of workers to earn a living, the rights of businesses to stay open and to serve customers, and the rights of people and goods to move freely across international borders. The debate we're having now and the review process that will follow will allow us, in a transparent and democratic way, to strengthen the gaps that allowed this situation to happen. This will ensure that we learn and adapt, so we will not have to mobilize the Emergencies Act in the future for the same reason. In that way, the Emergencies Act is a self-correcting piece of legislation. These measures have not been enacted because of the ideology of the people protesting. That is not the case. This act was invoked to put an end to illegal blockades and unlawful occupations. The city of Ottawa is recovering. Businesses are starting to open, and people are starting to get back to their lives. I believe that crisis reveals character, and I'm certain Canadians have the capacity to heal the damages done with dialogue, with compassion, and with respect. I want to commend the professionalism and controlled and proportionate response of law enforcement officials of jurisdictions over the past few days. And I also want to commend journalists and reporters for the important role they played throughout the crisis. Their work in very difficult circumstances has been remarkable. The violence and harassment they were exposed to is unacceptable. We need to stand together, all of us in this House, and condemn the hate speech and harassment that we're seeing. Doing nothing, saying nothing about the attempts to intimidate journalists is the same as supporting what is being done to them. Not condemning is condoning it. I ask my colleagues to consider that as they see members of the media being threatened by angry mobs. I'd like to address my constituents, the residents of Kitchener-Conestoga. Thank you for taking the time to reach out to me. There's been a diverse range of sentiments, and I've listened to your views very carefully. The conversations, the emails, the messages I've received all weigh into this decision. I was elected to be Member of Parliament for all constituents in Kitchener-Conestoga, not just the ones who share my views. I understand and I take seriously my obligation to hear everyone's views, to listen. I strive to respect and value the opinions of others. The impacts of the border blockades have been felt in our riding as people were laid off at local plants. Toyota, one of the largest employers, was idled, impacting many families in our community. Local feed mills and other businesses I spoke to in Kitchener-Conestoga were not able to get goods across the border. A big thank you to the truckers and trucking companies in Kitchener-Conestoga who kept going despite those blockades. I understand the magnitude of this vote. The research I've done, the briefings I've attended, the debates I've been part of in this House, and the conversations with constituents have brought me to this moment. Not an easy moment. But I did not become a Member of Parliament to do the easy things. I became a Member of Parliament to do the right things. Madam Speaker, invoking the Emergencies Act is the right thing. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
You know, it's interesting, the member opposite is speaking about dialogue, compassion, respect as being part of the process here. I just wonder, Madam Speaker, if the member opposite could outline 3 things this Prime Minister did that would encompass those things of dialogue, compassion, and respect, because realistically, I think the Canadians who were out there protesting, Madam Speaker, didn't see any of that, and then all we ended up with this ham-fisted approach of the Emergencies Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. Being kind, being compassionate, being respectful, this is not a checklist. This is just what Canadians are, and we need to do that more. Mostly it starts by listening and having those dialogues. We need to be respectful about it. If you will disagree and you call my office, if you send an email to me, I can handle that. But parking a truck and blocking traffic at a bridge or taking over a city for 3 weeks is not the proper way to do dialogue, and that's not something we're willing to accept here in Canada.
Questions et commentaires, honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm quite surprised still by the Liberal discourse. They've said for several days now that this measure was reasonable and necessary, and several times they've repeated that it wasn't their first recourse, nor the second or third. And every time we ask the question, we don't have any answers. We get vague answers, generalities. You're saying, oh, you know, it's important, there are extra tools. Well, I'll take this opportunity that I have here because the honourable colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga is a person I respect very much, and we've worked together at committees. And I know that this member generally works for the common good with an attempt to achieve results. So I will ask him, please, can he answer me, considering that we know each other somewhat and that we're friends, I hope so at least, can he talk to me about the 3 steps that happened before the adoption of the Emergencies Act? Because I didn't see them, and no one else did either.
Toga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague and my friend across the aisle. I'm practicing French. If I were any better, I'd try and answer, but I want to make sure that I can express myself clearly. We do work well together in the chamber, and I think the idea that we're invoking these acts right now shows the safeguards that are going to be in place, the dialogue that's going to happen, the debate we've had for multiple days now, from early in the morning till the middle of the night. That is how we solve problems. That is how we handle crisis. We do it together with dialogue. We're going to have that committee that's going to be formed. That makes sense too. And the act can be revoked earlier than 30 days if Parliament deems it necessary. So I think these are proper steps to do. And after that, we're going to have a review to find out what happened, what worked, what can be improved. So these are all steps that we need to take to make sure that we can work together, but it starts with dialogue and it starts with listening. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for the Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. Unfortunately, one thing that many of us can agree on is that we are here today because of a failure of many levels of government. You know, we all saw when this convoy was coming in, the police opened their arms to this convoy coming in, despite the fact that they had a clearly stated goal of overturning our democratically elected government. On the other hand, when we look at the experiences of those on Indigenous nations, such as that of a woman recently on Wet'suwet'en territory who had her door knocked down with axes and chainsaws and pulled out of her home. I'm wondering if the member can speak a little bit to the differing treatment that has been received to those in the convoy versus those who are defending their land, and if we can find a way to come together now that we are in this position.
Brief answer from the member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I respect that question, and that's a fantastic question. We do need to look at this. We need to look at what happened. We need to look at the biases that we have in our day-to-day lives, those unconscious biases that allow us to treat people differently and not with equality and equity. I believe that hopefully as we talk about this and report on it, that we'll find how we can do better in the future and make sure that all Canadians are treated properly. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Official Languages. Madam Speaker, thank you. I was elected in 2015 as the member for Nickel Belt, and I never thought I would be here to make a speech in the House of Commons on any bill regarding an emergency measures debate. But here we are today. I'm very proud to represent the people of Nickel Belt for a third time, to make a difference in my community.
31st, for the House of Commons session, I have seen the events firsthand. So many lives, livelihoods, and businesses in Ottawa have been impacted in a very negative way. The right to protest is fundamental. I saw and supported the right to protest with the rolling truck convoy in my riding that rolled through Highway 17 on January 28th, driving towards Ottawa. But, Madam Speaker, this is different. When the truck convoy parked and camped on the city streets of Ottawa, this became illegal. Also, when we see a movement propped up with hate, racism, intimidation, we have to ask ourselves, what are we truly supporting? Let's be clear. Many people demonstrating were doing this peacefully. However, this became an illegal occupation, and it needed to end. Wishing my colleagues, the residents of Ottawa, and all involved parties safe and peaceful transition as the city is getting back to the residents. This agreement should not incite violence or threats. We are more Canadian than that. Political criticism is at an all-time high. I commend all my colleagues, federal staff, and my constituent staff for remaining at the public service even through these most difficult moments. I want to thank Nickel Belt constituents with different opinions and voicing their points of view in a respectful way. With over 91,000 voices to represent in Nickel Belt, we may not all agree, but we mostly certainly all wish for a healthier, more united, and stronger region. I am grateful to be in Ottawa to represent the residents of Nickel Belt and will continue to advocate for their priorities and strive to deliver solutions. It's been a long 2 years. Everyone has been affected by the pandemic in some way. There is so much misinformation circling, some different opinions being shared, but there is a lot of positive. We need to reach out to people in need in each of our communities. And a special thank you to my exceptional constituent office staff. Despite the vulgar, intimidating tactics and threats in the office, my team remains committed to helping you, and here's a few examples. Helping Mary, a senior with OIS and GIS benefits, helping Evelyn with affordable housing, helping Helen, a single mom with a Child Canada benefit, helping John with a disability pension application, and much more. This hasn't been easy for everybody. This hasn't been easy for everybody. The pandemic has altered the course of normal life for almost 2 years. You have a right to be fed up, to be tired, and frustrated. La loi sur les mesures d'urgence.
The Emergencies Act is difficult. Being in government is difficult because you have to make decisions for the health and safety of citizens. The last 3 weeks, the blockades illegally were disrupting the lives of Canadians and endangering public safety. It was clear that the ability of local police forces to effectively enforce the law was seriously affected. We're invoking the Emergencies Act to strengthen the ability of provincial authorities to deal with blockades and occupations, to keep Canadians safe, preserve jobs, and restore confidence in our institutions. Through the Emergencies Act, we are giving new powers to police forces to regulate crowds, ban blockades, and keep key corridors open. The Emergencies Act allows the government to mobilize essential services, such as tow trucks, and allows the RCMP to act more quickly to enforce local laws, and gives us stronger authority to stop the flow of illegal funds from foreign sources. Our government cannot accept endless disruption. Our government will always respect the right of Canadians to protest. However, that right does not extend to occupying streets, breaking laws, and shutting down major trade corridors. This siege and blockades are causing significant damage to our economy and to our democracy. Specific measures provided by the Emergencies Act are limited, subject to numerous controls, and must comply with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. A parliamentary review committee will be established in the coming days to review the exercise of powers during a state of emergency. These measures will be time-limited, geographically targeted, and reasonable and proportional to the threats they are intended to address. Important for the people of Nickel Belt, the Emergencies Act contains several significant limitations, controls, and safeguards, and a public inquiry within 1 year. Ottawa's acting Chief of Police, Vern White, Harper-appointed Senator and former Ottawa Police Chief, Conservative Premier Doug Ford, all three indicated how important and essential the statement of emergency measures were for the coordinations of all municipal, provincial police forces across the country and the RCMP to ensure safety and to reform the existing laws. Also, I quote Michael Kemper, Professor of Criminology at the University of Ottawa, "We wouldn't be here keeping order safely in a crowd if it weren't for the Emergencies Act." It is extremely important. It motivated people to leave and signaled that there would be major consequences.
Of Nickel Belt. I appreciate why the criticism comes my way. I've signed up to be your MP, your voice in Ottawa, and although we may disagree sometimes, I do appreciate each of you reaching out. I see all the correspondence that comes to my office, lots of varied opinions on all sides. These next few weeks will be difficult, and people might feel left down. We all need to listen better. Thank you to each person who has reached out to someone in need. Thank you to our frontline workers. Thank you to our law enforcement police officers and to the Greater Sudbury police officers for coming to Ottawa, as many others across the country have done. RCMP and OPP officers, local authorities, to keeping us Canadians safe and helping democracy move forward. The restraint these people, these men and women, showed in the past few weeks in Ottawa have been remarkable. I hear from my constituent, some people want mandates to continue for a little while longer because they still have concerns and want a safe, balanced approach to reopening fully. They support the government's decision, and some people don't agree with federal or provincial government's position on mandates. Some wholeheartedly support the truck convoy and denounce those who try to weaponize this movement. All I know is we must stick to our Canadian values, democratic process, where we value respect, we denounce intimidation, and we choose to collaborate. Your MP is your voice, and I'm committed, as ever, to each of you. I have kept a grassroots approach when engaging with Nickel Belt constituents and continue to meet with individuals with varying opinions on the topic while seeking to preserve the safety and health of our community. We need to grow the region. We need to do this together. And thank you for the opportunity to speaking to you today. Madame la Présidente, merci. Thank you, Annie Miigwech.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard many things from Liberal members throughout this debate that I disagree with. But I want to zero in on one thing I agreed with that the member said, which is he said that he supported the right for peaceful protest prior to blockades, and he did not agree with blockading critical infrastructure. These are sentiments that fundamentally I agree with. Now, the provisions of the Emergency Act that I'm most concerned about are the powers given to arbitrarily freeze individuals' bank accounts without a court order. And we're hearing reports of individuals who have had bank accounts frozen, who donated to the convoy movement prior to any blockading, who wanted to see peaceful protests, who wanted to see the convoy movement be able to bring its message about the need to end mandates. And now those individuals are seeing their bank accounts frozen. I would contend that this is in violation of the Charter, and I would contend that giving banks this sweeping power, freezing individuals' accounts who made small donations in good faith, potentially without being in support of blockading, that this is totally unreasonable. And I wonder if the member would agree with me that that is not an appropriate way to be proceeding.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable member for that important question. Obviously, these emergency powers are important to keep law and order. Let's be clear. We've had the support of the Canadian Chiefs of Police, the interim chief of the Ottawa Police. We've had also Premier Ford indicating, Conservative Premier of Ontario indicating that these measures are important to restore law and order in the community. As we move forward, we'll need to look at evaluating, and if it was clearly identified that this was an illegal occupation and people needed to leave, and people did not leave, and there are consequences for their actions, and we will continue to monitor the situation as we go forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for some of the comments, including the word of thanks to the police forces. I fully agree they did extraordinary work. The police, well, I have a question for my colleague. I heard that public safety, jobs, businesses were so important to him. Obviously, the siege lasted more than 3 weeks. I wonder, is my colleague saying that the government could not deploy the number of RCMP officers when the City of Ottawa was asking more than 1,800 in order to take action? Is the Emergencies Act something that ensured that what happened a few days ago was necessary, or rather, the Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. Yes, the measures were necessary. We heard from the acting police chief of Ottawa. We heard from the Premier of Ontario and a number of stakeholders who said that the trucks stopped and people were in the downtown area that there were exceptional measures that they needed in order to take those people out. It's clear that the measures were necessary. We saw it in recent days, how the police forces of the RCMP, the provincial police forces, and police forces from across the country came here, and the Emergencies Act was clearly needed in order to restore peace here in the streets of Ottawa. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The situation at the Ambassador Bridge continues to be misrepresented here. The Ambassador Bridge is owned by a private American billionaire, one of the richest in the United States. And ironically, Madam Speaker, the barricades have now been moved off the Huron Church Road to there, and it's along the corridor. And the block misrepresenting this is kind of puzzling because this is over 300 years of Francophonie culture that we have in that area, settled by Jesuit over 320 years ago. Now, the Conservatives now are supporting a private American billionaire who now has the concrete barriers blocking off the businesses and the employees and the public along this corridor. It's literally a runway to the 401 right now. I'd like to ask my honourable member, will he support compensation for border communities similar to what Ottawa has received for all the businesses and the activity that continues to exist to this day? Ottawa is cleared up, this area isn't. And I can't understand why we're preoccupied with protecting a private American billionaire who has sued the government dozens and dozens of times.
I'm sorry, I did ask for a brief question and we are out of time, so I do want to ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to respond with a quick response, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the colleague for the intervention and the hard work in the region of Windsor for many years. He is quite right. People, businesses, the people in the Windsor area need support. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I must admit or suggest that I will be sharing my time with the member from Tobiac-Mactaquac. Madam Speaker, Canadians across the country are gravely concerned. The Prime Minister is invoking the Emergency Act for a crisis that he created. He is attempting to use a tool at the government's disposal that was created with the intention of rarely, if ever, being used. This Prime Minister is using this last resort tool to clean up a crisis of his own creation. The Emergency Measures Act gave extraordinary powers to a government, powers that should only be used when every other effort has been exhausted. Enacting these measures should not be the first or second thing the Liberal government does to resolve a crisis. We have not seen any action by the Prime Minister to avoid jumping to this extreme measure. Madam Speaker, as a former police chief, I've had enough thorough experience in dealing with crisis situations and the de-escalation of such crises. The first step in de-escalation is not to bring in a sledgehammer. The Prime Minister could not even take the first step everyone should use in de-escalation. Madam Speaker, that step would be listening. The Prime Minister refused to meet with the protesters to listen to their concerns. These are his fellow Canadian citizens, whether he agrees with their opinions or not. He is the Prime Minister of Canada, and a good leader listens to his fellow countrymen. Madam Speaker, the Emergency Act specifically states part of the criteria for enactment is that all other measures have been exhausted in attempting to resolve the crisis. How can we possibly vote in favor of this act when the Prime Minister has not even attempted the most basic measure of resolving any crisis? Instead, the Prime Minister has inflamed the situation, almost if he wanted to get to this point. It is quite evident the Prime Minister is not capable of first steps in any crisis he faces. It is in his ideological identity to squash anyone who does not agree with him, and fortunately, Canadians of all walks of life know this all too well. Earlier this week, my Conservative colleagues proposed a possible step to end the crisis. We propose the government provide Canadians with their plan for ending the various federal COVID-19 related mandates and restrictions. This is an example of one of the many actions that was available to this government before deciding on this drastic measure. Providing Canadians with an end plan is not a controversial decision. Many of the provincial governments have already done the same. Many Canadians, including many participating in the various protests, would have welcomed this action as a sign the government is hearing the wish of Canadians for some direction or evidence of an end plan. Instead, this government jumped to ignore this measure of action and is all too eager to get to this extreme point that we see ourselves in today. While the Prime Minister has failed to present us evidence supporting the use of the Act, I can think of numerous examples when this country has faced a crisis and managed to come out of it without implementing the Act. Just last week, we saw these protests at several Canadian-U.S. border crossings. These protests created grave economic consequences for the country, including my riding of Oxford. As Oxford has strong ties to the automotive manufacturing section, I had firsthand account of the consequences of the protest in Windsor. Many automotive manufacturing plants had to slow down or even completely shut off production. My office received numerous messages from constituents who were being laid off due to these shutdowns. The Windsor border blockade was a crisis for many of my constituents. What did not cross my mind or theirs, that the Emergency Act would need to be invoked to solve the crisis, and in fact, it was not. We saw officers peacefully remove the blockade to allow the border to reopen. They did this without the use of the Emergency Act. A similar situation occurred in Coutts, Alberta. Again, RCMP officers were able to clear the blockade without any tools from the Emergency Act. There have been numerous examples throughout Canadian history when a crisis such as this one, or I may say worse than this one, have arose, many of them being of much more dangerous nature than the current situation. Another that comes to mind is the crisis we all saw with the 210 G20 riots in Toronto. Some members of the government would be very familiar with this crisis. The Minister of Emergency Preparedness especially so, as he was the Toronto Police Chief at the time. Maybe some forget what we saw during that crisis. We saw a bank just down the street from Parliament being firebombed. We saw police cars in flames downtown Toronto, and we saw hundreds of businesses damaged by protesters. Madam Speaker, the Emergency Act was available to our government at the time. It was not used in that crisis. Why? Because it did not meet the criteria as outlined in the Emergency Act. Flaming vehicles and destroyed businesses. That's what the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, the acting Toronto Police Chief, was facing at the time. Madam Speaker, if flaming banks and police cars do not constitute a reason for using the Emergency Act, I find it very hard to see how road hockey games, bouncy castles do. The Minister of Emergency Preparedness knows very well that the police officers we have here have all the tools necessary to fuse this situation if needed. They did not need the Emergency Act in Windsor or Coutts, Alberta. Instead, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness said he was proud to invoke this act. I find it extremely disappointing to hear this coming from a fellow former police chief. No one in this House should be proud to use this act. However, it seems the Prime Minister is all too eager to use it. Another similar crisis again occurring during the Minister of Emergency Preparedness time as a police chief occurred a year before the G20 summit. In 2009, we saw many Tamil Canadians upset with what they were seeing happening in the Sri Lankan Civil War. These Canadians shut down north and southbound lanes of University Avenue, Toronto for 4 days. They blocked the U.S. consulate in Toronto, and they illegally blocked traffic on the Gardiner Expressway. Again, it was not necessary to invoke the Emergency Act. In fact, use of force by police officers was not necessary. And I must say, the Toronto Police Chief, the current Minister of Emergency Preparedness, used his training in community policing to help facilitate a peaceful end to the crisis. The chief even received an award from the Tamil Canadian community for his leadership during this process. Madam Speaker, again, I fail to see why the government sees it's necessary to invoke the Emergency Act now when it was not necessary in 2010 or even last week. Why were we able to see those crises resolved with such extreme measures? We have several precedents for why this Emergency Act should not be invoked. We have no reasons why it should be. Yet here we are in this debate. Madam Speaker, let's talk about a time when the government had to enact similar crisis. That was during the October crisis in 1970. While it was a different act, the War Measures Act, it did possess many similar properties to today's act. Madam Speaker, it is important to compare the crisis of that time to what we are seeing now. In the lead up to the October crisis, we saw an terrorist organization robbing and bombing several institutions in Quebec, robbing and bombing, Madam Speaker. That is the crisis that reached a climax with several kidnappings and eventually the horrendous murder of Quebec Cabinet Minister Pierre Laporte. That was the context of the last time a Canadian government used such drastic actions to restore order. I don't think it should take much effort to realize that while many may be experiencing a crisis of our own, it pales in comparison to what the government of the day faced the last time an emergency act was implemented. Invoking the Emergency Act now for the purpose of trying to cover up the mismanagement and poor leadership of this Liberal government would be creating a dangerous precedent for any future crisis the government may face. What is to stop this government from implementing this act every time they have a group of fellow Canadians who disagree with them? Madam Speaker, we have heard members of the government tell us the Emergency Act is necessary to dismantle this illegal protests and blockades. I again ask, how was it possible the illegal protests and blockades in Windsor and Coutts were dismantled if they did not possess the required tools? Furthermore, the Act states the nature of the emergency is one that seriously endangers the lives of Canadians. Madam Speaker, if we're in such grave danger from these protesters, such those in Ottawa, why would members of the House even have been allowed to convene in the House? The threshold for this Act has not been made. Thank you. Madam Speaker, we have heard the Minister of Justice brag about how the mere mention of using the Emergency Act resulted in protesters in Coutts, Alberta dispersing from their blockade. The Minister was bragging about using the most powerful tool available to this government. He should be ashamed that it has come to this point. He should be ashamed because it means the government has failed miserably. Madam Speaker, I think all Canadians should be ashamed that the Prime Minister has failed Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from Oxford for his intervention today. He's the member representing my son-in-law's riding, and I know that he works well on behalf of his community. But in this case, Madam Speaker, where we've invoked the Emergency Act so that police have additional tools as needed, tools such as stopping parents from using their children as human shields in the course of protests. And by using that act or having the act in place so that children's aid could be used to protect children that are vulnerable in terms of danger in these situations, the act is there for the use of police forces to use as needed. And our police forces showed incredible restraint throughout this whole occupation of Ottawa. And now we see the borders in British Columbia being blockaded. So the act is there to be used where needed, as needed, for the period of time that they are needed. Could the member comment on the judicious use of the act, that we give the tools to police forces, but the police forces use them as needed?
A member for Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad that the member's son-in-law found a great place to live with a good member of Parliament. But having said that, I am concerned that the Liberals are using this act as a sledgehammer. I've worked with police officers across this country, and I know that in Windsor, for instance, they were able to clear that with the help of the RCMP and the OPP. They existed before this act came in. What we're seeing happen in Alberta and across the country is Canadians that are thoroughly upset with the Prime Minister who doesn't listen and just doesn't pay attention.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like my colleague from Oxford to tell me what he thinks about the fact that in listening to the Liberals speak on the other side, we get the impression that you need to invoke the use of the Emergencies Act to coordinate the police forces to justify the use of this Emergencies Act when the criteria are much more important and restrictive. Because if it's needed for coordination, then perhaps they're going to use this kind of proclamation again. The Honourable Member from Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it would take a lot longer than I have to tell him what I think about it. But having said that, you know, for years and years, police departments and police officers have worked in coordinated fashion in a whole variety of things. This was all brought about through poor planning on behalf of a variety of agencies, which we'll hear about, I'm sure, as this goes on. But more importantly, it is an act that didn't need to be invoked. All of the things that people are taking credit for could have been done with civil law that we already had. Seizing bank accounts from people. I've already heard from people here that gave minimal amounts of money to what they believe to be legal entities have now had their bank accounts seized. And that just doesn't seem right in Canada.
Brief question, the honourable member for Nunavut.
To you, I'd like to ask the member if he has reviewed the emergency measures regulations, section 1A to F, and if he's looked at the places that are to be protected, and if he has not seen the dangers that have been placed in those places.
I have not read that part of the act, or I couldn't repeat it back to you, but there's so many things in the act that are dangerous to, law-abiding Canadians that have now run afoul. And when I heard the member, the parliamentary secretary from Sudbury, say that he supported them when they were in his community before it turned to be an unlawful situation, I could only think, I hope that he doesn't have his bank account seized too.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in this, the People's House, today with both heaviness of heart and hope for the future. My heart is heavy with all that I am hearing from people from my riding and Canadians from coast to coast for that matter. I, along with so many of them, are gravely concerned with the gargantuan overreach this Prime Minister has made with the invoking of the Emergencies Act, granting him and this government with unprecedented and unnecessary powers with which to deal with the challenge that is before us. 7 out of 10 provinces have expressed huge concerns regarding its implementation and the dangerous precedent that it sets as it relates to the suppression of individual rights and freedoms of Canadian citizens. The fact that the blockades in Alberta, in Manitoba, and here in Ontario at the Windsor Bridge tells us that they were all resolved peacefully under and utilizing existing laws. They never needed to implement or utilize the extreme measures of the Emergency Measures Act, which was known previously as the War Measures Act, and only utilized on 3 previous occasions: World War I, World War II, and the FLQ situation. The weaponization of this extreme measure against political opponents, even to the extent of freezing their assets and threatening their livelihoods, is both draconian, authoritarian, and deeply concerning. It is just plain wrong, Madam Speaker, and I will be voting to revoke it and encourage all my fellow parliamentarians to do the same. While reflecting in preparation for these remarks today, I was reminded, Madam Speaker, of a leadership conference that I had the privilege of attending around 20 years ago, at which the keynote speaker shared a story that deeply impacted my life and influenced even my role now, currently, as a member of Parliament. I'll never forget what the keynote speaker shared with us that evening. He was sharing about a king and his messenger, his apprentice. A king wanted to get a very important message through to a certain community, to an area and region in his kingdom. He wanted them to hear it clearly, and he wanted them to understand it. And it had severe ramifications. The messenger was hesitant, in fact, was resistant, and did not like or want to participate or go to share that message. But the king said implicitly to the messenger, I want you to go, and for 7 days, I want you to go visit that community, sit amongst the people, hear their stories, observe their customs, and don't open your mouth for 7 days. Then after 7 days, I will give you the message that they need to hear. But until the 7 days is up, do not speak. He applied that principle the keynote speaker did to all of us as leaders or aspiring leaders. That before we as leaders rush in with fast answers and quick solutions and grab the megaphone to speak, we must first take the time to listen and sit where those people that we're communicating with sit and hear their stories, hear their perspectives. Whether we agree with them or not, whether we embrace all aspects of what they may be doing or not, we need to have the courtesy and the decency to at least hear what they are saying. And he said once the messenger had done that, then he communicated what he was supposed to communicate. The situation was resolved, and the message was received. But he did it from a place of identification. The messenger did it from a place of having sat where they sat and heard their stories and understood where they were coming from, even though he didn't agree or even share many of the beliefs that those with whom he was communicating had. Could it be that there's an application for all of us that are in this house today and for the Prime Minister himself? How different things could have been had our Prime Minister taken the time to listen, to engage, and to hear what people were saying from coast to coast to coast. Rather than engage, he chose rather to enrage, and he went to escalating rather than de-escalating. How much of this situation could be different and how much could have potentially been resolved had the Prime Minister taken the time to hear the concerns of Canadian citizens? The last 2 years of dealing with COVID has not been easy. It has brought many frustrations with it from coast to coast. Canadians are weary and they're tired. It's been exhausting. And rather than escalation, they were looking for their leaders to bring a sense of peace and calming reassurance. But where do we find ourselves right now? We find ourselves at a heightened state of tension, where jurisdictions around the world are de-escalating, where jurisdictions around the world are loosening up restrictions, lifting mandates, allowing people to get their lives back and moving on. This Prime Minister has chosen rather to use accusation, hurl insults, name call, castigate, and ridicule. Would not a different approach serve all of us well? Canadians are looking to us, and they're wondering, are you, as elected officials, hearing what we're saying? Are you hearing what we've been telling you? I know in preparation for this role as a member of Parliament, and I know many of you have done the same, we knocked on thousands of doors. We sat at tables. We took phone calls. We've responded to emails. We took the time to hear the concerns of those that we desire to represent. And whether it's at the kitchen table of a nurse who's exhausted from long overtime hours and time away from her family, or whether it's been in the farmer's field with a farmer who's kept doing what they knew to do even throughout the time of crisis when the rest of the world shut down, they kept growing and producing. Perhaps you've sat at the tables with a senior who's lonely and isolated and hasn't been able to see their grandkids in a long time. Perhaps you've heard the stories of someone who's lost employment and their business went under because of the elongated restrictions and rolling lockdowns. Perhaps you've heard the story of the concerns of the mill owners wondering if they can keep operating in these circumstances. Perhaps you also have heard the concerns of parents who are concerned about the increased levels of depression and anxiety that their children are facing. Perhaps you have heard the same concerns I've heard. They want their lives back. They want their country back. They want the Canada that we all love and cherish back. They're not recognizing the Canada that they're seeing before them displayed on their televisions right now. They're not comfortable with the anger from all sides. Canadians are looking for leaders who will listen to their cry. They're tired of the extremes on all sides. They're tired of the us versus them. They're tired of the Facebook wars and the social media conflicts. They're tired of family member being pitted against family member, Canadian against Canadian, and they are exhausted with the continual polarization. Canadians are speaking loudly and they're speaking clearly, and Madam Speaker, I conclude with this. I have reason for hope today because we have heard their voices, and I cling to an old promise from an ancient scripture that says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. I wish COVID-19 had not lasted 2 years and only was 12 hours, but as sure as night has come, and we sense the heaviness upon all of us, morning will break in this country, and people will once again be able to embrace a government that hears their concerns and responds to it and chooses not to use the nuclear option of suppressing their rights and freedoms at a time when it's not needed, and they're looking for de-escalation. On this side of the House, we hear you. On this side of the House, we'll bring your concerns forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A year ago, we saw Alberta lift its restrictions for the best summer ever, and it wasn't. Albertans suffered. The hospitals were overrun. Albertans died that didn't need to die. But this is the same message that we're hearing from the protesters, at least some of them, purportedly, the ones that aren't trying to overthrow the government. Would the honourable member believe that it's best that we have not politicians making decisions to lift mandates, but politicians backstopped with good, wise, sage public health advice?
Or Tobic Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member. I want to say this, that actually the science is very clear, and the science is recommending that mandates begin to be lifted, that restrictions begin to be lifted. The science, there was a recent study by Johns Hopkins University that's been peer-reviewed. It said very clearly that the lockdowns have been having more harm than they are good, especially when you compare it to the socio and economic impacts that these lockdowns are having. When you look at the mental health costs, you look at the strains, the increased rates of anxiety and depression, the science is clear. And jurisdictions like the UK, Ireland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, France, Spain, they're all moving in this direction. 39 of 50 US states. They're all telling us it's time to learn how to live with this and move on. And that, Madam Speaker, is what we should be doing and any responsible government should be doing.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. From what I've understood, based on what he said, that we know very well everything that's gone on in Ottawa for the last 3 weeks and the effect it's had on the people there, on businesses, on enterprises, and really across Canada as well, and even in Quebec. You said earlier that, yes, we're speaking of protests. Protests are acceptable, but there are limits. One must not become an extremist. So I would like to know why he really does object to invoking the Emergencies Act, given that nothing has been done for 3 weeks before that. You must put all questions through the Speaker and not speak directly to your colleagues.
Merci à mon collègue pour votre question. C'était très important et j'apprécie ça beaucoup. Madam Chair, I would just like to say, I would like to thank the honourable member for her question. And yes, there are extreme elements on all sides that I believe Canadians want us to make sure are dealt with appropriately and dealt with through utilizing the existing laws that are already in place. We saw this happen across the country. They've been utilized, they've been effective without using the nuclear option of going to this extreme measure where now this act is being weaponized against Canadian citizens who happen to not share the same political views as the current government. That is a dangerous precedent. So I think what we need is a measured response, a reasonable response, so that the hallmark of any democracy's right to protest is protected, while done lawfully and peacefully as all Canadians desire. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Congress has launched an investigation into Facebook and how bot farm accounts in Romania, Vietnam, Bangladesh were tied to the Freedom Convoy. One stolen account accounted for millions of dollars raised, 340,000 signed up in 2 days. I'm asking why Parliament has not agreed to look into Russian disinformation in the driving of the convoy when Congress has stepped up with a serious investigation in how the bot farms and extremist content was driven from outside of Canada against Canadians.
For Tobic Mactaquac.
My honourable colleague for his question. I think right now that obviously we already have tools and mechanisms in place to make sure that safeguards are in place for foreign donors and others who are involving themselves in Canadian affairs, like FinTrack. Let's utilize the tools that are already in place rather than this nuclear overreach and taking and targeting Canadian citizens for their actions that may be opposed politically to the government of the day. This is a dangerous overreach, Madam Speaker, and this measure must be revoked by this Parliament.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the outset, I would like to share my time with my respected colleague from Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU. Madam Speaker, on this day in which we're debating this Emergencies Act, I would like to first say thank you to everyone working here, the cooks, the interpreters, the pages, as well as journalists and their teams who have covered so many events. Of course, I'm fully aware that the current circumstances are exceptional. I hope that all parliamentarians, especially those in government, are fully aware of this as well. A vote will be held in a few hours' time. It may set an important precedent. It has been a busy few days. We've been busy debating non-essential legislation to lift a siege of Ottawa. We've been busy discussing with our citizens, with those of Laurentides-Labelle, the issues at stake. Hundreds of you have shared your concerns and wishes regarding the blockade, which unfortunately lasted for 23 days. I would like to take this opportunity to explain the ins and outs of our opposition to the Emergencies Act, which the government invoked suddenly without having demonstrated that other legislative tools available to it had not sufficed to deal with the situation. Obviously, I understand you're being totally fed up with the virus, health measures, rules that have changed our lives. I, too, have been directly affected. So I acknowledge you, caregivers, entrepreneurs, parents, healthcare workers, and so many others. As you already know, we will vote against the invocation of the Emergencies Act for several reasons. What did our elected representatives in the Quebec National Assembly unanimously support on February 15th? A motion stating that there is no emergency currently justifying the use of special legislative measures in Quebec, and asking that the Canadian government not apply the Emergencies Act on Quebec territory. Could we please respect the will of the 125 members of the National Assembly? What's even more absurd is that 7 out of 10 provinces are also against invoking this law, while of course Ontario is calling for it because this is where the siege took place. The invocation of this sort of law is not to be taken lightly. It must be used in a measured and proportionate manner. The Prime Minister himself has said on several occasions that it won't be used where it is not needed. So why is he applying it everywhere? The Prime Minister also explained in the House and in documents that he feared that other roadblocks would be thrown up elsewhere in Canada, especially given the mobilizing effects of social networks. However, such a law isn't something you invoke just in case. It must be invoked solely to deal with a real imminent situation. And the law must be indispensable and necessary. Between you and me, Madam Speaker, given all that has taken place in recent days, the legislative tools needed were already available in the criminal code. The arrests were carried out in conjunction with various police forces. In my opinion, this should have taken place within the first few days. But we had no head of state able to coordinate the action needed. Sadly, I have not, since I've been elected, seen the statesman whom we need. Instead of intervening upstream during a crisis, an issue, or even a pandemic, the Prime Minister has been escalating conflicts of interest. I've seen that in committees. The federal government dragged its feet, even as the City of Ottawa called for reinforcements. The situation can be summed up as follows. The federal government tried absolutely nothing, then, no longer knowing what to do, invoked the Emergencies Act, just as all the occupations were being dismantled. The authorities will continue their work. Imagine, the government only became concerned about the situation on the Ambassador Bridge after receiving a call from the White House. That's quite something, isn't it? The government, however, did hear the call from the Ottawa Police, but long before reacting. The OPS called for 1,800 more officers, but the feds only sent a handful, mainly to protect ministers and parliamentarians. Only 20 were assigned to the protests. Now, you should also know that in order to invoke the Emergencies Act, the government must demonstrate two things. First, there exists an urgent and dangerous situation, two, that cannot be dealt with under ordinary laws. Yes, there is an urgent and dangerous situation, but this situation is confined to Ontario. We want this to apply only where there is or was an occupation, especially since the use of this law, if deployed more broadly than it should, would set a dangerous precedent. It was not necessary to resort to the Emergencies Act to deal with the railway blockades of 2020, the Oakwood crisis, the events of 9/11, even the pandemic itself, COVID-19. Let me be clear. When we're criticized for not having taken action, we all do our best to have others overlook our clumsiness. We often use overwhelming, excessive means to sort of stun them, showing them that we're strong, except that politics is not a game where we can strategize merely to hold onto or regain power. If that observation seems cynical and saddens you, well, as we say from where I come, welcome to the club. But to apply emergency legislation to a situation that's limited to one place and is not seen across Canada, that's overkill. What saddens me, Madam Speaker, is that voters will think the Prime Minister of Canada saved Ottawa. To you, police officers at all levels, please accept my sincere gratitude for the tremendous work you've done. So to all those who've asked me about the invocation of the Emergencies Act, I say yes, the siege had to end. But the measures already in effect saved Ottawa. It was the criminal code and the highway traffic code that saved Ottawa. Will I vote for this law? No. All of Quebec's elected officials do not want it, all 125 of them. The implications of this Emergencies Act are too important to use it to regain control after a government has remained passive and lacked leadership. Remember, most of the steps taken to manage the pandemic were largely following in line with provincial health measures. We need only remember the management, or rather the lack of management, of the borders from the very outset of the pandemic. The Prime Minister had a great opportunity to show his leadership as a statesman, but he did not do so. Too bad for him, too bad for all of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci to my colleague, and I will one day have good enough French to ask the member in French. I'm curious if my colleague thinks that the Emergencies Act should be revoked now that the streets of Wellington are clear and there's nothing further blocking the streets.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm looking forward to this because I'm looking forward to speaking French with my colleague. But to answer the question, we've just had the demonstration thereof. So right off, the authorities showed the dismantling of the protest. We agreed on a strategy that could have been carried out in the first few days of the blockade. The authorities managed to undo other blockades. So is it because of the Emergencies Act that's been invoked now? No, is the answer. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to some constitutional authorities, it's not sufficient that the act be useful to be enacted, to be proclaimed. It has to be demonstrated that it is necessary and indispensable. And does my colleague not think that this demonstration will be very difficult to carry out? In fact, impossible? Because we watched this situation deteriorate over 3 weeks, and at the same time, we didn't use all of the legal instruments we had already in hand to deal with this matter. The member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Montcalm for that very relevant question. Indeed, where is the demonstration? When we table such a legislation, it's because there is an emergency and there is danger. There is public health that is at risk in the country. And in the demonstration I made in my speech, there were so many occurrences that had a huger impact on our society. So how is it that for all those days where not much happened, it's suddenly decided that the big sledgehammer has to come out? Because indeed, 3 weeks was too long. So indeed, this act should not be invoked at this point.
House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I find the position of the Bloc Québécois to be quite interesting. You know, here is a party that I know is only voting against this because of the implications that it will have politically on them from the perspective of a national government, the national government coming in and superseding provincial territories, despite the fact they're shaking their head. I know they have a big problem with that. But, you know, the Bloc Québécois didn't seem to have a problem with it when the Quebec government asked the federal military to come in and help with long-term care at the beginning of the pandemic. You know, why was it okay for the federal government to be an active partner with Quebec to help secure and fix the long-term care problem, but when it comes to something like this, the Bloc Québécois is totally against it?
Great question. The
Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, in fact, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question, but we have to put things into perspective. At the moment, and I think we also have to understand the role of the Bloc Québécois, we have always said that what's important for us is what's good for Quebec, we will be in favor of. So currently, the National Assembly in Quebec voted unanimously against this. Why? Because it's limited to what's happening in the national capital of Canada. So right at the outset, it's really important to respect the voice of elected members and the seven other provinces. So what happened in the long-term care homes is a completely different issue. And I don't accept that there can be a comparison made.
Conversations to please take them out in the lobby. Whether someone is physically in the House or virtually, they still deserve the respect of the House. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to thank my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle for her speech. I wish to inform you, I would like to begin my speech rather by acknowledging the excellent work of the police forces, whose professionalism and actions are beyond reproach. I would be remiss if I also did not salute the work of the security officers on Parliament Hill, who ensured our protection during the siege in front of Parliament. Thanks to you, we are able to come out here every day and do our work safely. And we must recognize the exceptional work of all the staff on Parliament Hill and the journalists who cover the news under difficult conditions. Honestly, Madam Speaker, I would have preferred to speak on more important and less trivial matters than this one today. Why? Do I need to remind you that we are in a pandemic? That many Aboriginal communities do not have access to drinking water? That seniors do not manage to make ends meet each month and must make choices between buying food or medication? That it is essential that the federal government increase health transfers without conditions to cover 35% of health care costs, as Quebec and the provinces are unanimously demanding? I could go on and on, Madam Speaker, because the list is long. To be entitled to invoke the Emergencies Act, the government must demonstrate two things. One, that there is a dangerous and urgent situation, and two, that it cannot be dealt with by what might be called ordinary laws. And yet, all the blockades we have seen across Canada in the last few weeks have been dismantled one by one without the use of the Emergencies Act. Do we need the Emergencies Act? Did we need it to remove the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor? No. Did we need the Emergencies Act to remove the blockade in Sarnia? No. Did we need the Emergencies Act for the demonstration at the entrance of the Peace Bridge in Fort Erie? No. And did we need the Emergencies Act to break up the blockade in Emerson in Manitoba? No. Did we need the Emergencies Act to deal with the protests in Metro Vancouver? No. Did the police successfully dismantle the siege here in Ottawa without the Emergencies Act? Yes. The government, therefore, should never have brought this motion forward. It was not justified in light of current events and the good work of the police. At best, they should have withdrawn it as soon as they saw that the blockades were being dismantled without the use of this act. That would have given us time to debate more serious issues, such as those I mentioned at the beginning of my speech. As you know, several provinces did not want this act to be used on their territory, and this is the case for Quebec. The three opposition parties in the National Assembly joined forces with Premier Legault to express their disagreement with the application of the federal emergencies legislation in Quebec. Members from all parties in the National Assembly supported a motion to that effect. You know, some 50 years ago, the federal government used its extraordinary power, and we all know what happened. It's written history. The use of such an act is not to be taken lightly. Its application must be measured, proportionate, and justified. Why did the Prime Minister decide to apply it across the country? No listening on his part, since, as I said, several provinces, including Quebec, do not want it. Once again, no respect for the provinces and territories to make informed and justifiable decisions as a real head of state would. I will now explain to you, Madam Speaker, why we are here today to debate this motion. It's because we have a Prime Minister who, instead of acting like a real statesman worthy of the name, has been sitting there, I don't know where, with his arms crossed, waiting. But it's not as if we didn't know that this was coming. It wasn't a surprise. We saw it, and we knew it. We knew the protesters were coming to Ottawa. And don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker, people have the right to demonstrate. That's part of democracy. But they have to do it in accordance with the law. Instead of being proactive, the Prime Minister chose to remain inactive. Oh no, I forgot, at one point he had the good idea of throwing fuel on the fire by insulting the demonstrators. This is unacceptable behavior and not worthy of a real head of state. And because of his laxity, the people of Ottawa and the surrounding area have been living in hell for days on end, whether it be in terms of their safety, of the noise, or even of the traffic. Horns blaring day and night. I sympathize with the people who endured this for too long. Also, we mustn't forget the people who could not work during the siege. Businesses had to remain closed. People had to stay home. There were sacrifices made. Madam Speaker, will the government come to the assistance of these workers and business owners who have lost income in spite of themselves? Faced with the magnitude of this situation, having lost control and not knowing what to do, the Prime Minister thought it would be a good idea to use a big bazooka to kill a fly using the Emergencies Act. This was a dangerous decision, Madam Speaker. The use of the Emergencies Act is not appropriate in this case, and it would set a precedent. For days, I've been watching my Liberal colleagues skate around these issues. They're trying to justify the Prime Minister's decision with arguments that have so far not convinced me at all. I will still vote against the motion. Even the NDP said this weekend that they are no longer sure whether the Emergency Measures Act is appropriate. They're even thinking of doing an about-face and not voting with the Liberals. I wanted to say, Madam Speaker, that over the last 3 weeks, we've seen highs and lows with these demonstrations that should not have lasted so long. In conclusion, I would like to take the remainder of my time to thank everyone who works in healthcare. Thank you for all your efforts, for your courage during this pandemic, and doing a remarkable job. We appreciate everything. We salute the tremendous work that you do. And I would also like to salute the tremendous work of the organizations of Abitibi, St. Bay, St. James, Nunavut, who are and still doing a remarkable job during the pandemic. Finally, I want to thank the entire population of my riding. Your sacrifices, your understanding, and the application and respect of health standards made a big difference for us during the pandemic. Thanks to your efforts, we made it through 5 waves with a limited loss of loved ones. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. I would like to know whether my colleague would like to talk about the lack of leadership by the Prime Minister at this time, and also whether she would like to stop this act. The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut. I want to thank my colleague for the question. We know that everything that had happened should have taken place in the first few days of the demonstrations in Ottawa. We think that the government did not act, did not cooperate with the police forces in Ottawa. We don't think that the Emergencies Act is necessary because the municipal bylaws, provincial laws are sufficient to manage the situation. We already saw it in Quebec. They did it properly there. I don't think this Emergencies Act is necessary. Thank you.
Comments? L'Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I've been raising the issue of the Ambassador Bridge. The blockade there did require extensive supports, and the City of Windsor residents are on the hook for that right now. But currently, right now, the blockade has been moved to actually cut off the city streets, including a 300-year-old Francophonie community that has been very important for this community. It's also very impoverished. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the Ambassador Bridge is owned by a private American billionaire who now actually gets the benefit of actually the barricades funneling all the traffic to his coffers. I'd like the honourable member to understand and maybe perhaps reflect is that who should be paying for this? Is it the City of Windsor residents and the Francophonie culture from here, or should it actually be from the provincial and federal government? Because right now we're on the hook.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut-Kiyu. We know that this legislation was invoked on Monday and it did nothing with regard to the Ambassador Bridge. They had already opened it to the police. The municipal police opened it, so the work wasn't done again. So it's not necessary to use this legislation to begin this process.
Parkford, Saskatchewan. The honourable member for Sherwood Parkford, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sometimes there's a bit of a delay, I think, because of the translation, but thank you to the member for her speech. I'm very concerned about the phenomenon of discrimination on the basis of political views that we increasingly hear from the government. The Justice Minister talking about people's bank accounts being frozen on the basis of being part of an allegedly pro-Trump movement. In this country, as long as you are not involved in violence, you're able to hold whatever views you want, and that shouldn't be a factor when deciding whether individuals' bank accounts should be frozen. Many individuals donated to the convoy movement prior to the start of any blockading. I wonder if the member could share her thoughts on this phenomenon of discrimination on the basis of political views, how people are being treated differently, how protests are treated differently depending on the cause they're advocating, and what can we do as parliamentarians to address this problem?
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut-Kiyu. I want to thank my colleague for the question. As I indicated earlier, the provinces and the police are able to handle the situations when it came to demonstrations or people who do not cooperate with legislation. So I think what is important is to mention that there is already processes that exist and we need to respect them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parry Sound.
Muskoka.
Sorry, Parry Sound, Muskoka, yes.
Grant thy servant an understanding heart, that I may discern between good and evil. As I took my seat for the very first time in this House, the words of Solomon came to mind, seeking wisdom to lead. Here I was in this place, a place I had dreamt of many times, that maybe one day I would have the opportunity to sit in and represent my fellow citizens. Especially today, though, as I speak in this House about the chaos, the division, and the anger, not just in front of this place, but all across Canada, I hope for wisdom for myself and all my fellow members. Madam Speaker, leaders lead. They lead by inspiring those around them to greatness. They inspire a hope that tomorrow will be brighter than today. They lift everyone up, not just those who agree with them. They seek to bring people together, to give a voice to the voiceless, a seat at the table. Leaders stand up for every citizen, every Canadian, urban, rural, rich or poor, white collar, blue collar, right and left, regardless of their faith or creed, regardless of their place of origin. Leaders give every ounce of their being to ensure a legacy of prosperity and success for their fellow citizens. What we saw out front for the last 3 weeks was a failure of leadership. It was a failure of those entrusted by Canadians for that most solemn of tasks, to ensure that our kids will inherit a better future than we received, to ensure that the maple leaf is an undying symbol here and around the world of freedom, pluralism, justice, and democracy.
Hear, hear.
Madam Speaker, we're here today to talk about the Emergencies Act. I, like many of my colleagues in this House and millions of Canadians, believe that the use of this act at this time is a dramatic overreach. You've heard from many members here about the consequences if the bar is lowered even just a little bit in the future use of this act. I echo those concerns. The fact is, the protests had to end. Every Canadian has a right to peaceful protest, but we do not have a right to park a truck in the middle of a city street for 3 weeks. Just as we have a right to disagree with those who have chosen not to get vaccinated, but we don't have a right to call them racists or misogynists. I believed my doctor when he told me that vaccination is the best tool, not the only tool, but the best tool to protect my health and my neighbors against COVID-19. I also believed my doctor when he told me that when we reach 85 to 90% of vaccination rates, we should be able to start getting our lives back. And we see that starting to happen now. The fact is, Canada is among the most vaccinated countries on earth. And yet there are some of our fellow citizens who simply will not get vaccinated. We need to be okay with that. While I understand some of the reasons I have heard for vaccine hesitancy, I don't understand all of them. And I don't need to. I don't need to understand my fellow citizens' medical choices to defend their fundamental right to make those choices. That's the beauty of this country. You get to make your own health choices. We don't impose draconian measures on the people we disagree with. And it's also why I echo the words of Pierre Elliott Trudeau when he said, "For if individuals and minorities do not feel protected against the possibility of the tyranny of the majority, it is useless to ask them to open their hearts and minds to their fellow Canadians." Madam Speaker, this debate should never have had to happen. Exactly. Truckers should never have had to park their trucks in front of Parliament. The divisive rhetoric and demonizing of a minority of Canadians by their own government, whatever the intention, was quite simply disgusting. This is clearly not the first time the political class has used our differences of opinion to divide us for political gain, and it likely will not be the last. We have stopped talking to each other. We're all guilty of it. We listen to our party war rooms on how the polls show us we can slice and dice the electorate to our advantage. We say we have a desire to listen to each other, and then we go on the partisan attack. And the actions we take right here in this House directly translate to how we treat each other as Canadians. I don't know if those of us who sit in the privilege of this place in our fancy suits surrounded by deferential security guards calling us sir and ma'am truly understand the anger and the frustrations. So many Canadians feel their hopes and their dreams slipping further and further away. They yearn for politicians to simply talk about their issues, to genuinely represent them. The contractor in Swift Current, the single dad in Delta, the fisherman in St. Margaret's Bay, the police officer in Yellowknife, the student in Brandon, they don't care how good our partisan shot was in question period. They don't care how many retweets our clip got. They certainly don't care how much we've out-fundraised our opponents. They just want to know their politicians are working for them. They want to know that their leaders care about their livelihoods, that we care as much about their industry as they do. They want to know we're fighting as hard as we can for them to not have to choose between putting the kids in hockey or food on the table. They want to know that they'll be able to own a home, that they can raise a family in a community their kids can come back to, and where they can retire in dignity. They want to know their government is well managed and ethical, delivers excellent services. It'd be nice if their government was just boring. They want to celebrate our great country and the everyday heroes who make this the most magnificent nation on earth. They want us, Madam Speaker, they need us to be here every day, seeking, striving, to build our fellow citizens up and bring people together. We need to stop being politicians and start being leaders. We were elected to represent our communities, tell the hard truths, and work hard on behalf of our people. We weren't sent here to listen to what the focus groups say or what the polls might say. We weren't sent here to represent only those people who put up our lawn signs. We weren't sent here to appeal to the lowest common denominator. We were sent here to raise it. Canadians don't think of their communities as target seats. It's their hometown, where everyone is a neighbor, where everyone deserves strong representation in this House. You know, there's a lot of folks in downtown Toronto and Montreal who want lower taxes. There's a lot of people in rural Alberta who are proud of and really want a strong, publicly funded healthcare system. There's a lot of people in Vancouver who are fed up with vaccine mandates, and a lot of people in Regina who are eager to welcome another new Canadian to their community. There's plenty of Quebecers who want to use Canadian energy, and there are thousands of folks in Manitoba who are proud of their union membership. You see, outside this Ottawa bubble, Canadians are one people, one nation, all working to build a country we can be even more proud of tomorrow than we were yesterday. We're a nation 38 million strong, all yearning, striving for a country where everyone has a place, where everyone has a shot at success. A country where we might not always agree on every issue, but we always agree that we live in the greatest country on the world, and that we deserve a government that is not all things to all people, Madam Speaker, but where we can all come together and no one gets left behind. This is a country where you can be anything you want to be and do anything you want to do. We can give a job to those without one. We can ensure our next generation can afford a home. We can eradicate poverty. We can come together again. We can break down the walls that divide us and help heal this broken nation, all with an understanding heart. And Mr. Speaker, it starts with all of us in this House. Canadians are counting on our leadership. My message to the Prime Minister and to every one of us in this House is simple. Listen to those you disagree with. Be willing to compromise. Let's work together to build on the common cause of bringing Canadians together, to celebrate all that unites us. And to everyone else, let's tone down the heat. Let's be open to hearing opinions other than our own, and let's try to see ourselves on the other side. This is Canada. We can disagree without hating each other. Madam Speaker, there is nothing wrong with Canada that cannot be fixed with everything that is right about Canada. Let's cut down the partisan personal attacks and ideological entrenchment. Let's start listening to each other and to our communities rather than the political operatives who use the differences between us to stoke fear and anger in the name of winning a few more votes. Let's hold each other to the same standards that Canadians hold their neighbors, which is to say, we should expect compassion, respect, courage, and character from one another. If we can do that, then we will start to bring this country back together again, because that's what leaders do. And Canada needs leaders right now. This is a critical time. We need only look south of the border to see the polarizing effects of a divisive political culture and culture war. Let us demand excellence from ourselves. Let us choose what Lincoln called the better angels of our nature. Let us go forward together, building each other up, bringing Canadians from all walks of life together in the mutual cause of Canada, our beloved true north, strong and free. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Wow. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. And I just wish to say to the member from Parry Sound Muskoka, I really liked your speech today, and I liked the tone and the call for unity. And to be frank, I would have expected nothing less from having, in the last few months, gotten to know this member of Parliament, who I know represented his constituents now, not only at the federal level, but also municipal, and who I count as a friend, both today as a parliamentarian and in the future when I may not be in this House, hopefully in about 10 or 15 years. So with that, I do, he quoted Lincoln, and that obviously gives me utmost respect, and anybody knows about history. But I will ask this member, we are having a debate on the Emergencies Act, and it is time limited, it is proportionate, it has gotten the job done, and I wanted to get this member's view on that. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for this gracious comments and kind words, and the feeling is certainly quite mutual. I think that very specifically in this moment, I think it is an overreach. But I think you heard from me that what concerns me, but I think it is an overreach. But I think you heard from me that what concerns me more than anything else is decades of a political discourse in this country that is designed to divide us. And all parties are guilty of it. And I'll say to anyone who served in municipal politics, if we ever behaved in municipal politics the way we behave in this House, we wouldn't be in office very long. It's disgusting. And it's ripping this country apart. And it breaks my heart. And we need to do better. So thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The proclamation of the Emergencies Act is the last act that the executive power can impose out of respect for the representatives of the legislative power, that is us. Could my colleague, or does my colleague not think that given the gravity of the situation and what is at stake, that there should be a free vote on this issue.
Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question, and I'll admit to being surprised. I wasn't expecting that, but I think that it absolutely should be. I think that there should be more free votes in this place, frankly, and so I would just simply say yes, I agree.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I truly want to thank the honourable member across for his honest and heartfelt remarks in this House. We've heard a lot of rhetoric here over the last few days, and I know that I've certainly been impacted by it, exhausted at the end of the day, taken down by it. Often a former leader of the NDP has been named in this House and used against us in that division and divide, and so I want to thank him for quoting Jack Layton just now in terms of saying that Canada needs to be a place where no one is left behind, and that provides me with a lot of hope. And I agree that this is beyond something of just vaccine mandates, that this is about economic divisions that we have in our country, and the fact that people are terrified that they don't know where or how they're going to pay for the food that they need to for their kids or their mortgage. So I simply want to say to him that I stand ready to work with him to make this a better place for Canada, and I hope that we can continue to work together in that fashion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Parry Sound Muskoka has 1 minute to respond.
I probably don't need a minute, but I want to thank my colleague for the comments, and I think that's the kind of message that Canadians need to hear more of is those of us on all sides of this House seeking to work together. And I admit I had an exchange just last night in the lobbies with the member for Edmonton Strathcona, and it got heated, and I realized that I was guilty of arguing with her in the same way that I was about to speak today, and I regretted it. And I exchanged an email with her this morning to apologize for that, because it's easy to get caught up in the passions of this place. But we need to be constantly checking ourselves to know that we're not here for our own passions. We're here to represent people who need us to be here for them. So, thank you for that.
Amen.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague and seatmate from Parry Sound Muskoka for his great speech. It's unfortunate that I have to follow him, because I know it's definitely a tough act to follow, but I appreciate that I can follow him, because I do share a lot of the same concerns as he does, and I truly am, Madam Speaker, concerned with the state of affairs in this country, in this place, in this chamber, and I'm worried about the direction that our political discussion is going, and I'd like to touch on that a bit more later on, Madam Speaker, but to start my remarks, I would like to come back to the issue at hand, and obviously we have a very important vote tonight, and I believe I have a duty to share my views on how I will be making my decision when the vote comes tonight. Madam Speaker, as I said last week in this chamber, the blockades we are seeing are illegal. They must come to an end. I'm pleased to see that they have come to an end. The right to peaceful protest is an integral part of our democracy. It's an important pillar of our democracy. I've told many people back home that almost every day I'm here, it seems like there's a different protest happening out by the flame on the lawn of Parliament. And that's an important part of our process. However, nobody in this country has the right to blockade critical infrastructure. Freedom is limited by how it interferes with the freedom of others. And that is what we saw on display over the past few weeks here in Ottawa and in other places across the country. However, I believe, Madam Speaker, that police have the ability and had the ability to handle the situation without invoking the Emergencies Act. We saw that the Ambassador Bridge was cleared, that the Coutts border crossing was cleared without the invocation of the Emergencies Act. We also know in the past in this country, Madam Speaker, we've seen terrorist attacks, we've seen the Oka crisis, the Wet'suwet'en blockades, the fisheries crisis, G20 protests, the Stanley Cup riots in Vancouver, Madam Speaker. None of these instances warranted the use of the Emergencies Act. Quite recently, currently, we've seen the terrible images from BC, from the Coastal GasLink assault, a situation where the Emergencies Act is not deemed to be necessary. And I believe that the government had many options that they could take in working with their partners to address the situation without going so far, because there are such far-reaching powers afforded to the government by invoking this act, including the ability to freeze bank accounts of Canadians. Many people I know are very concerned that they may have contributed a small amount to support this convoy. They may have bought a shirt or contributed in a very small way because they felt at the time that this convoy, this protest was going to be peaceful, that it was going to raise awareness about an issue that they cared about, and they felt like they did not have a voice raising that for them. And these people, those people, are the ones that I worry could be unfairly impacted by this decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. People that contributed not knowing that there would be unlawful protests, not knowing how the situation would escalate, or necessarily who was organizing it. And I also worry, as many have mentioned in this chamber already, throughout the weekend and here today already, I worry about the precedent that this sets. I believe we are drastically lowering the bar, Madam Speaker, for what constitutes an emergency in this country. And that's something that I think all of us in this chamber have to think very hard about when we have our vote here tonight. We do not want to see widespread use of the Emergencies Act. We do not want this to become something that is almost an everyday reaction because of how serious and far-reaching the powers are. And that's why I'll be voting against the implementation of the Emergencies Act. And, well, Madam Speaker, I mean, it'd be interesting to see, actually, how this vote transpires, because I think an argument could be made that the situation in which the government needed to address has actually been dealt with already. And I know that that's a question that's been put to the members of the government so far. But, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned off the top, Madam Speaker, I did want to pick up on some of the comments that my friend from Parry Sound Muskoka was making, because the rhetoric I've seen in this debate, in this chamber over the past couple of weeks in question period, I'm truly disturbed by it, and I've been disgusted by it, Madam Speaker. The polarization that we're seeing across the country, the polarization that we're seeing in this chamber, needs to stop. Last week, the Prime Minister accused our side of standing with people who wave swastikas. Many members of this House have made comments to essentially say that we're racists, Madam Speaker, which of course cannot be further from the truth, but they're seeing a political opportunity, and that's what bothers me the most about this, Madam Speaker, because I know these members. These are my colleagues. These are my friends. I know that it doesn't seem like it to many people watching at home, but we actually do get along sometimes in this place, especially when we get outside of the chamber doors. Many members of the government, of the NDP, of other parties, I have coffee with them. I have dinner with them. You know, we crack jokes at the committee table. You know, after a particularly tough debate, maybe we have a drink that's a bit stiffer, Madam Speaker. But to think that those individuals view me and my colleagues as racists, I cannot accept. Because I surely know that if I believed anybody in this chamber was a racist, if I truly believed that, I would not be having dinner with them. I would not be shaking their hand. Frankly, I don't think I would treat them with any respect whatsoever. And that's the frustrating part here, because I know it has become political. They see an opportunity to divide and to wedge, and they're capitalizing on it. And Madam Speaker, we have also heard from members of the government that their leadership has made, in the course of the last election campaign and since, a deliberate decision to stigmatize unvaccinated Canadians, driving wedges even further. But I don't mean to throw this all on the government. I obviously believe the Prime Minister has an important leadership role to play right now. We need the leader of our country to lead by example and work to unify us. But we all have to look inward in this place. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Because we're seeing hateful rhetoric on all sides. We are seeing people accusing the Prime Minister of being a communist dictator, which of course is ridiculous and untrue. We are seeing hate and polarization all across this chamber and all across this country. And putting an end to it starts right here, with every single one of us in this House. We need to tone down the heat. We need to tone down the rhetoric, as my friend before me mentioned. Madam Speaker, I'm shocked that I have to say this in this House. I mean, we have a Prime Minister who was democratically elected 3 times, who commands the confidence of this chamber. Yet there are many people across the country who are not seeing it as legitimate. And that is a very big problem in our democracy. I disagree with the use of the Emergencies Act. I believe it is far-reaching, but it does not make the Prime Minister a dictator. He is within his right to invoke it. So, Madam Speaker, my plea to all of my colleagues is to think about the words we use in this place. We cannot throw around words like dictator and racist flippantly. These words matter. They carry weight. And when we use these words so casually, I think we delegitimize the true evils that have been experienced by many people and continue to be experienced by many people in the world. So I'm asking all of my colleagues to look at their comments, look at their rhetoric, and reassess, because we are seeing divisions that are being created that I don't know how we come back from at this point, Madam Speaker. So I'm urging all my colleagues to tone down the rhetoric and work to unify. Not unify in the sense that we all agree on everything. We never will, nor should we. But let's have a respectable debate about the issues, and surely we do not need to resort to name-calling and personal attacks. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for his intervention today and for his colleague beside him. I look forward to having breakfast again when the restaurants open. We've had some really good discussions over bacon and eggs in the morning, and I'm sure we'll have more to come when we're allowed to get back into the restaurants because of the health concerns being lifted. For the Honourable Member, my question is, when the emergency powers have been granted to police forces, but we've seen the police forces are working within their own governance, that they are not going into the streets and exercising full powers, but just the powers that are needed to restore law and order. And as we see borders again being put under siege out on the West Coast, that we still do need the Emergencies Act so that police forces can use their discretion in using the powers that they have, as they always do in a professional way. Not always, but hopefully they always do in the professional way that they are entitled to. So could the Honourable Member comment on having the power available, but that it's very important that we have oversight?
I have to give the Honourable Member for Kenora a chance to comment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments and the question from the member, and I want to thank him for buying breakfast in the last opportunity that we had. You know, as a true fiscal conservative, it was great for him to offer that to me, Madam Speaker. But you know, again, I have to go back to my comments at the front end of my speech, Madam Speaker. I do believe that law enforcement had the tools to deal with this situation outside of the Emergencies Act. I believe that, you know, what we have seen many protests throughout our throughout our country's history, we've seen crowd control be necessary in a number of situations. So I would have, of course, liked to see the government look to other options to support policing. As the Prime Minister has said, the Emergencies Act should not be the first or second or third resort. It remains unclear on this side of the House, at least, what those first, second, and third resorts were, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I sincerely thank the member from Kenora for his speech and for the meaning of it. I really salute you, sir. And I invite all members of this chamber to take a moment to note the effect of the tone of what he has said to us here. This is the type of discourse we should hear at all times in this chamber. And I hope that this is what we're moving toward. Now, my colleague mentioned people who remain undecided about the invocation of this act and wonder whether the Emergencies Act was necessary to clear out Ottawa. Let's say that we might accept that some question this. Right now, the streets are cleared. Would it be possible for people to change their minds about the needs for the Act and change their opinion for the vote tonight?
I thank my colleague for his comments, and yes, I agree with the premise of his question that even if there is obviously an argument I don't agree with, but an argument on the government side that the Emergencies Act was necessary to remove the protests, I think what we can see now is that it is gone. And I think that the emergency has been dealt with, and I would ask all members to consider whether or not the Emergencies Act still is needed at this time. Thank you.
For Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for your speech. As a new member of Parliament, I really appreciate listening to my colleagues' words today. It's been a really challenging start to my career as a member of Parliament, and to hear the words of us working together has been uplifting, to say the least. And I wanted to ask, a little bit more about that. I've been here from the onset when the occupation took over the downtown around Parliament here in Ottawa, and I've been hearing from residents of Ottawa, hearing from my constituents in Nanaimo, Ladysmith. It's a challenging time, and what many people are saying is, how do we come together? And this resonates with me, what you were talking about as well. There's a lot of misinformation
about anything, just to remind the honourable member that the member for Kenora was talking about.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not sure exactly what I said there that went right, but thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question is more so around, how do we come together? I'm seeing a lot of misinformation that's being used as a tool to divide, and the reality is that Canada is not divided. We have many vaccinated and many who are opposed to the occupation. I'm wondering if the member can speak a little bit to how we can come together.
The honourable member for Kenora in 20 seconds.
Well, Madam Speaker, obviously that's a difficult question to answer in 20 seconds. I probably need another 10-minute speech, but I think as I mentioned, it starts with us in this chamber. I think though we will disagree on many things, I know many members across the way will disagree with me on almost everything. We have to do so respectfully, and we have to do so within, I think, a responsible, reasonable scope that most Canadians can be proud of, because right now I don't think Canadians are proud when they watch what's happening in this chamber.
Debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Charlemagne.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
I just want to mention right away that I will be sharing my time with the member for Brampton North. I think I lucked out in terms of the slot because I'm following two members who really spoke so eloquently in this chamber. And I want to thank them for that, because I think we all have a role to play as leaders in bringing down the tone and showing that we can actually work together. I want to thank the Parliamentary Protective Services, the various municipal police forces, including the RCMP, the OPP, La Sûreté de Québec, and everyone involved in the last 3 weeks for their professionalism in bringing this situation to closure. Today we're discussing whether or not the Emergencies Act should have been used. And I will explain today why I am going to support this motion and why I think it was necessary. So when I look at it from a situational analysis, over the past 26 days, Ottawa has been under siege. We've seen protests at the Ambassador Bridge. We've seen protests at Coote's border, in Vancouver, here in Ottawa. We've seen Rideau Centre down the street closed. Hundreds and hundreds of employees who cannot go to work. We've seen fundraising with a lot of foreign interference towards this occupation. We've seen a lot of misinformation being shared on social media. I've been in Ottawa for the past 22 of the last 26 days of the occupation, and I've witnessed firsthand the constant honking, the fireworks in the streets, the open fires, citizens afraid to go out. And one of the most disturbing sights was someone jumping on the tomb of the unknown soldier. As the mother and mother-in-law of 3 serving members, this was incredibly difficult for me to witness. I've seen people being taunted in the streets for wearing a mask. We've had staff members yelled at, one of which had feces thrown at her for coming to work. We've seen reporters being assaulted. We've seen stockpiling of propane and fuel. We've seen this progression despite measures that had been taken by local police. Our government has been in contact with the mayor the whole time, with the chief of police, with the premier, with various premiers in the locations at which we've seen these protests. We've deployed RCMP's officers, tactical police troops, had joint intelligence and operational teams, community liaison teams, and convened a table with relevant federal and municipal partners. And despite these efforts, it continued. And we saw, when you look at the timeline of events, very clearly an escalation. We saw the potential for this to increase. Now, I know that Wellington Street is clear right now, but we also know that protesters are currently in Van Cleek Hill. We know that protesters are just south of us, waiting. That is why I believe we are just invoking the Emergencies Act. My colleague from Windsor West has said multiple times in the last 3 days that the Ambassador Bridge is not secure. 2 blocks from him, there are protesters. It is a very volatile situation right now. It is evolving quickly, and I trust the police forces and the intelligence that they have to keep us safe. Now, the laws on the books that we currently have were not sufficient. One of the most difficult things for me to see were children at these protests. The invoking of the Emergencies Act will make it punishable to bring children into these protests. It prevents travel to the Hill and border crossing by those intent on breaking laws. It prevents foreign extremists from joining in these protests. It does direct tow companies to assist in removing vehicles who are parked in our streets. It also authorizes financial institutions to freeze the funds of this illegal activity. We're talking dark money. We're talking crowdfunding to avoid FinTrack rules. It also allowed the police forces to save days of delays in deputizing various police forces. This is not something we take lightly. When this piece of legislation was drafted in 1988, the safeguards were put in place. We're having this debate. There will be a vote. A joint committee of parliamentarians will be struck. There will be an inquiry. There will be a report tabled in the House after 60 days to determine whether or not the invoking of this act was justifiable or not. I heard a lot in the last couple of days about listening. And I make a point of reaching out to citizens who write to me, especially those who are angry and don't agree, because I really want to hear their point. Most people, when they write to an MP's office, it's not to say that we're doing a great job, let's be honest. It's because they're angry about something or they're not happy with something. And I make every effort to hear them. And while we may not agree on the position, it's important that I hear them. And I'm pretty sure this is the same across all parties. We have those discussions in caucus. We share. You know, this is what I'm hearing on the ground. This is what... Those conversations are happening. People are listening. We are listening. We have a duty to listen, and we are. We are dealing with a very, very scary situation in Canada where people feel empowered to say awful things to others, whether it be on social media from the safety behind a keyboard or to attack personally. I have no problem with someone questioning my position on something or questioning a policy that we put. But when we start taking personal attacks, we've gone too far. I think we have a lot of questions to ask coming out of what has happened here in the last month in Canada. And my honourable colleague from Timmins, James Bay, brought this up, I believe it was Saturday. I'm trying to mix up my days, Madam Speaker. I've been here for 3 days debating, where he said there should be an inquiry, a public inquiry be what happened here, in addition to the parliamentary inquiry that's stipulated in the Emergencies Act. Ottawa has festivities all the time. They're versed in crowd control. I looked up online what streets are closed normally for vehicular traffic during Canada Day celebrations. How did those trucks get on Wellington? How did a crane get put beside the PMO office? Where was the protection for the protesters walking in between trucks that were parked? There are a lot of questions to ask after this, through various channels, through various levels of government and agencies. And I hope and I welcome that, so that this never happens again. I do urge colleagues across the aisle to be mindful, and colleagues on my side as well, about the words we use, about how we express ourselves, and ask questions about what really happened here. How is it that an illegal protest like this was allowed to get so far? Because, Madam Speaker, let's be honest, if the complexion of this protest were different, this would have been called something entirely different. Thank you.
And comments, the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the tone of her speech as well. You know, we're here to have debate and discourse, not to necessarily agree, but to actually get to the root of the issues. The real point I want to get to is, does the member believe there's still justification for this act? She hinted at some of her concerns, but the Emergencies Act is by far the most draconian, most powerful piece of legislation the federal government has. So we can't use it just to predict or to protect against the potential. It's there to deal with a national emergency that we're dealing with right now. So I'd just like her comment, Madam Speaker. Does she really think it's justified to still have this act in place now?
Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank, first of all, the member opposite for his service to Canada. I know he served in the Canadian Armed Forces. Yes, I do. As I said, when the decision to invoke this act was made, it was measured and it was targeted and it's timely. And we know right now that within 2 days, the Ottawa police were able to make great advances in terms of removing the illegal protests from downtown Ottawa and in various locations, but they have not gone home. There were protests over across Canada, and they continue. And I believe that the police are in the best position to tell us when they feel that we've got the situation under control. And I know that the safeguards are there, and when it is time to remove this, we will.
The
Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Longueuil-Charlemagne for her intervention, and to come back to a point where she mentioned the Ambassador Bridge. It's been discussed several times this morning, and she said a few blocks away from there are still some protesters. And I emphasize the word protesters, they're not occupiers. So the blockade on the bridge was dismantled before the invoking of the Emergencies Act. So it wasn't necessary. We were able to deal with that situation. So I'd like to know why, as my colleagues so aptly put it earlier, draconian measures when we have everything we need to do without. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think that the reality is that we have all seen the fact that there were children on the Ambassador Bridge. We all knew that there was the potential for greater violence. The police, the Provincial Police of Ontario and the Premier of Ontario himself asked for these measures. Therefore, we invoked the Emergencies Act because it was upon the request of the province and the police forces.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her intervention as well, for her work on Industry Committee as the former chair. It was very much a collegial environment. As I've noted several times in interventions, the Ambassador Bridge blockade has moved from here in Church Road to now along city streets. In fact, several convoys, well, a couple convoys anyways, have been intercepted since this act has been in place. And I'd like to ask her, with regards to the irony, a private American billionaire now benefits from all the routing traffic quickly down there, whereas small business and employees of those businesses can't work because the current blockades and cement barriers are now preventing people from getting to their areas of businesses along the corridor.
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and I enjoyed working with him when I was on the Indu Committee. And I've heard him explain throughout this debate the precarious situation that is on the ground right now at the Ambassador Bridge. The fact that blocks away there are still protesters that can retake that bridge. The fact that there are issues with respect to the management of that bridge and the ownership of that bridge are things I would happily discuss with him. And I know that he means to make sure that the people in his community are able to feel safe, that the businesses in his community can continue to thrive, and that we are able to move beyond this awful period in our history. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Being able to rise today on this issue is an opportunity that I do not take lightly nor for granted. It's only in a few democratic countries like ours where the voice of someone like me would even be heard or carry any weight. Over the last several days, we've heard many points of view on the invocation of the Emergencies Act and regarding the details outlined in the declaration of the Act tabled in this House. After hearing much of the debate in this House and outside this place, I want to touch upon some key issues that I think have been misconstrued or misunderstood. First, that this is just a normal truckers' protest. Anyone thinking that is naive as to the elements that can exist within this protest, so I'll address that. But I also want to address that this isn't just a protest representing truck drivers. And if it is, if they claim that it is, they really have missed the mark. In my riding, I represent a large demographic of truck drivers, and these are not their real concerns. Third, I'll address the issue of whether this act was necessary and if it is still necessary at this time. And fourth, I'd like to I'd like to show the real difference that exists between the Emergencies Act and the War Measures Act. So let's first address that this is just a normal protest. If that is what you believe, then you are either naive or you are willfully ignoring the dangerous truths that exist within this protest. We've heard from many criminologists over this last several weeks and cybersecurity experts that that is not the intention of this protest. We here, Madam Speaker, are not new to protests in Parliament, and nor is Ottawa. Ottawa is a place that has had protests for centuries, and they've constantly consisted of people wanting their say on policy or wanting to have their issues heard. In fact, this government has never silenced the voices of those who wish to protest. I myself have protested many times on this Hill in my younger years, and I strongly believe in one's ability to be able to do so. Blocking a city for over 3 weeks, shutting down its businesses, disturbing the mental and physical health of its people is not a protest. Not to mention the irreparable harm that has been done by shutting down our borders for over 18 days. As the ambassador to the UN and former leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, Mr. Bob Rae, put it the other day, a truck is not a speech, a horn is not a voice, an occupation is not a protest. A blockade is not freedom, it blocks the liberty of all. A demand to overthrow the government is not a dialogue. The expression of hatred is not a difference of opinion, and a lie is not the truth. Madam Speaker, I have to say, on my way in today, I, for the first time in quite some time, felt some freedom. And I'm sure the people of Ottawa are feeling freedom today. Furthermore, the protests have had varying ideological grievances, with demands ranging from ending the public health measures to overthrowing an democratically elected government. While the latter is non-negotiable, the public health restrictions have been put in place by most governments all around the world to varying degrees, depending on their public health advice, the capacities of their health systems, and the willingness of their governments to have high death tolls versus their desire to protect the vulnerable. Public health is and should be every government's #1 priority. This is not tyranny, nor is it authoritarianism. And those making these outlandish claims have really minimized what many people living in Canada have experienced before fleeing from countries which had these types of regimes. Yes, we've all been inconvenienced here. Yes, we're all tired and frustrated. But the good news is that you are seeing a relaxation of measures across this country, because despite what a few want us to believe, Canadians in large part have done all of the right things to help get us through this pandemic. They have gotten vaccinated. Over 90% of Canadians and over 90% of Canadian truckers also have been vaccinated. This is an overwhelming majority. Due to the work that they have done, we will soon see that many measures will be lifted. The Conservatives may want to paint this protest as just truckers voicing their opinion, but it is more than that. It is ideologically motivated group of people that have for weeks on end been plotting and planning the overthrow of this government and other criminal activities. We've seen that, Madam Speaker, and a lot of people want to forget, but we have seen it just at our southern Alberta border at Coutes. We've seen over 13 individuals be arrested, and when you take a look at their backgrounds, they're quite astonishing. The plans that they had in place to kill our federal RCMP officers are nothing to, they're not something to minimize. We should understand the grave danger that some of these people impose. And actually, Madam Speaker, also, We're seeing our congressional committees down south in the U.S. also investigating Facebook and other social media giants to see where a lot of the push and motivation for this truckers' convoy has come from. And it has come from outside of our borders. A lot of the funding, Madam Speaker, has also come from outside of the borders. What was very interesting was the correlation that we found with the January 6th insurrection at the Washington Capitol and those that supported that insurrection and those that are supporting this truckers' convoy. There's a great overlap. Over 1,100 of the same donors donated to both causes. And furthermore, our trade corridors, blocking our trade corridors is not just a protest. Blocking our trade corridors has had a substantial impact on the truck drivers that live in my riding, on the auto industry that is also in my riding, the many workers that have been displaced due to the protests, and I would, I guess, hesitate to continue to call them a protest since they have been a siege and occupation of our land. Furthermore, there's also been a lack of transparency as to what the funds that have been raised by this convoy, by this occupation, will be used for. Therefore, I think it was very important for the government to impose the Emergencies Act at this time to make sure that we can stop that money from getting into the wrong hands. So there's been a very big lack of transparency. This measure also allows us now to make sure that if these protests pop up in other areas, because I know many will argue today that the borders have been cleared, and thankfully Ottawa, for the most part, has been cleared. But we want to make sure that this does not happen within days again, and we're starting to see it in different places in this country. So we need to make sure we keep this act in place for the remainder of the 30 days. Madam Speaker, the second thing that I wanted to talk about is the truckers of my riding. The truckers in my riding have been calling me and have been talking to me about the issues that they face. They've been facing long waits. They've been stuck at times without food or water at the borders, and this is not fair. They have real issues. They have issues of pay. They have labor issues that they want addressed. And that's what the protest, if it's a real truckers' protest, that's what the protest should have been about. The Emergencies Act, some will argue that this wasn't needed, but we've heard the interim Ottawa Police Chief Stephen Bell say that the Emergencies Act and the provinces, the Emergencies Act and the province's state of emergency provided the police with the resources that they needed in order to push back the demonstrators. It provided them with the ability to lock off the city of Ottawa so that further protesters do not come to encourage the siege. So it has given them the tools that are necessary. And I would say that many of the premiers requested these tools all along. So, Madam Speaker.
We go for questions now. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. We've seen in the spring of 2020 the rail blockades across the country, and we've seen there was no mention at that point when Quebec was running out of propane, when people were being unable to heat their own homes across the country. There was no mention of the invocation of the Emergency Measures Act. What we did see, however, in that case was an army of cabinet ministers going out across the country, speaking to whoever they could in order to resolve the situation. Why was that tactic not taken in this particular case? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Well, Madam Speaker, in this case, we've had a series of blockades across this country, closing our borders that had irreparable damage, over $390 million of damage a day. The city was taken siege for over 3 weeks. And not to mention that the mayors of the cities, the premiers were calling on the federal government to intervene, to implement measures, to give them the tools and resources that they needed. Even the premier of Alberta, even though he's stating something else today, he wrote to the federal government wanting us to do more, and therefore the federal government has listened and has done what was needed.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Brampton North for the speech. I have a question with regard to the tools. She talked about the tools that are available now, and that were needed. I would like her to name the tools that were used, and at the same time for her to tell me why these tools, well, not in Sarnia or Quebec or elsewhere, Coutes didn't need them. Thank you.
For Brampton North.
Well, in fact, Madam Speaker, Coutes was requiring them. They had a very difficult time being able to get the tow trucks that they needed, and many of the law enforcement agencies all complained that that was a key problem that they had. They were not able to get the private resources that were needed, and that's become a lot more easier ever since the Emergencies Act has been put in place. We've heard it right here from our Ottawa Police Chief, Stephen Bell, that the Act and the powers that were given within helped them be able to achieve what they did over the last few days here in Ottawa. They would not have been able to stop people from coming into the borders of this city without these measures.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you to the member for Brampton North. In my previous question, I asked the member for Oxford, who also happens to be on the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Regulations, if he had read the emergency measures regulations, to which he said no. Could you confirm if the places listed in section 1A to F of the regulation, like airports and international bridges, have been under threat that necessitated the declaration of the Emergencies Act and indeed continue to be at security risk?
Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Absolutely. I'd like to thank my colleague for bringing that up. Our infrastructure was under threat and continues to be under threat in this country. And that's why it's so important to make sure that we vote in favor of the implementation of this act today. This is a time-limited act. It is targeted to where it is needed. And therefore, I think it's absolutely the best measure to have in place to be able to curtail what's happening in our country today.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to enter into this discussion this morning after the last few days. I thought the member for Brampton North made a number of very compelling points, and I wanted to ask her, in reflecting on an insurrection, and a lot of the debate over the last number of days, some members of this place have said to others, well, what makes you think they could be capable of succeeding in an insurrection? I just want to ask the honourable member for Brampton North, if in any reasonable universe the test of sedition is, how likely is it that they'll succeed?
Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Well, I'd like to say to my colleague and to this House that we have received lots of warnings. We are continuing to receive warning from our security experts, from our cybersecurity experts, that Canada and many democratically elected governments are under a real threat. And we have seen proof of that here within our own borders. Weapons, armor has been seized, plots have been revealed, and that should be enough. That should be enough to wake us all up.
Before we resume debate, I believe the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Twice I referenced the Ontario Comprehensive Policing Act, and I referenced a specific provision that was in a schedule. And while the Act is in force, I came to learn from a very sharp-eyed person that the schedule is not in force. So I do withdraw my comments that were made with respect to Section 21 in that schedule. Thank you.
Noted. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, I taught political philosophy for 30 years. The democratic ideal is at the heart of my political commitment. That is why I'm a sovereigntist, since the political sovereignty of the people is at the very foundation of the democratic ideal. The debate that is ending today is one of the most serious debates I've ever participated in this House, because the Emergencies Act is the most coercive, strongest measure that a state governed by the rule of law can impose in a democracy. A government by decree. This is the antithesis of the exercise of legislative power. These decrees cannot be overdetermined by feelings or exasperation at the words of one person or another, or by ideological differences, be they on the extreme left or the extreme right, or to simply camouflage incompetence by using a legal vacuum as a pretext. It is not, therefore, with great joy that I take the floor today, and it's not without a certain emotion that has resurfaced. Madam Speaker, I never would have thought that the young 10-year-old boy from a working-class neighborhood in Montreal, who throughout the October crisis in 1970 was forced to go to school every morning alongside tanks and machine gun-carrying soldiers in order to go to my school, because my school was located near the headquarters on Partenay Street, and that 52 years later, here I would find myself in this House debating the Emergencies Act. I still remember the fear and the intense climate of suspicion that reigned in the neighborhood with every police operation or arrest, whether it made the news or not, of people who we thought were ordinary people just like ourselves, who had no history and were far from being terrorists. So we thought, and rightly so. In spite of the emotion that I feel in recalling that memory, I would be remiss not to add my voice to that of my colleagues in this debate, a debate that took root well before January 29th, in the aftermath of a global health crisis that has affected our lives and the quality of life of us all, that has plunged thousands of families into mourning, and that has been testing our solidarity and benevolence towards one another for more than 2 years now, and that gives full meaning to the old adage, one man's freedom ends where another man's begins. And this must lead us not only to proceed with the greatest of caution as parliamentarians so as not to set a precedent, but also to the greatest rigor in order to live up to the increasingly fragile trust that citizens have in their democratic institutions. What is at issue here is not the idea or interpretation that some people may have of democracy or freedom. We saw in the streets for 23 days, and in many countries around the world throughout history, you can do many things and say many things in the name of freedom and democracy, but in a state that is governed by the rule of law, in a so-called free and democratic society, the legitimacy of state power in its relationship to citizens must be guided and measured based on one essential question, and that must be answered in order to prevent the abuse of power. What are the limits of state interventions? My questioning is only motivated by the desire to understand the need to proclaim this law. I would emphasize that this is an extraordinary law which was drawn up in 1988 to replace the War Measures Act, and to ensure that never again will the executive, any government of any color, would invest in itself the absolute power to trample on rights and freedoms for political purposes and commit abuses of power with impunity. Yes, this is not the same law, that's clear, and I would say that it's not the same law, but it's still heavy artillery. Parliamentarians in 1988 set guidelines, and one of the essential guidelines is us, the members of Parliament. It is our duty to question the legitimacy of this law, the Emergencies Act, decreed in the conditions that we all know. That is after 21 days of wait and see. At the outset, let me point out to all those who claim to live in a dictatorship that totalitarian and dictatorial regimes rarely hold the kind of debate that we are having here today. And if this gives parliamentary democracy and representative democracy its full meaning, it also imposes upon us the duty to be worthy of this responsibility and not to fail the test of credibility. Unfortunately, the sequence of events and the absence of actions that should have been taken in relation to the siege of the federal capital do not support the validity of the orders in council. How, in fact, did we get here? The government, according to the Emergencies Act, had the responsibility to consult the provinces and to report on in order to determine why there was a national emergency situation throughout the country. 7 out of 10 prime ministers opposed the application of the law on their territory because they felt it was unnecessary, and of the 3 who agreed, 2 said they didn't need it. So what national emergency was there that applies to the entire territory to continue to claim that we must absolutely ratify the Emergencies Act? It might be useful, but we have to show that it is essential. Even the National Assembly of Quebec saw fit to distance itself from the process and to unanimously adopt a motion against the application of the Act in Quebec, and I'd like to quote it. The National Assembly is concerned about the current disturbances and at certain federal border crossings, but no emergency situation that currently justifies the use of special legislative measures exists in Quebec, and it asked the Canadian government not to apply the Emergencies Act on Quebec territory. The National Assembly, however, reiterates the importance of close collaboration between the federal government and the government of Quebec, particularly to ensure the peace and security of the people of the Outaouais who are suffering from the impact of the demonstrations in Ottawa, and the situation could get worse. The Government of Canada has overruled this obligation to demonstrate that it was a national emergency, but how can we claim that it's a national emergency if 7 premiers say they don't need this law? How can we draw any other conclusion, which is that the usual laws are sufficient? I can understand that members who sit on the government benches feel obliged to support their government's flawed argument and the lack of rigor in the demonstration that the government had to make. But I believe that on such a fundamental issue, there should be a free vote. This minority government has not done its homework, but since it has the support of the NDP, it may as well comply with the obligations prescribed by law. As we speak, the siege no longer exists in Ottawa. The government's unproven claim of national crisis is no more. Under the circumstances, I wonder whether the NDP is aware that by voting with the government, it is setting a dangerous precedent by accepting that the bar is so low and that one day a majority government could refer to it to do even worse. The government has failed to meet another obligation, that of demonstrating, according to Section 3 of the Act, that the laws of Canada, the usual laws, were not adequate to deal with the emergency situation, that is, the so-called national crisis. Not only has the government not made this demonstration, but it hasn't even tried to. As my colleagues from Joliette and the Rivière du Nord have rigorously and eloquently stated, the usual legislative provisions of the Criminal Code and others are sufficient, and the fact that the 7 premiers were opposed to the proclamation of the law in their territory because they had control over the situation. And this clearly demonstrates that conditions of Section 3 have not been respected. 1 minute left. Okay. In conclusion, I would invite the members of all parties to vote according to the highest standards that must govern the exercise of state power to ensure its legitimacy and to guarantee a state of law that will make parliamentary democracy not only the place where the general will is expressed, but also the place where divergent points of view are expressed rather than only in the streets themselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I find it interesting. The member cites the Quebec National Assembly in the unanimous motion. You know, in the province of Alberta, there was written correspondence to the Ottawa asking for assistance. They cite specifically the issue of towing. The province of Manitoba literally was pleading for Ottawa to get engaged, to assist. And that was only days, 2 or 3 days prior, Madam Speaker, to the enactment of the Emergency Act. Yet both of those provinces say, well, it's not necessary. There could come a point in time where it could be necessary. And it is an option. It is a tool, Madam Speaker, for our law enforcement and others to be able to consider. And I'm wondering what the member opposite has to say about in particular, my home province of Manitoba, where they were virtually pleading and asking for federal involvement, even though today they say, well, it's not necessary.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, with regard to the question posed regarding tow trucks, it would have been possible to have a specific decree, a targeted decree at that, rather than bringing out the heavy artillery and making this law useful rather than essential.
Parked for Saskatchewan. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech. And I think it should be underlined that that while the government of Alberta clearly had been engaged with the federal government, they had at no point asked for the imposition of the Emergencies Act. And as my colleague pointed out, a majority of premiers, including the Premier of Alberta and the Premier of Quebec, opposed the use of the Emergencies Act. We have a situation where a bare majority of parliamentarians, as far as we know, maybe not, but as far as we know, support the use of the Emergencies Act. But a majority of premiers and many members of Parliament are very concerned about this. I think this sets a very dangerous precedent, and I want to ask the member if he's aware if the Quebec government is contemplating participating in legal action along with Alberta against the use of the Emergencies Act in this case.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I have no idea, but it's clear that the Act does not meet the Section 3 prescription, or rather the decree does not meet Section 3 of the Emergencies Act itself.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to tell my dear Bloc Québécois colleague that I quite agree with him. That is, with the idea that such an important vote as we have here before us today should be a free vote. I would like to ask whether the Bloc Québécois is also in agreement with having a free vote here in the House. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. It's clear, Madam Speaker, that my colleague understood the question asked earlier, and in fact, when it comes to such an important issue as this, the legislative power that we represent, if we have any respect for it, since the executive power and the actions taken by the executive by invoking this act requires, in fact, that the colleagues opposite should be able to benefit from the ability to vote freely and not to hold the party line. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. What we experienced on the weekend in these actions, can it lead to a decreased amount of trust by Canadians? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. I think that the police did remarkable work on the weekend. However, I don't believe, even if the Ottawa police chief thought the act was useful, that we needed to do that just because it was proclaimed. It could have rather been done under existing legislation. So to that end, it is possible that there are people who will lose confidence in their democratic institutions, But above all, what we need to ensure is that what happens in the streets must be able to be discussed here by parliamentarians, because one day it's in the streets that it will happen if we are not able to uphold the highest democratic standards.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. To begin with, I'm aware that I will be repeating myself. We are repeating ourselves here, but it seems to me a principle of the science of communication that a message sinks into a community if it's heard at least 20 times. Thus, I'm honored to be the perhaps 25th, 26th member to rise to speak for the Bloc Québécois. I salute the commitment of all my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois to bring the unanimous voice of the Quebec National Assembly here to show that the use of the Emergencies Act in the circumstances of the demonstrations of the last 3 weeks in Ottawa does not apply. May I remind you that we're not speaking of the War Measures Act, which is actually what you just said. I'm extremely sorry, and I apologize to Parliament, to the entire House. This was a slip. It was involuntary. So allow me to continue. So I salute the commitment of all my colleagues of the Bloc Québécois to bring the unanimous voice of the Quebec National Assembly here, demonstrating that the use of the emergencies law in the circumstances of demonstrations here in Ottawa simply is not applicable. Also, ratifying this law tonight, given the situation we're experiencing, would show that this is just the last resort used by a government that's not taking into account the two main reasons that would justify it and must justify it. And the message would be just bring in a protest that you've announced. We'll pretend we don't know, we haven't noticed you. We'll let you settle in. We'll let you inconvenience local citizens, intimidate journalists while you're at it. You'll be allowed to set up spas in the streets. Take over the streets for 3 weeks. Anyway, it's not serious. We will just bring in the Emergencies Act when we need it. And by the way, I'm just off at the chalet. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. This isn't the way government is well managed. This is not the way government works. Demonstrations, when they're announced, are legitimate. They're permitted, and they're even desirable in a democratic society, given that parts of the population may wish to share a message that they can feel to be urgent and relevant. And, agree or not, this is a democracy, a precious democracy, and it's important to keep that in mind. Remember how important it is to trivialize it, despise it, and even worse, to ignore it sends a very bad message. Should there be an unlawful occupation, such as unlawful parking in the streets, setting up signage, spas, stages without authorization, using hateful slogans, directed at elected officials, even the press, requiring the intervention of the police service as well, that's what the police forces are for. And that is indeed the people who were called on to act, to organize, to call for the support of colleagues from neighboring nations, such as the Sûreté du Québec, whom I salute, by the way, and thank. That's it. Basically, the denial of the head of state led to this exaggeration, this inflated situation. The situation hurt me personally, Madam Speaker, because the citizens do need to be heard. They need to be listened to, and it's essential to show them a minimum of consideration before throwing all like this in their face. Be careful. I do not support the deplorable and punishable behavior of some people, but I also totally deplore the lack of consideration shown by the Prime Minister, who has basically shown no consideration for these citizens who are part of his nation, which he is elected to be the representative of. I would like to take this opportunity to salute the exemplary and extremely measured interventions of police forces since the beginning of the occupation of Ottawa, and salute how efficient they've been, how measured they've been, given that there were several children there in the midst of the crowd. A nice change of pace from an inactive government. The role of a government is to govern. This requires leadership and an open ear. Diplomacy. These are the tools, the precious tools that might have resolved this crisis or at least prevented it from escalating. Which leads me to state that it was unjustified and will not be justified to have the government implement this Emergencies Act, since to do so would require two very clear criteria. A certain threshold must be met, absolutely essentially. There must be an urgent and dangerous situation. One might say, fine, it was urgent and dangerous, but who provoked it? Who led it to this spot? It is impossible to deal with it using under ordinary laws. So that's to keep in mind. It would have been impossible to deal with this under ordinary laws. Because, Madam Speaker, to have this Emergencies Act justified in these circumstances, we would have to add a few new criteria. But look, if we were to invoke it and support its invocation, let's say the NDP members back its invocation, it will be essential that the NDP ensure that they implement an exemption, insist on the implementation of an exemption for the province of Quebec. I'm going to an interview at the CBC with Minister Mendocino of Public Safety. Question on the frozen accounts. Is there a connection between the people arrested and the frozen accounts? Are they the same people? Answer. These are actions taken by the police forces, independent of politics. Well, then how does the Emergency Act change anything then? In my view, voting for this Emergencies Act sends out a false signal, not only to our people, but to the whole world, given that the impact on the view and the repercussions of bringing in this act in these circumstances would involve all parliamentarians here present who will bear the responsibility for doing so on their shoulders. We're talking about a form of jurisprudence to which other governments in this House will have to refer in the future. It will be a precedent, and I would like to point out to our NDP colleagues again that if they vote for this, they will have contributed to trivializing the subsequent and future use of this act, which will make it look less important, essentially. Now, should there be a national emergency that could someday occur, we certainly wouldn't hope so, it might lead to the view of various stakeholders and of the people being biased with regard to this act. And this might become a serious risk to the safety of people in the future who will be remembering this situation here today and will be remembering that we voted for this and say, well, you know, it wasn't such an important thing. They were just, you know, a bunch of truckers with a bunch of signs over there at Parliament Hill. So people might then not make an appropriate judgment about a real threat, because we will have lacked judgment today and will have incorrectly evaluated whether or not it is essential to bring in this act. We will be accomplices to their future confusion. Madam Speaker, should the NDP so lightly back the use of this Emergencies Act, I at least ask that they ensure that the government ensure that Quebec is exempted from its application. That is their ardent desire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that the member is so wrong. What is happening and has happened, and the potential threat, is very real. Shutting down by an illegal protest, blockades in the downtown of Ottawa has had a profound negative impact in many ways. Not to mention the international borders, where there was literally $500 million+ a day of transactions being blocked. We saw the loss of hundreds of jobs, going into thousands of jobs as a direct result. We saw a community being held captive, the nation's capital. The legislation is there to ensure, whether it's forbid kids from being used as a part of a barricade. It's there to ensure that there's a financial consequence for irresponsible behavior. Why doesn't the Bloc support the rule of law in Canada, which includes Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-de-Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, allow me to say to my colleague opposite that my priority isn't to avoid supporting the rule of law, but to apply it correctly. And I ask him who allowed for setting up these barricades, who, by their nonchalance, their lack of leadership, their absence, why did things get to this point? That's my question for my honourable colleague.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her excellent speech. And she has clearly made the case for the thresholds of invoking the Emergency Measures Act not being met. My question to her would be, under the rule of law, it requires that due process happen. And could you speak a little bit about the due process not happening and there being a complete lack of process, and that this government moved from A to Z unmerited?
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you to my colleague for his most relevant question. All right, my training in industrial relations taught me that in any conflict you need to move step by step, negotiate. You need to first off recognize the other and their position, evaluate the criteria, understand why they got to that point, understand the point they're at, and then offer negotiation, offer a plan to lead you all out of the crisis, and to go step by step. Meet, negotiate, propose, circle back around to new negotiation, to keep the peace in such a demonstration. And I think it's a lack of that that has led to the situation we have been stuck with. Deplorable. Questions and comments? The member for Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate our colleague from Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix for their passion and their speech, and they have really focused on the value of democracy and our duty to remain at a level, to discuss at a level that will protect democracy. I would like her to say more about the dangerous precedent being created this evening. Should we, I underscore, should we, those of the left-handed side of the Liberals continue to support the Liberals, should we vote for it? Honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you for your question. A very good question put by my colleague of the Bloc Québécois. I repeat my position, which is as follows. The danger is that should we judge inappropriately the situation today, should we support the invocation of the Emergencies Act today, the future repercussions of our behavior might actually endanger the future of many citizens in our country who will have thought that this Emergencies Act is like an ultimate act that you vote in just to deal with a protest. So it would send them an ambivalent message. I think that's very serious. I think it's important to consider this, and I call on all parliamentarians to think very seriously about their vote tonight.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to any time to rise on my feet in this House. It's unfortunate that we're rising today to debate the Emergency Act. It is an act that I don't feel that merits to be used right now, and I'll outline my reasoning for going to be voting against this and why I hope that the NDP join with us and stay relevant and hopefully support our position I will outline why I think it is not needed right now. To get an understanding, I think we need to ask ourselves how and why. How are we here and why are we here today debating this, and why did we have protesters on the streets of Ottawa? And it goes to, I believe, the function of parliamentarians is to listen. And you may not agree with the protesters. You may not agree with all views in Canada, but you listen to hopefully have a better understanding of fellow Canadians. And that's what I think has been unfortunately lacking in this place. We've gone through 2 years of this pandemic with these difficulties. Everyone is tired. Everyone is wanting this to be over. And the good news, Canada, it is slowly becoming very apparent that it is becoming over. Mandates are getting lifted across Canada. Freedom is on the move again. We are able to take back our lives. We just had the Super Bowl get played in California. 85,000 people in that stadium. And we didn't see a spike of COVID cases afterwards. Why is that? Part of it is that vaccines have helped. We're one of the highly vaccinated countries in the world. We've got therapeutic options now available. We also have the variant that is dominant right now is milder. And this is all, you know, in the past, this is how pandemics have ended, that the dominant strain would become a mild virus and it would go through our population and we would have natural immunity layered on top of all the other measures that I've outlined. And that is why we're coming to the end of it. We are on the tail end of this. Province after province are lifting the restrictions. Countries, significant Western world countries, are removing the mandates. We are so close to being in that spot. So why? Why would your government in January, last month, at the end of this pandemic, after claiming that truck drivers that were frontline heroes, they were the people that literally fed and delivered the goods that sustained us for these last 2 years. We called them heroes for the first 2 years, and at the waning ends of this pandemic, they are moved from heroes to zeros, all with a stroke of a pen. That the Prime Minister decided that, you know what, at the tail end, we're going to have this mandate when you cross the border. A month ago, we're talking about a small portion of the Canadian population, for the most part, that are vaccinated, that are by themselves for 22 hours of the day. And you target those people? That's worse than targeting them. You insulted them. You divided. As this convoy was getting started, the Prime Minister called out that this convoy, this freedom convoy, that they're separatist. They're nothing much more than people that want to tear apart our country. They get to Ottawa, and I've never seen as many Canadian flags in a group ever on Parliament Hill. These aren't separatists, they're patriots. Then they were called sexist and racist. And you go out there, and to the Liberal members that are here, I would hope that you had the opportunity to meet with some of these fellow Canadians, and hear their story. And you'd hear that and you would notice that they are from every nationality, every corner of the world is represented by those truckers and those people that have joined them. So they weren't racist, they weren't sexist, they weren't separatists. But we had the Prime Minister piling on. For what purpose? One would only surmise that it is for his political benefit. And that is wrong, Madam Speaker. There's a lot of wrong things that have happened in the last 2 years. But for the last 2 weeks or the last month, there's profound changes in the way that I view our institution, how Canadians view this place, how they view their government. And it's not for the betterment. We are in a different spot. The Queen, 95 years old, caught COVID. All the precautions that are out there that bubble wrap the Queen at her age, she caught COVID. And you know what? She's working through it. We're definitely in a new phase of this pandemic. We are coming to the end. So why pile on with these mandates that only divide Canadians, not unify us? This is wrong, Madam Speaker. Profoundly wrong what this Emergency Act gives the government the power to do. And you know this to be true. In a free society, we don't freeze bank accounts. That is the most horrendous thing that failed regimes around the world, in their dying days, you know what they do? They print money, they remove civil liberties, and they freeze bank accounts. It's not that difficult to view what's going on in Canada through a lens of mistrust. And we need leadership to bring the healing once we're through this pandemic. Just because when all the mandates get removed, and I believe we're weeks, even maybe even less, away from that, we're going to have huge divisions that need to be mended. And by voting in this Emergency Act only divides Canadians that much more at a time that we shouldn't be. That's a little bit of why we're here. But how are we here? How was it that a protest would go on for as many days that it has? And it's this inquiry that will take place. I think one of the questions and one of the things they're going to analysis is, well, what happened at the start? For weeks or days at least, we would turn on the news and we'd see news of this convoy coming to Ottawa. People lining the highways just to wave in the cold at the convoy. And even if you don't agree with their message, you must take a step back and understand what would it take for people to give up all that they had in their lives, to get on the road and come to Ottawa, to fight for what they believe in, to have their message heard from the government. They got the reports of them coming to Ottawa was no secret. When the convoy got here, they were directed or welcomed by the City of Ottawa, electronic signs, convoy, turn here, head downtown. They got down to the downtown core of Ottawa, and what were they told? Go ahead, park in Wellington. You have to leave on Sunday, but you're free to come and break this law. You can set up shop. You can protest. In Canada, we have the right to protest. That's still a right. We need to provide a space for people to protest, to disagree with their government, to let their message be heard. And, Madam Speaker, I believe this inquiry, when it looks at what were the first mistakes, well, it was either the Liberal Prime Minister under pressure to the Liberal Mayor of Ottawa to invite them down, set up shop on Wellington. That was the message they heard when they got to Ottawa. Now, people are second-guessing themselves. That, you know what, these second-guessing, they needed intelligence reports. We needed intelligence reports, and we didn't know what was coming. Turn on the news. The whole country knew where they were going and why they were going. Their livelihoods were threatened. The tail end of a pandemic when they were treated like heroes for the first 2 years of this, delivering goods, crossing the border, putting their lives at risk. In the dying days of this pandemic, as mandates were getting lifted across Canada, what did our Prime Minister decide to do? He decided to divide Canadians, just like he did in the last election. Leading into that election, he said, no, we don't need mandates. He must have got some polling information that showed elsewise. And he decided to use this divisive weapon against its own people to divide for his political gain. Madam Speaker, I will be voting against this motion because it's not right now, it's not right to freeze people's bank accounts, and it's not right to insult the hardworking Canadians that make up that convoy.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, basis is the premise of his argument from the beginning about we put in the restrictions in regards to long-haul truck drivers to cross the border. Newsflash to the member. You cannot drive, if you're a long-haul truck driver, into the States. Not because of Canada, but the United States of America will not let you in unless you are vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. Madam Speaker, the member's focus then was on Ottawa. Does he not recognize the convoys and the blockades? And the blockades are still a threat at our international borders. Think for once of the real victims here. The people that are losing jobs. Communities that are losing their ability to walk peacefully around their neighborhoods. Does he not recognize those people?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And correct the opposite member. The restrictions on crossing the border were first introduced by Ottawa. A week later, America retaliated. So when you talk about having these restrictions removed, one side has to move first, and it should be Canada. And I suspect the U.S. might actually move and force us to rescind, because it does make no sense to have these restrictions on people that sit in their cab for 22 hours of the day by themselves, crisscrossing that border, all through the last 2 years, being called heroes, and now you call them racist, you call them separatist, and you call them sexist people. This is wrong.
Point of order from the honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Just to remind the member opposite, he used to speak through the chair. Throughout his speech, he kept saying "you" while looking at the government bench. Thank you.
The honourable member has a point. It does have to come through the chair. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi James. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague's speech, and he spoke indeed about the protest of truckers in Ottawa, but it deteriorated. It was not just that in the end, with all of the flags supposedly set up here in Ottawa. So I have questions, and I'd like my colleague to tell me. Clearly, we didn't have the Emergencies Act in effect at that point, but how far can this go if it is invoked? And in terms of the scope that it had in Ottawa and elsewhere, what does my colleague think about everything that unfolded? Was it excessive or not?
Madam Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member for the question. We've had protests in Canada for over 150 years. And every protest that I've seen was able to be stopped with the current laws in the books. We had massive protests in major cities across Canada where buildings were being burnt, cars were getting set on fire, people were getting killed. For 3 weeks, we had none of that on the streets of Ottawa. And it was the lack of leadership from this Prime Minister that facilitated this getting to the place there was. I'm against blockades. I'm against any illegal activity. You still have the right to protest. You still have the right to have your message heard. And this measure is not needed because of the history of our country has been able to put down all protests that we've had in the past up until now. Why is that? Because I believe it has been being used for political reasons, not for law and order, which I'm a big believer in.
Well, member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe we have a responsibility to reflect on how we have become so divided. Instead of peace, order, and good government, we're witnessing chaos and disorder and poor government. Today, our honourable member acknowledged the question of leadership. So my question is on behalf of the thousands of emails and phone calls that I've received from people in my riding of Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. Do you agree that we need to stop this abuse of power and focus on our strengths and opportunities as a country?
Honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you kindly to the question from my honourable colleague. And we need healing. We need a leader that will listen, a leader that won't divide for his own benefit. We need to come together like never before because of what we've been through in the last 2 years. We talk about the traumatic scene that some people witnessed in Ottawa, that can't go to work, can't see loved ones, can't get around. Well, that's what our country has been like for the last 2 years, Madam Speaker. We need a leader that will bring freedom back to Canada. And remember that God keep our land glorious and free, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to rise in this place and take part in debate, although I must say I am saddened that it is under the current circumstances. Last week, I put down my words very carefully on what my contribution to this debate was going to be. But last week isn't this week, is it? Today is not yesterday. I would ask, why are we still here? Why has this Prime Minister not revoked this mass overreach by his Liberal government? The streets are now clear. The trucks are gone. And as we have yet to vote on all this, all done without parliamentary approval. Let's recap for a moment how we came to be here. Trucking was not broken in Canada. For the past 2 years, truckers have successfully delivered the goods, so to speak, Madam Speaker. So where was the problem here? Why did the Prime Minister intentionally go and pick this fight? Why did he decide to fix a trucking problem that was not broken? I mean, seriously, truckers did their job faithfully for 2 years without a mandate. And the vast majority of truckers are fully vaccinated. A small number of truckers who drive truck alone in their cab were never at any time shown to be a public health risk. This Liberal government has produced zero evidence to suggest there is a risk. And now, here we are. We all know that this Prime Minister has poured fuel on the fire. I will not quote the nasty names he has used because I believe them to be unparliamentary. He has told these truckers that they hold unacceptable views, that they do not deserve to be heard, that they must be condemned. Well, the Prime Minister succeeded. He drove people to come from all parts of Canada, to come all the way here to Ottawa, to protest largely against him and the actions of his government, to send a message to this Prime Minister that they wanted to be heard. And I believe all of Ottawa, and indeed Canada, heard their message. Some agree with that message. Others do not. That's what occurs in a democracy. We know when this Prime Minister sees a protest that he agrees with, he joins it. And now we know when he sees a protest he does not agree with, he will use the most powerful law he has to silence it. Because, of course, that is exactly just what happened here by invoking the Emergencies Act. Now, I come from British Columbia, a beautiful province, but one where we have seen far more than our fair share of protests. And as anyone from British Columbia can tell you, when the RCMP decide to move in and clear a protest, they do so with surgical-like efficiency. Close to 900 protesters have been cleared from the Fairy Creek protests and arrested. In November, the RCMP moved in on and cleared the protest blockade against the Pacific LNG gas line. A remote region in rural British Columbia with many Indigenous protesters was cleared by the RCMP in a single day. These are not observations, Madam Speaker. These are facts. And make no mistake, all of these protests were cleared under existing Canadian laws. Let me ask this place a question. Can any of us name any protest that occurred here in Canada since 2015 that has not ended under existing Canadian laws? I don't believe any of us can because none exist. I was first elected to this place in 2011. And indeed, during the majority years of that government, I lost track on how many protests occurred. Every single one was resolved under existing Canadian laws. Now, why does that matter? Because the standard used to invoke the Emergencies Act is absolutely crystal clear. The Emergencies Act cannot be invoked unless that emergency, and I quote, cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada, end quote. Full stop, Madam Speaker. And yet, the Prime Minister, who tried nothing else to de-escalate the situation before evoking the Emergencies Act, that leaves a very awkward question on the table. Why is it every other protest in modern-day Canadian history is cleared under existing laws and authority, but this protest required special laws, the Emergencies Act? Because we all know, for whatever reason, the Ottawa police were either unwilling or unable to do what other police forces in Canada have done. And do not say it's due to the trucks. What the Windsor police did in clearing the Ambassador Bridge only the week prior was done under existing laws, and it also involved trucks. Whatever the answer is to that question, make no mistake, an Ottawa policing problem is not a national crisis. We all know this. I remind the House, all of the measures within the Emergencies Act must be met before the Act can be invoked. Not some, not one, all must be met. Some of you may not like that the law sets the standard, and the government is free to amend the law, and members can support that or not. But as it stands, the law has not been amended. All standards must be met before it's invoked by a government. Every protest in the past 20 years has been resolved under existing Canadian laws. Not 99% of them, 100% of them. The Prime Minister knows this, as does his Minister for Public Safety. So they have to change tactics using heated rhetoric and making serious claims, but without providing any data to back up those claims. This approach from the Prime Minister seems to be taken from the Adam Sutler character in the movie V for Vendetta. Scare the people, use fear, and that is what this Prime Minister is trying to do to justify, Madam Speaker, what cannot be legally justified. So this past weekend we watched exactly what happened. There was no armed insurrection. There were no massive stockpiles of illegal weapons or explosive or incendiary devices found here in Ottawa. This protest was largely cleared in a single weekend, much as every other protest is cleared in Canada without using the Emergencies Act. Now, so why is this a different situation? Why are we still here? Why is the Emergency Act not being revoked? I'm reminded that recently that a member from Louis Saint-Hubert gave a public statement. He knows the dangerous games this Prime Minister plays. This member, Madam Speaker, had the courage to call out the Prime Minister's divisive tactics and politics of division. Here is the problem with the politics of division. I mean, politically, I suppose some would say if you pull on an issue and pick a winning side and then demonize the losing side, you come away with more votes. The challenge with this approach is when you create sides, you divide people. You create winners and losers. That approach divides. It creates hate and animosity. Indeed, we've heard this Prime Minister use nasty words against those his policies have turned into losers. We heard this Prime Minister make a most ungraceful and undignified attack against a female MP from my party last week. Why? Why would he do that? Is it really too much of an expectation that a leader of a G7 country cannot answer a question from a Jewish member of Parliament without suggesting that she stands with people who wave swastikas? And yet, he refused to apologize. 3 times he refused. And even after a day of reflection, he still refused to apologize. But that's what this man has become since the election. Bitter, angry, divisive, and vindictive. I say vindictive because, again, we're still here. The protests have been clear. The only motive now to continue with the act would be to punish. And to punish under the terms of the Emergencies Act where there is no due process to protect the innocent from mistakes that may occur. Is this the Canada we want now? One that punishes people without fairness and without due process? Let us also recognize other countries that are now openly mocking and belittling the actions of our Prime Minister. How will future Canadian governments condemn those nations for cracking down on their citizens when we here are no better? Canada used to be an example, a country known for our kindness to others, our compassion, our willingness to stand with others, to fight against tyranny and oppression. Now today, under this Prime Minister, we have become a nation increasingly divided, fighting amongst ourselves. There was a time in the past when this Prime Minister would apologize for his use of unparliamentary words in this place, and he would speak of sunny ways. Not anymore. We've gone from sunny ways to dark days. What has become of the Prime Minister since the election? Well, the comments directed by the Prime Minister to the member for Thornhill were abhorrent. We cannot allow division to continue. If you vote for this act, knowing full well that not all the conditions have been met, knowing today that the protests have been cleared and trucks are gone, you're basically authorizing an overuse and abuse and setting a very dangerous precedent in this process. You will, in fact, lower the bar that needs to be set high. We must do our job as parliamentarians. It means we must follow the law. If we do not, if we fail, we are failing Canadians.
Time for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me quote something from the Winnipeg Free Press that was just printed the other day. Premier Heather Stephenson pleaded in a private letter to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to... Oh, I'm sorry. I definitely know better. Start over. Madam Speaker, Premier Heather Stephenson pleaded in a private letter to the Prime Minister to intervene at Emerson border blockade, just days before she publicly opposed his decision to enact the Federal Emergencies Act against protesters. In a February 11 letter obtained by the Free Press, Stephenson asked the Prime Minister to take immediate and effective action as she pleaded for national leadership that only you and the federal government can provide. The province of Alberta asked for the ability from Ottawa to help, to bring in some tow trucks. The Premier of Ontario supports this initiative. The interim chief of Ottawa Police supports it. It seems to me that it is the extreme conservative right that is playing politics, and there's ample evidence of hypocrisy, Madam Speaker.
Central Okanagan, Similkin and Nicola.
Speaker, in my speech I said very clearly that there are laws within Canada that allow for coordination of police and be able to establish order without invoking the Emergencies Act. Again, it's never been used before. The member is just wrong. Again, we've had no one say any of the protests outside of this place that have been massive have not been dealt using through existing laws. Now, I'll quote someone, and this is the Prime Minister. In order for you to trust your government, you need a government that will trust you. When we make a mistake, as all governments do, it's important we acknowledge the mistake and learn from it. We know that you do not expect us to be perfect, but you expect us to work tirelessly and to be honest, open, and sincere in our efforts to serve the public interest. Madam Speaker, what happened to that Prime Minister? What happened to that Prime Minister?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, listening to the Liberals, they're either telling us that it's an ordinary law that will just add a few other tools if needed, or hear them say that the provinces were begging them for help. And do you know what, Madam Speaker? We also were begging for leadership for over 20 days. Leadership is not an extreme act like the Emergencies Act is. Leadership is bringing people together. It's talking. It's trying to meet with people. It's coordinating the police forces, taking action before 20 days. I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on this.
For Central Okanagan, Similkin and Nicola.
I would like to thank the member for that question, for raising the point. Look, leadership is everything. And instead of stoking the divisions and calling out, as the Prime Minister has done, I won't use those unparliamentary terms, Madam Speaker, created a much more escalated crisis. He could have chosen to work with the Solicitor General of Ontario to find ways that they could support utilizing existing measures, not the Emergencies Act. Madam Speaker, it's the equivalent of awakening the Kraken, a legislative leviathan that should only be broken when in the most dire of situations. I don't believe that the government has met the test, and in fact, I believe the government should rescind that invocation immediately. We are a nation of laws. No one person should have such power that is given, and we as parliamentarians need to do our part to uphold the rule of law. If the government has not met the high threshold test, Madam Speaker, we should vote against.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
Congratulations to my colleague for a wonderful speech. The question is, history taught us that any government that you give over power, or politicians that get over power or over money, that means we're going into a dictatorship style. How much this bill and this experience can remind us about the history?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkin and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly I understand, especially when people are pushed to the limits that they want to push back. But you know what? We're supposed to channel the concerns of Canadians to this place. And in the Emergencies Act, as I said, if the government felt that the threshold was too high, they could have moved to amend it. But they haven't. And so we here in this chamber now have a responsibility to look at whether or not that the Prime Minister and his cabinet have met the threshold to utilize legislation that it gives them enormous powers that we have never been used. Madam Speaker, I believe we should limit those powers. I believe that the government should revoke its use of it. And if in the face of not doing that, Madam Speaker, we should vote against this to restore.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Madam Speaker, violence was their mode of operation. Hate is what drove them. Human life was called into question or altogether threatened, and millions of dollars of damage was done to property. Yet there was silence from the Prime Minister, and the media only spoke whispers several days later. Meanwhile, 4,500 kilometers away on the other side of the country, a diverse group of Canadians gathered from all across. Some wore turbans, some wore toques, some were in their 70s, and some weren't even able to walk yet. They gathered for one reason: to advocate for freedom. They gathered to advocate for what it is to be Canadian, true, north, strong, and free. These individuals were truckers, they were farmers, they were doctors, they were nurses, they were stay-at-home moms, they were students, they were teachers, they were social workers. I talked with them, I heard their story, I listened, because that's what a politician does who deeply cares about this country. The Prime Minister took a bit of a different approach. He stigmatized, he antagonized, he turned a deaf ear. Now, some of these individuals drove big rigs, and some of them drove Civics, some of them F-150s, and some of them were vaccinated 3 times, and some of them were vaccinated not at all. But they all were Canadian, fighting for an ideal. Was it disruptive at times? Yes, indeed. That is the point of a peaceful assembly protesting something that you disagree with. It's allowed in this country, a democratic country. Now, were there a few bad actors? Sure, yeah, but they were quickly condemned and removed. When we juxtapose this with the attack on the Coastal GasLink site at Houston, BC, with damage to property and threat to human life, it becomes very clear that the Prime Minister's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act in response to Ottawa is a massive overreach and purely punitive in nature. We know this especially given the fact that we watched the border crossings at Windsor, Coutts, Surrey, and Emerson, Manitoba be cleared without the Emergencies Act needing to be invoked. We know it even more today when we see that the downtown core of Ottawa has been cleared out, and yet the Prime Minister insists that he will still move forward with invoking the Emergencies Act. Why? Is it necessary? I argue no. Again, if these things were able to be cleared up, the Windsor border, the Surrey border, the Coutts border, the Emerson border, if these were able to be cleared up without this over-exaggeration of power, then Ottawa could have been too. But there's something more that needs to be discussed here, and that is, what is that threshold for invoking the Act? Now, we know that the Emergencies Act has never been used since 1988 when it was first created. Its predecessor, the War Measures Act, was used 3 times, once in World War I, once in World War II, and once for the FLQ crisis, where again, human life was taken and the country was really thrown into chaos. The bar is high. So for the Prime Minister to invoke the Emergencies Act when an assembly of people come to protest with views that are different than the Prime Minister's, one has to wonder why. Why the overreach? Why? The one power that Trudeau gets, or sorry, that the Prime Minister gets from this is the ability to freeze bank accounts. He has the opportunity to then cease control of the monetary flow for those individuals who hold views different than his own. Madam Speaker, this is an abuse of power. We're talking about individuals who may have donated $10, maybe a few $100s to this cause. Simply because they had views that were different than the Prime Minister's, their bank accounts are frozen, they're unable to make their car payments, their house payments, or put food on their table. Some of them are unable to take care of their children, others are unable just to meet the basic needs of life. Madam Speaker, it is a massive breach on these individuals. And it is simply for no other reason than the fact that these folks failed to fall in line. They questioned the government. They held views, and do hold views that are different than the Prime Minister's. So using the tactic of a schoolyard bully, he has decided to implement the Emergencies Act so that he can control, manipulate, dictate, be punitive, punish. Madam Speaker, it should be highlighted that the federal government is utilizing national security tools that were designed to combat terrorism against Canadians who support protests. Madam Speaker, we must let that sink in for just a moment. The Prime Minister of our country is using laws that are normally used against terrorists, and he is using them against citizens of his own country who hold views that happen to be different than his own. That is extremely alarming. It's vindictive. One commentator said this: it's almost as if cruelty is the point. But it didn't need to come to this. The reason we're here is because the Prime Minister decided to put a punitive measure in place. On January 15th, he required that all truck drivers going across the US border and wanting to return into Canada needed to be double vaccinated. Now we're talking about individuals who were earlier declared as heroes, individuals who stay in the cabs of their truck aside from maybe refueling or grabbing a quick snack at a gas station. These individuals have served our country in an incredibly heroic way. And then the Prime Minister made a decision to go after them, put restrictions in place. It was nonsense. This started a movement of hundreds of thousands of Canadians who started to question the government, question the Prime Minister, question his motives. Fair enough. They didn't add up. I mean, Dr. Tam herself was saying that we needed to reassess the mandates that were put in place at that time. She herself was saying that we needed to learn to live with COVID, that we needed to return to normal. The Prime Minister has turned a deaf ear, a blind eye, refused to listen. I'm not sure what his agenda is, but it certainly isn't to serve this country well. It certainly isn't the best interest of Canadians at heart. Before even knowing who was coming to Ottawa, he refused to listen. His tactics were mean-spirited and divisive in nature. He stigmatized, he antagonized, he traumatized. He went after these individuals, telling them that they were a fringe minority with unacceptable views. He damaged the unity of this country, pitting one region or one people against another. He crushed the human spirit. One of my constituents wrote to me, she said this: she's an immigrant who just moved to Canada about a decade ago. She now has 3 children and is married. She runs a small business and is a beautiful community participant. She said, I quote, "It was mere months ago I filled out the paperwork to become a Canadian citizen. I desire to align myself with a nation I've come to love, to stand beside people who make it great, to cast a vote in the bucket of democracy. And yet I am sickened by the increasingly pervasive narrative being spouted, one where rightness trumps charity and good faith, and where being Canadian is defined not by our humanity, but by our political affiliations. And here I am, awaiting news of my application status, while the Canada I thought I knew crumbles around me, not from COVID, but from the divisive and destructive language being used to define citizenship and belonging." She goes on to say, "But what am I saying yes to? A nation that speaks before listening, one that defines being a good Canadian in a way that marginalizes everyone who doesn't fit said description." She continues, "I humbly ask that we take steps toward the Canada I first moved to, one where value isn't gained, it's given, and given generously by the people who call it home, because diversity of thought and conscience are great markers of democracy than the alternative." Madam Speaker, this is the deep heart cry of so many Canadians across this country. We want a unified nation. We want a Prime Minister who listens to the fellow citizens of this great country. We want to move forward with strength. And the Prime Minister has claimed that he wants the same. But in order to do that, it starts with him. He must trust and respect the Canadian people for the Canadian people to do the same. Unfortunately, he has chosen gamesmanship over statesmanship, and it is killing our country. I urge this House to vote no to the punitive measures that are being discussed here today. Thank you.
It's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of I'm sorry. The Minister of Family, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from across the way for her question. And I think we can all agree that many of the protesters who came to Ottawa and in other parts of the country, many of them there did feel that they were speaking out against the suffering that many Canadians had felt over the past 2 years, and that the restrictions for them were difficult and challenging. This pandemic has been difficult and challenging for all Canadians. But I want to ask my member this: why do colleagues across the way choose to be willfully blind to the white supremacy sentiments that were clear and present in the leadership of this convoy? Be it Pat King's vitriol, Tamara Litch's affiliation with the Maverick Party, or the diagonal badges that were found on the members who were arrested at Coutts, or the 1,100 donors that were discovered through GoFundMe who had also donated to the Capitol riots on January 6th in the United States. I'm happy to share the ADL report with her if she'd like. I would feel strongly that all of us should be standing up against white supremacist and anti-democratic sentiments, whether they are forthcoming and upfront in these blockades, or if they have been part of the driving forces that have led people to gather together.
Well, member for Lethbridge. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Interestingly enough, the member knows very well that my party, our side of the aisle, has condemned those acts of hate or the flying of the swastika. She knows that. But again, she chooses to participate in the same tactics as the Prime Minister, which is to divide, which is to attack, which is to be punitive. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. What we are talking about right now is invoking the Emergencies Act in the country of Canada, an act that the Prime Minister will use in order to go after individuals who disagree with his viewpoints. And I would ask the member opposite as to why she doesn't ask the Prime Minister to apologize to the member on our side who was accused of marching with a swastika when she herself is a young Jewish woman. That is disgusting. And I would urge the member to call out the Prime Minister on that bad behavior.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated in the member for Lethbridge's comments this morning, alongside others, calling for unity, particularly in a discussion in this House that has been lacking in that in recent days. And I think important in that is also a shared understanding of facts and context. And so I also note that in the member's comments, there wasn't mention of an MOU about overthrowing government. There wasn't mention about ties to white nationalism as part of the people that were in Ottawa. And so I wonder if the member would want to share more about the wider context of those that were in Ottawa over recent weeks.
Bridge.
I wonder if the member opposite would like to talk about the vast majority of protesters who held themselves in peaceful regard. Individuals who were elderly, individuals who were in their young 20s, individuals who were children, individuals who bounced on bouncy castles and who waved Canadian flags, individuals who cooked sausages and pancakes and who held little rallies, individuals who advocated for their freedom, which is their democratic right to do. And then I wonder if that same member, after talking about all of those peaceful protesting acts that were taken here on Parliament Hill by the vast majority of participants, I wonder if that member would then also like to talk about the fact that the Prime Minister is invoking the Emergencies Act.
Another chance, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
And the honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not only did the decree not respect the conditions set out in Section 3 of the Emergencies Act, but listening to the arguments given by my Liberal colleagues, we really feel that they're taking the ultimate act and using the ultimate power. Does my colleague not think that it is a little commonplace as an action?
20 seconds.
As discussed in my speech, I do believe that the Prime Minister is overstepping. I believe that it is a massive overreach, or overreach, I should say. I believe it's an abuse of power. He is using something that is that is entirely used against terrorists, and he is using it against citizens who have protested him in the streets of Ottawa because they hold viewpoints that are different than his own. It's absolutely
debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me at the beginning wish all Canadians a happy Family Day today. Today is supposed to be a day for Canadian families to celebrate, to enjoy being families within all the peace and prosperity that they deserve. While the Prime Minister chose us to be the sole architect of this crisis that we are about to talk about today, and we've been talking about for the last few days. Madam Speaker, we stand at a crossroad in the House today. It is by the motion and no other that this Parliament and the men and women in this House of Commons will be remembered. During the First World War, Canadians saw the War Measures Act imposed for the first time. Under that act, more than 8,500 men, women, and children of Ukrainian background were interned into 24 camps across the country. Many of them were born in Canada. Their rights were ignored by the government of the day, including the right of vote or to vote. Parliament and the people of Canada remained silent to those injustices. It was only in 2005, with the passage of the Ukrainian-Canadian Restitution Act, that some redress was made to the descendants of those who were abused by the government, acknowledging that what was done was wrong. In early 1942, the government of Canada used the War Measures Act to intern more than 21,000 Japanese Canadians who were held for the duration of the Second World War. Their homes and business were seized and sold to pay for their detention. Once again, Parliament and people of Canada remained silent to this mistreatment of citizens. It was only in 1988 then that the Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, apologized for this wrongful act of the Canadian government. The last time the War Measures Act was used, Madam Speaker, was during the October crisis of 1970. The government of the day imposed it because of a perceived insurrection, which turned to be much of less of an insurrection than the government had imagined. Hundreds of Quebecers were roasted from their beds in the middle of the night and held without a trial to eventually be released without apology. Their supposed crime had been to show support for unpopular idea, and that is Quebec, or that was Quebec independence. The government of the day lumped them together with those who had committed crimes, unable to separate the difference between beliefs and actions. If that sounds much like what happened in Canada the past few weeks, that is because it is. This government does not seem able to grasp that it is possible to disagree with a policy and to protest against that policy without being dangerous to society. So it invokes the Emergency Act. As former NDP leader Tommy Douglas famously remarked in 1970, this is like using, quote, a sledgehammer to crack a peanut, end quote. This government has failed to prove any justification for this action. In effect, it is using the most draconian piece of legislation at its disposal to fix a parking problem in downtown Ottawa. Madam Speaker, the government is asking us to trust them on this matter. Their actions will remain consistent with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That's what they tell us. There are no plans to call the army yet. You'll pardon me for looking at this government's track record and taking these statements with a huge grain of salt. I'm sure that they are sincere and that they believe what they are saying. But unfortunately, as we have seen, their actions are frequently quite different from the high ideals of their words. And it is by their actions that they will be judged, not by the flowery language. I would challenge any member from the government side to explain how freezing bank accounts without a warrant of persons who have not been charged with a crime is consistent with the Charter of Rights and Freedom. Does such action apply only to those who have illegally parked their vehicles in downtown Ottawa? What about their families? Does it extend to those who have liked the Freedom Convoy on Facebook? How far will this Prime Minister go to silence those who disagree with his policies? Just watch him. We have all heard stories about the government's no-fly list. Thousands of people with alleged terrorist connections prevented from air travel. We all agree that such a list had a purpose. However, that list of names is just that. It doesn't include passport numbers or dates of birth or other information to better identify those who may not fly. That means we regularly hear of those who are banned from air travel because their names are on the list, but who are not the ones targeted. A 5-year-old child with the same name as terrorist had no redress when turned away at the airport. So forgive me, Madam Speaker, for wondering how can we trust this government to freeze the bank accounts of only those who have taken part in Ottawa protests. It would be simple to arrest those on the scene, instead that they are making it more complicated and are sure to make mistakes. Telling Canadians that the government respects Charter of Rights will be cold comfort when they make those mistakes and start seizing bank accounts of people who have no connection to the protests. Canadian citizens who have done nothing wrong will have the government seizing their assets and will have no redress. Government members must tell you that this could not happen. Remember the no-fly list and ask yourself if you believe them. The past week I have received hundreds of phone calls, as I'm sure in that case for every member in the House, not just from constituents, but from concerned Canadians. Some are angry at the state of our country. They don't understand why the federal government is not following the science in bringing an end to various mandates. They demand action. Many more, though, are afraid. They are afraid of the directions they see Canada's taking. They see division in the House of Commons and in the country. Many blame the Prime Minister for creating those divisions. Others blame politicians. One woman I talked with, a senior citizen, was in tears. She loves Canada. She's horrified at what we are becoming. After 2 years of pandemic, she feels helpless. She is looking to Parliament to show leadership, and what she sees is a government attempting to divide Canadians instead of unifying them. A government that denies the right to peaceful protest for anyone who disagrees with its policies. A Prime Minister who is too afraid of others' viewpoints to even meet with them on Zoom. I encourage all honourable members, as you cast your vote today, consider your place in history. Remember the abuses by governments past and ask yourself if the situation at hand warrants the method being used by this government. Let us put aside our different political parties' identities and come together to vote as Canadians. The nation is watching us now. Will we pretend that we are living in 1917, 1942, or 1970? Or we will show that we understand that in 2022, Canadians must not be abused on the whim of a Prime Minister. History will remember our actions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would actually like to address through you the member opposite who just asked the question, will we continue to pretend that we are living in the past? It seems that the member opposite and his Conservative colleagues are in fact living in the past as they continually reference the War Measures Act and comments that Tommy Douglas made about this act in 1970. We are here to debate a very different act, the Emergencies Act, an act that was introduced, in fact, to address the concerns that this member has raised about the War Measures Act by, I may remind the member opposite, a Conservative government. So why does this member opposite and his colleagues continually reference this act, which is no longer on the books in Canada? You know, creating confusion and anxiety and concern among people when we really should be focused on the act which we are debating today, the Emergency Measures Act. Thank you.
Edmonton Manning.
Well, the honourable member can name it whatever it want to name it. At the end of the day, the action and the effect of it is what will be remembered by Canadians for generations to come. So let's not divide this issue and rename it as her Prime Minister, her boss, has been doing, dividing Canadians for the last years. And we've seen the utmost of it right now. That is my answer, Madam Speaker. I hope that honourable member will be able to stand on the right side of history and vote against this draconian bill.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Very interesting. The Bloc Québécois is also opposed to the Emergencies Act that we've been debating since Thursday for different reasons, I think. But that's not what I wanted to raise. He mentioned, as our previous colleague said in her question, the War Measures Act a number of times. He talked about times in history when it was invoked for different reasons. Obviously, I heard his comment regarding the sad episodes in Quebec in 1970, where he seems to say that many people of Quebec were unjustly arrested, sometimes in the middle of the night without any reason, arbitrarily detained for a number of weeks. I'd like to ask my colleague if the Bloc Québécois were to table a motion to ask for the government to apologize to Quebecers who were victims of the War Measures Act in 1970. Would he support our motion this time? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Indeed, Madam Speaker. I can see that the Bloc Québécois and Quebecers remember that dark chapter when people were arrested without any link. They were lumped together victims were lumped together with criminals. At that time, that what was done was unnecessary, was on an imaginary basis. I will support an apology to Quebec and Quebecers because I believe that chapter of our history has to be turned forever.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Edmonton Manning for an excellent speech. I took note particularly of a comment he made about following the science and this Prime Minister's refusal to follow the science when it doesn't fit his narrative. And I'm wondering what message would my colleague give to the NDP, who have always been champions of civil liberties, who are now seeing the liberties of Canadians trampled underfoot? And what would he say to the NDP about voting with their conscience and about remaining true to the values that they say are important to them?
Answer from the member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, my colleague, for the question. Yesterday I was hearing a speech that one of the NTP members was talking about the far right and the far left. I will call the NTP today the far lost. They are lost they haven't been remembering their history. Quebec is remembering the history. NTP is not. I would call on them to vote no today just to be on the right side of history. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just before I go to resuming debate, a little while ago somebody yelled out time, and you know, when people yell out when other people have the floor, it's not proper. First of all, it's up to the speaker as to the timing. It's not up to members within the chamber here. It's up to the speaker. And I do have a clock in front of me, and so I do have a timer, and I'm very conscious of the time, and I think I've been very fair. And if not, then please approach me, and I will address those. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member from Calgary Skyview just as we start. I've listened intently to the debate that has taken place in the House now for several days, and I come today with my intervention as a legislator, a member of my community, and as a mother. Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl once said, "Freedom is in danger of degenerating into mere arbitrariness unless it is lived in terms of responsibleness. The protection of our democratic institutions and the fabric of this country requires for us to be responsible in this moment." We can all agree that we came to this House to represent our communities and their rights under the Charter, which include the rights for freedom of expression, peaceful assembly and protest, and the right to be safe, secure in our homes and places of worship. These democratic freedoms that we cherish and enjoy as Canadians are exercised and anchored within the rule of law. As a mother and member of my community, I know we are exhausted and frustrated by the devastating impacts of the pandemic. Many of us have experienced trauma, and others are grieving the loss of a loved one among the over 34,000 Canadians who have died due to COVID-19. We can agree that the majority of Canadians, communities, families, mothers and fathers, healthcare workers, essential service workers, and businesses have come together, have been unified to support one another, to take care of each other these past 2 years, day after day, in the simplest of ways, wearing masks, maintaining health protocols, and social distancing. And yes, Madam Speaker, by getting vaccinated, including 90% of Canadian truckers. All the tools we as federal, provincial, and municipal governments have utilized with only one primary goal in mind: to keep one another safe and healthy in this unprecedented global pandemic, to be united in a fight for collective health and safety of one another and our most vulnerable, immunocompromised, and the elderly. We've come to agree that the convoy that came to Ottawa unimpeded to speak their mind over the duration of 3 weeks of occupation became an illegal blockade, with members who intimidated residents, threatening their safety and security, and were led by leadership whose members called for the overthrowing of this government to be replaced with leaders of their choosing, and who are affiliated with disturbing alliances to white supremacy, racism, and yes, anti-Semitism. We can agree that Canadians were shocked, horrified, and traumatized to see the memory and tragedy of the Holocaust diminished and weaponized to justify this insurrection, be it through yellow stars worn on coats, or Canadians pained to see white supremacy flags brazenly flown with Confederate or Nazi flags by some in the crowd. The language of organizers in their social media feeds sprouted hate and vitriol, demanding a removal of government time and again. And let us not forget that the tragedy of residential schools was trivialized to justify these illegal protests. We can agree that all of these acts harm the fabric of our democracy, our governmental institutions, and our unity. They also harm the trust we have in one another as Canadians. We've been asked if the threshold was met to invoke the Emergency Act. The test to justify this difficult decision is that there has to be a threat that is national in scope and that current tools were unable to address it. We can acknowledge that the arrival of hundreds of truckers at each location across the country blocking critical infrastructure is a harm and a threat, be it to the borders themselves, impacting jobs, the livelihood of families, or the hundreds of millions of dollars of our economic trade that were impacted. Or on a more personal level, the mother I spoke to whose autistic child had to be taken to the emergency room from the incessant honking of horns that were causing him self-harm. or the man on one of the first nights of the occupation of Ottawa who died in an ambulance because it could not get through. We can agree that the degree of foreign funds, nearly 50% of the millions raised, were fueled not by the desire to protest vaccine mandates, but by a desire to drive white supremacist populist agendas that are a threat to our democratic institutions, potentially donated by foreign agents, political movements, and individuals from beyond our borders. We must address this. We can agree that the pervasiveness of these blockades have been national in scope, impacting borders and communities from across the country. These were not peaceful protests. This is clear by the weapons seized at the Alberta-Coutts border and the 12 arrests of those charged with conspiracy to commit murder. We've been asked if this is a first, second, or third, or last resort. If we are to examine the engagement and timelines of the very public sharing of information as the situation unfolded, we can agree on the following. Municipal and provincial jurisdictions were offered assistance and tools by this government on the first day these illegal blockades took hold. The government was clear in its regular and daily communication with local authorities on the resources it could provide if asked to do so. What colleagues can and should understand is that as a federal government, we continue to work within the jurisdictions and authorities that allowed us to. That is how we protect and respect the Constitution, the Charter, and authorities of all levels of government as a democracy, working together to evaluate capacity each and every step of the way during these illegal blockades. The occupation of downtown Ottawa, Windsor, and the Coutts borders posed a unique threat, and by the tactics used, be it the trucks themselves, the lethal weapons found, the tremendous economic impacts, and finally, Madam Speaker, I say this both as a legislator and as a mother, the horrifying images of the children who were put in harm's way time and again in the name of protest, but who were sent as human shields, required this emergency act to be implemented. We have an obligation to our constituents, our businesses, to our communities, to our families, and yes, to our children, to protect them from such harms. To that end, in order to continue to build on these efforts, the federal government made the responsible and reasonable decision to ensure that this situation could be brought under control so Canadians could get their lives back. Madam Speaker, we know that these tools were necessary. We know by the interim Chief of Police for Ottawa, Sergeant Bell, who said so himself. He said this clearly in his statement last Friday. With the new resources that we have seen flowing from our police partners, the new tools that both our provincial and federal governments have put in place, and our new integrated command center, we believe we now have the resources and power to bring a safe end to this occupation. And they have. And they will continue to do so. Without this act, law enforcement from Vancouver, Sudbury, Toronto, Halton, York Region, Quebec, and many other jurisdictions, including the OPP and RCMP, could not have been mobilized in this manner to answer the call of Ottawa Police for a need of 1,800 officers to assist on the ground. We thank each and every one of them for their service and their swift action that was professional, strategic, and measured, and kept the peace while dismantling the illegal blockade and removing protesters, restoring the city of Ottawa back to its rightful residents. This is a defining moment for law and order and for democracy to be upheld. It was not taken lightly, and the measures we have proposed are temporary, strategic, and necessary to ensure that all levels of government and law enforcement from across Canada could work together for Canadians. There will be much discussion, inquiry, and review of the implementation of these measures in the coming months, as there should be, for this is an unprecedented decision and a responsible one, a reasonable one. It will also be a time of deep reflection of where we are as a country when white supremacy, populism, anti-Semitic, racist, and anti-democratic actions can rise so swiftly amongst protesters and mobilize others under a banner of freedom that was anything but. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The only member that has the right to freely speak in the Liberals, the Prime Minister, namely, has just changed what should be a conscious vote into a confidence vote. We're discussing with the Liberal members
and even several people in the ranks are uncomfortable with the exchange measures being taken since the truckers have left. Is the member not somewhat uncomfortable, aside from what she said, with the fact that we're not letting Liberal members vote freely according to their conscience in such a historic context?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. As the member of this House knows, each and every one of us will vote. How we choose to vote and what we decide at that moment is based on the serious moment that we are in as a country to represent our communities, our families, our businesses, and our constituents. And I encourage the member to think deeply and wisely, as all of us in this House will do, of where we choose to vote on this important Emergencies Act today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week in the House of Commons, the Prime Minister made deplorable comments accusing the member for Thornhill for, quote, standing with those with swastikas. Those comments were rightly called out by this member's predecessor, Michael Levitt, a well-respected member of the House of Commons who never resorted to the kind of partisan approach that we've seen from the Prime Minister or even at times from this member. Michael Levitt said on Twitter, "It's disappointing to see the swastika politicized in the House of Commons or anywhere else." Is this member willing to stand with Michael Levitt and recognize that the Prime Minister's comments last week to the member for Thornhill were inappropriate?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague across the way, thank you for your question. It was this Prime Minister and this government that has been prepared to take a hard and uncomfortable look at the history of racism and exclusion in this country. Be it to its firm commitment to the path of reconciliation with First Nations, the apology to the Italian community for its internment of internment of members in World War II, or his apology to the Jewish community and to the passengers of the St. Louis, reminding all Canadians that when we divide, when we say none is too many, the consequences are tragic. These are uncomfortable truths. I would invite the member and his colleagues to get uncomfortable and do the work, the collective and judicious work of recognizing that conveniently dismissing a few bad apples or ignoring the disturbing white supremacy and racism that was in front of all Canadians and at the root of the leadership of these illegal blockades is something that needs to be addressed and explained to all Canadians. One Nazi flag, one Confederate flag, one gun is too many.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know from the member, I was really moved by the answer that she just gave. We've continuously been hearing from the opposition today that this is a peaceful protest. The protesters all meant well. The protesters were just having a carnival here for the last 3 weeks. And so it's continuing to minimize the seriousness of what was really going on. So I'd like the member to elaborate and explain a little bit better as to why we can't overlook the signs that were out there.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. Throughout this 3 weeks and the leadership and the organizers, we have to look at the root to understand the cause, and the root, whether it be Pat King, whether it be Tamara Litch, whether there be other members of the leadership that spoke, the history of their language on social media, of their racist, white supremacist, anti-democratic statements that they have made time and again. They rallied those around them from a different cause who were tired, like many, from this pandemic, and used them, weaponized them for something that is much deeper and darker that we need to address in this country. The weapons of Coutes show it, the badges show it, and we will continue to stand up against it and speak out against it in this House and in this country.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise in the House today. This evening, I will be voting in favor of confirming the invocation of the Emergencies Act to restore peace, order, and good government. We're a country of rule of law and protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I have heard a clear and urgent plea from my constituents and Calgarians alike. They want illegal and disruptive protests to come to an end. The actions of a small group of protesters have impacted working truckers, business owners, and thousands of law-abiding residents. We are making significant progress towards recovery from the pandemic. Unfortunately, the actions of a few have taken us in the wrong direction, away from freedom and towards disorder. Local authorities in both Alberta and Ontario were unable to restore order for weeks, allowing protesters to cause massive economic damage, with border blockades alone disrupting millions of dollars of trade. You know, last week at our Transportation Infrastructure Committee meeting, the impacts of that trade was highlighted. You know, at Coutts for 18 days, $48 million a day for a total of $864 million of trade lost or deferred. At the Ambassador Bridge for 6 days, $2.4 billion of impact to our economy. And if you look at the impact on the Pacific Highway or Emerson, there's a substantial cost to our economy, coast to coast, in billions of dollars. Then we think about the people impacted, the small business where those goods and services have not come because of these blockades. Small businesses in Calgary, many small businesses are saying it will take weeks or months to get the supply chain back to a normal working order, impacting their business's ability to open and provide the goods and services to Calgarians and Canadians. I've had the opportunity to speak to many truckers during this time. You know, one of my constituents, Kabir, who lives in Calgary Skyview, was caught in the blockade at Coutts. He could not get back into the country. He could not pass that blockade. This took a tremendous impact on him to being able to deliver those goods and services and make those deliveries of groceries and medical supplies like many of his colleagues were doing in the province of Alberta. But also took away from him getting back home to his family after being away for 10 days, disrupted his future job opportunities to deliver to other parts of the country and back into the US. That's one of the truckers from my constituency, and there's many, many more that have been impacted by these illegal disruptions. My thoughts go out to the family who was on their way home to Medicine Hat to visit their loved ones, their mother who was ill, who unfortunately passed away, who because of the blockade in Coutts was unable to make it home to meet and see their loved ones for one last time. You know, this left me impacted by the impacts of the financial costs of these illegal blockades, but also on the cost to many and their lives and the impact to their families. On the Coutts border specifically, law enforcement agencies initially chose to negotiate and de-escalate the situation until faced with radicalized and heavily armed extremists who were soon charged with a conspiracy to commit murder. What they found was guns, ammunition, and body armor, and a threat to attack our law enforcement authorities. These events underscored the urgency of action. Invoking the Emergencies Act had an immediate positive effect on restoring order. Law enforcement agencies from across the country were mobilized and have restored order to Canada's capital. Border blockades have been dismantled, allowing vehicles to move freely and maintain those critical supply chains. Protest organizers have been arrested. It is also apparent that alt-right organizations participated in organizing these protest movements. These are forces that promote conspiracy theories and disinformation to radicalize individuals. Some of these radicalized individuals have shown up to my private residence to intimidate my family and me. Our government is not taking this decision lightly. It has been debated intensely by elected members of parliament in the House of Commons. Its impact will be reviewed closely by a parliamentary committee tasked explicitly with studying all aspects of this situation. Checks and balances are in place to ensure accountability. I also want to express my disagreement with the Premier of Alberta, Jason Kenney's decision to challenge the federal use of the Emergencies Act. On February 5th, Alberta's Minister of Municipal Affairs sent a letter to Canada's Minister of Public Safety requesting federal assistance in removing obstructions from a provincial highway. Our government listened and responded by including a provision in the Emergencies Act that orders tow truck drivers to move vehicles blocking roads. It is unfortunate that our Premier continues to meaninglessly posture instead of putting the best interests of his province above his own political survival. Our nation's capital was under occupation for more than 3 weeks. Non-state foreign actors have been actively engaged in undermining our democratic institutions. Canada was unprepared, and I look forward to the continued vigorous debate in Parliament to investigate and hold those responsible who have caused direct and indirect damage to our security and economic interests. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While it's disheartening to see my NDP colleagues in this House support the gross overreach of the government that I think would weaponize these kinds of measures against them ideologically in the future, my question is for the government. And will the member opposite commit to today making all documents, every single one of them, related to the emergency declaration and its use publicly available in this House as part of a mandatory inquiry? Just a yes or no, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to the honourable member, next time that the honourable member speaks, if she could put her mic up just a bit, because we're getting lots of popping noises. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
I want to thank the honourable member for her question. There will be a parliamentary committee set up to discuss this and thoroughly review all impacts of this act in the days and weeks coming ahead. And I look forward to working with the honourable member to having a good discussion on how we can make sure that we in future instances can work together to ensure good support for Canadians coast to coast.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. You know, in the Bloc, our position has been clear since the beginning. We are against the Emergencies Act because we think that there are many places in Canada where the issues have been solved. There's just a lack of leadership. In the Bloc, we're against this act, and the National Assembly of Quebec has also unanimously voted against it. So our position has been clear. But I'd like to ask my colleague a question. The only member of the Liberal Party in Alberta, is he not somewhat uncomfortable with going against the position of his Premier on this issue?
I want to thank the member from La Prairie for his comments and his question. There's actually two of us members from Alberta, one from Edmonton and myself from Calgary. It's important that we work together with municipal jurisdictions and provinces across Canada when we deal with national emergencies. But no, I do not agree with Premier Kenney's actions that he's currently taken, because he's asked for help and support. We've provided it. And for politics, he is now looking to resort to other measures to keep his base here in the province and play politics. And it's very unfortunate that he's doing that.
Comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Ambassador Bridge is open right now. A private American billionaire owns that. However, now the blockade is along the entire corridor, and under the Emergency Act right now, it is actually being protected by municipal somewhat, but also OPP and also RCMP. Without that, then it's left to municipal resources alone. Just wondering if the member feels that that's fair. And if we don't have those types of supports, the threat to the rest of Ontario and Quebec on that corridor of 10,000 trucks a day to be susceptible and only be protected by municipal forces right now would be absurd.
Honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
I want to thank the member from Windsor West for his comments and question. Yeah, the member is right. I mean, this is a concern where municipal and provincial jurisdictions did not have the capacity to take act. And 18 days in Coutts, 6 days on the Ambassador Bridge, municipal governments just do not have the resources to act. And that's why our government stepped up. And it's about the actions here in Windsor that could get, transpire.
Mick, be careful what you say in the chat, please. Nothing precise, please. Be careful in the chat. Nothing precise, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honorable colleague, I wanted his comments on the weaponization of motor vehicles as, in effect, perfect instruments to intimidate citizens and the public. They're huge. You can sleep in it. You can get supplies. You can eat in it. In fact, the police were afraid of what might be in those trailers. And it wasn't until the Emergency Measures Act was placed on the order paper that the police were able to get the resources and have the ability to end the blockade, which went from the Supreme Court of Canada all the way to...
I have to interrupt because we're running out of time, and I did ask for a quick question, so I'm sure if the honourable member for Calgary Skyview can give me a quick answer, that'd be great. Thanks.
I thank the member from Scarborough for his question. The weaponization, we've seen the weapons that were found at Coutts, guns, ammunition, body armor, and these large vehicles could be used for further destructive damage. It's quite easily they could be used to ram through barriers and also could be used in other manners as well. So I am concerned about the vehicles on the streets of a residential neighborhood in Ottawa and other parts of the country.
Point of order, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just find it absolutely tragic, the irony that is coming from this member who has been...
A point of order, and the honourable member has been reprimanded for this before, and if he does this again, I will ask him to leave the chamber. The honourable, resuming debate, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I will be splitting my time with the member for North Island Powell River. During this debate, I experienced ikiakumiyangnik. I spoke so much from the depth of my heart that my throat and voice were shaking. I am sincerely concerned about the risk and safety of Nunavummiut and Canadians, especially with the downplaying of what has happened in the last 3 weeks, especially with the extremism we have seen being downplayed to having a different view. Much of the debate surrounding the Emergencies Act is because of the illegal blockade that was dismantled this weekend, which stemmed from the same extremism. I think the implementation of the Emergencies Act and law enforcement. I believe our democracy could still be at risk, especially with the awful protests that bordered on extremism that were on yesterday in Surrey, British Columbia, and the ongoing issues as described by my colleague, Member of Parliament for Windsor West. The intent of foreign interference is still in Canada. Some members have attempted to generate fear of the Emergencies Act and the implications of declaring it. Some have accused the NDP of aligning with the Liberals. I will remind the members that the NDP have been reluctant. The members have sought clarity, have been principled, and have sought to confirm that there will be accountability. Well, I could share much more I will only sample 3 instances of government interference in my life. I have an inherent mistrust in authorities and in law enforcement. In the 1950s, my grandfather was asked to go from Pond Inlet to Resolute to teach the high Arctic relocatees from northern Quebec how to survive. The Inuit from northern Quebec were tricked by authorities to go on the CD Howe, a supply ship. They were told life and the environment would be better and wildlife would be abundant. In reality, there are months of darkness in the winter. There is minimal wildlife throughout much of the year. Little did they know they were sent by the federal government in the name of Canadian sovereignty. When I was 4 years old, I had frozen my hands. I don't remember the pain. What I do remember is the nurse telling my mom she would cut my fingers off. I remember my mom protecting me and arguing against the nurse. I think that was my first exposure to the awesome power of protest. Thanks to my mom, I still have my fingers. I love you, Mom.
Okay. Hello, everybody. This is LadyDragon speaking. Welcome all to the new people. Bienvenue tout le monde. Samedi, bonjour à tout le monde. Oubliez pas que ça va passer, hein. Ça, c'est pour réveiller le monde. Fait que faut pas vous énerver avec ça, là. Don't forget that this thing will pass. And it's a dog and pony show to wake up people. So please don't be alarmed. This is the way that they want to wake up the people. Ça m'arrête. I know that the vote will be at 8 o'clock tonight. Je sais que le vote va être à 8 heures ce soir. Ce que je sais pas, c'est jusqu'à quelle heure qu'ils vont parler. J'ai hâte qu'ils finissent en esti. So what I do not know is I know the vote's going to be at 8 o'clock tonight. Ça m'arrête. The vote's going to be at 8 o'clock tonight. What I know it's going to pass, but I don't know until when they're talking, these people. So, allô, José. Bonsoir, José. Ça montre que vraiment tout est en envers. Là. Les Blocs québécois et les conservateurs sont ensemble, puis les NPD, même le Green Party, sont avec les libéraux. Fait que ça va passer, cette affaire-là. Fait que, mais ils vont voter à 8 heures à soir. Ça va être bien intéressant de voir exactement qui vote quoi. Ça, je veux savoir. Je suis extrêmement fatiguée. Fait que, on continue. I know, Sandra. I know, but that's what I don't want you to get upset because this is not for us, this dog and pony show. That's for people that are not aware of what's going on. Okay? Ça que, faut que vous soyez fâchés. C'est pas pour nous autres, ça. C'est pour le monde qui sont pas réveillés. C'est pour les réveiller. Ils vont les choquer, puis ils vont se réveiller. They're gonna shock them into waking up. Ça m'arrête, là.
Of the abuse of power, the fear of threats, of extortion, deprivation, and bullying. It is also a song of hope and calm for the future. This is the moment we are all in. We are all working for a better future. We need to be in a time of courage, of fearlessness, and willing to learn. When I think about the last 3 weeks, I think about the awesome privilege that...
Like I said since the beginning of this whole thing, we're here to document and be a witness to what's going on. So we don't get too much emotionally involved with these lies, the liars, especially the liars. But the one that actually trying to tell the truth, they're bringing good points, and it's very interesting and very educational with some. So focus on the positive people and don't focus too much on people like her. je dis là, je sais que c'est difficile à écouter, surtout quand c'est du monde comme elle qui parle, mais focuser pas sur eux autres, focuser sur ceux qui disent la vérité des choses, puis expliquent les détails des choses. C'est instructif quand tu écoutes les personnes qui essaient de dire la vérité des choses. Comme ça, c'est plus facile à écouter quand tu regardes ça de cette façon-ci, sinon, là. See what I'm saying?
Interferences in my life had no checks and balances. They were government overreach. But that is not what we are facing today. We are debating the impacts of foreign interference in our democracy, which have been proven in the millions of donations that were allowed to infiltrate the minds of Canadians to break our domestic laws. I have heard foreign interference influence members of parliament, and that deeply concerns me. And it is why we must act with diligence, either to the expiry of this declaration or hopefully sooner when that foreign interference has been dealt with.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the member for her excellent speech and for sharing aspects of her own experience and the experience of her communities. And I think it's a powerful reminder of the injustices that have been committed by federal governments towards Indigenous peoples, and also about really the abuses we have seen from overreaching federal governments. And I think it underlines the importance of freedom, the freedom of peoples to be authors of their own story, to work, to live where they wish. And I think it's important to underline, and I think there's been some misstatement around this, that there are people that have been involved in these protests from all different backgrounds. I've seen, being on Wellington Street, members of visible minority communities, Indigenous people, people that are concerned about mandates from all walks of life, who do feel that this is an overreach. And the member seems, in the principles she articulates, to be very aligned with where I am and where we are in terms of not wanting the federal government to be able to interfere too much in people's lives. I don't understand why she's supporting this motion.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
I am in support because I feel it very important that we must continue to protect our democracy. I sincerely feel that our democracy is at threat. We have seen this through the media, through social media, through the comments that have been made in this House. I've seen the foreign interference that has infiltrated the minds of Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we need to respect the member from Nunavut's story, because she's probably closer to the essence of what's really behind the protests that we've seen. We can't take at face value that this is about vaccines and mandates. This is about an attack on our democracy. And perhaps she would have some useful insight for us as to what would draw people to support the very, very evil-minded folks that have been behind this protest, because we need to know that in order to more effectively reach them and bring them back into a democracy that includes them.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you to the member for that important question. I know that having whole generations of my people being suppressed and oppressed for years, and for our voice to be lost, for prevented. There are many Canadians who feel that their voices haven't been heard. And I can understand why they want to be heard now, but there are ways that they can be heard, lawful ways that they can be heard. They can stick to their Canadian roots as kind human beings that respect each other as neighbors. There are ways to make sure that we are protecting those that cannot be vaccinated, and there are ways that we can make sure that we are following our public health measures so that we could be heard to ensure that we're doing better for our future.
We have time for a brief question.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, many NDP MPs have spoken out as being uncomfortable with the Emergencies Act, and they've even said that they might change their vote if there were no more trucks today. Given the threat that the NDP will vote according to its conscience, the Prime Minister has now said that it's going to be a confidence vote, Madam Speaker, which would mean that today we're under a threat of useless elections. Does the member not think that the Prime Minister, by preventing the NDP from voting according to its conscience, is not showing them respect?
This is more than just about the Prime Minister for me. This is about protecting our democracy, and that's what we need to be voting on. We have to make sure that people like the member of the residents, like the people in the member for Windsor West, are continued to be protected, who we keep hearing are still feeling the impacts of the extremist views that have penetrated our Canadian democracy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member of Nunavut for perhaps one of the most powerful speeches I've ever heard in the House, and certainly hope that all members of this place take an opportunity to listen to the power of her words. Last night, one of my constituency offices was vandalized. I want to thank my team of staff who have gone to clean up the mess this morning. My team works hard every day to help people in our riding because they care and because they want to see life better for the people we serve. I also want to thank the security folks.
Steady. Cool it, please. We all know that. Just be calm. Just explain. He's a dog and pony show. Don't get rattled by their lies, please.
Still works on a long weekend that is meant to be focused on their families. The House of Commons team shows up every single time, regardless of who is sitting in any seat in this House, and I admire them for it. I am now on my 7th year of working in this place, and I'm a person who never wanted or planned to be a politician. I came here because more than anything, I hate injustice. I came here because I'm a white girl that was adopted into an Indigenous family who at a very young age realized that how I was treated was different than the majority of my family. It took me years to understand that what I was seeing was racism and colonial systems that are everywhere in our country still today. I learned again and again a very important lesson. I cannot participate in minimizing the voices of marginalized people. I cannot minimize any form of action that at its roots has any form of extremism. And I take this very seriously, Madam Speaker, because I know our planet's history and I know our country's history. When the majority...
And I know you're a fucking liar too. So you need to be voted out too. See? These people... I'm not sure who is still left in all these people, but they're all gonna go, so don't worry about it, okay?
Not take that lightly. So here we are, and I am very clear that I hear people are saying that they don't feel safe. Whether it is the workers at the Ambassador's Bridge, near the Ambassador's Bridge, who watched their jobs become at risk because of the blockade, who were terrified when they heard folks in the U.S. talk about why they should continue to partner with Canada when these kind of things can happen, who have fought so hard to keep these jobs in Canada and know how fragile the relationship is. Or it's the working people who are seeing the cost of their everyday expenses grow while watching their income stay the same or lessen. They just want enough to get by every day and are put in a position of constant worry that they will not be able to afford what they need to survive. And they do know that they are not getting the help that they need. Or it's the young people who are scared because they know that having the ability to purchase a home or even rent one is something that they cannot imagine to be able to afford. Or it is the citizens of Ottawa who live right where the blockade happened for 3 weeks and felt like there was no end in sight. Citizens who
And I also said yesterday that besides there's a special place in hell for people like her, there's also, we need eventually to have justice And we need a way to have people that are there not spewing all these lies. That's something else too that needs to change. Une chose j'ai dit aussi hier, que les personnes comme ça qui vont là puis qui comptent des menteries contre elles, il faudrait qu'on ait une façon de les enlever de là parce que ils font plus de tort que d'autres choses. Ça, c'est un autre système qu'il va falloir qu'on arrange. Il y a bien des affaires croches qu'il faut qu'on arrange.
People who were blocked from returning home at the Coutts intersection for days. Or the journalists who are terrified now across our country, who have been spat at, yelled at, called fake news after years of service in their field. Or they are the nurses, doctors, and healthcare workers who for the last 2 years have put everything on the line for Canadians, working too much overtime, feeling overwhelmed, having to tell their patients to wait, even in some cases for life-saving supports because the pandemic overwhelmed our healthcare system, who have been threatened and told not to go out in public, wearing anything that shows their profession because it is not safe. People are afraid, and I feel that as I listen to our debate on this long weekend. I believe and have participated in peaceful protests that were full of anger and frustration at the issues we wanted to change, fix, or to see taken serious by the governments. That is not what is happening across this country. And I also, Madam Speaker, do not believe that it is over. We saw an occupation that became a complete undermining of our democracy and our social structures. The leaders of this occupation had an MOU that spoke about overtaking the government. They invited opposition parties and the Governor General to come have a discussion about how a new government would look. I will not minimize this. I simply will not. I may not agree with many components of the processes of our institutions. I believe, in fact, that there's a lot of work to do to decolonize our systems.
It's the heat of hell burning her, that's why.
Continuously about workers, the poor, persons with disabilities, members of the LGBTQ2+ communities, and people from the BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. Even with that perspective, I will not minimize that what it does when people, to our communities, when people do not respect the rule of law, when they flaunt their complete disregard for what a peaceful protest is, and when they create a party on the street that does not respect the people who live where they are occupying. Just yesterday, when I was trying to walk to this place, I saw a business owner chasing 2 men out of his store with a stick. It was frightening, and as I watched, I was trying to think of what I could do to help. But I also thought to myself, this is what happens when people disrespect the rule of law. When they set up bouncy councils and hot tubs in the streets and say,
okay, you're funny. She said that yesterday. I don't understand whether she's repeating the same thing. Oh, that's it.
look at history. Humanity sadly has a history of dehumanizing people from the communities I mentioned earlier. It is these people, these souls, who often pay the most terrible of prices. So I will not minimize the power of white supremacists and their ability to build fear. And I will not minimize that that fear can become a weapon. The NDP has used every tool at its disposal to get the federal government to act. We called for a debate specifically on the occupation. We moved a motion in committee to study the measures to keep money coming from outside of our country to fund this occupation and make sure that those dollars are all held to account. We moved a motion to invite the U.S. ambassador to the Foreign Affairs Committee to address concerns of the prominent U.S. political figures encouraging people to donate and support the convoy leaders. This was voted down by the Conservatives and the Liberals, with the Liberal member from Vancouver Centre saying, "This is not an urgent issue. We have too many more urgent things, and I will definitely be voting against it." Well, Madam Speaker, I simply disagree. I cannot imagine any other issue right now that is more urgent. So now here we are. We're debating the Emergencies Act, and I wish that all levels of government had worked together more efficiently, that members of all levels of government had not minimized who is coming to our nation's front door. Governing in whatever capacity a person has is not easy. I personally struggle often over the decisions that I have to make in this place. This one has been very hard, and it should be. There are steps that all parliamentarians should be careful when we take. I wish I had heard a lot more of a thoughtful debate in this place. Sadly, there's been a lot of political shots taken, ones that further destabilize our democracy and our communities. On one side, we see the government who is dismissing legitimate fears and concerns from people who are afraid. On the official opposition side, we have people who are stirring up fears and amping up dangerous rhetoric. I will be voting yes. I will continue to take my duty seriously and with great possibility be ready to withdraw my support at any moment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thomas, the honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Madam Speaker, what an amazing speech. I have two questions for the honourable member. There's been a lot of talk about division, but I'd be interested in knowing or hearing her comments on the role of disinformation in stoking division, and also her opinion on this naive suggestion that if only the Prime Minister had sat down and had a cup of coffee with the leaders of the convoy, that somehow everyone would go home happy.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Madam Speaker, I am very concerned about disinformation. We're seeing a breadth of that grow. And that's why it's so important that we all support the people who do this incredible work, our media and our journalists. They go out there and they ask the hard questions. They want to report the information. So seeing people disrespect them, not respect the roles that they play is very concerning to me, and we need to be looking at where that disinformation is coming from and making sure we're holding those systems to account. That has to be way more rigorous in this country, and we should all be seriously concerned about it. As for sitting down with extremists, I couldn't agree more, but I do want to say that I do believe that this government needs to listen to the people in this country who have very strong voices of concern, and that should be recognized and listened to and addressed in a respectful manner. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Peterborough, Karratha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for your speech. I can feel your passion. It's a lot of stress for those who are watching at home, and it's the same inside this chamber. This morning I walked to the House of Commons at 6:45 a.m. Wellington Street is completely cleared, and I'm just wondering if the member opposite is interested in revoking the Emergencies Act if they're still not there. And I want to ask specifically, today in a press conference when the Prime Minister spoke at 11 a.m., the CBC asked the Prime Minister would he hold on to power for 2 to 3 months in case the truckers came back, and the Prime Minister said, indeed, that is what we are thinking about. Does she agree with this abuse of power?
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think the committee that oversees this needs to be set up immediately. I believe there needs to be a public inquiry in so many ways. We have to look at what happened when the people arrived, how the RCMP the police, sorry. I'm from BC and I have RCMP in my community, but how the police reacted and what was appropriate. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I will say very clearly to this member, if this government oversteps in any way the key things that we have identified that need to be addressed, we will definitely revoke it. 20 members have to do that work, and I think all of us have to hold them accountable, and not only the parliamentarians in this chamber, but all Canadians, and I will be a part of that. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech earlier, and there were a few interesting elements. I don't have time to speak to all of the speech because I have to give my question quickly, but there's an element that stood out to me. Among all of the arguments that she put forward in favor of the Emergencies Act, I asked myself the question, if I were in her shoes, how is it that today, in 2022, the government decided to use the Emergencies Act? Because when we look at all of the previous years, over the past 30 years, how many times has this act been used? How many crises have there been that have been resolved without the Emergencies Act? So why is it that this time, with this crisis, it's so much bigger than all the other crises, and that this Emergencies Act is absolutely necessary this time, and it wouldn't have been possible without it?
For North Island Powell River has just under a minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for this thoughtful question, and I think we should all be looking into this and why we are where we are today, and I do lay that at multiple levels of government in this province and within this country. I would have liked to see a much more coordinated approach. Again, people were driving across the country with very clear intent of what they were going to do, and their response when they arrived here was, here's the doors open, park and do as you will. But when we get to a situation where the community is not safe, where we know that people are at risk, when we know foreign money is interfering in our democracy, unfortunately, we have to stand up. And now we'll have to monitor this very closely, and I look forward to doing so.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Merci,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased today to have the opportunity to participate in this historic debate. I'll be sharing my time, Madam Speaker, with the member for Beaches East York. Today, Madam Speaker, it's been 3 weeks that we've seen protesters, encouraged at times by the Conservative Party, amplified by some extremists on social networks who seem to be funded in part by foreign money. They arrived in Ottawa to start an illegal occupation of our national capital.
Kids then spread to the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, to the Coutts border crossing in Alberta, and to other points across our nation. From that, we have seen supply chains disrupted, businesses shut down, workers forced to stay home, and Canadians harassed in their home neighborhoods. Madam Speaker, these blockades and occupations are illegal. They represent a threat to our economy, to our communities, to relationships with our key trading partners, and to our international reputation. Images of these illegal blockades are being broadcast around the world. Images that are not representative of Canada, but are now impacting our global reputation. The blockades have massively impacted our supply chains and the availability of essential goods, and are putting at risk Canada's long-term economic prosperity. They've threatened our public safety, Madam Speaker, and they're an affront to something all members in this House should dearly appreciate: the rule of law. This cannot and will not be allowed to stand in our country. Madame la Présidente, en tant que...
Madam Speaker, as Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, I want our economic recovery post-COVID to be dynamic and sustainable. I know that we are well positioned to prosper thanks to our resources, our talent, and our ingenuity, but also thanks to our stability, our trade relationships, and our respect for the rule of law.
Concerning that at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, billions of dollars in goods did not cross the border when the illegal blockades took place. The blockades in Coutts in Alberta and in Emerson in Manitoba, meanwhile, have affected approximately 48 million and 73 million in trade each day, respectively. The situation here in Ottawa is of concern, Madam Speaker. We've all seen it. Downtown businesses have been forced to close, putting people out of work. The Rideau Centre Mall, Madam Speaker, that we all know, and the businesses operating in it, just down the street from Parliament, is currently losing $3 million in business per day because it was forced to close due to harassments of staff and illegal actions from occupiers. These costs, Madam Speaker, are real. They threaten business, big and small, and they threaten the livelihoods of Canadian workers. En tant que l'une des principales...
As one of the main economies in the world, Canada counts on solid supply chains to sustain our economy. However, their global nature makes them more vulnerable to a series of risks and shocks. And with the impacts of the pandemic, as we all know, supply chains in the world have already felt unprecedented pressure.
COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in disruptions in production and in shipping. We've seen it. Companies across the world are experiencing demand uncertainty, supply and logistical delays, and significant operations stoppage. The blockades and protests have added to the already heavy burden that Canadian businesses across our nation and citizens have been asked to manage during this pandemic. We cannot allow, Madam Speaker, illegal blockades to hijack Canada's economic recovery and endanger the livelihoods of Canadian workers. And I think that should be appreciated by all members in this House. J'aimerais rappeler aux députés de la Chambre.
I'd like to remind the members of the House of some of the devastating effects of these blockades as we debate the ratification of the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
That the auto sector manufacturers like GM, Stellantis, Honda, and Ford have had to either reduce or completely suspend manufacturing last week as a result of the Sarnia and Windsor trade corridor blockades. That should be of concerns to all members of this House, Madam Speaker. I can also point out to Douglas Porter, which is the chief economist at BMO. He stated that for every week the protests continue, it could start to cut first quarter growth by up to a couple of tenths of a %. Madam Speaker, that should be of concern to all members of this House. As we continue to reopen our economy and come out on the other side of the Omicron wave, any reversal of our economic fortunes is an unnecessary blow to business owners and Canadians who have already been through so much during this pandemic. And I know every member of this House is concerned about the recovery, but we should all do what is right, Madam Speaker, and make sure that there's no more illegal blockades in this country. The impact of these illegal blockades goes well beyond our borders, sadly. Canada has no closer friend and ally than the United States of America. It is a partnership which is based on our forged geography, common interest, and a deep people-to-people connections and strong and secure economic ties, Madam Speaker. It's a relationship we defended and protected when we renegotiated CUSMA, despite pleas from the Conservative Party for us to fold and capitulate. And it's one that we are defending here today together.
During recent conversations with my international counterparts and with stakeholders from the private sector, it is clear that we recognize that the United States, along with the United States, the importance of our integrated supply chains, and that we must work together to ensure the free flow of goods between our two markets.
For these reasons, Madam Speaker, and others, that our government took the unprecedented but necessary step in invoking the Emergencies Act to restore public order and to protect our economic well-being. This is not a decision that we will be taking lightly, nor it is one that we ever wanted to make. But it is a step that is needed in order to give law enforcement authorities the tools they need to face this very unique situation in our country. These measures are reasonable and proportionate. Canadians at large agree because they are looking to us to ensure predictability and the rule of law, protect supply chains, and restoring our economic vitality. Goldie Hyder of the Business Council of Canada, for example, said that we welcome this as a step towards ending illegal blockades across the country and upholding the rule of law. Piran Beatty of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce to cite.
Hey, I wonder how people are going to react when this thing's going to pass. Because they are already overwhelmed with calls and letters. It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be a very interesting night and a very interesting tomorrow. Ça va être vraiment intéressant de voir comment le monde va réagir. Moi, je veux savoir qui vote pour qui. Puis, demain, le monde va capoter là, quand on va faire les journaux. Là. Ça va faire, je sais pas ce qu'ils vont mettre la headline. Là. War Act activated. Je vais aller demain voir les journaux. Là. Je vais aller voir qu'est-ce qu'ils disent. Ça va peut-être commencer à réveiller le monde. Là. Peut-être qu'ils vont commencer à comprendre que c'est des criminels, ces colis-là.
Who've had to close their door due to safety concerns. We're standing with the Canadian truckers who did their job and kept our shelves and our warehouses stocked during this pandemic. Madam Speaker, we're standing with Canadians who want these illegal blockades to end, and with the support of the House today's motion, they will. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thomas, the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a very simple question for the Minister. He's talking about the still ongoing illegal blockades. So could he just provide one instance in Canada ongoing right now of a current illegal blockade and why the Emergencies Act is still required going forward? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. And I think that the colleague would agree after everything we've said, after everything we've seen, Madam Speaker, in terms of violence and intimidation, that the way to act in light of this, Madam Speaker, is to be prudent, is to make sure that as the situation is fluid, that we give law enforcement authorities all the powers they need to make sure that not only we clear the different crossings that we have seen blocked in Canada, but that the law enforcement authorities would have all the powers needed to keep these trade corridors open. I'm sure my colleague understands he has business in his riding, and I'm sure he would understand that we need to make sure that our supply chain remain open at this critical point in our recovery.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the debate over the past few days, what I've seen, Liberal members have said that the Emergencies Act was necessary so that law enforcement from Quebec could rescue Ottawa. But over the past 2 days, I have learned, well, this may be false. It may be enough to just oblige them like we've already done. If the Emergencies Act was so necessary, and if democratic, why did the members' caucus mislead this House? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for this question, but I think in a debate like this one, we have to choose our words very carefully. I think we have to calm citizens, and I would tell my colleague that he could refer to a letter written by various law enforcement officials in this country, said that they have said that this Emergencies Act is necessary so that they have the necessary powers to deal with this unprecedented situation in Canada's history. And I think, Madam Speaker, we all want to return to peace and order across the country, and I believe that this act will help us to stabilize the situation.
And comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc and Conservatives keep giving the impression things are fine at the Ambassador Bridge, and I can tell you the barriers are lined up for miles on my constituency to prevent further action. In fact, since the Emergency Measures Act has been in place, convoys have been turned back, and there still are threats that could take place. I want the Minister to explain the consequences that would be in place for Ontario and also Quebec MPs should this route be choked off, and how irresponsible it is to go back to having just the municipal police force right now take care of this international border crossing area, which is responsible for 40% of our daily trade. It's totally irresponsible.
See, they're lying again. I don't know.
30% of all trade between Canada and the United States is using that crossing of the Ambassador Bridge. As the member said, it's not only one thing to maintain the bridge open, but as I've been reassuring our colleagues on both sides of the border, what we need to make sure now is that we maintain that crossing open, Madam Speaker. It is one thing for once to be blocked, but it would be devastating for the Canadian economy if there would be new blockades on that very critical infrastructure. That's why the Emergencies Act will give the power, as the member said, not only to the local enforcement authority, but that they could rely on other forces around the country to make sure that we would restore order. Madam Speaker, we should all be concerned of maintaining our critical trading corridors open in order to preserve jobs, to make sure that our economy would function, and to make sure that we would be seen and remain a very reliable trading partner.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches East York. I'm sorry, the honourable member has to put his mic on in order to be heard. That would help a lot because not every one of us is able to read lips. The honourable member.
Madam Speaker, the question before us is whether we ought to confirm the government's declaration of an emergency pursuant to Section 58 of the Emergencies Act. I've really struggled with the answer to that question, and I'll get to that. But the first question we should all reflect on is a more basic one. How did it even come to this? Some Conservative colleagues have made the case that we could have ended the illegal blockades if only we ended federal vaccine mandates, a Neville Chamberlain approach to pandemic management. Appeasing illegality is an affront to the rule of law, and we should put public health before politics. Mandates won't be with us forever, and yes, we need to reevaluate their use. But it's also true that NACI has yet to confirm whether a third dose is properly a booster dose or should be considered part of the primary series. And we should proceed cautiously as we lift measures that have helped to save lives. Of course, people are tired of pandemic rules. I was furious when Ontario schools closed to in-person learning in January yet again. Protest is to be expected, and everyone has the right to peaceful protest, but that right does not extend to blocking highways and bridges. It doesn't extend to the intimidation, harassment, threats, and the endless and deafening noise we've seen in our national capital. These are crimes, and they are quite obviously crimes. We can't paint every protester with the same brush, but we can judge people by the company they keep. And we should never platform the language of treason, medical experiments, the Nuremberg Code, or support for white supremacy, all of which we saw on our democracy's doorstep. My genuine plea to those listening, to those who dislike the Prime Minister, who dislike public health measures, to those who sit in the Conservative caucus especially, just remember that democracies are fragile. Encouraging lawlessness and emboldening anti-government, anti-democratic voices does a disservice to our country, no matter how much hatred you have for your opponents. If you don't stop fanning the flames, I'm not certain we'll be able to put out the fire. And reflecting on my own side of the House, if we are so fearful of polarization, then we ought to be especially careful not to contribute to it ourselves. We are each sent here to represent our constituents, yes, of course, but our obligations extend beyond any parochial interest. We are the trustees of our democracy, the rule of law, civil liberties, and peace, order, and good government. The illegal blockades represented an attack on these core ideas. The greatest criticism of how the blockades were removed is that they were not removed more quickly. The failure to enforce the law in Ottawa, the acquiescence to occupation, emboldened similar blockades across the country, Emerson, Coutts, the Ambassador Bridge. Against a failed municipal and provincial response, a strong federal response was warranted. So I suffer no sympathy for those who shut down our border crossings and inflicted harm on the residents of Ottawa. But in the interest of disappointing everyone in my audience, I do have concerns with the invocation of the Emergencies Act in the circumstances. One constituent I trust a great deal wrote to me that extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. She's unquestionably right. But the law also remains the law. So let's turn to it for a moment. Section 16 of the Act defines a public order emergency as an emergency that arises from threats to the security of Canada and that is so serious as to be a national emergency. The shoe arguably fits with this general definition in mind, but the Act goes on to define two terms with great specificity. First, and again in keeping with Section 16, threats to the security of Canada has the meaning assigned by Section 2 of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. And in turning to that CSIS Act, we see four possible meanings: espionage, foreign influenced activities, activities akin to terrorism, the violent overthrow of the government. These are incredibly high standards. In the OIC, the government relies on activities akin to terrorism. Or, as the Minister of Justice said in the House, we took measures that had been applied to terrorism and applied them to other illegal activity. The specific section requires there be activities in support of the threat or use of acts of serious violence against persons or property for the purpose of achieving a political, religious, or ideological objective. It's obvious enough that the latter element is met, as warped as the ideological objectives may be. But have there been threats or acts of serious violence that themselves amount to a national emergency? We know that dangerous and extremist elements are embedded within these protests and blockades. In Coutts, for example, we saw a conspiracy to commit murder charges, with 2 of the accused connected to a far-right extremist group. We also saw the police seize a cache of guns and body armor, and in Ottawa, we saw major intimidation of local residents and threats against the police if they enforce the law. As a parliamentarian, I acknowledge I'm not privy to all of the information in the hands of the executive, and there may well be even more dangerous and coordinated elements at play. But it also strikes me that these serious threats are ancillary to the blockades, and it is the blockades that constituted the emergency. A national emergency, after all, is also a defined term within the Act. It means an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that either seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is beyond the capacity and authority of a province to deal with it, or seriously threatens Canada's ability to preserve its sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity. There's an additional requirement that no other federal law be sufficient to meet the emergency as well. It's frustrating that the government has not clearly articulated which ground it relies on here, and it appears they'd like to rely on both. When we look at the illegal blockades and the negative impact they wrought on so many lives, I do think there's a fair argument that they meet the definition of a national emergency. So long as we understand capacity to mean both whether a province could act in theory, as well as the reality of their action. But again, it's the blockades at issue. When we look at the threats of serious violence, the violence that must itself constitute the national emergency at issue, it's unclear how the definition is met. To meet the Act's requirements, it seems apparent to me that we need to reinterpret serious violence to persons or property to mean economic harm. I'm often in support of large and liberal interpretations of the law, but I'm not convinced we want economic harm to trigger the Act unless we'd be comfortable with the Act being used in other instances of economic harm. The most recent one in memory being the railway blockades in solidarity with the Wet'suwet'en. This is all perhaps too lawyerly, too technical an objection. Other levels of government had failed to act or acted too slowly. Legal gaps certainly exist in addressing foreign funding and influence operations, crowdfunding for illegal domestic activities, and the emergency measures seem to have worked. It's also true, as I say, that I don't have all of the intelligence information that the executive has. My answer to that is a simple one, and I know many will find it inadequate, but contorting the application of the law in order to defend the rule of law is not a position I find comfort in. Expert Wesley Wark wrote recently that the Emergencies Act was unusable because of the high threshold in Section 2 of the CSIS Act. But he subsequently came around to the idea of shoehorning the law to fit because of his perception of the nature of the threat and the missing response from other levels of government. Expert Leah West recently wrote, "As someone who fervently believes in the rule of law, I'm desolated by what we've witnessed this month. A failure to enforce the law by 2 levels of government created a crisis that the third had to contort the law to end." A fair summation. Now, whatever one thinks of the legal contortion, and the ends may well justify the means and the courts will weigh in on the law, let's return to the role of Parliament. In the coming months, we will need to address the shortcomings in the laws, perhaps to better protect critical infrastructure, and most certainly to better follow the money of foreign influence operations and crowdfunding for illegal activities, but with proper due process. Assuming the threshold question is met here, it is still not at all clear to me that the government continues to need the ability to freeze bank accounts without due process, if it ever did. Usefulness and effectiveness are very different standards as compared with necessity and proportionality. Now, where does it leave us for tonight's vote on the invocation of the Emergencies Act and Section 58? Putting aside my concerns around the threshold or due process, the effect of Section 58 is that a yay vote extends emergency measures, while a nay vote simply revokes the powers as of the day of the negative vote. A nay vote need not mean impugning the actions of the government over the last week. Whatever one thinks of the necessity and proportionality of the emergency powers at the time they were invoked, whatever one thinks of the threshold that triggers the act in the first place, the question before us is whether the powers remain necessary and proportionate to the circumstances today. I appreciate the federal leadership over the last week, and this is not the War Measures Act, as this particular legislation highlights the role of the Charter and provides for a significant amount of independent and parliamentary scrutiny. But I'm skeptical that the strict legal test was met for the Act's invocation, and I'm not convinced that the emergency measures should continue to exist beyond today. I would vote accordingly, but for the fact that it is now a confidence vote, and my disagreement, the disagreement I've expressed here, does not amount to non-confidence, and I have no interest in an election at this time. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
So before I go to questions and comments, I do want to remind members not to be debating and chatting across the way while another member has the floor. It's very rude and not very parliamentary. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The former speaker, who I respect and esteem greatly, was mistaken in one respect. He said that he would disappoint everybody. He has not disappointed me. His analysis, I think, is accurate. The actions were unlawful. It was appropriate to end the blockades. He also correctly states was perhaps not necessary to use the Emergencies Act, and he is entirely correct that if we vote no tonight, this will end the Emergencies Act and the legal emergency effectively instantly without invalidating necessarily that which was done before. I believe I'm also right, and here I'm asking for his, he's obviously looked into this, I believe I'm right that all of the other things that take place under the Act, including a review of the actions over the course of the next year, would take place if there is a no vote tonight. Is that in fact correct? Thank you.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
He is correct, and to be honest, it is those additional measures that actually do give me greater comfort. So when we see that there's a parliamentary committee that will be struck, when we see that there's an inquiry, when we know that 20 members of parliament or 10 senators can call for a revocation before the end of the 30-day cycle, and we could have a vote on that, and I would hope that the government is itself deeply scrutinizing the usefulness and necessity of these measures as they go forward. And I don't see that these measures are going to need to continue to exist for the full 30 days. So whether it is an act of parliament or an act of the government, we will see. But I would just emphasize that the measures he's highlighted there are incredibly important, and they do give me comfort.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have great esteem for my colleague. He has not disappointed me with his speech. He's always so thoughtful and conducts an independent analysis of the situation, and I find that very honourable. I admire that. I have a question about his comments earlier. Well, I would like to first make a comment. Does my colleague not agree with the fact that if the crisis had been better managed from the beginning, regardless of what level of government was involved? Well, what I'd like to know is in terms of the confidence vote, rather, on the Emergencies Act. Does he not think that making this a confidence vote, is it not undermining somewhat the validity of the exercise of democracy that we do in this House? It's kind of twisting the arm of members who may have a divergent opinion. Thank you. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
In 2015, we ran on a platform to encourage freer votes in the House of Commons, and that platform included effectively saying there would be free votes, but for 3 issues: platform commitments, human rights or charter-related issues, and confidence votes, including budget considerations. It wasn't only budget considerations, though. My reading of our parliamentary history is that it is well within the right of the executive, well within the right of the government to declare this a confidence vote, and I will obviously abide by that. And to the members' previous comments around the failure of other levels of government, absolutely, this was a matter that needed federal leadership because of the failure, and as I say, the federal government showed that leadership.
Questions and comments? Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Nunavut.
To the member for Beaches East York. Yesterday, there was news that demonstrators met in locations in Vancouver, Chilliwack, and the Pacific Highway border crossing in Surrey, BC. That was closed and required reopening because of the demonstrators. Would you agree that this is evidence of foreign interference requiring national oversight from us as parliamentarians?
Okay, just a reminder to the honourable member that she's to address questions and comments to the chair and not directly to the member. The honourable member for Beaches East York, a brief answer.
So the 4 branches in Section 2 of the CSIS Act, there is reference to foreign influence. It's generally understood to be state-sponsored foreign influence. I do think we ought to be wary of and perhaps have permanent rules with proper due process to address that issue going forward. I don't think we want to address that issue, which isn't going to go away tomorrow or within 30 days. I think we want more permanent-facing rules that are firmer and that have proper due process.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for
Lévis-Lotbinière. Today, Madam Speaker, I participate in this debate on the Emergencies Act with a great deal of nostalgia. I remember arriving in the Canadian Parliament in February 2006, bright-eyed, hopeful. This Parliament represented for me the best of everything: freedom, democracy, and respect of one another. Here, on the lawn in front of the Peace Tower in the spring of 2006, you could see young children playing soccer, teenagers playing frisbee, and young couples in love holding hands. Canada was a peaceful country.
Canada was a peaceful country, and the Canadian country had confidence in that.
Conservateur, avec un leader fort sous la direction du très honorable Stephen Harper, et toute une équipe talentueuse et déterminée à rendre ce pays plus stable, fort et uni.
Oh, we seem to have a problem with the interpretation. We'll try again. Can you let me know if it's working? Is there interpretation right now? Yes? All right. The honourable member. A government that took responsibility and worked hard every day for the well-being of all Canadians. Our country was a place of security where people trusted the government and where all hope was permitted. Our country was the envy of the whole world. It was a place filled with promise, with opportunity, and with a dream to see our children and grandchildren prosper and make a good living. Madam Speaker, it's now 2022. And I no longer recognize my country, my Canada. Madam Speaker, since the Liberal Party has come to power, Canadians and Quebecers are tired, they're stressed out, and they're disillusioned. They have lost confidence in this clumsy and intransigent government, where the respect and the defense of fundamental rights leaves much to be desired. They are experiencing a collective sense of disappointment with the situation that we are all living right now. An Emergencies Act for Canadians who only asked to speak with the Prime Minister. Proud, patriotic Canadians who were worried about their future. All they wanted was a frank discussion and the tabling of a well-defined plan that would have made all the difference. All that these Canadians were looking for was proof of leadership. They wanted to feel like there was a captain at the helm of their country. These are people who travel the roads of our country day and night, all year long, transporting food and essential goods for the well-being of all. And they needed the support of their government. Madam Speaker, this government has gone from one blunder to another. And because of that, we're all living in a climate of widespread uncertainty. This has been a very difficult winter, and we don't know what to expect with this coming spring. What will the summer bring? And what will happen this fall with the pandemic? Well, I hope for a return of hope. Hope that the Conservative team, with new leadership, will be ready to replace this ineffective government, a government that is incompetent and that is worn out to the bone. Madam Speaker, this weekend we are turning a dark page in our history. How can we explain to future generations? How can I explain what's happening to my 5 grandchildren? My little Maeva, little Beatrice, my little Loic, my little Delphine, and my little Arthur. How can I explain to them that women and men of goodwill, but through excess of despair and have been displaced by intimidation and violence right here in the heart of our usually democratic and peaceful country? Madam Speaker, this is not the Canada that I want to leave to my grandchildren. There are no winners. We are all losers today. Madam Speaker, I know that all is not lost. We still have hope, and we still have the strength to recover from these crises, and also from the unforeseen events that are still to come. Canadians, from coast to coast to coast to coast, are going through a difficult time, and if we work hard, we'll come out of it stronger, more united, and more ambitious. I think, for example, of our Olympic athletes who have made us proud over the last 2 weeks. I think also of all the Canadians who work hard in our healthcare system, who go above and beyond for their families, for a better life. I also think of all the opportunities that we have here in Canada, the opportunities to stand out and to succeed. We have to remain optimistic. Let's be strong. Let's all stand together to build the Canada of tomorrow and meet all of the challenges and obstacles in our way. And we will also be able to overcome the inevitable consequences that will catch up sooner or later of this Liberal government that made all the wrong choices. Madam Speaker, together we have everything that we need to regain our confidence, to prove to ourselves that anything is possible. We have what it takes to heal our wounds, to regain the strength and determination that is the hallmark of all those who live in this country and defend our freedoms in this great and beautiful country, Canada. From this day forward, all of us here in this House, we must commit to ensuring that history does not repeat itself. We must make a commitment to have discussions and explain to our constituents how we can move forward with our future societal projects, how we can work together to restore a sense of trust in our elected officials. We need to continue working to restore faith in the future through simple gestures like listening to people and showing empathy. Madam Speaker, we have the duty to talk to each other, to respect to each other, and to understand each other. Madam Speaker, in the last few days, I've received many emails and phone calls from Canadians who have asked me to carry their voice to this Parliament to make things happen, as they say. I felt their impatience, and I feel the responsibility of the trust they have placed in me to represent them. I thank all of them for their kind words and for their inspiring and well-thought advice. Madam Speaker, I hold the torch to represent my constituents in all humility, and I will try to make their lives better this year. Madam Speaker, I've obviously told you how much hope I have, but I have many concerns about what will happen under the current government. Believe me, I'm a man of faith and conviction, but I also know how to be realistic, like all Canadians who are not fools. Since 2015, with this elected Liberal government, which might have responded to the debate for a certain need for freedom, to a desire for renewed feminism, and to new possibilities, with the freedom to smoke pot, to be whoever you want and however you want. Well, despite all that, we have to admit that we are now witnessing the consequences of the Liberal debacle. The experts will tell us later, but right now we have a whole generation that has lost its foundation, its roots, and its social identity. By living our differences to the fullest, I unfortunately see that we have lost our unity, our common sense of duty, of sharing, of consideration for the needs of the most vulnerable in our communities. What the pandemic crisis has shown us, in many ways, is that, unfortunately, many have abandoned their roots and those who gave birth to them. And that's very sad, Madam Speaker. But there's worse, Madam Speaker. There are those who have no idea what's going on, and those who pretend not to know, because many are afraid to imagine what will happen when this Liberal Party legalizes hard drugs and prostitution as promised in their platform. Many try to give themselves a clear conscience by saying that we will know what our children and grandchildren are taking, that girls and women will be treated better, but the reality on the street will not have changed on the black market. We will see a society that will have more and more mental health challenges and greater challenges with crime, as the two often go hand in hand. Episodes of violence are to be expected, and what we're experiencing, as we're managed by a clown, and forgive me the expression, Madam Speaker, is really the precedent for what may lie ahead. Madam Speaker, when I'm in my part of the country, I'm able to enjoy life to the fullest, but I can't have peace of mind when I know that many people will suffer from the disastrous choices of this Prime Minister and all his cronies, who will get their feet greased with his immoral policies. Madam Speaker, we were born free. We were in a free country, a country that was economically prosperous. The honourable member will have time to finish his speech during questions and comments.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kills.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. What a change. I'm wondering, through you, if the member listened to the speech this morning by the honourable member from Parry-Sound-Muskoka. My goodness, what a change in tone, and not for the better.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This will allow me maybe to finish with the last paragraph of my speech. We were born free. We were in a free country, economically prosperous, and with the Liberal Party, we're now trapped in a fearful image in what was once a land of opportunity and a country recognized worldwide as a leader in every field. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to react to my colleague's speech because I think it's important to note at this point that I would like to express that I disagree with many of the elements that he mentioned in his speech, despite the fact that we will likely vote in the same way on the government's motion for the Emergencies Act. And so maybe I would like to ask my colleague explain further, because my perception is that people across the street who were protesting, there were some who were there for legitimate reasons, but there were many there who weren't choir boys, if you will. So I'm trying to understand, because in his speech I got the impression that for him, these are extraordinary people. So I'd like to understand his position, but also it's important to understand that we're talking about an Emergencies Act, and I didn't hear him talk about the Emergencies Act in his speech. I think this is a very serious situation, so I'd like to know, I didn't go walk around in the street with a Canadian flag in my hands, but I'd like to know what he thinks about the Emergencies Act. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I'd like to send him the following message. Everything changes. All things must pass. We have to stand strong and free. We have to support each other. We have to help those who need it the most. We have to share our strengths and weaknesses. We have to accept with dignity the hardships that we face, and we have to spread joy, peace, and love all around us. It's up to each of us to make a difference, and may these good words give us all hope and peace of mind in a better future for Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for a very well-deserved speech. I want to ask one question and make a comment. Coming from the corporate world, we always sat down with our customers and created focus groups to understand what it was their needs were. I'd like to hear why this government, and from him, could not do the same and negotiate with the truckers to come to a peaceful resolution.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's an excellent question. I've been asking it every day. If the Prime Minister had accepted from the very beginning to meet with those who were before in front of Parliament, then maybe we would never have had to go through everything that we've gone through over the last few weeks. That's all they were asking for, to speak to the Prime Minister. It was possible to have a meeting with the leaders. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have time for a last brief question. Questions and comments?
Okay, resuming debate. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce, and I just want to advise him that I'll have to unfortunately interrupt him for question period, and then he'll be able to continue thereafter. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour and a privilege to rise today and talk about the Emergencies Act. And I think the question a lot of Canadians are asking, and I know most of the politicians here, parliamentarians here today have talked about it, but how did we get here and why are we here? Okay, we are at a time in the last 2 years, it's almost 2 years to the date, and we are at a time when provinces across the country are lifting their COVID mandates, virtually across the country. In Ontario, for example, my home province, Premier Doug Ford has announced his plan to lift COVID mandates. And on March the 1st, a significant one will be he's lifting the vaccine passports. That's a very significant fact for the province, for people who are vaccinated and unvaccinated. About 10 days ago, the Conservative Party brought a motion to this House and asked for a plan. We asked for a plan that the Prime Minister and his team give Parliament and give to Canadians how we can move forward, how we can lift the COVID mandates federally and allow everybody to move on, how we can unite the country and move together. We are a very divided country, despite what the Liberals may say. We are a very divided country at this time, and we need to move forward. We need to move forward. And so there was a vote a week ago, and the Liberals defeated that motion, failing to give Canadians a plan to move forward. So my point is, if the premiers weren't doing anything and lifting mandates, it might make sense for the Prime Minister to double down and continue on and with his divisive comments and everything else. But when we're looking at the facts, and the facts are mandates are being lifted, not just in Canada, but around the world. Today, we saw in England, Boris Johnson, he's virtually lifted all restrictions. And the Prime Minister really he's just continuing to double down. And to my mind, that's how we got to where we are. If he'd listed a roadmap, a reasonable roadmap, I don't believe anybody would have came here. I don't believe we would be talking about this today. And I think everybody would have a path forward, and we could start to heal this country and move forward. This morning I listened to a longtime friend of mine and a colleague for many, many years, and it's the Member of Parliament for Oxford. He was the first elected police chief in Parliament and a very wise individual. And him and I served on the Public Safety Committee over 10 years ago together at a time when we were reviewing the outcome of the G8 and the G20. But specifically the G20. And you wouldn't believe who was the police chief at the time. I know most people in here know this, but it was actually the Minister of Public Safety. Emergency Management, pardon me. Imagine that, his title. And the chief, that chief, was there to tell us about what he did at the G20. Okay? They had an integrated, I made a note what they called it, they had an integrative security unit at that time. They didn't need to invoke this act. Is my time running up for this half?
No. The honourable member will have 6 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with a heavy heart that I rise as the Catholic community grieves the sudden passing of a beloved friend, mentor, and humble servant of the Lord, Father Vito Marziliano. Father Vito was larger than life, kind, caring, and joyful. He was an inspirational leader and servant, and his thought-provoking homilies and the wisdom he shared will live forever in our hearts and minds. When I think of Father Vito, I'm reminded of St. Francis's prayer, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. Father Vito embodied this prayer. He was truly a gift from God. He had a profound ability to connect with others, and everyone felt his kindness. The unprecedented outpouring of grief and love by those that treasured Father Vito is a testament of the depth of his connection with our community. Rest in peace, Father Vito. Prega per noi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you. 3 years ago, I rose in this place and wished my friend and World War II veteran, Fred Russell, a happy 100th birthday. Fred passed this fall at the age of 103 years old. He served overseas for the entire length of World War II. He survived the Dieppe raid. Returning to France and Normandy in the Normandy landings, he marched into Dieppe with his fellow Canadians in the liberation of that town, and later served and fought through Northwest Europe and Germany. Returning to Edmonton after the war, Fred married Eileen and raised a family of 4 children, 12 grandkids, 25 great-grandkids, and 2 great-great-grandkids. Now, as if years in the Army serving our country was not enough, Fred continued to help, volunteering with the Elmwood Park community, his church, Scouts, and the Edmonton Police Service. When I look around what's happening in our country today, I can only say we need more Fred Russells. Fred, rest in peace. God bless you.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 3 weeks, we've seen several disturbing images of members of the media facing repeated forms of abuse. They've been subject to slanderous slogans hung from vehicles, forms of physical and verbal intimidation, and constant heckles and jeers from protesters and occupiers. While reporting on the blockade in Surrey, BC, at the border crossing, a camera crew was swarmed with protesters who had to be escorted out of the area by police. In Edmonton, a media outlet felt it necessary to remove the company branding from one of their vehicles out of fear of safety of its employees. Media crews right here in Ottawa, the capital of our nation, had to hire security in order to cover events right out front of this building. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. In a democratic and free society, the role of the media and freedom of press to be able to report without intimidation is essential. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank all journalists, camera crews, and members of the media who have covered the front lines of this event for the past few days. The importance of your work can often go unrecognized, but it is essential to our society, and we thank you.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the members of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to recognize the absolutely extraordinary work of the employees of Parliament over the past few days as this House sat in extraordinary circumstances. While the police forces in the streets were bringing the siege on the Hill to an end, women and men here were working tirelessly to allow us to debate the confirmation of the Emergencies Act. From the cafeteria staff to maintenance to the sergeant-at-arms team, to the entire clerk's team, to the security guards, everyone was here despite the turmoil of the last few days, and that is simply admirable, Mr. Speaker. I want to especially highlight the tremendous work of the interpreters as we debated 16 hours a day this weekend. Again, absolutely admirable. I wish you some quiet and some rest. Congratulations and thank you all again. The honourable member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise in the House today virtually to recognize the achievements of our athletes from our region. Did you know that 1/3 of the cross-country ski team at the Olympic Games came from the Outaouais? Congratulations, Catherine Stewart-Jones, Antoine Cyr, and Laura Leclerc, for your excellent performances at the Winter Olympics 2022. You've inspired us during this very difficult time. We needed that. You are role models in determination, resilience, and perseverance. You will surely inspire young athletes in our region. So Catherine, Antoine, and Laura, Congratulations once again. All of the Outaouais is proud of you.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, February 22nd is Canada's National Human Trafficking Awareness Day, thanks to the hard work of the All-Party Parliamentary Group to End Human Trafficking and Modern-Day Slavery. Human trafficking is a form of modern-day slavery that turns people into objects to be used and exploited. It's profitable, vicious, and it's growing, and it's happening right here in our own country and around the globe. In Canada, the vast majority of human trafficking victims are women and girls born right here, and many of them are Indigenous. Globally, more than 40 million people are currently enslaved. To the victims and survivors of human trafficking, you are not invisible. We see you. And we will steadfastly continue the fight against human trafficking, both in Canada and around the world. To my honourable colleagues and all Canadians, on February 22nd, take a moment to 1. Learn about human trafficking. 2. Raise awareness in your communities. 3. Support survivor-led organizations. Get involved and create the change. Together, we can end human trafficking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow is Human Trafficking Awareness Day, as my colleague has just said. Human trafficking is a form of modern slavery that turns people into objects to be used and exploited. In Canada, human trafficking takes on many forms, including sex trafficking, forced labor, forced marriages, organ trafficking, and cyber sex trafficking. 93% of the victims are Canadian, 97% women and children, 50% Indigenous. Slavery is used in many of the products Canada imports. Human trafficking is vicious, it's profitable, and it's growing. It's time to end human trafficking. There are 4 things you can do on February 22nd and every day thereafter. 1, learn about it. 2, tell others. 3, support anti-trafficking organizations. And 4, get involved politically. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. James William Roman escaped slavery in Maryland and came to Canada via the Underground Railroad. His grandson, Dr. Charles Lightfoot Roman, was born on May 19, 1889 in Port Elgin, Ontario. Dr. Roman was one of the first Black Canadians to graduate from McGill University's Faculty of Medicine. He was also one of the first Black Canadians to enlist for service in First World War. Moreover, he was a surgeon, author, researcher, lecturer, and a recognized expert in industrial medicine. To this day, Dr. Roman's grandson fondly recalls how his grandparents impacted the lives of Canadians in times prior to universal healthcare. They were a heroic team of doctor and nurse whose back door was never closed to those in need, because their kitchen served double duty as a public clinic. Let us always be thankful for the many contributions of Black Canadians to our great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are more divided than ever before. But one topic all Canadians can agree on is the cost of living. Every visit to the grocery store, every time you fill up your vehicle, or you get your home heating bill, Canadians are reminded of the Prime Minister's inflationary monetary policy. Inflation was 4.8% in December, 5.1% in January, and many economists say the true cost of inflation is over 10%. Housing costs have doubled, rent is unaffordable, and in some cases, used cars are now worth more than new cars. Who would ever thought? Seniors, working families, rural Canadians, urban Canadians are all stretched to the max. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister to get their heads out of the Davos clouds and start listening to Canadians. Well done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow Canadians across the country will raise their forks in honour of the great women and men who grow and deliver the very best food on the planet. La Journée de l'Agriculture.
Canada's Agriculture Day is an opportunity for all of us to thank Canadian farmers and food processors who work tirelessly to put high-quality food products on our kitchen table every day.
Canada's hard-working farmers and food processors are the backbone of our economy, especially in our rural communities, and we are grateful for their dedication and hard work. So tomorrow, let's celebrate Canada's Agricultural Day. Célébrons la journée de l'agriculture du Canada.
Let's celebrate Canada's Agriculture Day.
Our food processors mean so much to us, to our families, to our communities, and to our country. Let's raise a fork to the food we love and to the people who produce it. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Haldimand-Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to represent the riding of Haldimand-Norfolk, which has been a refuge for so many seeking freedom from before the early days of Confederation. In 1793, the Act to Limit Slavery declared that any enslaved person who reached Upper Canada, which the abolitionists called the Promised Land, became free upon arrival. Right down the street from my home was one of the last stops to the Underground Railroad, the village of Canfield in Haldimand, where the remains of a community of former runaway slaves was recently discovered. Since then, Black Canadians have fought in wars for Canada, have made many contributions in politics, arts, sports, business, academia, medicine, law, and many other areas. These contributions tell us that Black history is not separate from, but an integral part to Canadian history. This month, we celebrate Black history and freedom. Thank you, Haldimand-Norfolk, for preserving this Canadian legacy of freedom. Let freedom reign.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in any situation where police intervention is required, whether to maintain or restore public order, our peace officers must demonstrate a strong sense of individual and collective responsibility. They must remain calm in the face of invective and also show empathy. The coordination of the intervention is the key to success, and I would like to congratulate the police officers of the Service de Police de la Ville de Québec, supported by officers of the Sûreté de Québec, who are able to protect citizens' right to demonstrate while preserving public order in the center of the national capital of Quebec. During 2 weekends, their work allowed citizens to be heard while respecting the lives of citizens living in downtown. In the same vein, I would also like to acknowledge the work of the thousands of police officers from across Canada who managed to regain control of the streets here in Ottawa without excessive force and with respect for the citizens who wanted to be heard. The balance between freedom of speech is founded on democracy. Let's not take it for granted. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is closing the 2022 Olympic Winter Games in 4th position as the most decorated country with a total of 26 medals.
Team Canada's athletes presented extraordinary performances, making our country shine internationally. What an amazing team. Nous pouvons être particulièrement...
We can be particularly proud of our Quebec athletes who excelled and brought home 13 medals. In snowboard, Max Parrot and Elliott Grondin. In freestyle, Michael Kingsbury, Manon Thénault, Mia Fontaine, and Louis Irving. In speed skating, Valérie Maltais, Kim Boutin, Steven Dubois, Charles Amelin, Pascal Dion, and Jordan Pierre-Gilles. In women's field hockey, Marie-Philippe Poulain, Anne-Renée Desbiens, and Mélodie Daou. A big congratulations to Team Canada.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Today, this House will hold a historic vote. Years from now, many in this room will reflect on this debate, the crisis that led us here, and the profound historical impact it will have. At times, debate has been heated on both sides, and I feel the rhetoric has served no one. But we cannot understate the reasons we are here. The hate, intolerance, threats, destruction, and intimidation have left a lasting scar on our national psyche. Canadians have been left shocked and traumatized. Today's vote will happen. Tomorrow, the wounds will remain. We all have an obligation to fix our political system that is failing Canadians. We must fight for proportional representation so Canadians feel that their votes count. We must truly address climate change so parents can see we care about their children's futures. We must provide the supports for gig workers so they can have a livable wage. We must build affordable housing and secure it as a human right. We love this country, so let's fix it and leave it in a better state for future generations. We owe Canadians that much.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 25 days after the arrival of the first trucks of the occupant convoy, the streets of Ottawa are finally free. This is thanks to the exceptionally well-coordinated work of 7 police forces, including the Sûreté du Québec. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to thank all officers who participated in ending the siege of Ottawa and Parliament Hill. Their professionalism and patience were impressive. Just 3 days ago, it seemed almost impossible to imagine a peaceful resolution to this occupation. Yet this is what literally materialized before our eyes as we watched the operation from our office windows. In closing, I would like to specifically acknowledge the impeccable work of the Parliamentary Protective Service, which allowed members of Parliament to continue to work safely in the name of democracy despite what could have been dangerous circumstances. Thank you to all of you for your professionalism and for your service.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, in 1970, Tommy Douglas took a stand against government overreach when he courageously opposed the use of the War Measures Act by Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And yet, where is that courageous and historical NDP today? They're standing up for the son of Pierre Trudeau, giving him extraordinary powers to freeze bank accounts of political dissidents without due process, Mr. Speaker. But when the Liberals fired unvaccinated minorities in the public service, the NDP did not stand up for them. When the Liberals enacted policies at the border that cost blue-collar workers their jobs, the NDP did not stand up for them. When those marginalized and traumatized by government mandates and restrictions mobilized into the largest pan-Canadian demonstration ever seen, the NDP did not stand up for them. I call on my NDP colleagues today to use this rare and extraordinary power they possess in determining the vote on the Emergencies Act tonight to stand against giving Liberals unprecedented power. I call on them to stand up for workers. I call on them to stand up for democratic rights. I call on them to stand up for everyday Canadians and vote no, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, EC.
Here in the province of Manitoba, February 21st is Louis Riel Day.
Each year, we reaffirm Louis Riel for what he was, a passionate leader advocating justice for the Métis people. He inspired the birth of Manitoba. Distressed by what he saw, the loss of Métis traditional lands, Riel called for action. À l'âge de 25
At the age of 25, Riel formed a provisional government and presented Canada with a Bill of Rights.
On May 12, 1870, the bill became the Manitoba Act. 151 years later, on July 6, 2021, I was witness to the Government of Canada and the Manitoba Métis Federation signing the Manitoba Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement, an historic step in the renewal of the nation-to-nation principle and recognition of the Manitoba Métis Federation as an Indigenous government. Let's reflect, let's celebrate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Conservatives, along with others, don't believe the Emergency Act was necessary to clear the protests and blockades. Many experts, including people like Chris Lewis, former commissioner of the OPP, are saying the government had all the tools they needed and the Emergencies Act was an overreach. The Prime Minister reported this morning that Ottawa is clear, the trucks are gone and the borders are open, but he says an emergency remains. Can the Prime Minister tell us what is the criteria for this emergency to be declared over, and on what date will he end these unprecedented and invasive measures?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act is enabling critical measures to end these illegal blockades and prevent further occupations. We've heard from police chiefs, security experts, and municipal and provincial leadership that it has been essential to the response. We've been very clear that these measures will apply only when and where necessary, and again, these tools are to supplement local capacity, not negate or override it. As soon as these measures are no longer required, we will gladly lift them. This is responsible leadership.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Can the Prime Minister tell us exactly what powers the Emergency Act is giving him today that do not already exist. I know he said he needed the act to force tow trucks to tow trucks away, but as he's already said, the trucks are gone, so we don't need tow trucks any longer. What power is needed right now, today, under the Emergency Act that doesn't already exist under current Canadian law?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
After weeks of people being harassed in their neighbourhoods and seeing small businesses forced to close, after billions of dollars were stalled in trade, putting people's livelihoods at risk, after evidence of increased ideologically motivated violent extremism activity across the country, and after a flood of misinformation and disinformation washed over Canada, including from foreign sources, it became clear that local and provincial authorities needed more tools to restore order and keep people safe. I ask all members of Parliament to stand up for Canada this evening.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister talked earlier today about mending fences. He called on Canadians to call their unvaccinated cousin and for Canadians to aim for more decency in our public discourse. I would like to ask the Prime Minister if he would be willing to lead by example and apologize to Canadians that he called racist and misogynist and with unacceptable views because he disagreed with them. I think it would go a long way, Mr. Speaker. Would the Prime Minister rise today and would he lead the way?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the right of Canadians to express their opinions, the right of Canadians to protest peacefully, to disagree with their governments is something we will always stand up to protect and withhold, even to uphold, even with the implementation of the Emergencies Act. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms continues to apply. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, continuing to demonstrate the way Canadians are being there for each other, not harming their neighbours, not occupying cities, but being there for frontline workers, being there to support each other. That has been the story of this blockade and this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the member for Beaches confirmed this morning in this House that I'm not convinced that the Emergencies Act should be implemented after today. I will vote for it, but now because it's a confidence vote. Is it true that you've called for a confidence vote? Will you start an election with this if they don't vote for it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, the Emergencies Act allows us to take essential measures to end the illegal blockades and to prevent the occupation from starting again. Security experts, police forces and officials have told us that this act is essential. They've clearly said that these measures will only be applied as necessary. These are tools that are in addition to local capacity, and we will cancel these measures as soon as necessary. Thank you. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Many, many words, Mr. Speaker. I've listened to the Prime Minister carefully, but it's not enough to tell Canadians to talk to each other. The Prime Minister himself has to set the example. When he listened to Canadians who do not think like him, did he take time to call the member for Louis Hébert in terms of voting for these emergency measures? Will he call each of the citizens that he insulted over the past weeks? It's time for the Prime Minister to walk the talk. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, since the beginning of this pandemic, this government, like almost all Canadians, have been there for each other. We supported each other during difficult times. We were there for small companies and for seniors and for our frontline workers. And this will be the history of our pandemic. It won't be the history of people who are blocking streets and preventing people, other Canadians, from doing their jobs and for living in peace. It'll be the history of people who are there for each other. And it is these people that we will continue to work with for the future. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More than 2 weeks ago, the City of Ottawa asked for 1,800 RCMP officers so they could adequately resolve this crisis. Last week, they showed that this was actually the correct solution. But even more than 2 weeks ago, I hope the Prime Minister considered the Emergencies Act. But since he didn't invoke it every time there was a protest, I hope he will resist that temptation. But can he now renounce to the use of the Emergencies Act? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we are still in a precarious situation across the country. We're happy to have seen the work that our police forces did over the past weekend here in Ottawa and Gatineau to ensure everyone's safety in the National Capital Region. We've also seen interventions across the country to prevent other convoys from going to places where there are blockades that could be formed. We're going to remain vigilant, but of course, we're all looking forward to noting the end of these emergency measures, and we will be evaluating the situation every day. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I would ask the Prime Minister to identify at least one place in Canada or Quebec that justifies the existence of this act right now. He talked about tow trucks and financing and freezing bank accounts, not for 2 weeks. Well, let's make legislation for 2 weeks, not permanently, if there is criminal actions done with criminal funding. But he wants this to be a confidence vote because he's fearing his own caucus. Can he not admit that these are not the right means to go about this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I would like to note that I appreciate enormously the commitment of the Bloc leader in terms of emergency additional measures that we could debate in this Parliament once the emergency state is over, to ensure that our police forces and authorities do have all the necessary tools so that they can deal with illegal occupation or criminal acts such as this one. For the time being, we're still in an emergency situation. And I know, like all Canadians, that we're looking forward to end these emergency measures as soon as necessary, and we will continue to monitor the situation closely. Thank you.
Member for Burnaby South.
The occupation in Ottawa and the blockades on bridges and borders across Canada has had a severe impact on workers. We know workers in Windsor, auto sector workers, workers in the downtown core of Ottawa, like the Rideau Centre and others, were severely impacted. They lost days, in some cases weeks, of wages that made it even harder for them to put food on the table. The government's announced a plan to support small businesses, but not a plan for workers. Where is the plan to support the workers that have been impacted by the occupation and the blockades?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Leader of the NDP for his support of workers, and I agree with him on that. We have continued every step of the way through the difficult past 2 years we've had to be there for small businesses, for seniors, for young people, for workers, and we will continue to do that. We recognize that on top of the pandemic context, these occupations and blockades have been extremely difficult on businesses and workers, and we're moving forward with measures to support them. This is something I think we can all agree on in this House, to be there for Canadians.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The occupation in Ottawa and the border shutdowns have hit workers very hard. It is increasingly difficult for them to make ends meet. The Liberal government announced a plan for small businesses that are affected by the occupation and the blockades, but nothing for workers. Where is the plan to help workers impacted by the occupation in Ottawa and the blockades across the country? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Leader of the NDP for his commitment to workers, and we share his concerns. And that is why, for the past 2 years, we've implemented historical measures to support workers, small businesses, seniors, and families struggling because of this pandemic. And that is why we're committed to being there for people who need our help because of the occupation of Ottawa. Yes, We put forward a program for small businesses, and we're going to continue to take care of workers as well.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal member for Beaches East York said today in the House, quote, I'm not convinced the emergency measures should extend beyond today, he said. I would vote accordingly, but it's now a confidence vote. It would seem that the Prime Minister is strong-arming his backbench and the NDP to vote in his favour by threatening an election, Mr. Speaker. Isn't that true?
You're right on the Parliamentary Secretary. We'll go with that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that we all breathe a sigh of relief at the phenomenal work that was done by law enforcement to bring order and peace outside of these doors. I look forward to the vote that's going to be taking place in just a few hours to have this House affirm the powers that were needed to ensure that peace and stability, and to make sure on a preventative basis that we do not see a return to that level of disorder.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the blockades have ended. Downtown Ottawa has been cleared. If there was ever a national emergency, which remains in doubt, it's over. So there is no need for the Emergencies Act vote tonight, but it would seem then that this vote tonight is about far more than the blockades and the protesters in downtown Ottawa. It would seem it's only about power. Yes. About the government having the power and setting the precedent that bank accounts of political dissidents can be frozen. Isn't that right, Mr. Speaker?
That's right. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to just highlight how instrumental the Emergencies Act has been in allowing us to address very effectively, but in a manner that is consistent with the Charter, the illegal blockades. And I, too, want to take a moment to express my profound gratitude, and I hope all members in the chamber will say thank you to the RCMP and all members of the law enforcement who, in a very professional, measured and restrained manner, have restored order to the streets of Ottawa and have ensured that we've made progress at our borders. Mr. Speaker, we will only use the powers of the Emergencies Act as long as necessary.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, over the past week, we've heard that Canada didn't need emergency measures to resolve the issue in Ottawa. Thousands of police across Canada were able to solve the situation. This isn't the first time this has happened. However, continuing to impose the Emergencies Act, which doesn't have its place in my opinion, is not necessary. The Ambassador Bridge was cleared without this act. Why is the Prime Minister insisting on invoking an emergency act that Canadians don't want? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Over the past days, we've seen now blockades have been lifted at our borders and in the downtown Ottawa area. I'd like to thank all of the law enforcement officers for their professionalism. The Emergencies Act was key, but we'd like to end it as quickly as possible. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in my hometown of Quebec City, demonstrations took place without the emergency legislation. What was lacking clearly in Ottawa in recent weeks was leadership. The Premier of Quebec does not want the Emergencies Act, and neither do 7 other premiers, but they are imposing this extreme act. Why does the government insist on keeping these measures, even though the premiers don't want it? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reassure my colleague and all members of this House that all of the measures in the Emergencies Act were used in consultation with all the authorities in provinces and municipalities. We're going to continue to work together with the provinces and territories with advice from police forces as long as this act is necessary, but we will withdraw it as quickly as possible.
For Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, has the government received a legal opinion from either the Attorney General or the Department of Justice whether the emergency powers granted under the Emergencies Act, particularly the power to freeze financial accounts, are consistent with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? And if so, will the government release the legal opinion to the House before this evening's vote?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. I am confident as Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, that we have met the standard to apply the Emergencies Act. And as we have stated on many occasions, Mr. Speaker, we are required as a government that any measures that we take will conform with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, including Section 8 rights of search and seizure.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Justice Minister or the Finance Minister. First, how many bank accounts have been frozen under authority of the emergency proclamation? Second, will the government commit that no further funds will be frozen without a court order verifying that a rational connection exists between the funds and the unlawful blockades? And third, will any currently frozen accounts for which a rational connection has not been demonstrated be released forthwith?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the many questions, but I will say at the very beginning that the RCMP have clarified that at no time they provided any list of donors to banks for enforcement under the Emergencies Act, Mr. Speaker. And with regards to those financial controls which are being exercised under the Act, Mr. Speaker, as we've said many times, those powers are being exercised in a manner that is consistent with the Charter, including due process rights, as well as the right to be protected against any unreasonable search and seizure. Thank you.
The honourable member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the occupation of Ottawa is over. There are no trucks left in the streets. The protesters have left. The police are in control of the situation and normal life is resuming. And yet tonight the House will vote on the implementation of the Emergencies Act to address what the government wrongly calls a national crisis. Not only has there never been a national crisis, but there's no longer a crisis at all. Will the Prime Minister immediately rescind his declaration of a state of crisis? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have seen progress against illegal blockades, but threats still exist. The Emergencies Act will be key in terms of ending illegal blockades. We received advice from experts and police officials that have said this act is still necessary. The honourable member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane. Mr. Speaker, this is completely absurd. The Prime Minister wants us to vote for extraordinary measures to get no trucks and no protesters off the streets in Ottawa. And yet if we oppose it, he'll make it a no-confidence vote, so he can call a second unnecessary election in 6 months. But worse than that, what he is demanding means that for the first time in history, the House of Commons would support the use of Emergencies Act to deal with a problem that no longer exists. Does the Prime Minister realize how low a bar he is setting and how damaging a precedent he is setting? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect for my colleague, despite the progress that has been made, there are still risks. Risks in Ottawa, in front of the House of Commons, at our borders. There are a lot of efforts to keep illegal blockades from resuming, and that is why, in the opinion of police forces, we will continue to keep the Emergencies Act for now, and will use these measures with great responsibility, with all the respect due to the Charter. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane. Mr. Speaker, still absurd. Dozens of trucks who have left Ottawa have threatened that as soon as they can, they will return. So how long will the Prime Minister keep these emergency measures in place? Will he leave them in place forever, even if there's no crisis, just in case the trucks come back? Seriously, Mr. Speaker, what is it going to take for the government to realize that the Emergencies Act did not solve this crisis? It was a well-concerted police intervention like we've been asking for since the beginning. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, legislation is working. All of the measures that are in the Act are temporary and targeted, and they are going to be used in respect of the Charter. And they'll be removed as quickly as possible. At the same time, we have to listen to the advice of our police forces.
Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, the Finance Minister said at a press conference this morning, and I quote, "For anyone who is concerned that their accounts may have been frozen because of their participation in the illegal blockade or occupation, the way to get your account unfrozen is to stop being part of the blockades and occupation. Well, the blockades have ended, but concerns over frozen accounts has not. Speaker, what mechanisms are in place today to help those who are accidentally caught in the government dragnet?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to be very, very clear, the RCMP issued a statement today that clearly and unequivocally stated that they have not released the names of donors to the banks and that they are doing their job of targeting those individuals who are primarily responsible for that, including the people who have parked their trucks illegally on the streets. Mr. Speaker, for any individual, any Canadian who happens to have their accounts frozen by their bank, they should call their bank and find out why.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act allows for bank accounts to be frozen. Many Canadians have told us that they don't know the rules or how long they will last. We must not trivialize this law. It is very worrisome. And even worse, the Minister of Finance wants to introduce legislation to give more power to the banks without a mandate. Can the Minister commit to establishing mechanisms for abusive decisions to help innocent Canadian citizens? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the member, first of all, there is nothing retroactive in the measures we brought forward. They take effect on February 15th. So anyone who, for example, made a donation to a cause prior to that wouldn't in any way be impacted by these measures. Additionally, there is built right into the Emergency Act parliamentary scrutiny and subject to scrutiny by this House, Mr. Speaker, and by the other place. And so the concerns the member that brings forward can be addressed quite appropriately within the existing Act.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, a financial crime expert says the Emergencies Act is a, quote, serious deviation from normal democratic process. A U of T finance professor says banks may be inclined to overreact so as to not run afoul of government. Security and finance experts say there are no suspicious activities or credible threats with protest-related donations. There's no evidence, court order, or due process, and no limits on what direct or indirect participation means. It's already happening to my constituents. So when will frozen bank accounts be up and running again?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the Integrated Command Team, which is composed of the Ottawa Police Service, the OPP, and the RCMP, have been clear and unequivocal. The authorities that have been provided to them under the Emergency Act have been essential to the progress that they have made in getting the situation under control. And, Mr. Speaker, we've also heard from the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, that's all the chiefs, the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, and even the Canadian Police Association representing the rank and file, all have been clear and unequivocal. These measures were essential and have been helping them restore order in this country.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, while some MPs are claiming that the threats are now over, Canadians are still living with the impacts of the ongoing convoy crisis. In BC, the Pacific Highway crossing had to be preemptively closed this weekend, blocking commuters, essential workers, and goods. The RCMP arrested 16 people, while other unlawful activity could not be addressed on the spot due to lack of resources. After weeks of failed leadership from the government, will the minister assure Canadians that they are now acting with the urgency needed?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for highlighting one of the ongoing risks that we face, which is a threat to our borders, our trade corridors, which are so critically important to keeping Canadians at work and our economy rolling, Mr. Speaker. That's why we continue to listen very carefully to the advice that we're getting from our police services, who say that the Emergencies Act is instrumental in having addressed the blockades at ports of entry and continues to be instrumental in preventing them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, what happened in Coutts, Alberta is unprecedented. Conservatives are downplaying the severity of what is happening and are pretending that the threat is over. There was a plot to murder RCMP officers by dangerous extremists. Millions of dollars are still coming in from foreign sources to fund these hate groups.
Order. I
I've got the volume as far up as I can, so I'm not hearing the question. So we keep a relative roar when we're asking the question. The member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, what happened in Coutts, Alberta is unprecedented. And Conservatives in this House are downplaying the severity of what is happening and are pretending that the threat is over. There was a plot to murder RCMP officers by dangerous extremists. Millions of dollars are still coming in from foreign sources to fund these hate groups. When will the government bring forward legislation to halt all—
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do share the concerns of my honourable colleague around the severity of the charges that were laid in Coutts, including conspiracy to commit murder. Of course, Mr. Speaker, honourable colleagues will recognize that it would be inappropriate for us to comment on ongoing matters which are now before the courts, but I also share her concern around the rhetoric and extremism, which we have seen not only in Alberta, but right across the country, which has motivated some of the individuals. Mr. Speaker, we need to be vigilant about that. We need to be sure that we deal with those threats. Mr. Speaker, that's one of the reasons why the Emergencies Act is there to help protect the health and safety of Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, the last 3 weeks have been extraordinarily difficult for the people of Ottawa. Major roads blocked, noise at all hours of the night, people threatened and intimidated in their own communities. Despite the severe economic impacts of the last 2 years, downtown businesses were forced to shut their doors yet again. This past weekend, we saw police execute a coordinated plan that finally removed demonstrators and their vehicles from Ottawa streets. This only came after the federal government invoked the Emergencies Act for the very first time in our nation's history. Can the Minister of Emergency Preparedness explain to this House why the Act was needed to bring the situation to an end? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to thank my colleague for a very important question. The actions of the illegal blockaders at our critical infrastructure, essential trade corridors, and even here in the streets of our nation's capital was causing great and lasting harm to our country, to our economy, and to our citizens. Mr. Speaker, this was clearly and unequivocally an emergency that required extraordinary measures to restore the rule of law, to protect public safety, and to protect Canadian interests and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I want to lend my voice with my government in a word of thanks to our law enforcement officials who did the job we needed them to do and have protected our interests.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, we're at a point of time in Canadian history I never thought we'd reach. Canadians in the nation's capital are seeing fences put up around the street, police check stops at every intersection, and some Canadians are mistakenly having their bank accounts frozen. Tonight in this chamber, every single member of Parliament will have to rise and say if they agree this is the Canada they want for their kids and grandchildren. My question to the Prime Minister, how did he convince the federal NDP to sell out the core beliefs of Jack Layton and Tommy Douglas?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the member that all of the powers which are being used under the Emergencies Act are being done in a manner that is very proportional, measured and respectful of the Charter, including protections around due process and the right to be protected from unreasonable search and seizure. Mr. Speaker, we're always reassessing the need for the Emergencies Act. We're listening very carefully to the advice that we're receiving from law enforcement, and I want to assure him and all members of this chamber that we will absolutely retreat from the Emergencies Act as soon as we can. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
The minister doesn't get it. Canadians just don't trust him and his government. We have an historic vote this evening. Liberals have desperately tried to justify the Prime Minister's power grab and overreach. We see the leader of the NDP bending over backwards to prop up the most corrupt government in Canadian history. To the Prime Minister, on top of the cost...
Let me just... The word of corrupt is something that we maybe can rephrase that a little bit. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Scandals. We've seen an NDP leader back up a scandalous government we've seen throughout the history of our country. To the Prime Minister, on top of the cost of our freedom in his new Liberal emergency state, when will we see the celebration of the Liberals' official coalition with the NDP with the swearing in of a minister? Perhaps next.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we have seen is in another reversal, A party which once tried to characterize itself as a party of law and order have now abandoned all pretext of supporting law and order in this country. Mr. Speaker, when we've heard unequivocally from the Canadian Chiefs of Police, from the Ontario Chiefs of Police, from the police rank and file, from the police commanders who are restoring peace and order to our city, who said these measures were necessary and appropriate, frankly, Mr. Speaker, we're used to the flip-flops, but this one's extraordinary.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the trucks outside are gone. The protests are over. There are no more blockades. Yet, this Prime Minister is still determined to punish those involved under the Emergencies Act, where there is no due process to protect the innocent. Worse yet, Mr. Speaker, he does this with the NDP's support. When did this Prime Minister lose all respect for the Charter, and when did the NDP lose their way?
That's right. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague has now heard on several occasions, the tools that we are using under the Emergencies Act are very practical, very targeted, and very measured. We're talking about designating secure zones. We're talking about choking off illegal funds which could be used to aid and abet the illegal blockades. We're talking about rapidly deploying the RCMP so that we can restore public safety, Mr. Speaker, here in Ottawa. All of these things the Canadian Association of the Chiefs of Police have supported. The Ontario Association of the Chiefs of Police have supported. The Canadian Association Police, who are the rank and file of police frontline responders, day in and day out support the Emergencies Act. When will the party of law and order actually support the opinions of the law and order?
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
This party doesn't support the Charter of Rights, Mr. Speaker. It also doesn't seem to understand the continued use of the Emergencies Act for this Prime Minister's political purposes will only further divide Canadians. Now, former NDP MP Sven Robinson said that it's a very dangerous precedent is being set. Why has the Prime Minister not rescinded these emergencies powers today?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the short...
Hello, everybody. LadyDragon speaking here. Well, that's one of the guy that needs to be voted out, Mendicino. Big liar. Okay, I hope everybody's doing well. We're going to have the vote tonight at 8 p.m. Bonjour tout le monde, LadyDragon. Ici, n'oubliez pas qu'à 8h ce soir, on va voir le vote. Je reviens.
And we will sunset the Emergencies Act as soon as we can.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, there are increased tensions between Russia and Ukraine, and armed conflict is imminent. We must face facts. Even if no Russian forces have crossed into Ukrainian territory, the country is already under attack. For weeks now, the Canadian government has claimed that it will participate in imposing severe sanctions on Russia if it invades Ukraine. But, Mr. Speaker, the offensive has already begun. Ukraine needs the support of its allies now, not when it's too late. Will the government immediately impose preventive sanctions to dissuade Moscow from following through with this attack? The Honourable Minister.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the honourable member knows, we are indeed ready to impose severe economic sanctions should Russia further invade Ukraine, an invasion that has been going on for many years. We're working closely with allies, the US, the UK, and the EU. Sanctions are always most effective when they're done in lockstep with other countries. That's exactly what we do as we stand with the Ukrainian people and with Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Ukraine has asked its allies for immediate sanctions. Now, Moscow has already officially announced that it will recognize the independence of the Donbas territories, which is the first step towards their annexation. Ukraine has already suffered through a cyber attack, a maritime blockade, military pressure, and a disinformation campaign designed to justify an invasion. Just last week, the Foreign Affairs Minister declared that sanctions will come into effect on the first day of an attack. Well, Mr. Speaker, the attack is underway. Will Canada fire a shot across the bow and immediately impose sanctions against Moscow?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada firmly supports the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. We strongly condemn Russia's decision to recognize the Donetsk and other regions in Ukraine. This is a violation of the Minsk Agreement and against the Charter of the United Nations, and it represents a threat to stability in the region. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not fools, and even the Prime Minister's caucus is growing increasingly nervous with his imprudent governance. He says that he has had no choice but to invoke the Emergencies Act, and now he's made it a confidence measure for his own caucus. This sets a precedent, and it must not be taken lightly. What's more, the Prime Minister says we need to keep the emergency measures in place as a precaution for 3 months. Is he actually telling us that he's going to invoke the Emergencies Act every time he disagrees with a protest and every time his leadership is under threat? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the illegal blockades, the government has taken many concrete actions. For example, we provided increased resources to police forces, but at the same time, the Emergencies Act has continued to be necessary to help police services and to prevent illegal blockades that might come back, and we will revoke the measures as soon as we possibly can.
For Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. Parliament Hill is now cleared. Most of the charges in Ottawa involve trespassing and mischief. Tow truck operators already were compelled to help authorities before the Emergency Act. Our borders were cleared prior to the never-before-used law being activated. Organizations like the Canadian Civil Liberties Association tell us that the government isn't limiting the act to just Ottawa. It applies universally across the country. It does not target just one specific protest and applies to every single Canadian. So going forward, Speaker, how often does the Prime Minister plan to use the tool of last resort as a tool of first resort?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, I think even the member opposite would acknowledge that when we see the type of criminality taking place on the streets of Ottawa, when we see the attacks on our critical infrastructure and cutting off vital supply lines into this country, that constitutes an emergency because of the harm committed against our country and our citizens. And Mr. Speaker, we are prepared to do what is required, and we're working very closely with law enforcement, Mr. Speaker, have the important task of restoring the rule of law to our streets and protecting our citizens and our critical infrastructure. And we will only use those measures as long as they are required.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act is intended to be a last resort to deal with a clear, imminent threat. It's not a sledgehammer to deal with some future unknown crisis. There's no security threat. The streets are empty. The blockades are gone. There's no threat to our democracy. We're here in the House of Commons with the world watching, about to have a critical vote. So if there is no threat, will the Prime Minister end his abuse of the Emergencies Act, or is this just a ploy to ensure that the infringements on Canadians' charter rights and our bank accounts are permanent?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the member would have seen over the course of the last number of days that far from using a sledgehammer, the police have been restrained, they've been patient, and they have been professional in carrying out their responsibilities under the Emergencies Act, which they continue to say is necessary to bring about the end of the illegal occupation here in Ottawa and across the country. Mr. Speaker, there are still risks, but I assure every member in this House that we will sunset the Emergencies Act as soon as we can, and in the meantime, the powers exercised under it will be done in a manner consistent with the Charter.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 3 weeks, law enforcement partners have been coordinating their efforts to end illegal blockades and disruptions in Ottawa and at border crossings. The RCMP have assisted municipal and provincial forces when requested, helping to stop unlawful protest.
We have an appel au règlement.
A point of order. There's no interpretation.
A little trouble with translation. I just want to make sure that the member has his headset selected correctly. I'll give him a second just to make sure it's on his headset and not on the microphones, because it did kind of sound like he was just on his computer instead of the headset. All right, the Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 3 weeks, law enforcement partners have been coordinating their efforts to end illegal blockades and disruptions in Ottawa and at border crossings. The RCMP have assisted municipal and provincial forces when requested, helping to stop unlawful protesters and restoring the freedoms and livelihood of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, why is the continued use of Emergencies Act necessary to ensure Canadian livelihoods and quality of life are protected?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent question and for all of his hard work in representing his community. And he will know, Mr. Speaker, why the Emergencies Act continues to be necessary. Because in Surrey at the Pacific Highway, we saw a recent effort to once again obstruct trade corridors, which has a direct and significant impact on the economy and Canadian jobs, Mr. Speaker. And I know that is a central concern for the honourable colleague. I hope it is for all members in this chamber. And I hope that tonight everyone will see fit to support the passage of the Emergencies Act so that we can end the illegal blockades, so that we can get back to life as normal as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I asked a serious question earlier, which the Attorney General did not answer. I asked whether or not the Attorney General or the Department of Justice rendered a legal opinion regarding the public order emergency powers and the Charter. Surely his answer to my question was not the sum total of that legal opinion, if it exists. So I ask again, Mr. Speaker, is there a legal opinion, yes or no? And if yes, will the government release it to the House ahead of this evening's vote?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the honourable member for his question. Were he a lawyer, he would understand that I would not answer that question. I speak as Attorney General for the Government of Canada in giving legal opinions. I've assured this House, I've assured the Canadian public that I feel that we have met the legal standards based on the decision, and that
I can stand here all day and just wait for everybody to come to order, and I want to bring the temperature down just a little bit. I know the Minister of Justice was trying to answer the question. I'll give him 10 seconds maybe to finish up. That's about as much time as he has. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you. And as I was going to finish, Mr. Speaker, the reason why, as an Attorney General, one never discloses whether or not one has an opinion is because that could be construed as giving consent to divulge that opinion, Mr. Speaker. It's covered by solicitor-client privilege, and it will remain so.
That's what we're looking for, is the opinion itself.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is an example of a failure of leadership. Legal experts, civil liberties organizations, and many others are sounding the alarm, stating that emergency legislation should not be normalized, that it threatens our democracy and charter liberties. With the support of the NDP, the federal government is ordering financial institutions to freeze the bank accounts of Canadians who don't agree with them. Why are the Liberals and the NDP so willing to trample over the rights of the citizens they represent?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, since the outset, we've been very transparent with Canadians about the reasons why we've invoked the Emergencies Act. There has been a very vigorous debate in this chamber about why, in the government's view, we meet the test under the Emergencies Act, and I assure my honourable colleague that all of the powers which are being exercised in it are being done in a responsible, measured, proportionate manner, in a manner that is consistent with existing provincial and municipal authorities, and we will sunset the Emergencies Act as soon as we can. But in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we'll work with law enforcement to restore public order and public safety. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was legislative assistant here in the 1980s. I knew legendary NDP co-founder Stanley Knowles, elected 13 times for Winnipeg North. The 1970 debate invoking the War Measures Act, Mr. Knowles said, we have to work very hard to show that in our kind of society, we still think there's a better way to deal with ideas that we don't agree with. Why did the NDP coalition not listen to these sage words of Mr. Knowles before implementing the Act?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And although I appreciate the member's New Democratic viewpoints, let me say, Mr. Speaker, the Emergency Act is not the War Measures Act. a progressive conservative government, back when conservatives called themselves progressives, brought in this legislation which was charter compliant, which respected the rights of all citizens and respected every freedom contained within the charter. Mr. Speaker, it's a carefully crafted law, a law that we have complied with throughout. In articulating our reasons for bringing this forward, Mr. Speaker, I think even Mr. Knowles would recognize what's been happening on our streets and on our borders constitutes an emergency that requires...
The Honourable Minister, a member of Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By invoking the Emergencies Act, this government has ensured that our police forces had the tools they needed to dismantle the illegal blockades and end the occupation. We have heard directly from experts and from police forces how these tools have been used to do exactly that. And could the minister please update this House on how the measures, including the financial measures put in place, continue to play an essential role in ending these illegal blockades and allowing Canadians to get their lives back to normal? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question and for all of her hard work in recent days. We have seen progress in Ottawa and elsewhere. There are no more blockades in downtown Ottawa, and our borders are open. I thank the RCMP and our police forces for all their good work. All of the measures in the Emergencies Act have been very practical. They've been targeted, and they're temporary. And all the measures have been implemented with respect for the Charter, and we will sunset the law as soon as we can. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
The Ambassador Bridge blockade caused over $1 billion in economic losses. The bridge is now open, but new barricades are blocking local business, cancellations of doctor and health appointments, and continued job losses. Since the Emergency Act started, further convoys have been turned back and resources have been invested to protect this national route, even when we've just recently faced a bomb threat. The government has offered supports for Ottawa businesses affected by the occupation, and that is good. Will this government ensure that they are helping all the border municipalities and their workers who are harmed by the convoy crisis, because it still carries on?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for Windsor West for his advocacy and his hard work in representing his constituents. We've maintained very open lines of communication during the illegal blockades, Mr. Speaker. He highlights why it is that the Emergencies Act continues to be necessary given the risks in Windsor, in Coutts, other ports of entry like Surrey, Mr. Speaker. We're going to work very closely with my honourable colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh, the Mayor of Windsor, to ensure that small businesses have all of the supports they need so that we can get the economy going again, notwithstanding the challenges of the illegal blockades, Mr. Speaker. This government will be there for those impacted by them. Thank you.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As honourable colleagues will know, from the beginning, I've been very concerned that the regulations appear overly broad and not connected.
That's the feed I've got, so just stick with this feed. Maybe you should be playing. I don't know. This is the feed that's on the thing.
And for this specific emergency as described in the declaration.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for her question. The way in which the regulations or orders are based on the declaration, Mr. Speaker, as well as the way in which they're written, clearly indicate that they flow from the declaration. So I can assure the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure Canadians that the regulations or orders can only be used for the combating this particular emergency and no other situation, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that does it for question period. Thank you so much for all participating and staying relatively coherent. Yeah. And I'll go to the daily routine. So, tabling of documents. The Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the 2020-2021 Annual Report for the Green Municipal Fund, Forward Together. Thank you.
That is tabled. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Advises that pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the items added to the order of precedence on February 9 and February 11 of 2022, as well as the orders for the second reading of private members' public bills originating in the Senate, and recommended that the items listed herein, which it has determined should not be designated not votable, be considered by the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
No opportunity wasted, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition. This petition is on behalf of very concerned and increasingly desperate citizens of Ottawa who are concerned that 750 mature canopy trees at Queen Juliana Park in this city will be destroyed, removed, to put up a parking lot, that the National Capital Commission's recommendation to use a different location for the much-needed expansion of the new Ottawa Hospital, which they recommended should go to Tunney's Pasture, was reversed without proper process. The petitioner specifically and concisely, Mr. Speaker, called to restore the National Capital Commission's initial recommendation, preserve Queen Juliana Park and the entire Central Experimental Farm as green spaces.
I think they're finished now. Well, I want to see how it ends. I want to know what time they're coming back. I know they're coming back at 7:30, but I just go and listen to it for a little while. I'll come back after.
Nope. Okay. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
That's two. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre légal. Resume consideration of the motion for the confirmation of the declaration of emergency.
Now, the member for Huron-Bruce had 6 minutes remaining in his speech. The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Where I was before was talking about in 2010 at the G20, and no situation is the same. We all know that. But if you go back in that time, the protest, etc., was over a week long. There were 1,100 people arrested. There was a lot of destruction. Those old enough to remember can remember that. And my point before, I wasn't knocking the former chief of police, who's now the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. I was just stating the fact that he was the chief, and when the member from Oxford and I were on Public Safety Committee, he appeared there, and he explained about all the intricacies of the operation and all the dealings that they had. But my point was, he doesn't say now that they should have used it. Okay, he's never said that once, that in reflection he should have used it. And I would say at that time, using those images and what was going on, that would be a lot closer to the test than what we are dealing with here. And I think that's what the member from Oxford was saying as well. There was an issue here in Ottawa about a year and a half ago on Elgin Street, right in front of the police station. And again, I'm not saying every situation is the same. I'm not saying that. Each one is different and has different levels of risk. But it is an example of where the lower part of Elgin Street was shut down by over 100 protesters who were very inspired by what they were protesting. Okay? And it was a multi-day shutdown of Elgin. And at no time did the mayor of Ottawa or the police chief go to this government and say, boy, do we need to bring this act in to shut those people down. They went in, whether people think it's right or wrong, they went in at 3 in the morning on a Saturday, and they dealt with what the blockade was. And there are protests and blockades around this country all the time. and through history since the 80s, before that, but since the 80s when this act was brought in, and it's never been brought in. We've heard all sorts of examples, and that's why I think it's so important out of this that the City of Ottawa do an inquiry. I mean, they have 1,500 uniformed police officers, men and women that have a uniform. They have over 600 civilian people who are employed within the police service. They are good people. At the leadership level, at the city level, something went wrong. They knew for weeks that truckers were coming here. They knew for weeks that trucks were coming. I had calls, there was going to be 10,000 trucks here. What is the city going to do? They would have had way more intel than obviously I would have had. And what did the leadership, again, I'm not criticizing the city, I'm not criticizing the mayor, I'm just saying, what did they do? We don't know. That's why they need to have an inquiry. And I do think the committee's fine, but I also think there needs to be something a little more in depth than that, possibly an inquiry at the federal level as well to figure out why it was done. Where did the breakdown happen? The Ambassador Bridge, we've heard that at length, it was cleared. The Blue Water Bridge was cleared. It was a multi-jurisdictional unit that worked at it, Windsor Police, OPP, RCMP. The OPP, the RCMP, and police services in the cities, in the regional polices, Peel, Durham, York, they work together all the time. It isn't some bureaucratic nightmare like some of the Liberal members of Parliament talk about. They work together all the time. The other one I'd like to talk about, it was brought up at question period and many other times, is inside the Charter, okay? And it's specifically about the seizure. Freezing a bank accounts, seizing a bank account. Did it happen? Didn't it happen? The Minister of Finance, I think we have to be very honest, she's been very unclear, very unclear. And even in question period today, they use very smart words. They say the RCMP never, but if you look at the Act, they give the power to the banks. They give the power to the financial institutions. So they're using their words very carefully, these ministers. And that's when I think they've really crossed the line with Canadians. That is scary, to think that you might have had your bank, you might be getting your bank account frozen, you may be targeted, you haven't yet, but you may be targeted. I think that's an overreach. And I think when it's all over and done with here, there could be some lawsuits, obviously, and there could be some payouts, because I do think there was an overreach. And if you look at the G20, there was over $15 million paid out. The other thing I'll say is, this has been a tremendous focus on this issue. Ukraine and Russia has been tremendous focus. But I'll tell you the biggest thing the Liberals don't want to focus on, it's the issues of the economy, it's the issues around people's paychecks, it's the interest around how much it's cost to live. Every time you fill up your car, okay, it's $1.55 a liter, $1.60 a liter. These are the things the Liberals are desperate not to talk about. They'll talk about everything else but this. So the sooner, Mr. Speaker, we can get beyond this, lift the mandates, unite this country, and get back to being why we're the best, I look forward to that, and I'm sure most members of Parliament look forward to that as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of the convoy, the organizers were actually very clear. They said it was about overthrowing the government by staying in Ottawa until all the mandates have been lifted. That was the organizational group and the type of things that they were telling Canadians. Now, I understand that there are actually dozens, possibly dozens of Conservative members of Parliament that have donated to this convoy cause. Now, I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if the member would agree that donating to those sort of stated objectives might be somewhat of a conflict. Is that maybe why it is the Conservatives don't want to vote for the Emergencies Act? Would it be self-serving? Are these not questions that need to be answered and maybe even should be a part of the inquiry that would happen afterwards?
For Huron Bruce.
Well, first of all, because Adam Vaughan tweets it, doesn't make it true. And if he wants to go outside that door and read those names off, I'm sure there will be many lawyers calling him this week. I will guarantee you that. The other thing I will say to that member, who I've known a long time, now I hear them getting their heckles up, is the other thing I will say is this. I will say this. If you knew, what did you do 4 weeks ago? What did he do 4 weeks ago? Nothing. What did the public safety minister do? Nothing. What did the Minister of Justice do? Nothing. What did the Mayor of Ottawa do? Nothing. Nothing. They welcomed them in on a red carpet. So we don't need any of your lectures, I can tell you that.
I just, we're getting into debate again, and I just want to make sure that we run everything through the chair and not necessarily going straight at. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Grove Highlands.
Mr. Speaker, because I'm sure the Honourable Member for Huron Bruce doesn't want to take you outside behind the woodshed. So it had that feeling to it. I'm sure we want to make sure that we address our comments through the chair and not at the chair.
Just we're getting really late in the day, and I know we just finished up a question period, so still a lot of energy floating around. The Député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Civil Security said during QP that he wants to restore law and order. This implies that we have to satisfy the criteria that for the application of the Emergencies Act. But the government has not shown these criteria, and talking about restoring it. Does he not know that this government, all it applies is the old motto, do what I say, not what I do? The Honourable Member for Huron Bruce.
His mantra has been the whole time since he's been in. But what I would say is, what is it this act is trying to do that the police can't already do? The police are doing it. There's tens of thousands of police officers in this country, at least 10,000, and they're working every day to keep our streets safe as they can. So what is this act doing? It really doesn't do anything except put fear into Canadians.
A commentaire question. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. We know that prominent Republicans in the U.S. have voiced their support for this illegal occupation, including Donald Trump. Ottawa Police Service, in fact, noted concerns of significant amounts of foreign funding supporting the convoy. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton criticized GoFundMe's decision to block the remaining funding, saying that they, in quotes, failed to deliver Texans money. This seems like interference, international interference. To me, is my colleague as concerned as I am about foreign funding that has funded and fueled this illegal occupation, which literally brought...
The Honourable Member, Huron Bruce.
Well, I haven't seen the list, so I wouldn't know, but for years, how about the Tides Foundation? Exactly. How about all the different groups that have been operating for years on foreign dollars? Exactly. Members of Parliament here have never said a word. And you know what? If there are foreign dollars, I don't think any of them were allocated anyways, but the point is...
Well, hi, everybody. I'm looking at things now. So they're going to vote tonight on this thing that's going to pass, and then what? That's my question. And Pat's going to be arraigned tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be rock and roll day.
And the flag. I did not block public streets by parking my car in the middle of the road. I didn't agree with the people that decided to conduct this occupation. But even if I didn't agree with them, I thought it was important to follow the measures that were established by Public Health Canada. However, The Emergencies Act that the government decided to invoke is an act that is extreme. And I'm sad today. I'm sad, Mr. Speaker. Before we go any further, I would also like to say that I intend to share my time with the member for Jonquière. I'm sad today because we find ourselves in an extremely polarizing situation that leads us to wonder what has brought us here. Yes, COVID-19 and the pandemic played a role, but you also have to wonder if the government also played a role. They could have reduced this polarization. I don't think so. It's sad because we know that when a situation drags on and it's unhealthy and it's not being solved, things get worse. And when we see a government that did nothing to solve the situation when the occupation took hold in the streets, and even worse, then rather than deciding to lower tensions, found a way to add fuel to the fire. Why? Because at the end of the day, and that's just my opinion, it'll allow them to survive politically. People on the other side in the beginning were there to say that they were fed up. They were fed up with health measures. I also am fed up with these health measures, but at the same time, I realize we have to live with these and continue as best we can in the meantime. But the government had a different vision, however. They were saying they were the bad ones. It is us against them. And they wanted to continue to add fuel to the fire. And we saw the result of that. Rather than showing empathy, they decided to insult people. They did not take any action in any way to end the situation. In the beginning, this helped them because they were able to see the leader of the Conservative Party step down because he was stuck in a contradictory position. Was he for or against health measures? We didn't really understand that. Was he for or against the convoy that was outside? Some of the Conservatives were for or against it. So it was hard for the Conservatives to keep this position up. However, at the end of the day, what did the government do? It let the situation get worse and washed its hands of it, thinking that it would wreak havoc in the Conservative Party. This is not only partisan action, and unlike what we saw, the government acted to show partisanship rather than improving the situation so that as a society we could live better together. And that's the issue. I felt that the government was skipping some steps here. After washing its hands of the situation, and the cameras turned towards the government, people started wondering, how come people have been in the streets for weeks and nothing is happening? How come the government is just insulting people who are on the other side rather than seeking a way to really resolve the situation? And that's what we saw. And the government, in my opinion, even ended up hurting itself because they were setting fires, and people decided to saw their lack of leadership. And now they're saying, yes, we have to really get down to action and end the situation. We're going to invoke the Emergencies Act. And the Premier of Quebec said he doesn't want this. The National Assembly in Quebec has unanimously said it doesn't want the act. 7 out of 10 premiers in Canada have all said they don't want it either. This is quite the situation. When you all these people saying things are going too far, the government should have looked at things and said, well, we should mitigate the situation, change the situation. They said that the act won't apply to Quebec, but they didn't want to listen to people because they want to politicize the Emergencies Act. And it was so urgent. For weeks, the government sat idly and did nothing to solve the situation. That's how urgent it was in Quebec, but there were protests, and we were able to manage them, and the situation returned to normal. There was a bridge that was blocked. We didn't need the Emergencies Act to unblock it. But some people would say there was no will. Some people talked about a health dictatorship, and obviously I don't agree with them. But by imposing the Emergencies Act, the Liberals, in some way, have kind of supported their arguments. The member for Louis-Hébert even said recently that his government was uncomfortable with the decisions and positions of his government because they were politicizing the pandemic. We saw earlier that he was not the only one. There were other members that also held that position in the Liberal Party. We learned that, even my colleague from Mirabel earlier said this, that the government is starting to overheat, and even this is conflictual within its own caucus. And at the Bloc, we didn't think this wouldn't work. We didn't want to follow this, and neither did the Conservatives. And the NDP was kind of dithering. They had a hard time understanding what their position was until recently. And now the government said, we're going to twist people's arms. We're going to make sure we come out on top. And perhaps they went too far. But within their party, some people have said this. They decided to make this a confidence vote. This way, people will have a heart. They will be afraid to go into an election, and we'll be able to say that we'll be right, and people will follow us. And the member from Mirabel said, quite interestingly, that they made this should have been a conscience vote, rather, so that we could really look at the situation with integrity and analysis. They should have made it a conscience vote rather than a confidence vote. And now, anytime the government had a chance to make the right decision, it decided rather to politicize the situation. I'm having a hard time explaining that the only thing that the government found to do since the very beginning of this situation and occupation and the protests that became an occupation, the only thing it was able to do was to hit the atomic button with the Emergencies Act, an act that has not been used since 1980. We've gone through many crises, but not invoked this act. They weren't able to manage the situation. We had hundreds of people who were outside the parliament, and the situation became untenable. But I find it surprising. I'm not saying that there weren't dangers or extremist elements, but the government let things slide. They were passive, and this is a shame. And they decided to convince us by twisting everyone's arm that when you take a step back, they weren't very convincing. If they had been so convincing, if they really proved the necessity of this act, how come we are still debating this today, 7 days later, after the Emergencies Act? And even this morning, we still weren't sure whether the government would receive a majority to adopt this act or not. This is tough because we realize the government is not in control of the situation, even after hitting the atomic button with the Emergencies Act. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask all the members of this House today, when they will have the opportunity to vote, do not vote under a threat and saying that they have a gun to our back because the government wants to have its way and polarize and politicize the situation. I would ask members to vote really in relation to their conscience and ask themselves, is this really worth it? Is it really necessary to apply the Emergencies Act? We don't think so. Thank you. Questions and comments.
Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the honor. I'm sorry. Can you? We're good. We're good. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member and his party need to pick a lane, because on the one hand, he's saying, well, we should have stepped in sooner. We should have been proactive. We should have gone in without any invitation from the provinces to deal with this. Well, on the other hand, he says, but you know, Quebec.
Okay, I just discovered something on their website. that they're showing who's talking. So the guy that just talked for the Bloc Québécois, his name is Xavier Barcelot Duval. Now they're going to bring after that Ziad Abu Taf. It's very interesting. So I don't know until when they're going to speak. Good afternoon, everyone. See, that's it. Xavier Barcelot. They're showing who's talking and who's going to talk after. Yesterday I was looking to figure out who is what, where, when. Ireland is to wake up the people. That's what's going on. The only thing I want to know is what time did they finish talking?
Edmonton Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're doing a wonderful job today. The question to my colleague
on the Bloc Québécois side. This crisis started in January 7th. The government knew all along about it for 6 weeks. Now, all of a sudden, it's an emergency. Is he convinced that the government is not doing this for any other reason other than a power grabbing over and above?
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes. To answer my colleague, what is unique is that the government did nothing throughout the entire crisis. They didn't do anything. All they did was insult and hide away. And now they're waking up and everything's urgent. And we have to invoke the Emergency Act. And then everything's solved. They're trying to save face rather than solve the situation.
Comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And yes, he has raised important points. Does he not recognize, though, that despite the fact that the streets in Ottawa are calmer today, there are still issues? There are truckers that are waiting and others that were arrested in BC. So everything's not solved yet. And the fact that we can continue to control bank accounts that are funding these occupations, it is not a good thing to avoid money from Donald Trump and others in the U.S. Can organize such blockades and protests. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I could answer my colleague is that right now, when we look outside in the streets, things are quiet. When we look across the country, it seems quiet. Do we still need the police to continue to do its work? Of course. Do we still have to remain vigilant in terms of foreign interference? Yes, of course. But right now, I don't feel particularly threatened, and I'm not persuaded that everyday Canadians feel particularly threatened. Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act was a mistake from the beginning, and the government knows this. Today, now that things have calmed down in Ottawa, it's even a bigger mistake. Despite of all in this, the government decided to make this a confidence vote tonight. This isn't logical. And I'm asking my colleague this. Why did they decide to make this a confidence vote? Was it to muzzle his caucus because there is some dissent, or is it to muzzle the NDP? The honourable member for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's an excellent question that my colleague has asked. Perhaps we'll find out in a few years what the Liberal caucus was thinking. Sometimes we learn several years later. People say things, but we know there are at least 3 MPs that are somewhat uncomfortable with their government's position, and the NDP also said this morning that they're not comfortable with the government's position. And now that it's a confidence vote, magically they seem to be more radicalized in their support. Now I get the feeling that their change in position has been strengthened by this confidence vote. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will not be sharing my time. I'm selfish. How to deal with this question? I was asking myself that yesterday. I was wondering how I would speak about this, and the best way, I thought, was to ask about the legitimacy of this act. And when you ask this question, you have to ask what are the principles of a free functioning society. Often we think democracies are free societies, but this can be a mistake. There's not always a consensus. There is a book I would invite you to read, Mr. Speaker, about French politics. It's called The Mésentente, or Misunderstanding. There is a policy when those who are excluded want to have take part in society. We've seen this in the class struggle, in the feminist movement, in homosexuals who want to be recognized. Those who are marginalized want to participate in society. And then this week, I was looking for a quote because in terms of the whole debate on freedom, I was looking for a quote that would give a positive definition of freedom. And I was thinking about the member for Lac-Saint-Jean, who had a hard time with the member for Carleton on C8. That was the implementation of certain budget measures. And the member for Carleton at the time went on about freedom. And perhaps he plans to become leader of the Conservative Party. He may have a different agenda than others, but he ended his speech by saying freedom is in play right now. He's talking about the people in the street. And my colleague said his speech has absolutely nothing to do with C8. And then the member for Carleton was upset, and he said that freedom is never relevant. And perhaps we could teach the member for Carleton what freedom is and what freedom we're talking about. And I think this fits with the debate we're having today. Jean Pashtoka died in 1967. I'm going to quote them. He was a very old gentleman, and he was a philosopher and the first Czech president. And he says that politics are always has no other ends but to help support liberty and give our life for liberty. What did he mean by that? It was simple. Life for freedom means that people who are never ready to protest legislation, they'll even die for the established order. Those who are behind the Iron Curtain, for example, such as was the case in the Czech Republic, they were ready to pay a very high price. I'm not sure if the member for Carleton will be ready to pay that high price, but if you...
He's babbling. I have something I want to tell you. There's something going on in Ukraine. Putin has Vlad has recognized how you call it? Oh, I don't know how to pronounce that. Donetsk. So this is a live feed on top right of Donetsk. Just saying, so you know what you're watching. Now you're saying that Vlad is going to invade Donetsk. So, not sure what's going on, but tonight's going to be a very interesting night because they think Vlad was going to invade Donetsk, and you have these idiots over there talking nonstop, and they'll vote at 8. It's going to be a very interesting night, let me tell you. Hello, Rex. So,
Dostoevsky's book, Well, we hear that if God does not exist, anything can happen. Let's leave God aside. What Dostoevsky means is that if there is no institution, everything is allowed. If there is no authority that's legitimate and established, anything's allowed. So negative freedom means that not everything is allowed. And governments are in place for that. We've got political association policies. It's an institution that tells us not everything is allowed. I can't just do anything. I can't limit the freedom of others. And so not everything is allowed. And that's the case for negative freedom. And that's government action. Now, what do we do now? What do we do to make men free? Well, the one who has the best answer is Camus. I'll read you a quote in L'Homme Révolté. I only have 5 minutes left, so I'll do this quickly. Camus says, what is a man who has revolted? A man who says no, but if he's refused, he does not give up. It's also a man who says yes as soon as he makes a move. A slave that gets orders his whole life suddenly thinks that it's not okay, and so says no. This means things have gone on for too long. Well, indeed, and maybe we saw that outside. We'll talk about that later. Up until there, yes, but beyond here, no, you go too far, and there is a limit, and you can't go past that limit. Basically, this no affirms that there is a border, and Camus says that the revolt is also based on a categorical no when the intrusion is intolerable. And when the person gets the impression that they have this right. And we heard that outside, that they're entitled to this. And the person who revolts stubbornly believes that within him there is something that is worth doing or saying. So Camus tells us this. And we're talking about somebody who uses this positive power or freedom and then revolts. Now, the question that I'm wondering about, for the protesters, are they people who have revolted in the sense as defined by Camus? And I'll take a drink here because I do need a bit of saliva. Now, are the protesters revolted individuals as Camus described them? I'll come back to another concept that we didn't address. Liberty. Freedom, which is what protesters were talking about. And there's also this double ignorance concept that Plato talked about. And this goes along with...
I don't know what he's talking about. He's an idiot, too. Bonjour tout le monde. J'ai dit, je l'ai pas dit tantôt en français, mais ici en haut à gauche, c'est Denest. Vlad a reconnu Denest, l'indépendance de Denest. Là, tout le monde pense que Vlad va envahir Denest. Fait que c'est intéressant de voir que tout ça, là, à soir, on a le vote. On a ça. Puis il parle encore, là, c'est live, ça, là. Ça finit pas, ces affaires-là. Avec j'ai mis ça, ça fait quelque chose d'autre à regarder. Là. Donc, bienvenue tout le monde. On attend.
Be a government who will use this. It's a populist. It's based on populist means. And what the NDP doesn't want to do, in fact, they're trying to crack down on certain movements that are legitimate. I would define myself as a progressist, somebody who's progressive. And this is someone who continuously tries to support people who want to free themselves of a situation that they're stuck in. And in 10 or 20 years, when there are indigenous movements, ecologists, and so on try to protest to get out of a situation that seems unfair to them, maybe somebody on the other side will refer to the Emergencies Measures Act, which we have applied once before and created a precedent. And contrary to what happened 50 years ago, when the NDP leader at the time said no to the War Measures Act, well, my colleagues will have to live with their decision in history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Yes, I was very interested by the comments made by my colleague. It was very well developed, and there were a lot of points there. But what he said near the end is what perplexes me. Quite simply, Mr. Speaker, is that a good enough excuse to not take action to counter what he also describes, this extreme right that exists here, money and tools that are available to them to do damage? And in 50 years, we might regret that we didn't make the decision to act today. The honourable member for Jonquière, the best tool that we have before populism is education. The best tool we have before us is education, and not trying to silence people. It's to give the relevant information that is true. One of the tools that we could have had as well, and I would respectfully propose this, is that if our health system hadn't been in such a bad way, perhaps we wouldn't have had to be locked down so long, and the federal government could have played a role. If it had paid its part for health care, maybe we wouldn't have created so much discontent and incited people to go this far. So you have a responsibility too. Questions and comments?
And the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech there. The Prime Minister has called Canadians names. He's called them misogynists, racists. Are we actually going to tolerate these people? I'm just wondering what the member's comments would be around the government's or the Prime Minister's actions in this. We've seen with the rail blockades of 2020, we've seen half of cabinet running around the country talking to everybody to try to resolve the situation when Quebec was running out of propane. Could there not have been something similar instead of calling Canadians names? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, earlier this week, my colleague in his speech said exactly what I'm speaking out against. I listened to him this week, and he made a parallel between one of his friends who's unvaccinated and who couldn't go to the restaurant. This is what we call very raw populism. A pandemic is a complex situation that does not get fixed because you open up restaurants. Now, that a public policy decider make a speech about federating some people who are expressing their anger in a way that's unacceptable, I will never get on board with that. And it's the Liberal Party's position, they're trying to limit personal freedoms, and the position of some MPs of the Conservative Party who are trying to do a similar thing, and both of those positions are unacceptable in my opinion. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach. We're not hearing the member. Give him another chance. It's always the other button. There you go. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
There we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for a very precise and well-spoken speech. I listened attentively to many of the points the member laid out, and I can find that we actually agree on many of these points. But one point I'd like the member to elaborate more on is the connection between populism and extremism. It's true. There's an element of both of these things within this movement. We've seen it from folks like Pat King and organizers at Canada Unity. Would the member please elaborate on the dangers of populism and extremism?
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Honourable member for Jonquière. Yes, most definitely. All movements of revolt that are motivated by anger and resentment are dangerous. And the populism we're seeing today, well, we're seeing it very well on the left. It's easy to identify. We hear a lot about it, especially on the other side of the border. And especially for my colleagues in the West, maybe that affects us less in Quebec, but there's also a left-wing populism on the identity front. And some people are identified, and they try to boost their identity as being Quebecer, and some people say that they're spontaneously racist, but that kind of thing needs to be spoken out against as well. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has proclaimed a public order emergency under the Emergencies Act. The question before us today in this House is whether the proclamation is consistent with the law. For a public order emergency to be proclaimed to deal with the blockades here in Ottawa and across the country, 3 criteria must be satisfied. First, there must be an urgent, critical, and temporary situation where there is serious violence or the threat of serious violence against people or property for the purpose of achieving an ideological, religious, or political objective. Arguably, the government has met this first criterion. The RCMP raid in Coutts, Alberta resulted in the seizure of high-powered guns with scopes, handguns, ammunition, high-capacity magazines, and body armor decorated with patches associated with white supremacist and other extremist groups. 13 people have been charged in connection with the seizure, including four with plotting to murder police officers. The RCMP say these individuals were organized, highly armed, and dangerous. In addition, some of the organizers of the blockade here in Ottawa used language that suggested they were ideologically motivated and willing to use force to achieve their ends. The second criterion that must be met is that either the situation endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it, or the situation seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. The government can make the case that either or both of these elements have been satisfied. It's clear the blockades endangered the lives, health, and safety of Canadians in downtown Ottawa. The diesel fumes, the constant and ear-shattering noise, the fireworks, and so many other things hurt the 12,000 Canadians living around the Ottawa blockade. The province of Ontario supported the invocation of the Emergencies Act, implying that the blockade exceeded the province's capacity to deal with the situation. The government can also argue that the situation seriously threatened its ability to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. The control of an international border is the hallmark of a sovereign state. At one point, 4 Canadian border crossings were blockaded: Windsor, Emerson, Coutts, and Surrey. The blockade of downtown Ottawa, the seat of our government and our national legislature, was also arguably a threat to the sovereignty and security of Canada, as was the call by some convoy organizers for the overthrow of government.
See, that's a lie that they keep saying, overthrow the government. It's not true. They keep saying that. Sincerely, I'm sick of their fucking lies.
It's important to note that the Act uses the word effectively rather than ideally. The government made an announcement about the public order emergency on the afternoon of February 14th, but the promulgation of the 3 orders in council affecting the powers took several days. The blockades ended at Windsor on February 13th, Surrey February 14th, Coutts February 15th, and Emerson February 16th. It's clear that the border blockades were effectively dealt with under the existing laws of Canada and not under the Emergency Powers Act. Under the Emergencies Act powers, I should say. Here in Ottawa, while Emergency Act powers were used, they were not needed. Chris Lewis said exactly that yesterday. He said there was a lack of law enforcement and a lack of police officers, not a lack of laws to enforce. He said making arrests, seizing trucks, towing, cordoning off the city, putting up checkpoints, and getting thousands of additional officers to assist the Ottawa Police could all have been done under the existing laws of Canada. He's a former commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police, the largest police force in the province of Ontario. Furthermore, it's clear that the Emergencies Act powers allowing the government to seize financial accounts could have been done under existing law. Ontario Attorney General Doug Downey did exactly that on February 10th when he obtained an order under Section 490.8 of the Criminal Code to freeze access to millions of dollars donated through the platform Give, Send, Go. Lawyer Paul Champ also did exactly that on February 17th when he obtained Amareva injunction under existing common law that froze millions of dollars, including cryptocurrency, raised for the convoy protests. These actions by the Attorney General and by Paul Champ were done under the existing laws of Canada and also were done with court approval, unlike the Emergencies Act powers to freeze accounts without court approval that this government has now claimed for itself. These emergency powers may not, in fact, pass the Oakes test with respect to the proportionality or the requirement that they minimally impair rights and freedoms. The government has not met the requirement of the Act that the situation cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I cannot support the motion. And I would add, if the House supports the motion, it might be giving government powers it likely does not lawfully have under the Act. And while I cannot support the motion, it's clear that the blockades in Ottawa and at the border were unlawful, illegal, and in many aspects criminal. It's also clear that the existing laws of Canada did and could have effectively dealt with the situation. A lack of timeliness in law enforcement and a lack of federal-provincial cooperation and other operational deficiencies cannot be dealt with under the Emergencies Act, nor under the emergency doctrine of peace, order, and good government. The failure to uphold the rule of law is the issue here, not a lack of law to effectively deal with the situation. In a free and democratic society, the rule of law is essential. Without the rule of law, there can be no freedom, because liberty without lawful limits, taken to its logical conclusion, is anarchy. Without the rule of law, there can be no democracy, because democracy without our most basic law, our Constitution, is nothing less than majoritarian mob rule. It's clear we as a country have not been serious about the rule of law. And because we've not been serious about the rule of law, thousands of Canadians thought it appropriate to unlawfully and illegally blockade 4 international border crossings and our national capital for more than 3 weeks. We've not been serious about the rule of law when a person's race, religion, creed determines whether or how the law is enforced. When the CN main line in Ontario and pipelines in Western Canada were blockaded for weeks on end 2 years ago, and when the lawlessness continued last week. When the mob violently tears down statues in the public square with no consequence. When dozens of Canadian churches are vandalized or torched in the past year. When, in this place, the Prime Minister violates the Shawcross Doctrine of the Constitution by pressuring the Attorney General to drop the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, something for which he was never censored or held in contempt. And last year, when the government defied 4 orders of this House and its committee for the production of the Winnipeg lab documents. If flagrant disregard for the rule of law is tolerated, things will fall apart, the centre cannot hold, and anarchy is loosed. Madam Speaker, what is needed now is not the use of the Emergencies Act, but rather ensuring the rule of law in this country is upheld. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my learned friend for his very interesting speech. I do want to just ask him a very specific question with respect to the safeguards that exist within the Emergencies Act. I know it was invoked on the 14th of February. We're debating this today. The order was presented 2 days after the invocation. There are other measures that are forthcoming. So if we can maybe speak to the safeguards that are in place to ensure that we protect the rights of all Canadians, and this temporary measure, emergency measures are temporary, measured, and ensures that it's in compliance with the Charter.
So before they go, the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. I think 3 of the safeguards that have been put in the Act are the 3 criteria that the government must meet in order to trigger a public order emergency. The first being a threat or the actual use of violence to achieve a political, religious, or ideological objective. The second is the requirement that there's a threat to the health, safety, and lives of Canadians that is beyond the capacity of a province to deal with, or alternatively, that there is a threat to the sovereignty, territorial integrity, or security of this country. And lastly, that there is no other law in Canada, federal or provincial, that can effectively deal with the situation. And I think those three criteria are safeguards in preventing intrusions into civil liberties.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. I often enjoy listening to his speeches in the House, and I respect that he presents a calm and often rational approach. I guess my question to the member through you, Madam Chair, is simply this. When we see this discombobulation of democracy through systems that we saw happen, when we hear the Chief of Police in Ottawa, the interim one granted, say very clearly that they would have not been able to take action the way that they did here unless they had these resources, and when we hear from the organizers their plans to continue these things, they're retreating right now and talking about moving forward later on, and this increased unstableness across the country. How does the member sort of reconcile that with, I think, what we're all seeing and experiencing across Canada?
For Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. I think, Madam Speaker, the issue here is not a lack of laws to effectively deal with the situation either here in Ottawa or previously at the 4 border crossings. It's a lack of law enforcement. As the former Commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police said yesterday, making arrests, towing, seizing vehicles, coordinating off the city, putting up checkpoints and getting thousands of additional officers in to assist the Ottawa Police already exists in the existing laws of Canada. In fact, he said it's used practically every Canada Day in this city to do that. It's used practically every Remembrance Day to do that. And clearly, the emergency powers weren't required for the clearing of the blockades at the 4 border crossings because they were cleared prior, in some cases, prior to the invocation of the public order emergency, and in some cases before the orders had really taken effect.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sussex? No. Essex.
Well, thank you so much for recognizing me, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to my honourable colleague for his intervention this afternoon. And I'll go as quick as I can. Madam Speaker, through you to my colleague, if I were a senior member of the NDP, such as the MP for Windsor West, I would be ashamed that my leader threw the local police onto the bus, as he did in the House last Thursday. I would be duly ashamed if my leader whipped my vote on the Emergencies Act. Once again, the NDP are poised to prop up the PM, so as to not hold the Prime Minister to account. The very fact that the standoffs at the Windsor, Detroit, and Coutts borders were ended peacefully clearly demonstrates that the Emergency Act was, quite frankly, unnecessary. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the member would agree that the greatest emergency in Canada today is that the NDP continues to prop up this power-hungry Liberal government, and today will vote with the Liberals to allow this.
We have to allow 5 to 10 seconds to the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills to answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think the issue here is a failure to uphold the rule of law, failure to uphold the rule of law that's been years in the making. 2 years ago, the blockades on the CN main line and in Western Canada with the pipeline were allowed to continue for weeks. People who tear down statues in front of provincial legislatures and other public squares in this country suffer no consequences. And so I think we have a failure here to uphold the rule of law, and that is what is needed rather than the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today marks 1 week since Prime Minister invoked the Emergencies Act. This has been a long, emotional, and distressing week for all Canadians, no matter one's political stripe, and it's not difficult to understand why. The Emergencies Act has never been used in Canada. It's meant to be a measure of last resort, something to somberly consider if and only when all other attempts at resolutions have been exhausted. And in such a scenario where there are no alternatives remaining, it requires the government to legally justify why it's necessary. Unfortunately, this government has failed to give the critical justification needed for its unprecedented decision. The onus is on the government to justify every single line of the regulations they are invoking under the Emergencies Act. They need to convince Parliament why these measures are needed, rather than the opposition having to explain why they are not. The onus is on them, the government, to specifically outline how the existing laws of our provinces and nation couldn't deal with the protests. And the onus is on them to lay out all their evidence on how the existing criminal code and intelligence gathering has failed and why they need these sweeping new powers. The impetus is on them, and Canadians are left wanting. The Canadian Constitution Foundation said, quote, "The high threshold for declaring a public order emergency in the Emergencies Act has not been met," end quote. And the BC Civil Liberties Association said, quote, "Canada has not met the legal threshold for the Act's invocation," end quote. Our entire legal system is based on the notion that even in the most trying of circumstances, there is due process. To oppose the invocation of the Emergencies Act, one doesn't need to condone the actions of all the protests. What we need to do is step back and review what powers that we as parliamentarians are being asked to approve. In doing so, we must determine if there is legal justification. And let me remind my colleagues, political justification doesn't always equate legal justification. If we review the government's proclamation declaring a public order emergency in the Queen's Gazette, we will find almost every single one of their justifications was aimed at the border closures. Right. It is important to note the border closures had all ended, as my colleague just said, by the time the Prime Minister spoke in this House. There is no disagreement that blocking critical infrastructure such as railways, bridges, colleagues, and highways, and border crossings should never be allowed. In the spirit of the agreement on that point, I hope there will be unanimous support from all parties for eternity. So the question we must ask ourselves, what made the government determine these specific blockades were threats to national security, but previous protests were not? Was it the size and scope of their economic impact? Was there intelligence suggesting they would prolong? Or were there other considerations that made these protests different than previous others, which also had shut down large parts of our economy and put communities at risk? I don't ask these questions to be rhetorical, but to determine the threshold the government is using. This government is being taken to court by constitutional and civil liberty associations for this very reason, Madam Speaker. They too are concerned about the precedent being set by invoking the Emergencies Act. They fear that sometime down the road, using the same economic or security risk justifications, some future government will do the same. To invoke such sweeping powers, the government must be able to articulate a much stronger, definitive rationale. While this is a place normally full of platitudes, it would be wise for all of us to focus on the details of the regulations. After careful review of the Prime Minister's speech in the House, not once did he get into the details of how the specific new powers will be used, nor did he lay out any argument whatsoever on why the current laws were not enough. If his intent was to persuade the members of this House, he was short on details and he failed to make a convincing argument. I have many concerns, but I first want to push back on the Prime Minister's comments that the scope of the Emergencies Act is, quote, targeted. Within the regulations, it gives the Minister of Public Safety an incredible amount of latitude to designate geographic areas where the Emergencies Act will be used. In fact, the regulations give the minister absolute power to decree the act can be used for, quote, any other place as designated, end quote. Well, forgive me in advance for not being willing to support something that gives one minister such extraordinary powers. According to the Emergency Preparedness Minister, the government intends to continue exercising the far-reaching powers of the Act for as long as, quote, they are required, end quote. Does that mean for the totality of the full 30 days? And if we look outside this very chamber, you'll find that the trucks are gone. The obvious question is, when can everyday Canadians return to Parliament Hill? Let me be very clear, I'm not talking about on the streets or sprawled out around the downtown. I'm talking about on the snow-covered lawn. What information or intelligence is the government using to determine this decision? Once again, this is not a rhetorical question. It is valid and must be answered. The public cannot even come to support or oppose the very matter we are debating today. While the Prime Minister says they are not currently infringing on charter rights of Canadians, such as the right to peaceful assembly on the lawn of Parliament, I beg to differ. On the issue of the Emergencies Act, prying into people's personal bank accounts, I believe, is the most constitutionally shaky of all their new powers. Anyone who is downplaying the severity of the government giving financial institutions the power to freeze bank accounts has lost sight of the forest for the trees. There are reports of people who made donations before the government ever shut down crowdfunding websites who have had their bank accounts frozen. And as confirmed by finance officials, this Liberal government is giving banks absolute power to make their own decisions on whose accounts are frozen. Let me remind this House what that means. It means, Madam Speaker, freezing bank accounts without a court order, without any checks and balances, and without any direct and immediate oversight. So I want to highlight what one law firm had to say about these regulations. Stikeman Elliott wrote, and I quote, "Leaving it to financial service providers to investigate their customers or to rely on lists of names not set out in any law that are provided by law enforcement or other government agencies is extraordinary, particularly given the potential to be prosecuted for dealing with such persons," end quote. So, to my NDP colleagues, the Liberals just gave the banks the power to be both judge and jury. Moreover, the regulations state the banks must disclose financial information to the RCMP and CSIS if they have reason to believe an individual was involved in the protests. A reason to believe is a very low bar to hand over personal banking information. I fail to see how a reason to believe does not infringe on Section 8 of the Charter that guarantees that everyone has the right to be secure against unreasonable search and seizure. Also found within these regulations are that banks are immune from civil proceedings for compliance with this order. Regardless of ill intent or error, any individual negatively impacted has zero legal recourse. So in closing, Madam Speaker, if the government would have approached this House with other options before what is in front of us today, perhaps they would have found more receptive audiences. For example, if the RCMP needed parliamentary approval to operate outside their normal jurisdiction, where requested by a provincial government, I see no reason why that couldn't be done. The Prime Minister should have accepted our leader's invitation to work with other parties to talk and see where we could have gone from there, and I simply cannot, in good conscience, vote for this motion for these reasons. The powers are too sweeping, the justification is too lacking, and the precedent is too dangerous. I want nothing more than for the government to show compassion and leadership for all Canadians. Moreover, I don't want to see anyone blockade or stop the movement of Canadian families or businesses from going about their day. We must remember we are all citizens and will remain so after this. We cannot continue to just talk past each other. Let's down the temperature and begin the essential work of bringing Canadians back together.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his comments today. And I wanted to ask him, I've listened to some very thoughtful speech from members of the Conservative Party during this debate. I've also listened to some that I found quite upsetting. And I appreciated his comments at the end of his speech talking about bringing the temperature down. One of his colleagues on Twitter said that passing this Emergencies Act would bring this government, it would take us another step towards dictatorship. I find that kind of language quite disturbing and not helpful in engaging in very civil discord. And I'm wondering if the honourable member could comment on that, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for her question as well. And as she did rightfully say in my closing remarks, I said it's time to get together and come to a solution with this. Are we going to leave this Emergencies Act in place for 30 days when there's no trucks left on the streets in Ottawa? My colleagues have mentioned that in the House a number of times today, and I believe that there's as much peace on the streets as we've seen in over a month. More so, and I believe that there's an opportunity for us to get together. And I think we have to remember as well why this started in the first place, Madam Speaker. It's because the Prime Minister decided to take one sector that was already 80% vaccinated and force them to be mandated. And that was fine when COVID first broke out. But when he saw Omicron numbers already going down for 2 weeks before he made the decision to ask for the double vaccinations of these truckers, he did it to divide Canadians. There can be very few other reasons for it.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Emergencies Act is the last resort that a government should take. By making tonight's vote a confidence vote, is the Prime Minister not tainting a vote with partisanship? That should be one of a confidence vote for every member of this House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question as well. And it's a very important question because having a vote as a confidence vote is a very serious matter. I have heard others in the House make comments on this during question period and in their speeches today as well. And is he doing it because he wants to divide, or he wants to force the NDP to make sure that they vote with him? Or is he doing it to cover up some of the dissension within his own caucus? And I think that may be part of the reason why he has decided to make this a confidence vote tonight. He's very afraid of losing it.
Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Madam Speaker, you know, we can agree, my colleague and I and friend, that all levels of government had failed here in Ottawa. Look, the occupiers have been asked to leave. They were asked to leave by the Anishinaabe and Algonquin people. The City of Ottawa and the Conservative Premier of Ontario as well have tried to use their tools to move the people from Ottawa. Even a court injunction couldn't end this occupation, Madam Speaker. Now, we've heard from the former Defence Minister and Justice Minister from Stephen Harper's government, Stephen McKay, former Ottawa Police Chief and current Conservative Senator Vern White, and the former Security Advisor to Stephen Harper, that this meets the bar and they support using this act to take action right now. What does my colleague say to his fellow Conservatives, including the Premier of Ontario, who's asked us not to abandon him? Not to abandon the people of Ottawa, which New Democrats won't do, in light of all of the things they've used, even a court injunction, Madam Speaker. What does he say to his former Conservative colleagues and current Conservatives that are supporting us moving forward with this?
And in Surrey.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question as well. You know, there's a huge difference. I think we have to. I mentioned the low bar that some of in my speech for this measure being used, this emergency measure, when all other border crossing situations were already solved before the Prime Minister stood up in this House. Those border crossings, which I completely believe should have been open, should never have been closed, but were opened peacefully. And albeit there might have been some altercations in there that weren't above board either, but they were cleared up without the Emergency Act put in place before the Prime Minister stood up in this House. So for the Public Safety Minister, who we have, who wants to direct and work with the provinces, he gave them no direction. He allowed the protesters to stay in Ottawa. They were actually invited to be here for 3 days. And
resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am sharing my time today with my colleague from Louis-Hébert. It's an honor to join this important debate in the House of Commons. We meet at a time heavy with history and laden in legacy. Today, I wish to share with the House what the invocation of the Emergency Measures Act is, and also what it is not. I will also provide insights into the financial measures included in the invocation. Our government has taken the unprecedented step of invoking the Emergencies Act to restore peace and order across the country and to hold that peace. The measures are temporary, geographically specific, and proportionate. They are designed to respect people's rights, to address the crisis at hand, and to comply with parliamentary oversight. Let me be very clear, Madam Speaker. The Emergencies Act is not a blanket suspension of civil liberties. It is not a suspension of the Charter, and it does not represent our government's first action in dealing with the multiple threats to peace and security taking place across the country. We got to this point, Madam Speaker, due to the actions of a small group of well-organized but not well-intentioned people who could not accept the results of the 2021 election, an election where the issue of how to continue the fight against COVID-19 was front and center, where each of the parties put forward their platforms and Canadians made a choice. And since that election, we have come together in this House, in person and virtually, to debate and shape, to push and pull at the policies, the programs, and the priorities of a nation. And when we are not in the chamber, we continue to hear from and engage with our constituents. Every member in this place and in the other chamber, day in and day out, receives and responds to the letters, emails, tweets, messages, direct messages, and more on these and other substantive issues. And we engage, we listen, we respond. All of this, indicators and proof of the democratic system at work. But that system wasn't good enough for a tiny group of people, frustrated because they didn't get their way. So they planned and they plotted to tear down our institutions. And while the public face of these illegal occupations was a demand to end vaccine mandates, which are regulated by provincial and territorial governments, the core of this movement was not one of bouncy castles and Friday night street parties.
What a liar. People like that needs to become accountable for what they say. Spewing, I keep saying this, but it's true. I'm tired of all these lies. These lies. Good that there's some people that are telling the truth over there, but the majority of all of them, Liberal and NPD, they're all lies, lies, lies. It's crazy stuff. At least the other one was interesting. He was giving good points, and this one is just inventing lies. Could not be far from the truth. Right, Sandra? Crazy stuff, eh? After all this is said and done, these people will need to become accountable for all these lies. You cannot just go on and on and on like that and lie like that. Anyway, let's continue.
Blockades cause serious harm to provinces, to communities, and to the country. They threaten businesses big and small, put Canadian workers at risk, and robbed our economy of billions of dollars. For example, the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge affected about $390 million in trade each day. In Emerson, Manitoba, about $73 million in daily trade was affected. And in my province, Coutts, Alberta, about $48 million a day in daily trade was affected by the blockades. À cause des gestes illégaux.
Because of these illegal actions, international confidence in Canada as a place for investment is now shaken. Jobs and Canada's prosperity are at stake.
Years of vaccine mandates do not set out to make Canada poorer, but people who seek to undermine our democracy do. No responsible government could, under these circumstances, let the safety of its citizens, the health of its economy, or its international reputation as a reliable trading partner be harmed in such a manner and to such a degree. And so our government took action, which is how we arrived at the decision to declare this national emergency and to invoke the Act. The Emergency Economic Measures Order have allowed the government to take concrete action to stop the financing of these illegal blockades. They allowed law enforcement to limit the flow of money issued to finance these unlawful activities and to prevent additional financial support. They have allowed the federal government to take a coordination role in what would otherwise have been beyond our normal jurisdiction. Specifically, these measures were aimed at crowdfunding platforms and payment service providers, as well as Canadian financial service providers. In response to a consistent question raised by the opposition over the course of this debate, I would note that crowdfunding platforms and some payment service providers are not ordinarily subject to the anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing laws. It therefore stands to reason that they could be used to finance unlawful activities such as illegal blockades. To address this, the order extended the scope of Canada's anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing rules to cover crowdfunding platforms and payment service providers. Specifically, the entities that are in possession of any funds associated with illegal blockades are now required to register with the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada, FINTRAC, and to report suspicious and large value transactions of persons involved in the blockades. This is mitigating the risk that these platforms could be used to receive funds from illicit sources or to finance illicit activities. Now, Madam Speaker, with respect to financial service providers, the order directs them to intervene when they suspect that an account belongs to someone participating in the illegal blockades. This means that banks, insurance companies, and other financial service providers must now temporarily cease providing financial services, including freezing their accounts, when they believe an account holder or client is engaged in the illegal blockades. The order applies to all funds held in a deposit, checking or saving account, and to any other type of property. This also includes digital assets, such as cryptocurrencies. Of course, these service providers are required to unfreeze accounts when the account holder stops assisting or participating in the legal blockades.
With the Emergency Economic Measures Order, the government is also ordering Canadian financial institutions to review their relationships with anyone involved in illegal blockades. The order also gives federal, provincial, and territorial government institutions a new power to share relevant information with banks and other financial service providers if that information will help stop the funding of illegal blockades and illicit activities in Canada. Madam Speaker, the vast majority of Canadians, those who are law-abiding and not involved in these illegal blockades, will not see any difference. This order will not change anything for them. The measures will be temporary and limited to 30 days and will target individuals and companies that are directly or indirectly involved in these illicit activities that harm our economy.
Were designed, as was the Act itself, to respect the Charter and to ensure the protection of Charter rights. Madam Speaker, we treat the rights protected by the Charter with utmost seriousness, as we do the safety and security of all Canadians. Madam Speaker, I, like so many others in this place and across the country, are worn out from that persistent, nagging, daily battle against a relentless, heartless, and invisible foe that is COVID-19. No one asked for this virus, Madam Speaker. We simply had to respond to it the best we could, together. I was not a sitting member during the first 2 years of the pandemic, and I take this opportunity to salute and thank members of all parties.
Okay, so now banks, if they think you're doing something illegal, they're gonna freeze your account. So someone in the bank knows nothing about investigating crimes, not a detective, not a police person, will just simply, out of a whim, freeze any account as they wish. And then it's totally opposite of innocent until proven guilty. So now you're going to be guilty before being proved innocent. Now you're going to say you are terror, you're helping terrorists. We're going to freeze your account, and then you have to pay a lawyer and do all sort of jumping through oops to say you're wrong. This is going to be rock and roll, my friends. I'm telling you, I've been telling you for how many years now? For decades. Don't leave money in the bank. I hope you have listened to me. Because they're coming after us. And they're coming hard.
Order, good government, and the health of our society. As we submit these actions to the democratic approval of this chamber, Madam Speaker, we know that brighter days lie ahead. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
The honourable member from across the way made mention that the protests that took place.
I like her.
Could be traced.
I like her.
Organized crime groups or terrorist-like groups, as he accused them of being. But he didn't offer any evidence for this. And the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness of Canada just a few days ago made the same type of accusations when he was doing a media press conference. And the media also followed up with a number of questions along that in that regard. When the media asked him if he could provide evidence, he wasn't able to. And then the media asked him, well, does it seem like more of a hunch or is it substantiated? And he had to admit that it really was just a hunch, something that he felt might be a tie. And so I'm just wondering if the honourable member who just spoke has evidence that he would like to present to the House of Commons that this is in fact a terrorist-like organization and a large organized crime group.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. I think the best example we have of the core ideology at the heart of these blockades and illegal protests was the cache of weapons and body armor and the plotting undiscovered by RCMP agents in our own province of Alberta to murder police officers and to murder anybody that stood in their way. And one
how is that related to Ottawa?
Somebody
Member can allow the minister to answer. Please do not heckle in the middle.
I just didn't hear an answer, so I was just curious.
Asked a question of the statement the minister was making. The Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I think what we need, Canadians simply need to do is go look at the social media feeds of the people behind the protests, and they will understand very clearly the ideology and the thinking behind these illegal blockades and protests.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech and his comments. I recognize the intelligence and the logic of this colleague, and I'd like to ask him a question. Now that the Emergencies Act that the government is trying to pass right now is no longer as necessary as it might have been, I'd like to ask his opinion. Would it not be a better time to meet to think about tools that we could implement together so that we could prevent crises like this one and give ourselves the tools that we can act upstream rather than downstream in a disproportionate way? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his kind words, and I think that in terms of his, well, we can both agree on one thing. We need to strengthen the peace, order, and security of all Canadians and Quebecers.
No, I don't watch movie, but be careful what you type in the chat, please. They're very, very picky, especially these days. The only I can tell you, make sure you don't have any money in the bank. That's all I have to tell you, okay? Make sure you have no money in the bank, and let's see how people will react to all this when this thing passes tonight. So now we're going to watch Vlad, what he's doing. We're going to watch... we're going to watch how people will react when this thing passes.
Who said, I don't think we should be asking them to go home, so we need to turn this into the PM's problem, and more divisive action like that, given that even one of the top 4 leaders of the convoy was a former Conservative candidate. Then we hear the Prime Minister on the other side, his rhetoric demeaning people that don't agree with him. Does my colleague not agree that the Prime Minister needs to acknowledge that his tone has also helped create division. He's pushed people to the margins that don't agree with him, people that have suffered by doing the right thing, implementing the mandates according to the health officials, but also have been harmed for their businesses or whatever has happened. Look, every Canadian struggled. Does my colleague agree that for us to move forward, to heal as a nation, that the Prime Minister needs to step up and also change the rhetoric and the tone that he's using?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. I can share with my honourable colleague, and I appreciate his eloquent words in the matter. My focus as Associate Minister of Finance and Minister of Tourism and a member of this government is to ensure that we have peace, security, and good government and safety for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The situation is still precarious, as the member may have well seen.
And we have to go to the next member, l'honorable député de Louis-Hébert.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Alors, chers collègues, le vote qu'il nous incombe de faire aujourd'hui est sans conteste l'un des plus importants qu'un parlementaire puisse être appelé à faire.
This is one of the most important things. History will be the judge of our votes, and this is a vote on fundamental issues of democracy. First of all, the duty of a government to protect our institutions and public order, which is necessary in a free society, and one that is based on protections of civil liberties of citizens, which are very essential in a free society. From the outset, I will not take part in arguments given by the Bloc Québécois when they make comparisons between what we're debating today and the former War Measures Act. There's very few things in common between the two, and accountability and so on. And I'll not take part in the Conservatives' games either. Now, they're having a hard time denouncing what we've seen in Ottawa, and I will always defend the right to protest peacefully. But freedoms of one person, well, in fact, this right does not give us the right to block central infrastructure or to diminish the quality of life of the citizens in Ottawa. This has nothing to do with what the protesters were asking for. Those who know me won't be surprised to hear that I was a Red Square years ago, but I have never been for those who blocked the Port of Montreal or the bridge during rush hour. For me, it was never the right way to be heard. And rather than raising awareness for people, this just makes people be against us. Now for the convoy. For those who may want to take illegal means, please resist. Make the better choice. Remember that the only good way to go forward is that of nonviolence. Protesting before Parliament or before a provincial legislature or before my office, organizing peaceful marches, there's no problem. But occupying for weeks, blockages and blockades, that's a problem. This is a problem that municipal governments and provincial governments have not been able or wanted to answer. Their inability to take action has encouraged others to do the same thing, for example, in Coutts or Emerson. Now, the federal government wanted to intervene by invoking the Emergency Measures Act, and I want to be clear. I share the government's objective. However, I am wondering seriously about the way chosen, because invoking this act, which is no doubt the most draconian way a government can act, and in this case, it would give major powers, such as to financial institutions. So to do this, there has to be a very high threshold. Section 16 of the Act says that a state of emergency is a crisis where there are threats towards security in Canada and of such severity that it's a national crisis. And a threatening of the safety in Canada, and we're talking Section 2 of the Act, this is from CSIS, there are several things. There's spying, foreign interference, terrorism-related activities, or an insurrection against the government. These criteria are very high, and this act gives significant powers. The government is basing its decision on the third aspect, that is terrorism-related activities. And these are for activities that affect Canada and that encourage serious violence or that there's a threat of violence in order to meet a political or religious objective. I think that it is clear that the second one, the political objective, is not at stake. But to meet the first one, the risk of serious violence has to be a national crisis. And this aspect, for me, is far from being clear. For the current crisis to be considered this one, the government is limited. There are economic disturbances, and it has to be established whether or not this is serious violence. Now, a number of legal experts, including professors or even from the Canadian Association of Civil Liberties, I don't think that this equivalence is appropriate. This is a slippery slope. If we take the example of the blockades of the railways in 2020, I never thought that using the Emergency Measures Act would have been appropriate, because even if there were major economic disturbances, the line was never crossed of threats or violence towards others. And I agree that the same situation applies today. I am also aware that I do not have all the information that Cabinet has. And as a parliamentarian, I have to make my decisions based on the information that was given to me. Based on what I have to echo what my colleague from Beaches East York said. Changing the act to uphold another act, well, that's not a very comfortable position. Beyond the concerns I've brought up, I'm also wondering, well, I'm being asked tonight not to ratify the use of the act retroactively, but to prolong its implementation. And I'm wondering if it's still necessary given the circumstances. The occupation of Ottawa is over. The police, for the most part, has done its job well, and there are no more blockades at the borders either. Now, the measures taken under the Emergency Measures Act were efficient. Well, it doesn't mean that they were necessary or proportionate, but it also doesn't mean that they are any longer at this moment. Personally, I'm not convinced. To conclude, I have a few observations. After having listened over the last 3-4 days of debates in the House, in our debates and in our reflections, I think we have to we have to remain rational despite our personal opinions, because not everybody is sensitive to the same causes. For example, environmental causes, Indigenous causes, or even student causes which we care about. The Emergency Measures Act in the current situation creates a serious precedent. In our debates, I think that we also have to make sure that we don't give too much attention to polls. Public opinion is not a criteria that is used by legislators. I prefer to not be following trends, but to go in the right direction. In the future, I think that we also have to modernize the Act so that it can more adequately respond to situations like the one we're in today. And I don't want you to think that I'm in disagreement with the government. In absence of municipal and provincial leadership, I think the government took the means that it thought was fair to get out of this crisis. They did it in good faith, and I agree with the government's objective to ensure order, despite not agreeing with the means. Since 2015, we have a moral contract at the Liberal government, and as an MP, we have to vote with the government on votes of confidence and on electoral commitments or on matters that affect fundamental rights of Canadians protected by the Charter. A contract that means that any other vote is a free vote. And on this promise, well, I took it for the Liberal government, and if the vote of this evening was not a vote of confidence, I would vote against. But I would like to, in the very least, know clearly that this is indeed a vote of confidence. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, and I thank the Honourable Member for his very considered speech. I thought that he took a very analytical approach, and I do appreciate all that he said. Now, earlier in questions period, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Justice Minister was asked about releasing any opinions, any legal opinions, in his capacity as Justice Minister and Attorney General that were provided to him as Minister as to the legality of imposing the act? What is the legal opinion? Has the threshold been met? Now, the Attorney General, Justice Minister, did not provide anything in that respect. I'm wondering if the threshold has been met, what would the government be afraid of in releasing a legal opinion that supports its cause?
L'honorable député de Louis-Hébert.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert.
Question. I think there are a lot of aspects he touched on, but to me, based on my analysis as a lawyer, when I look at Section 16 and what is defined in the CSIS Act as a threat to the security of Canada, I don't think the threshold's been met. But I understand that different lawyers, different legal experts can have different legal opinions. I also understand that I'm not privy to all the information that Cabinet has, and that in such circumstances, there's always usually a great deal of deference given to the executive. But based on the information I have, and based on my reading of the law, I don't think the threshold is met.
Honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd start by acknowledging my colleague and his political courage. Our colleague started his speech by talking to us about our individual responsibilities as legislators for the vote of this evening. And by decreeing this a vote of confidence, the Prime Minister has created two things. First of all, it prevents the members of their own caucus to vote according to their conscience, and it prevents the NDP from voting according to their conscience, without triggering another election. I did hear my colleague very well, and I respect his position, but I'd like to know if, despite the moral contract that is within the Liberal Party, could there still be an exception in the case of this vote? The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. Listen, I also have a contract with my electors, and they know which banner I am part of, and so I would ask that there be a clear response about the vote tonight. I'd like to know if it's a vote of confidence or not. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for Louis-Hébert for his speech, and he has raised some questions and issues that are very relevant. But I would like to ask a question. When we talk about freezing bank accounts, there are businesses that can be involved, and there were these illegal occupations that sometimes far-right groups. Does he not think that it's a measure that's very effective to cut the funding to all those who want to work to destabilize our democratic institutions? The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. That is a very relevant question, and my colleague has known me for long enough to know that I have no sympathy for extreme right-wing groups, and we've seen some who were part of this movement. And yes, there's a question to be asked. How do we supervise foreign funding of certain causes in Canada? However, a value that I care about as a legal expert is that we have procedures in place when we use coercive power like this.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, my dear colleague. I'd also like to say that I am very impressed by his courage. I myself find that we have a real situation of emergency, and I think that the definition, in fact, the threats towards the security of Canada are real right now because of the definition of threats to security of Canada, which can be found in the CSIS Act. This definition, well, unfortunately, it wasn't in the Emergency Measures Act, but it is there through reference, and the definition can be found in another act. And so that activities influenced by foreign actors threaten Canada, and activities that are influenced by foreign actors, and that they be hidden. I'd like to ask my colleague if he thinks that the activities from abroad were an interference in our democracy. The honourable member. Thank you very much to my colleague. I'm happy to see her again. As for her question, I don't think that this aspect in the four possibilities of the CSIS Act and the definition of threats to security of Canada applies because there wasn't, well, for foreign interference, there has to be a state actor, which doesn't seem to be the case. All Canadians who give to organizations like Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International for defending the rights of people in other countries could be.
Debate. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're at a historic moment in our nation's history. You know, the sun will come up tomorrow, and the eyes of our nation and indeed the world will be looking at how we comport ourselves over the next couple hours and how that vote goes at 8 o'clock tonight. You know, Madam Speaker, if I'm being completely truthful with you and those that are in this House, the last 2 years of my political life have been amongst the hardest in my career. And I think I speak for all of our members and colleagues that are in this House. Our nation has struggled with what is real, with what is false, being open, being closed. We become a nation divided. We've got families that are divided. We've lost friends, we've lost family members. We've got communities that are divided, torn apart in the wake of a disease that has separated us emotionally and physically from the ones that we love. You know, Madam Speaker, I've probably written this speech about 12 times, and I've said it over in my head probably a dozen more times, and I've ripped it up every other time. So in truth, I don't know what I'm going to say as we move forward. I struggle with how to describe what it's been like to be a leader in our community throughout these 2 years. I know my colleagues in this House and those that are watching from home, they've experienced the very same issues that I'm speaking of. I've listened to heartbreaking stories from people I've known for years. I've listened to heartbreaking stories from people I've just met. Vaccinated, unvaccinated, mandates, no mandates. I've been inundated with calls and requests for help. People on both sides of the issue have come forward to give me their opinions. People who've lost their jobs, lost their businesses. People who simply want things to go back the way they were. And Madam Speaker, I've listened to people that have lost loved ones. COVID has not only managed to overwhelm our healthcare system, it has overwhelmed our souls. People were not meant to live in isolation. We're not designed to be without human contact. The devastation of this disease goes well beyond ICUs and long-term care, and the mental health aspects cannot be overstated. We're a nation divided, and we're a nation struggling. We're a nation on the brink because we're not made to deal with this isolation and because of a failure of leadership. You know, Madam Speaker, 2 weeks ago I received an urgent call from one of my local leaders. He's a good friend. He's been a sounding board, and he's never been afraid to tell me the truth, to give me that kick in the butt. He was almost in tears. As he told me about the threats of harm, as he described to me the feelings he had as he's learned about his grandchildren having to hide beneath a desk as there was an active shooter in his community. His voice shook as he told me he feared for his life. He feared for his life. He feared for his life because of the divisions of this country. He said this, "Todd, I need you to do something for me." He said, "I need you to talk to your colleagues on all sides of the House. I need you to turn down the rhetoric. We need to stop and listen." Last week, as I walked to and from my office here on the Hill, I stopped to talk. I stopped to listen. Listened to a young man from Langley who had stayed in his vehicle in minus 30 weather just for the chance to be heard. I listened to a grandmother whose son committed suicide in December because of the overwhelming aspects of this pandemic. And I listened to a trucker whose daughter also took her life last year because of the mental health challenges that this pandemic has brought upon us. The toll of this disease will not be measured in weeks or years. The toll will be measured in lives lost. Not just lives lost with those suffering from COVID, but lives lost from those living with the mental health issues this disease has created. With the mental health issues governments have perpetuated, lockdowns, school closures, domestic abuse, drug dependencies, the measures of deaths by COVID will far surpass the numbers we see on website updates. They don't even come close to the truth. The fact of the matter is we won't know the extent of the devastation this disease has had on us for years to come. Madam Speaker, the people I stopped to talk to were not racist. They were not extremists. And they weren't here for an insurrection. As a matter of fact, I struggle with this. If this was a real threat, I have to trust our security and our intelligence would have shut this place down long before the trucks arrived on Wellington Street. Long before. They were not Canadians hell-bent on usurping power or trying to overthrow our government. They simply came to Ottawa because they wanted to be heard. They came with stories of tragedy. They came with stories of heartbreak, and they came because they wanted a voice. They came because they wanted to be heard. There are 338 members of Parliament in this House. We've all been elected to carry the voices of the electors, of Canadians, to this place. Our job is to listen. Our job is to act. And our job is to make this country a better place for everyone, not just those that we agree with, but those also that we disagree with. When someone comes into my office, or when someone comes into my office at home or here in Ottawa, I don't ask which party they voted for. I don't ask if they're vaccinated or if they're unvaccinated, because honestly, I don't care. Well, Madam Speaker, I kind of hope that they vote for me. But honestly, I don't care. I see them for the person they are in front of me. I listen. I show compassion. And I ask how I can help. When the trucks descended upon Ottawa the first weekend, they came because they wanted the border mandates lifted. They came because they had had enough. They came because they wanted to be heard. Instead, their voices fell upon deaf ears. What that weekend did was solidify their need to end the mandates. That weekend solidified their need to be heard. That first weekend opened up old wounds, deep wounds that haven't had a chance to heal because of the last 2 years. They opened up a floodgate of pent-up emotions that we all have experienced from one degree to another. The raw nerve of seemingly unending pandemic, 2 years of mental and emotional turmoil left unchecked. They wanted their voices to be heard, and instead they were shunned. They were called extremists. They were labeled. The question was put to others, should we even tolerate these people? They were told their views were unacceptable. They were called misogynists. They were disavowed as people with unacceptable views, and the man that should have been listening wasn't. Instead of doing his job, instead of hearing what Canadians had to say, the Prime Minister of Canada disenfranchised thousands of Canadians. He motivated thousands of Canadians to come here to have their voices heard. Arrogance, self-righteousness. It only served to inflame the situation. Leadership is being about front and center. Leadership is about doing what's right. Leadership is about listening. Leadership is about caring, not just for those who agree with you, but also for those who don't. And leadership is about tolerance. It's about dialogue. You know, Madam Speaker, a lot has been said about, well, it was needed. Well, I have a lot of law enforcement friends, and I asked them, was this needed? And they said, you know, the first point of ending any conflict is dialogue, is negotiation. Don't we treat our kids to use their words, to talk and to listen and to understand each other's sides. But when it mattered most, the senior most leader in our community, in our country, he chose intolerance over listening. And that is a failure of leadership, Madam Speaker. When it mattered most. And we'll be judged on it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his comments. And I just want to say, returning to Ottawa today, to thank all of the law enforcement office officials from around the country, including the OPS, who have done such an incredible job in terms of what is ended outside of this very building. And I listened attentively to the member opposite, and I think we have a very different perspective on the threat, because he basically indicated that the threat was not real, the threat of insurrection was not real. I would simply point him to the fact that we have documented evidence calling for the overthrow of a government. We have instances of weapons being found from other blockaders, including at the Alberta border, and we are investigating links between that hate group called Diagolon and what is happening here. And thirdly, when the arrests are actually being effected by those brave law enforcement officials, whom I know this member supports, there was attempts made to dislodge their weapons. That, to me, is proof positive that this kind of legislation is required. Would the member agree with me and with the interim chief, Stephen Bell, saying that this legislation is exactly what was needed in order to effectuate the cleanup of the occupation that was occurring outside?
Member for Caribou Prince George.
No, I can only speak to the thousands of other protests that we've seen on this hill over the time of me being a member of Parliament. And I can only speak to the people that I've spoke to, the law enforcement professionals, the experts. I'm not an expert in this, but the experts that were there that said this was a ham-fisted overreach in power, one that could have been accomplished with the very same laws that we had. This is a very, very serious, invoking the Emergencies Act is a very serious step, and one that should be the last measure. What was the first, second, third, fourth measures before? We didn't see that, Madam Speaker.
Yes, please. Thank you. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker. There's a serious problem here. All day, we've said that the vote that was to be held, well, it would be better for it to be based on the conscience of each member. The member for Louis-Hébert just told us that the order doesn't respect the standards of what set out the criteria for invoking the Emergencies Act. If it weren't a confidence vote, he'd vote against, but he doesn't know if it's a confidence vote. What does my colleague think of this situation where the Prime Minister hasn't even been clear with his MPs and doesn't have the courage to tell his MPs whether or not this is a confidence vote?
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
My colleague has a very good question. And what that speaks loudly to me is that our Prime Minister continues to be afraid that his leadership is threatened, that he knows that he overstepped his boundaries and his grounds, and that he knows that his leadership is fragile. So much so that he has to put that veiled threat out there so that his colleagues and his MPs, whether here or his coalition of NDP, that they know that the fall, or that if this vote fails, that it could mean another unnecessary election. But it's just shameful that he actually would take that step. You know, let's not make any bones about it. He knows exactly what he's doing when he puts that out in a press conference. It's a threat that he sends across the bow, a shot that he sends across the bow at any MP that is considering voting against him.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We all understand that after 2 years, people might be fed up, frustrated. I understand the right to be heard. I've participated in protests, and I've been heard a couple of times. But the right to be heard isn't the right to honk night and day for 10 days in downtown Ottawa. It's not the right to harass and terrorize citizens. I don't agree with him when he says there is no intention to overthrow the government. It was written on their Facebook page. Organizers from the extreme right said they wanted to team up with the Senate and the Governor General to take the place of a democratically elected government. The Conservative Party, the Party of Law and Order, is supporting this. goes to give them coffee and pizza, takes pictures with them. What's happening with this party?
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, first off, Madam Speaker, it will be no surprise that I disagree with him 100%, my honourable colleague 100%. What I will agree with him is that, listen, you know, we've had thousands of protests here in our nation's capital since I've been elected. And all matters of well, noise and what have you, in the 10 days of honking, I get it, that it was not appropriate. But all Canadians wanted to do is be heard.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the colleague from Caribou Prince George for his passionate speech. It's always hard to follow him up in this House. But first off, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my constituents. I think I can honestly say for all MPs in the House, the last 2 weeks we've likely received more correspondence than any other 2-week period in at least in the last number of years on a number of these issues, and it's been a trying 2 years. But I want to thank my constituents, Madam Speaker, because they've made it crystal clear that they don't support the invocation and the continued use of the Emergencies Act. There has been a balanced feedback on this one, but the majority clearly have indicated in my riding they don't support the Liberal government's decision. I want to make it crystal clear, I will always support the democratic right of Canadians to protest. I'm on the record before this convoy ever arrived here in Ottawa that I will always support, no matter what the issue is on the political spectrum, the right of Canadians to democratically protest. However, I'm on the record, I never will support people breaking the law. I do belong to the party of law and order, and I'm on the record stating that I will never support anyone breaking the law. And that includes for blockades, it includes for anything. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm going to leave my, really focus here on my Liberal colleagues in the NDP for my speech, because I think I know how the majority of the Conservative and Bloc members are going to vote, and based on now the indication that this is possibly a confidence vote, maybe my words will be for naught. But I really want to get into the crux of the issue that I think we're really voting on tonight, and that's the continuation of the invocation of the Emergency Act. Not the history or why they did it, but really, why do we still need it going forward? There's been some great speeches here in the House already, Madam Speaker, that clearly outline why people on both sides think that it was justified or not for bringing it forward. But I really want to focus on the question of why we need it going forward, and lacking that why, the question of trust. So the justification, Madam Speaker, just to cover that briefly, I've read all the table documents here that were provided to us as members of Parliament, the stuff that's been put out in the public sphere to read. I've tried to listen in particular to either read or listen every speech given by a Liberal member, but specifically the Liberal cabinet, the Liberal government, because they're the ones that are really should be speaking more than any of the rest of us in the House during this debate, trying to convince us why implementing arguably the most draconian, powerful piece of legislation that exists in our federal laws. I don't think there's anything more powerful than the Emergencies Act when it comes to taking this, putting it into place, and actually curtailing some of the freedoms that do exist in this great country. What are the justification that's been tabled so far? If you read through what's the proclamation, it really hits at kind of 2 key points if you read through it. It talks about freezing of financial assets, and it talks about tow trucks. Well, Madam Speaker, I've been involved in dealing with sort of, I would argue, crisis, national crisis, not necessarily here for Canada, but around the world. I kind of understand what serious national security threats are, maybe more than most, and I've never felt personally that anything that has occurred across Canada over the last 3 weeks dealing with the blockades or the convoy here in Ottawa have ever met that threshold. But don't take my word for it, Madam Speaker. There have been experts that have been out there. I think the member of Halton Hills, Wellington Halton Hills, just laid out in his speech a few hours earlier a clear logic that the
government has failed to meet the legal requirements to invoke the Act. However, they chose to do it anyway. But let's leave it. Let's make the assumption, Madam Speaker, that this justification was valid for bringing in the invocation, that it did somehow meet the national emergency threshold. Was this because the Cabinet has been hinted at had access to additional intelligence or information that warranted that? How did the government communicate that to Canadians, but to the rest of us here in the House of Commons with this important vote coming out? Did they reach out, ask to share that information? There's many of us in this House, Madam Speaker, that have the appropriate security clearances, that have top secret security clearances, that are former members of the Privy Council. And all that being aside, Madam Speaker, you could quickly and quite easily read a number of members from all the parties in this House into the necessary security classification and provide that intelligence or information. Because lacking that, the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, is really just asking us to trust him. I'll get back to the question of trust in a little bit, in a couple minutes, Madam Speaker. But as the Liberal member from Beaches East York laid out in his speech just a couple hours ago, and as I've already hinted at, the vote tonight is really about why is the Emergency Act still required and all these restrictive measures. I feel personally a responsible government, even one that felt they were justified in using arguably this very powerful piece of legislation, would have revoked these measures as soon as all the illegal blockades disappeared. Why hasn't the Liberal government done this? I listened yesterday as the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, when he was asked this direct question on national media as to why the Emergency Act is still needed going forward when everything has been resolved, and his response, there's still work to be done, Madam Speaker. I stepped out of the chamber this morning to listen to the Prime Minister in his press conference when it was the first question that he was asked, and then he was asked it again specifically by a reporter to say, well, look, let's give us one specific example. Please give me one. His answer, Madam Speaker, tow trucks. So we're in a national emergency because somehow we need tow trucks to move. I don't know what, Madam Speaker, because I've been driving in and out every day over the last 2 weeks into here to Parliament. There's lots of vehicles illegally blockading the roads, needed to be towed out. They're all gone. I had no issues coming into Parliament Hill this morning. But what disturbed me and actually disappointed me, Madam Speaker, a little bit as well during that press conference, the Prime Minister was asked a couple other very easy questions. What lessons did he learn from the last few weeks? Know what his response was? The country is angry. I don't know, Madam Speaker, if that's really learning much of anything. He was asked, does he have any regrets? A sign of a good leader is recognizing that they're not perfect. I know I've made plenty of mistakes throughout my military career, and I'm sure even as a politician in the last couple of years. The key to learning from them is to actually recognizing when you've made a mistake. That's when you learn most, and you should have regrets if you didn't do things to the best of your ability. So what does this all mean going forward when we still see the government continuing to support the emergency measures? Does this mean because they just want to go after those Canadians that maybe happen to donate to their local neighbor, the truck driver that might have been even fully vaccinated? Because I know I had constituents of my riding that came here for the protests, fully vaccinated. I actually had one of my best friends, I didn't even realize he came. He drove here with his wife and kids from British Columbia, protested completely legally, and then went home. Drove all the way back. Didn't blockade, nothing, didn't do anything. But because they made that $20 donation, are they at risk? Is that why we still need these measures going forward? I have constituents reach out to me this morning saying, pulling all my money out of the banks. I'm putting it all either in my mattress, I'm doing whatever. I do not trust the government. So if these risks still exist, Madam Speaker, I do encourage the government to take the necessary steps to reach out and share those. Because I think it's safe to say the Prime Minister has broken the trust. Canadians no longer trust him. So regardless of where we are on this issue, let's work together to build that trust. So I'm asking the Liberal government to share that information, make it available. If they really feel that there's a threat out there that still needs to be addressed, bring it forward. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, as lawyers and the Liberal MPs from Louis Hebert and Beaches East York have just stated in their speeches in the last few hours, the threshold has not been met. The only reason they're voting tonight in favor of this is because the Prime Minister would rather have a federal election than accept that maybe he didn't make the right decision. Tonight, Madam Speaker, I'll be voting to revoke the emergency.
Yeah. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I've listened intently to the member opposite, and I want to point out something that we've heard repeatedly during the course of these past 4 days from the Conservative benches, such as that other steps were not taken prior to invoking this very significant piece of legislation. That is categorically false, Madam Speaker. A table is convened of all leadership at multiple levels. The RCMP officers were deputized. Ottawa declared a state of emergency. The province of Ontario declared a state of emergency. Funds were targeted using conventional methods. Cryptocurrency was then being used by the illegal protesters, thus triggering the need to employ FinTrack. And I'm going to address FinTrack in my question to the member opposite. Thus far, according to the reading that I've done this morning on my way here, 206 accounts have been frozen among tens of thousands of people in 2 countries who have donated to these illegal blockades. Isn't, in fact, that demonstrating the restraint that is being shown in terms of the surgical targeting of those who are largely funding this with improper donations, including donations from foreign jurisdictions? Isn't that exactly what we should be doing to cut off the supply chain to this illegal blockade?
Honourable Member, order. The Honourable Member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I would correct my Liberal colleague. If he goes back and listens to my speech, I never actually made any of those allegations that, you know, that there wasn't justification or steps. There have been speeches that have made that, but that was not part of my speech. With respect to his comment, if there's only been 263 accounts so far frozen, and that he's saying isn't that a good sign of restraint, I'd agree with him.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, the Liberals have told us that adopting the Emergencies Act version 1998 is not abusive because there are safeguards in terms of our examination of this as legislators. But the Prime Minister has perverted the examination we need to do as legislators, and he's hiding from his own members his true intent. Can he not accept that the Prime Minister has clearly lacked leadership?
That's an excellent question.
That is an excellent question, Madam Speaker. I agree entirely with my honourable colleague.
Lack of leadership. The whole purpose of the Emergencies Act is really that case of last resort, Madam Speaker. We shouldn't be utilizing it without absolute concern, restraint, and not doing it. And we need to have the oversight. In fact, that's why we have the Emergencies Act. Why it morphed and evolved from the former War Measures Act was because there was a recognition we needed that democratic oversight of this House. We have all these tools in place, Madam Speaker, in order to, through the Parliamentary Review Committee that can table and review the revocation within 7 days, we can get to the bottom of all this. And I am personally disappointed that the Prime Minister has made this a confidence vote.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I want to thank my colleague for his speech and of course, on behalf of all Canadians for his service to our country. Madam Speaker, I mean, we're supporting this reluctantly. We've made it very clear. But we've also heard from members of the Conservative Party, Doug Ford, himself a Conservative, the Premier of Ontario, Peter MacKay, the former Defence Minister, the former Minister of Justice under the Stephen Harper government, Stephen Harper's own security advisor, Richard Fadden, who all believe that this meets the bar and this is the right use of the Act, given the scope of the Act that's we're talking about today. Does he not believe that they're qualified and those experts? And does he, what does he say to those Conservatives that support in calling for us to actually move forward with tonight's vote and voting for it?
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Well, look, everybody, every Canadian should have an opinion on this, and I fully respect their opinion. And you know what? Maybe they're right that it was necessary. That's their opinion. But I would push back that calling for it when it was needed to get rid of the blockades here in Ottawa that was still existing, that's not what we're voting tonight, Madam Speaker. We're voting, does it still need to be in place? And I'm not aware of a single protest or threat in this country that still requires the most restrictive, powerful legislation in this country.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
I rise today in this House to speak about a matter of great importance. Any opportunity to speak in this place is sacred. It is a privilege that cannot be taken lightly, especially when we are called here to speak about a difficult time in Canadian history for all those who call this country home. This is what I am doing today, and I take the floor to affirm my belief that declaring a public order emergency under the Emergencies Act was necessary to address the multifaceted and coordinated threats to our security, our democracy, and our economy.
Madam Speaker, my constituents and Canadians and communities all across Canada are by this point aware of the self-titled Freedom Convoy that descended on the City of Ottawa over 3 weeks ago to, in their own words, end the COVID-19 mandates now. As someone who openly welcomes opposing views, lively debates, and who has participated in dozens of protests and demonstrations myself over my lifetime, I supported their right to do so. This right is, in fact, entrenched in Section 2B of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It protects the ability for citizens to voice their discontent, question authority, and to seek change. It is something that is the core of who we are as a people, and as an MP, a proud Canadian, I will always fight to defend it. However, in our democracy, freedom of expression is not absolute. Section 2B extends toward lawful, peaceful protest. The Charter does not protect illegal blockades and occupations. Far from seeing people exercising their constitutional rights to disagree vigorously with the government, we have instead seen intimidation, threats, harassment, and an attack on our ability to produce and trade goods. Madam Speaker, we have seen a coordinated effort by outside actors to attack our country's right to make its own decision and chart its own path. First, let me begin by addressing what has occurred here in Ottawa. The protest began over COVID-19 mandates and restrictions, and over the course of 3 weeks, it had morphed into an occupation of a city that almost 1 million Canadians call home. Streets were blocked. Engines ran 24 hours a day, making the air difficult to breathe for neighboring residents, and horns sounded at all hours of the night, with what many in Ottawa, seniors, parents, and students alike, have called a form of sleep deprivation torture. Frequent and unabated displays of hatred, including swastikas, Confederate flags, signs proudly stating pure blood, and acts of direct hatred when windows were smashed at local businesses because they posted signs on their windows that represented differing points of views. We have seen the desecration of our national monuments, including our National War Memorial and an attempted arson, all of which, Madam Speaker, was caught on video. Prior to this weekend, efforts by the Ottawa Police to maintain law and order in the nation's capital were unsuccessful, resulting in both the City of Ottawa and the Conservative Government of Ontario declaring a state of emergency. But all of this is but one component of a much larger and more coordinated effort to undermine our institutions and our economy, Madam Speaker. There's also been coordinated efforts to block our national border crossings, halt the flow of goods and people, and stop trade. Blockades have occurred in Surrey, Emerson, and Coutts, Alberta. They have occurred in the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, Ontario. These are deliberate attacks, Madam Speaker, targeting critical infrastructure. And as the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, I heard witness testimony just this last Thursday, February 17th, that these ports of entry blockades have resulted in trade disruptions costing Canada $3.9 billion, Madam Speaker. $400 million in daily losses at the Windsor crossing alone. With automotive parts, for example, no longer able to make their way to factories, shifts at multiple auto plants were cancelled and thousands of workers were sent home. All of this, Madam Speaker, impacting businesses and workers and the confidence in Canada as a reliable trading partner and a safe place to invest. Adding to this, Madam Speaker, in the United States and indeed in other nations, foreign citizens and bodies with their own interests have openly supported the blockades and admitted to sending money and resources to help the blockades continue. In fact, it has now come to light that over 50% of all the donations received through the convoy's online fundraising campaign were American, including American billionaires who donated upwards of $90,000 themselves alone. I ask anyone watching who hears this whether it is acceptable for any foreign actors or foreign citizens to contribute to efforts to undermine the democratic process of another country, or for that matter, purposefully sabotage the economic trade routes of another country through blockades. Blockades, I repeat, Madam Speaker, that cost $3.9 billion in economic activity for Canadians. And I ask members of this House, particularly my honourable colleagues and friends from across the aisle, what is their threshold? Is this not enough? What is their threshold before they adopt the necessary measures to counter those who seek to undermine the decisions of this House and, more importantly, the will of Canadians at large? Adding to this, just a few days ago, the Anti-Defamation League showed a result of their study of the online Give, Send, Go fundraising campaign, and it found, Madam Speaker, that roughly 1,100 people in the United States who supported the January 6th insurrection last year that stormed the U.S. Capitol were donors of the blockades here in Canada.
And I ask all Canadians who are listening now, and I implore the members of this House to reflect on these facts, Madam Speaker, and to reflect deeply. As members of this House, we can all at least agree that these actions are unacceptable and that concerted action must be taken to address this affront to our democracy. Furthermore, honourable colleagues in this House and all Canadians watching should be alarmed by the results of the 13 arrests made at the Coutts border in Alberta last week. They found a large cache of military-grade firearms, ammunition, and bulletproof vests that have led to charges of conspiracy to commit murder. Measures, Madam Speaker, have been taken. Measures to protect our democratic institutions, to protect our borders and our economy, to meet the needs of the City of Ottawa and the Province of Ontario, and of any other province that requests assistance as a result of these coordinated blockades. For these reasons, I will vote in favour of the implementation of the Emergencies Act.
Regarding overreach, I want to reaffirm that this is not the invocation of the War Measures Act. We are not calling in the military. What we are doing, Madam Speaker, is giving the RCMP the power to enforce local laws and work quickly and efficiently with local law enforcement. We are not putting the RCMP or any other police force under the direct control of the government, Madam Speaker. Policing operational decisions remain independent under this Act, as they should and must in any strong democracy. This Act also directs financial institutions to take action to halt the funding of illegal blockades of our ports and border crossings and levy significant penalties. And to address concerns relating to charter rights infringements, I want to share 5 key steps, checks and regulations built into the Act and speak to the important role of the Attorney General of Canada. First, everything done by a government under the Emergency Act must be done in accordance with the Charter, full stop. It is entrenched in the preamble of the Act. Second, all declarations are time limited to 30 days, and in fact, it may be less, and I hope that it will be less. Third, the very act of declaring an emergency under the declaration must be reviewed by a committee of all members of Parliament and senators from all political parties. Fourth, the exercise of powers under the declaration must be reviewed by that committee. And finally, following the end of an emergency, a full inquiry must be held. Enfin, Madame la Présidente.
Finally, Madam Speaker, the Attorney General of Canada, a fellow Quebecer, representing the neighbouring riding of La Salle et Mar-Verdun, is a long-time lawyer. He is a former Associate Dean of Law at McGill University. He is a man who has the respect of members of all political stripes and has the task of ensuring that the Charter of Rights is protected in Canada and that all necessary and crucial measures are taken in accordance with the Act. I have confidence in his abilities and character. I have confidence in the ability of this House and of all members to ensure that the measures provided for in this Act are used in a measured way and only when and where necessary to stop these attacks and blockades. This is what my fellow citizens of Vaudreuil-Soulanges and all Canadians expect from us, and this is what we must now do together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. To the honourable member across the way through you, Madam Speaker, the borders are open. Coutts is open, Emerson is open, Surrey is open, Windsor is open. That happened before the Emergencies Act was even invoked. Now in Ottawa, the trucks have been removed. The streets are clear. There's no threat of violence or disharmony. Most of the charges that have been laid have involved mischief or maybe trespass, not exactly terrorism. And so I'm just wondering, how does the member opposite, along with his colleagues, how do they justify the continued use of the Emergencies Act going forward?
Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For her question, she knows full well that this is not over. She knows full well that there are still attempts to ensure that these blockades across the country are funded, that they don't stop, in fact, Madam Speaker. And what we need to be doing as a government right now is ensuring these blockades do not continue, that they do not reorganize to block the free flow of goods with our neighbours to the south, and that we ensure that what happened here in Ottawa does not happen again. And we will reevaluate as the days go by whether or not these measures are necessary. And it is, in fact, the job of this House to do just that. And I look forward to working with my honourable colleagues to make sure that that's the case.
The honourable member from Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Vaudreuil for his speech. I am part of the Liberal Quebec Caucus. He is part of the Liberal Quebec Caucus. But we've been debating this for 3 days now, and we know every party's argument right now. But, Madam Speaker, this member from Louis Hébert said he doesn't know if this will be a confidence vote tonight. He doesn't know. It wasn't explained. And my friend from Montcalm has said if it is a confidence vote, it may pervert the result of this vote. My question is simple. Is tonight's vote a confidence vote or not? The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Madam Speaker, if it is a confidence vote or not, doesn't change absolutely anything. Why? Because I am confident that it's the best decision we can make as a government to protect Canadians, to help the City of Ottawa, to help the Province of Ontario that has declared a state of emergency in their own cities and province, and to ensure that our borders remain open for free trade with the U.S. and to keep our workers at work.
Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his intervention and his speech. And I want to focus specifically on a concern from my constituents and a concern from folks across the country, which relates to Indigenous people's rights. And I want the member to confirm in plain, clear language that the invoking of the Emergencies Act does not in any way, shape, or form negate or restrict Indigenous people's rights to access their lands and to even occupy their lands.
Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question and for the staunch defending of his constituents and bringing up that question. I have full confidence, Madam Speaker, in Cabinet and most notably our Minister of Justice in the actions they're going to take out in the coming days and weeks. I know that they will be working diligently to ensure that the charter rights of all Canadians will be protected as we carry out the necessary actions to bring back law and order to the city here in Ottawa, to ensure that everything that needs to be taken care of in Ontario is indeed taken care of, and that, as I stated before, Madam Speaker, that we ensure that no longer do we have blockades blocking key points of entry with our country, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciated my colleague's speech. I wanted to ask him about this whole measure of illegal money coming into Canada. He can tell us, as he did, that 50% of the funds come from outside Canada. Now, that's as a result of the tracking that is already embedded into these platforms. We know where the money comes from. Yet the law that he's proposing to support here has us looking into Canadians' bank accounts. I'd like him to square that with me as far as what this accomplishes that isn't already being accomplished in our current financial mechanisms.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I do, however, want to point out that he's been very selective in what he's mentioned. The reason we know who the donors are right now, Madam Speaker, is because they were leaked. Somebody hacked the account of the GoSend platform and released these publicly, Madam Speaker. That's how we know, and that's what's added to the urgency of us taking action to ensure that these funds from outside sources are not infringing of the decisions of this House and the will of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my honour to participate in today's debate and to share some of my thoughts with my honourable colleagues on the current situation in Ottawa. These past weeks have been incredibly difficult for the residents of Ottawa.
Isn't that interesting? The hacker hacked GoSendMe, supposedly, and now we're getting our bank account frozen. Isn't that interesting? How convenient, wouldn't you say, Sandra? And everybody that's listening to me? I find this extremely fishy. Another idiot talking. I mean, are they going to shut up at one point? I've been talking since 7 o'clock this morning. Are they going to shut up? I like listening to the one that's talking with value, but the other one that keeps repeating the lies, I'm sick of them. They have to stop at one point. It's almost 6 o'clock. You aware I've been live streaming since 7 o'clock this morning? I slept 3 hours. I'm quite tired and quite fed up of all this. I have no voice. I'm telling you. Can you just go? You know, they keep saying people, well, what can you just can they go home? Remember they were saying that, Sandra? Well, just go home. Well, go home. You instead of saying lies and nothing of value, just go home. Just trying to say something nice. You know, these truckers, that's all people want to know, eh? What's going on with the truckers. And tomorrow will be a very, very interesting day. Because now we're going to have this war hack that's going to pass. And people, it's going to be front page news everywhere in the world tomorrow. And everybody's going to flip. And then Pat's supposed to go to his arraignment. That's going to be something to watch too. A very interesting week coming.
For Canadians to understand what their government is doing and what the mechanisms are in place to keep our democracy healthy. Let me speak to those questions. The Emergency Act, which became the law in 1988, is a federal law that can be used in response to urgent, temporary, and critical emergency that seriously endanger the health and safety of Canadians and that cannot be dealt with effectively by any other federal, provincial, or territorial law. Under the Emergency Act, police are given more tools to restore order in places where public assembly constitute illegal and dangerous activities, such as a blockade, occupation, as we've seen in Ottawa, and a critical border crossing across the country. These tools include the ability to designate and secure places where blockades are to be prohibited, such as border and other critical infrastructure. The Emergency Act also allows the government to make sure essential services are rendered, for example, in order to tow truck blocked roads. In addition, financial institutions will be authorized to render essential service to help address the situation, including by regulating and prohibiting the use of funds to support illegal blockades. Now, let me speak to the safeguards that are building in the Emergency Act. Before it can be invoked, all provinces and territories must be consulted, and they were. Both the House of Commons and Senate must vote on the declaration. If either chamber of the Parliament does not vote in favor of the declaration, then it is immediately revoked, and it's what we will be voting tonight. A special joint committee of both the House of Commons and the Senate must be established to review the government's action under the Act on an ongoing basis. The declaration expires within 30 days unless there is an extension, which both House of Commons and Senate will have to approve. After the emergency has ended, the Emergency Act requires the government to hold an inquiry and table a report to each House of the Parliament within 360 days and after the expiration of the declaration of emergency. I also would like to be clear on what the Act does not do. The Emergency Act cannot be used to call in the military. The Emergency Act cannot be used to limit people's freedom of speech. The Emergency Act cannot be used to suspend fundamental rights or override the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And we're not preventing people from exercising their right to protest legally. Speaker, recently I've had the pleasure of joining expert panelists while in discussion with ethnic media about the use of Emergency Act. Despite our different political views, everyone on the panel overwhelmingly agreed that the Act is justified and necessary. Why? Because the rule of law is fundamental to Canadian democracy and Canadian society. Our country was built on law written to maintain the collective safety and the prosperity of Canadians. That is why people from every corner of the globe come here to Canada to build their life and family. The proportionate, geographically targeted, and time-limited measures in the Emergency Act are necessary to protect residents and businesses and public institutions in the nation's capital and in border towns across country. My constituents are pleased with the work the men and women in uniform and are happy that peace and order have been restored for the people of Ottawa and after weeks of torment. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, pardon me. For weeks, Canadians have been seeing illegal blockades occupying their streets, disrupting their daily lives, harass people in their neighborhoods, harm small businesses, and threaten the ability of hardworking Canadians to put food on the table. For weeks, billions of dollars in cross-border trades have been disrupted, put thousands of people's job and livelihood on the line. For weeks, millions of dollars of foreign funding has flowed in from around the world to destabilize our democracy, while evidence of increasing ideologically motivated violent extremism activity has mounted. Speaker, the Emergency Act is
Well, I'm doing it. You're very welcome, Sandro. Thank you for your kind words. I'm doing it not because it's fun, because we need to know what's going on. And I'm doing this because it is important. Because they're going to pass that thing, and then there's going to be major fallout of this. So I want to know. And I certainly want to know who's voting for and against. That's the thing that I want to know more. I'm so tired. And my voice. Together. Put it together, Sandra. Together. The Y and the D together, dear. Please. It's 10 to 6. They've been talking since 7 o'clock this morning, so I think they have to stop before 8. Somebody has to take a break at one point. I think they said 7:30 or something of the sort. I don't know. But it's almost over. You know, this is what I see this thing's gonna develop. This thing's gonna pass, and then everybody's gonna flip tomorrow, and then the carnage will come. I don't know how this whole thing is gonna play out, but that will shock a lot of people. Trust me, it will. But us, again, we're gonna be ahead of the game. We're gonna know. And I want to know who's voting for and against. I have already a good idea, but I'm going to see if the NPD or the Liberals, some of them will break party. I want to see. Well, yeah. I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to freeze my empty account? There's nothing in the account. Because I'm telling you the truth. Well, if they do that, they are in for major litigation, because I'm known me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not just known in Montreal and Canada. I'm known in every single country in the world. It's not a good thing to do. I don't think that would be a very smart move on their part. Plus, my aliens are on top of me. I'm certain my aliens are going to protect me. If they do that, I'm just going to sue them up the wazoo. And then I'll become a zillionaire. See? That's my take on this. And trust me, if they touch anything of mine, you're going to hear about it. That's why you need to be witness to everything that's going on. If they come, hold on a second. Hold on, I have to take care of some.
To the vote of confidence issue, there's at least one MP in this chamber who said that if the vote applies, I'll vote for. But if the confidence vote does not apply, I will vote against. So it's very important for the legislators here in the chamber to have a clear response. The vote is in barely 2 hours, and for days on end, we've been debating extensively on this. Is my colleague in agreement with me that it is time that the Prime Minister tell us, is this a confidence vote, yes or no? It's in 2 hours.
For Down Valley North.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the question as well. For a couple of days now in this House, we've been listening to the debates that based on different views on this act. Today, there's something new, the confidence vote. And I, as a member of this House, truly believe our decision should not be based on whether it's a confidence vote or not. If you want to support this bill, you support this bill. If you don't want to support this bill, you don't support this bill. But I think what's important to talk about tonight is whether or not you think it's going to restore order and peace for Canadians and for residents of Ottawa.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, that little unmute button just kind of doesn't go off sometimes. But I appreciate my colleague's comments on this, and I did listen to his speaking notes there that I think were rather clearly prepared for him. But I'm going to ask the member here if he's actually thought about the mechanics of what's happening here regarding Canadians' financial accounts. And if I told him, because I have great experience in getting the actual crowdfunding platforms approved in Canada, that everything the government's pretending they're doing with these crowdfunding platforms is already part of our FinTrack mechanisms. If that was the case, why would you try and disguise your intent here by pretending that that doesn't exist already? If I proved to him that that was the case, would it change his vote?
I have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary from the Government House Leader.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, I don't think that you're trying to disguise your intent here, and the member is
speaking to you in such a tone, and he probably shouldn't do that. In addition to the fact that it probably is not entirely appropriate for him to be suggesting that somebody else prepared somebody's remarks in here, unless he knows that for a fact.
Points well taken. The honourable member for Calgary Centre to conclude his question, please.
My apologies. I think the member across the way is exactly right. My question stands. Will the member across answer whether he actually would reverse his position on this if we prove that what the government is pretending is happening here is not, in fact, the case?
The honourable member for Don Valley North. Order.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not as an expert as my honourable colleague in terms of think track and cross-based funding. What I know is that through cryptocurrency and online platform, there's millions of dollars from foreign destinations flow into Canada to support illegal blockade. This is not right, and we have very limited information about that. So, and this is not correct. This is not good for our democracy. And I'm glad.
Debate. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Hey, bravo! Bravo! Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I rise today. It's a very serious and historical day in our country. We are literally debating and making history today on the government's ability to invoke the Emergencies Act. So it's a critical vote, and 12 people will decide history today, Madam Speaker. The government, as we know, has a minority government, and so they need 12 votes and only 12 votes to decide the future of this country and the precedent that we may be setting today. So that's when we look to the Green members and the NDP members. Their voices today are more powerful and more important than really at any other time that I've been a member of Parliament. The power they wield today will determine the future of our country. I think it's really important for people at home to recognize that this is a pivotal moment in our country. And earlier today I spoke in the House about the NDP and how important their role is here. And we know that in 1970, Tommy Douglas, one of the most adored and revered politicians in Canadian history, voted against the War Measures Act when Pierre Elliott Trudeau brought it in. And yet today, we see serious indications that the NDP will be voting with the son of Pierre Trudeau to prop up his government and support the invocation of the Emergencies Act and its passage today. And I urge them to reconsider. I think what we're doing today, the precedent we're setting to be able to freeze bank accounts of political dissidents, the importance of that cannot be understated. And so we're here today to debate the Emergencies Act and whether or not we need it. But a week ago, when the Liberals brought it in, they claimed that the threshold was met, that there was a national emergency that jeopardized public safety and our economy. However, since that time, we've seen all the blockades have been cleared, the Ambassador Bridge has been cleared, the blockade at Coutts, Alberta has been cleared. Those two, by the way, were cleared without the emergency powers. Right. Yep. In Emerson, Manitoba as well, and a huge props to the RCMP in Manitoba, who did a phenomenal job of lowering the temperature, peacefully negotiating with protesters, and they resolved that conflict without the need of the emergency powers as well. Now, the Ottawa Police and other police forces cleared the protest this weekend in Ottawa. But the reasons they cited for, please.
The honourable members, if they would like to have their conversations in the lobbies, I would appreciate it. The honourable member is making a speech. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I like this lady. I like this lady.
The blockades have been cleared. They did not need the emergency powers for that. Now, when it comes to Ottawa, they've also cleared that out. However, we consistently hear ministers and members from the other side that they needed these emergency powers to end the unlawful blockades in Ottawa. That's what we keep hearing. And yet, when you look at the RCMP list that they published on their website that was retweeted by the Minister of Public Safety just a few days ago, the laws of the Emergency Act that the police used none of them were to clear the unlawful protest. It was the banking power. It was the banking power that the RCMP claimed that they needed. That's the only powers they've cited. Which makes sense because we know you don't need the emergency powers to clear an unlawful protest. You don't need them to suppress a riot. You don't need them to clear a bridge or a piece of critical infrastructure. All of those powers were readily available to the RCMP and other police forces and to governments. And yet they were not used. We're not sure why that is. We've yet to receive a real clear answer on that. All we've heard is we needed these emergency powers, these unprecedented powers. And as I've said, the RCMP only quoted the financial measures. And I want to talk quite a bit about the financial measures because to me this is the most critical piece of the Emergencies Act. What we're talking about is providing the federal government the power to freeze your bank account if they don't agree with your political opinion. We heard that firsthand from the Minister of Justice on national television last week. He said if you support a political position he doesn't like, you should be, quote, very concerned. He said that. People can look it up.
Shameful.
Is that really what we're going to do in this country? That if there's a protest or some sort of demonstration that this government doesn't agree with, they can freeze your bank account? Or, sorry, they can order the RCMP, who orders the bank, who orders them. That's what they've been saying. It's not them. It's the hands-off. But no, we're voting on the power to freeze bank accounts of political dissidents today, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Which is why it's so shocking to me that the NDP, the party of protests, is looking to support the Emergencies Act today.
Right.
It shocks me. You go through any social media feed of an NDP member of Parliament, they've gone to countless protests, and yet we're seeing that they are supporting the government's ability to freeze bank accounts. I want to talk about the human impact of freezing someone's bank account, because what does that really mean? Well, it means when you go to the grocery store to buy food, your debit card doesn't work. When you go to the gas station to fill up your car to get to work, your credit card doesn't work. When you go to an ATM to pull out some cash to take your spouse out for dinner, no money comes out. When your mortgage payment comes out, when your gas payment comes out, when your MTS bill comes out if you're in Manitoba, there's no money in the account. It is frozen. They can freeze all of your assets, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. That is how significant this authority that we're giving tonight may be given to the Liberal government today. And it's very unclear. I've received so many emails about this because we know this began as a peaceful protest. One of the largest, if not the largest, pan-Canadian demonstrations we've ever seen as it rolled across the country. Thousands of people turned out to show their support. There were 15,000, estimates say 15,000 people on Parliament Hill that first Saturday. Thousands of Canadian families donated small sums of money to voice their support for a political movement that was fighting for their right to bodily autonomy, to make their own medical choices, to hold a job, regardless of their political or their health choices, Madam Speaker. Thousands of people. And when this was announced 1 week ago today, the finance minister explained how they can freeze bank accounts. Do you want to know the terror and the anxiety felt by those thousands of people who participated in a lawful protest that very first day and gave $50 3 weeks ago to a convoy? Do you want to know what kind of terror that brings to someone? I have constituents saying they're pulling out tens of thousands of dollars from their bank accounts. I have a veteran, very dear friend of mine, possibly the sweetest older man you'll ever meet. He served our country valiantly for 28 years. And although he's very pro-vax, he supports the right for others to choose, so he gave the convoy $50 2 weeks ago. He canceled his credit cards because he's so terrified the government's coming for his money. I have constituents who are hiding cash under their beds. Like, that is how terrifying this power is. And the lack of clarity has been astounding. It was just today, 7 days after that initial announcement by the Deputy Prime Minister about freezing bank accounts, just today, she finally clarified, oh, no, if it's before the 15th, Tuesday, February 15th, don't worry about it. It's not retroactive. It's just from Tuesday. Why did it take her 7 days to make that publicly declared? What kind of sadistic pain was the Liberals looking to inflict on people who innocently supported something they believe in that's given them more hope than anything else in the past 2 years? It is shameful. And what's really shocking is that there is no due process in this. There is no court order. It's only if you've been suspected, CBC reported that today, if you've been suspected of supporting the convoy, they can come for your bank account. This is unbelievable. And it's interesting because the Liberal government's in power now, but there's going to be other parties in power. Do we really want the federal government to have the power to say, oh, I don't agree with your protest, you can't go buy groceries, we're going to freeze your bank account? How many demonstrations from environmental groups, social justice groups? Let's really think about this. Peaceful protest is one of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I stand by every peaceful protest. I stand against illegal blockades, as we've been very clear all along. Those had to end. But people have every right to peacefully protest, and thousands of Canadians supported this protest across the country when it was perfectly legal and lawful and peaceful. That's right. And the Liberals are asking us just to trust them. Just trust us. There's parliamentary oversight, as if that means anything. This Parliament asked 4 times for those lab documents from the Winnipeg lab with all those shenanigans going on with the Chinese Communist Party. We never got them. Nope. He prorogued Parliament. He called a snap election both times to get out of scandals of his own making. And he thinks that we're going to trust that parliamentary oversight is going to be enough to keep his government in check. I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. So I'll end with this. Our party, the Conservative Party of Canada, will be voting with the fullest power of our ability against giving this Liberal government the power to freeze political dissidents' bank accounts. Absolutely, without question, we will be voting against that. Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wow, she's a star. Look, she's getting a standing ovation. She's a star. Elle, I want her to defend me if they freeze my bank account.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm really disappointed in the honourable member's comments just now, because I arranged a briefing for her Thursday night with departmental officials, including finance, the RCMP, FinTrack, and she was told quite clearly in response to her questions that these measures took effect on Tuesday of last week. So I'm just wondering, when her constituents reached out to her, it wasn't just today that she found out when it came into effect. It was actually last Thursday night. So I'm just wondering why she is implying that she didn't know, when in fact she was well aware last week.
Honourable member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was briefed last week. You know, but what's interesting is that when the department officials tell you one thing and the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada is telling you another thing, not quite sure who to believe. Were the department officials mistaken, or was it the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister of Canada who was withholding that information? I honestly wasn't sure. I'm really glad she came out today, because I've been telling my constituents, you know, I'm hearing it's just the 15th onward, but yet we're also hearing across the country that other bank accounts have been frozen. So we have no clarity on this. Why were they withholding this information? Why weren't they being more forthcoming? The Deputy Prime Minister has the attention of the nation anytime she wants to. Why didn't she make this publicly clear? Is she just trying to punish Canadians? Does she enjoy traumatizing them? I don't know.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague, and I heard talk of clarity on the other side of the House, and Mr. Speaker, less than 2 hours before the vote. The member for Louis-Hébert said he would vote differently if this were a vote of confidence on such an important motion. Would it not be normal to say, to not make a difference between a vote of confidence or any other vote? I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say, the Honourable Member.
For standing strong and voting against this abuse of democracy today, Mr. Speaker. And on his point, this is a really good point that we need constituents at home to hear. The Prime Minister today decided that this vote is going to be a confidence vote. If you don't vote in favour of his motion, he's going to call an election on you. That's his respect for the democratic process today, Mr. Speaker. So he's strong-arming his own backbench MPs who've already come out saying, look, I didn't want to vote for this, but I'm going to have to because it's going to be a confidence vote. What do you think that impact is having on the NDP as well, Mr. Speaker, who's been very clear that they're not quite sure if they're going to vote for it or not, but how are they going to vote against it if we're going to plunge the country into an election? That's the dignity this Prime Minister is giving this House, Mr. Speaker. That's his respect for democracy.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Kildonan, St. Paul. We certainly share space in the same province. Just wanted to talk a little bit about the finances. We know that prominent Republicans in the U.S. have voiced their support for the protest, and including Donald Trump. Ottawa police are concerned with significant amount of money supporting the convoy. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton criticized GoFundMe for, in quotes, failing to deliver Texan money, really demonstrating international interference. You know, I know her colleagues have talked about supporting protests. Certainly, I know about all the anti-Indigenous visceral comments that I've had to hear from the Conservative Party over the past couple of days. You know, I don't think this is about anti-mandate versus pro-mandate.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I hate to cut her off. Sorry.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member from my colleague from Manitoba. I have a lot of respect for her and her advocacy. I didn't quite get to the question, but what I would say is that I know that members of this House have all, particularly the NDP and the Liberals and the Greens for sure, have gone to protest. Actually, the leader of the Green Party was arrested for blockading a road to a pipeline construction site 4 years ago. So should we be freezing her bank? No, of course we shouldn't be freezing her bank account. I'm not looking at the NDP or the Liberals for supporting protests whose leaders have said extreme things online. But if that's the standard we want to be setting today, by all means, people can start digging up on their social media feeds and can be finding a ton of extremist language from protest leaders that many members of this House, including the NDP members, have attended.
Order. We're going to go back to debate. I'm just going to wait till everybody. Thank you. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, what is a good Prime Minister? A good Prime Minister cares about all of the people and all of the citizens that he...
I'm impressed with this lady, I must say. I'm impressed. No, it seems to be after. It's unclear. Anyway, you should not touch your bank account. Who cares? 15 before or after? It should. I think it's after, not before. Well, I'm unclear. Well, I'm gonna have to rewind her speech. But the point is, they should not touch your bank account in it before or after. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, she's very short. I'm impressed with her, I must say.
Cooperation and agreement wherever possible in the governance of the nation. A good Prime Minister does what is right and just without demonizing or belittling those who disagree with him. A good Prime Minister understands the concept of majority rule with respect to minority rights. A good Prime Minister would admit when he is wrong and change course before it's too late. I do not believe we have a good Prime Minister. I believe we have a Prime Minister that cares more about his political fate and his political future than he does about the needs of his citizens. I believe we have a Prime Minister who looks at moments of crisis as political opportunities to be used for political benefit rather than managing the crisis and bringing peace and harmony back to the nation. I believe we have a Prime Minister that picks and chooses the facts or the science that supports his ideas and his ideology rather than looking at all sources of information and providing good governance for everyone. I believe we have a Prime Minister that does not understand the consequences of the decisions he makes. It should have been entirely predictable in mid-August of 2021 that the politicization of mandatory vaccinations would divide the nation. A good Prime Minister would say this is not an issue that we should be politicizing and that we should never bypass people's charter rights and freedoms and force law-abiding Canadians to do something they fundamentally disagree with, even if many other Canadians disagree with them. It should have been entirely predictable that when you only accept a particular source of science that confirms your beliefs and reject all others, and if you challenge them, you are bound to make mistakes and fail the citizens of your country. Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to the science of mental health. And right now, I believe our nation is struggling. It's one thing to struggle against COVID-19. It's quite another to struggle against the powers and forces of your own government working against you. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is widely accepted in the field of psychology. It's the theory of human motivation. The bottom of the pyramid of needs is represented with physiological needs, such as food, clothing, and shelter, and also the need to belong and to be loved. A good Prime Minister would know these basic concepts and their impact on Canadians. A good Prime Minister would know that denying people the ability to travel and see their loved ones, their children, their grandchildren, their parents, their grandparents, and other family members to participate in celebrations of life, weddings, and other important milestones would have a detrimental psychological effect on the nation. It's traumatizing. A good Prime Minister would also know that you cannot deprive somebody of their basic physiological needs, food, clothing, and shelter. A good Prime Minister would never take away the right of his citizens to work, to earn a living, to be able to pay for food, clothing, and shelter for themselves and their loved ones. A good Prime Minister would not use the powers of the state to coerce citizens to abide by his policies against their free will.
Non, non, ça va passer à soir, Gilles. Bonjour, Gilles. Allô, Mick. Non, non, ça va passer à soir, là. À moins qu'il y ait quelque chose de vraiment drastique, là, le monde vote contre, là, mais pas ce que je vois. Fait que vide ton compte de banque, Gilles.
To lose. A good Prime Minister knows that when people are traumatized and in crisis, they have two options: to fight or flight. A good Prime Minister should know at times like this that his words matter. I think this Prime Minister does know. And he also knows that when he name calls and degrades Canadians that disagree with him, it hardens people's resolve and inflames tensions. The mental health and social damage done by the imposition of mandates cannot be measured the same way that COVID cases and hospital counts can be measured. But a good Prime Minister would know his people and know their sufferings and find solutions for all his citizens. It was entirely predictable that the politicization of vaccine mandates would create this trauma and inevitably force Canadians to cower or to fight. A good Prime Minister would never put his citizens in this position. A menacing Prime Minister would do this on purpose for his own political gain. So here we are, at best, a careless and reckless Prime Minister who does not understand the...
C'est ça, ils vont voter à 8 heures, mais moi je te le dis, ça va passer cette affaire-là. Là. Fait que videz vos comptes de banque, chers amis, puis je vais être là, on va voir. Puis prenez note qui votent pour et qui votent contre. Attention, Snow, là. Prenez note qui votent pour et qui votent contre.
In our nation's history. Not to be used by a Prime Minister to grab ultimate power to crush those who dissent and would dare stand and challenge him, embarrass him, and humiliate him. And this power is immense. But this power has to meet certain threshold in order for it to be used, and this government has not met that threshold. There is no police action being taken right now where the powers did not already exist for the police to break up blockades and restore peace and order. Every police officer in Canada has the full authority of the Criminal Code in every part of Canada to address any crime in progress. The Criminal Code has numerous provisions in it to end blockades and illegal protests. The argument this government is making is that the RCMP need the ability to write parking tickets and enforce municipal bylaws in order to break up this blockade. A good Prime Minister would know that his citizens are not that stupid to believe this argument. But the most fearsome power the government has claimed is that of using banks and financial institutions of this country to deny Canadian citizens from effecting transactions from their bank accounts. Everything we do in our lives as citizens requires the ability to transact. Virtually every freedom we exercise as citizens has behind it a financial transaction. We have the right, or at least we used to have the right, to free speech, peaceful assembly, and to worship as we choose and travel without restrictions in our nation. All of that requires money. We are all as Canadians innocent before the law until proven guilty in a court where evidence is cross-examined before a judge. And none of us as Canadians can be punished without the due process of law until now. By invoking the Emergencies Act, the government has chosen to restrict the freedom to financially transact for those Canadians whom the government disagrees with. Without the freedom to transact, Canadians lose all of their freedoms. Your freedom of speech might involve paying for an internet service provider so that you can post messages on social media or be able to pay for the use of a cell phone or a landline or pay for the ability to print signs or brochures. Your freedom to protest would likely involve paying for gas, flights, signs, placards, and hotel rooms. Your freedom to worship would include being able to make donations which pay for the salaries of staff, worship leaders, and the facilities they congregate in. All of this now is subjectively enforced by financial institutions without due process according to the whims of the government of the day under this emergency order. A good Prime Minister would never do this. A good Prime Minister would use the existing laws of the land and the existing institutions of the land to ensure the safety and security of its citizens. The overreach is massive. The threat to the nation it claims to address is minimal. So much so that numerous provinces have already said they want nothing to do with this massive intrusion on the rights and freedoms of Canadians. So much so that civil liberties associations and members of the legal profession and objective media are questioning this power grab. So much so that even members of his own caucus have stated that they are only supporting this measure because it's a matter of confidence before this House, not because it's premised in the letter or spirit of the law. I will be voting against giving this Prime Minister a continuation of this power. This Prime Minister has menaced with the lives and livelihoods of my constituents ever since he was elected in 2015. He has hamstrung any growth, hope, or optimism of the natural resource sector in Alberta. He has created tax and regulatory burdens that drive away investment and create so much uncertainty that capital investment, businesses, and people have fled central Alberta to more prosperous places in the world. He is menacing with our ability to afford home heating, groceries, and every other required cost of living for food, clothing, and shelter vis-a-vis his carbon tax and inflation. Seniors, working-class families, and those on fixed incomes are being asked to choose between food, medication, and shelter. A good Prime Minister would never put his citizens in this position. Canadians know, Mr. Speaker, that protests, blockades, and civil unrest are a symptom, not the underlying problem. And the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that Canadians do not have a good Prime Minister.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for his comments. I just politely point out some confusion when he talked about leaders seeking political advantage when it was the interim leader of the Conservative Party who actually emailed to her entire caucus that political advantage should be sought by not discouraging the blockades. That was on day 4. But my question to him is this one. We've heard from many Conservative members about the threat having abated. What I'll say to him is that when you have illegal protesters who've been removed from outside of this building but are staging 30 kilometers away, when you have a blockade that was attempted at Windsor on the 16th, when you have a blockade that was successfully reinstalled in Surrey on February 18th, and we have an investigation into a hate group that was at the Coutts border in his very own province, and the investigation between that group and what is happening here is still ongoing, would he agree with me that there is still an ongoing threat to the safety and security of Canadians that needs to be addressed through this legislation?
I need to remind everybody that I do have a clock, and normally this is called questions and comments. We normally, on a 10-minute or a 5-minute, we try to give a minute or so to get your questions, but after the minute, I will cut folks off. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, how this Liberal government and Prime Minister have fallen. 20 months ago, we went from wash your hands and stay home so we can flatten the curve, to vaccine procurement bungling, to get vaccinated or you can't travel, get vaccinated and still spend 2 weeks in a hotel against your will when you return to your home country, to get vaccinated or you lose your job, get vaccinated or you don't even get employment insurance, and now the imposition of this act for the government to hunt down and seize the assets of Canadians based on intelligence from illegally hacked data sources of financial transactions. This is a gross overreach of power. It's politically...
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul. Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what his thoughts are on the government strong-arming his backbench who don't want to vote for this tonight, strong-arming perhaps the NDP, which is sort of been waffling if they're going to vote for it or not. He's made this a non-confidence vote today. If it fails, there may very well be an election. So I'd like to hear our colleagues' comments on that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
People who are scared do desperate things, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is scared of losing the vote in this House because he's scared of his own backbenchers. He is not only quelling protests across the country, he is quelling protests within his own caucus. It's absolutely shameful, Mr. Speaker, that this Prime Minister grabs power wherever he can to use to cover up for his inability to properly govern this country and to cover up the mistakes. And the fact of the matter is that he is a weak, ineffective Prime Minister.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for REPONSE. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of the crisis, we thought that there could be political considerations given the government's inability to act. The member for Red Deer Lacombe is whip, and as a whip, we have to make sure that our party members vote following party lines, except that we don't yet know what the governing powers orders are. So what does the colleague believe about this? Because the government hasn't said if this will be a confidence vote or not.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
I would like to thank colleague from the Bloc Québécois for the very important question. Today at a press conference, the Prime Minister indicated, he didn't have the courtesy to do so in this House, but he did so in front of the media, suggesting that a matter of this import would of course be a matter of confidence before this House. This is again a threat to his own caucus.
Je sais pas, Mick, mais moi, j'avais pas beaucoup d'argent dans mon compte de banque parce que j'ai jamais d'argent, mais j'ai été retiré aujourd'hui, là. Parce que je veux pas avoir une scène dans le compte de banque. Si moi, j'ai pas beaucoup d'argent, mais au moins, que s'il me saisit mon compte de banque, ils saisiront rien. C'est le seul cas. Je sais pas, c'est la première fois que ça va arriver, cette affaire-là. Là. Je sais pas une boule de cristal. Mais c'est nothing good, là. Tu sais ce que je veux dire? Prends pas de chance. Vas-y, va retirer. Je l'ai toujours dit, mais de jamais laisser une scène à banque. À moins que ce soit quelque chose qu'il y a des comptes qui vont passer. J'ai toujours dit ça, ça fait des 1 milliard d'années que je dis ça. Fait que, prends pas de chance, c'est ça que j'ai à dire.
Come home, but you better be asleep by the time that I get there, and I'll see you in the morning. Mr. Speaker, I have been listening to this debate for the last 4 days, and I have heard a lot of different things being said in this House, and I want to get into the details of those. But before I do, I want to take the opportunity to thank the men and women from police forces across the country. The manner in which this operation in Ottawa, particularly, was handled, it was nothing short of the gold standard in terms of how policing operations like this need to happen. And so I thank them for everything that they did to make Ottawa stay safe during the removal of the occupiers. I'll start by saying, Mr. Speaker, I have been perplexed since the beginning of this with the position of the Conservative Party of Canada, the party that tells people they stand up for law and order, and the way that they have been responding to this particular issue. And I'm not even talking about this vote or this debate. I'm talking about the way that they've responded to everything that has happened within the last 3 to 4 weeks is absolutely astounding. Shameful. Encouraging occupiers not to leave, telling them to stay in Ottawa because what they're doing is working, when they know full well that they're breaking the law. And that brings me to a very important point. It's this concept of the difference between an occupation and a protest. We've heard day after day Conservative get up in this House and talk about this as a peaceful protest. The member who spoke just shortly before me, the member from Kildonan St. Paul, said it was a lawful protest. It was not a lawful protest. This was an occupation, Mr. Speaker. You know, I find it remarkable that they would take this position. And the irony is the longer it went on, the more they encouraged it, the more emboldened those outside became. You know, I have a ton of respect for the member from Windsor West, the NDP member, who got up time after time when people, in particular Conservatives and the Bloc, would get up and say, oh, well, there's no problems at the Windsor, the Ambassador Bridge, there's no problems in Windsor, everything there is fine. He must have corrected the record about 20 to 25 times in the last 4 days that that's not the case, and he said it's only a 2-kilometer drive from from where I'm sitting right now, but somehow they weren't even able to take the word from him. I have heard a number of outrageous and false statements in this House over the last 4 days. And I'll start with the one that probably got the biggest reaction out of me. The member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex referred to what was going on over the last 3 weeks as Canada Day times 1,000. She said that. She's quoted in Hansard. You can see the video. She said that was like Canada Day times 1,000. Can you believe that? I wonder if the residents of Ottawa feel the same way. The member from Wagina, Wascana, who replaced Ralph Goodell, said in this house, sitting right over there, Mr. Speaker, he said, well, I didn't see any problem. I walked up Metcalfe Street. I didn't see Al-Qaeda or the Taliban.
Amazing.
As if that's the standard by which the party of law and order measures what an emergency is. The member from Haldimand North Fork said that we somehow live in an authoritarian and totalitarian dictatorship. This is a parliamentary democracy. She said it in this house. The member from Foothills said,
welcome, Mick. Good night.
Border crossing wanted was to be heard. 13 people were arrested in conjunction with the seizure of weapons and ammunition. The member from Abbotsford, although just one because so many of them said it, referred to what is going on right now as martial law. Martial law is when the military is literally walking on the street. Martial law means the military has taken over the civil duties of the police. That is absolutely ridiculous. I've heard from a number of members, including the member from King Vaughan, who talked about bank runs, suggesting that there's going to be bank runs out there because people suddenly want to take all the money out of their accounts. If anything, it's based on the misinformation that they've been spreading. Or the member from Grand Prairie Mackenzie, who talked about suspending civil liberties. We'll talk about conflating the War Measures Act, the previous act, with what we actually have in the Emergency Measures Act. And so I want to talk about the Emergency Measures Act. The Emergency Measures Act was actually brought in by a progressive conservative government. Don't for a second think that who's sitting across the way actually is part of that party. Maybe you are, Mr. Speaker, but the rest of them aren't. It was seconded, the bill was seconded by my predecessor, Flora MacDonald, a true progressive conservative. Yeah. It was nothing like the War Measures Act. The only connection it had to the War Measures Act was it was meant to remove it. Mm-hmm. It specifically says, and this is how it differs, it's temporary, 30 days or less, and it's subject to quick Parliament review. It takes 20 members to sign and ask for another debate. It's targeted and used only where needed. The War Measures Act wasn't. It's proportionate. The responses used in the authorities within that act need to be proportionate to what the emergency is. The War Measures Act didn't have that. And most importantly, it upholds the civil liberties. It upholds the Charter of Rights, which the War Measures Act didn't do. So when the member from Grand Prairie Mackenzie said it suspends civil liberties, that member knows better, because that was the War Measures Act, and this isn't the War Measures Act, despite the fact that many conservatives had no problem conflating it. What does this act, what does the invocation of the act accomplish? The most important thing to me, and I have not heard from anybody else saying that any other piece of legislation could have handled this, is it made it illegal to bring a child into what was going on out the front of this place. It made it a criminal offense to do that. Why would anybody be against that when we saw what we witnessed out there for 3 weeks? It restricted the entry so that it allowed police to set up checkpoints like they did around Ottawa to say, if your sole intention is to come into Ottawa to participate in this demonstration, this occupation, you are not allowed to do so. It allowed for the seizure of money and trucks. And I will say, when it relates to the seizure of money, in particular bank accounts, it is temporary. It needs to continually be reviewed. And to get to the point of the member from Kildonan St. Paul, the RCMP issued a statement today, Mr. Speaker, that said the only names that is turned over to financial institutions are those that were the organizers and those that had trucks or vehicles that were not removed from the streets. They did not read the RCMP statement from today. If you don't believe that to be true, you are blatantly saying that the RCMP is lying to the public.
Shame on you. Yep. Bang.
It also allowed for officers that were outside of Ontario to be brought into Ontario, to be used in a jurisdiction outside of their home province. And I know that Conservatives will say, well, all this stuff you couldn't do, you could have done with other laws and whatnot. Well, guess what? Nobody else did it. The province didn't want to do it. In order to bring officers from outside of, from Quebec into Ontario, there would have need to have been an agreement with the Ontario minister responsible with the province of Quebec. They didn't do that. What did Doug Ford do? He said, federal government, please invoke the Emergency Measures Act so that you can take care of this. That's exactly what happened. I want to talk about some of the people that support this and support this measure today. The Conservative Party of Canada has a newfound admiration for Tommy Douglas. They have invoked his name more in the last 4 days than I think they have ever invoked in this House over the last 100 and so years from, since Tommy Douglas was here. But I'll give you a quote. And by the way, Tommy Douglas's opposition was to the War Measures Act, not the Emergency Measures Act. So why don't I read you a quote from a modern day NDP leader who actually is talking about the Emergency Measures Act. This is
Order. I know there's an impassioned speech going on, and this is the challenge. We're getting close to the end. I want to make sure everybody gets an opportunity. This is a 20-minute piece. There'll be 10 minutes to ask questions. On a 10 minutes pour y poser des questions.
You can ask questions for 10 minutes.
Period. Part. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Ed Broadbent said, and I quote, "We've heard of the importance of following the money. With the use of this act, the federal government is able to do just that. The Emergencies Act give the means needed to stop any flow of funds that could have made the situation much worse." This is Ed Broadbent.
Modern day.
A modern day NDPer who's talking about this act, not the War Measures Act. But even if some Conservatives aren't going to listen to the NDP, let me quote some comments from their own. This is Senator Vern White and Peter MacKay, who issued a joint statement that said, "What we've seen in the occupation of Ottawa and blockages at border crossings is not the right of protest enshrined in our Constitution, but illegal activity that represents a national security and economic threat to Canada. Leaving aside the stated manifesto of the organizers to overthrow the government, these protests are weakening our economy and disrupting the freedoms of law-abiding citizens." Senator Vern White went on to say, "I support the use of the Emergency Measures Act." Those are Conservatives that said that. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, the Law and Order, said, and I quote, "The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police supports the fundamental objectives of the invocation of the Emergency Measures or the Emergencies Act that is intended to regulate and prohibit illegal public assemblies that lead to the breach of peace and to restrict the funding of all such illegal assemblies." That's the Association of the Chiefs of Police. So forgive me when Conservatives go out and dig up quotes from NDP members and conservatives and other people from decades and generations ago, forgive me if I'm unwilling to accept that, and I would rather listen to the people that know what's going on today. And I will say, you know, one more thing. I think it's important to reflect, Mr. Speaker, on the people that have actually said, yes, we need the Emergency Measures Act. Yes, the Emergency Measures Act is important. Yes, the federal government should use the Emergency Measures Act. The Chief of Police of Ottawa said that. The Mayor of Ottawa said that. And of course, as I previously mentioned, Doug Ford said that. I hear the heckling from across the way, but why is that so important? Why do those voices matter? Because those are the voices that the direct jurisdiction was being affected. It was Doug Ford's province, it was Jim Watson's city, and it was the police chief's area. So, you know, those are the actual people that said, yes, please come help us. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we look towards what some of the other provinces, how other provinces reacted to this, I can't help but think of the hypocrisy of Alberta's Premier, Jason Kenney. This is the man, this is a man that on February the 5th wrote a letter to the federal government saying, please send help. A desperate plea, a desperate cry for help because the province wasn't able to handle it on their own. This is the same man that a week later, a week and a half later, on February 18th said, I'm suing you for sending help. That's literally what happened. It's remarkable. Now, I just want to address the issue of why do we still need these? You know, I've heard it a number of times today. It was in question period. The question keeps coming up. I'll preempt it by answering it now so that nobody has to ask me. They ask, well, why do you still need it? The streets are clear. You don't need this anymore. What an obtuse way to look at it. If you notice, if you follow Ottawa Police on Twitter, you'll notice that they just announced that they just reduced the secure area. It's an ongoing operation out there. They're not done. Just because the protesters might not be right outside of this building right now doesn't mean that everything's been cleared up. It's an ongoing operation. Don't even mind the fact that many of these people are not even that far from here. We're hearing about how they're congregating in various different areas. This is not over. The problem, the incredible work that was done by the police and the special forces out front of this building was remarkable. That work might be done. The stuff that was all over the news might be over in terms of what was sensational. But that doesn't mean that we've got and completely fixed this problem yet.
That's right.
And so, Mr. Speaker, in the last 3 minutes that I have, I just want to say that I am really, I'm very relieved that this particular act, that the creators of it, my predecessor, Flora MacDonald, had the foresight to say, we need to make sure that there's proper scrutiny to look at the way that the act was used. And that's where the inquiry comes into. And what I find the most interesting part about the way that that's worded, Mr. Speaker, is it says specifically that they have, as part of the inquiry, they have to look into the circumstances that led to the declaration being made. I am very much interested in hearing about the circumstances that led to this. I'm interested in hearing and learning about how this movement began, who was funding it, where the money was coming from, how the coordination was worked, who was helping the organization, who was directing them, who was giving them tips, who was basically counseling them, because I think that this will all be eye-opening to the public. And I look forward to that. I look forward to being able to see that play out in the public. I look forward to the public being able to learn about it. And at the end of the day, I look forward to Canadians knowing that based on that information, that based on that inquiry, they can know exactly what happened, rather than hearing these stories that we've been hearing these from the Conservatives and from people across the way. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, before the Bloc asked me a question about confidence or whatnot, I am very confident in my vote on this. I will vote in favor of this because this is the right thing for Canada and it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 days ago, the Canadian Civil Liberties Association filed an application for judicial review in federal court to quash the emergency proclamation, the emergency measures regulation, and the emergency economic measures order. If the court quashes these 3 emergency measures, does the member believe that the government will accept the court's remedy, or will the government appeal the court's ruling?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, it started off as a really good question, Mr. Speaker, but it went to somewhere as the members trying to ask me to, hypothetically, without knowing the arguments or how the judgment was made, to ask about whether or not an appeal will be made. I encourage those who think that the Charter is being infringed upon to take it to court. The courts will only harden the steel around this particular piece of legislation. That is how we can ensure that the law is being applied, and that as we move forward with this legislation, it will better inform how it's done. So, you know, the Conservatives come in here and say, oh, well, so-and-so's taking this to court. Good. Good. I think that should happen. That's part of our democratic process here. It's part of what makes sure that we have good laws.
Commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I would advise this to the Parliamentary Secretary. He should use a tone and an attitude similar to those of his colleague from Louis Hébert, because both for the content and the form and the tone, apart from creating diversion around this debate, he hasn't contributed very much. One thing is clear, however. We know that at least one MP from the Liberal side who shares the same analysis as us with regard to the fact that the orders do not fit with the criteria that should be met in order for the Emergencies Act to apply. Well, there seems to be some agreement there. Mr. Speaker, the member from Louis Hébert has just stated that if he votes in accordance with his conscience, he will vote against this. He has courage, but he's saying that he has a moral contract with his party and that this moral contract prevents him from bringing his party down, so he will vote for it if it's a confidence vote. Will this member tell us if he has the courage to tell us? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
More than entitled to have his opinion. The member from Montcalm is totally entitled to have his opinion. It's not the same opinion that I share, Mr. Speaker, but to discredit my entire speech, where I actually went back and referenced what other people were saying based on the fact that this member doesn't like what I said, is completely disingenuous. I spent my entire speech talking on what I had heard in this House, and I apologize that my opinion is different from this member. I apologize that he doesn't like what I said, but it doesn't mean that I did not address this particular issue head on, because I did.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and he knows that the NDP is reluctantly supporting this motion, and we will use all the powers at our disposal to hold the government to account while this Emergency Act remains in place. Mr. Speaker, I support his denouncing of the gaslighting of the Conservatives and the occupation and the convoy itself. But I do believe there's many Canadians that have been pushed to the margins that are struggling, like all of us, here through COVID. But many people have been pushed to the margins and they haven't been heard. In fact, there's been divisive rhetoric on both sides, and the Liberals are responsible too, not listening to those Canadians, not explaining their decision making around